Chapter 221 Tutoring. A man who looked as young as a student stood in the center of the auditorium and began a public academic lecture. In addition to some participating teams, there were all kinds of bigwigs who tried their best to get in addition to some people from domestic internet, software, technology and other companies. All the foreigners were mixed in with the team leaders. There were even a few bald men who looked like they were aging prematurely in the student team, and many of them knew each other and stood together so that they could discuss and raise questions together. Wang Yi went straight to the main topic at the beginning, and also connected to Hong Ho with his mobile phone to project Hong Ho's image directly on the screen, and conducted some questions and answers and explanations on the spot. For example, what are the defects of this algorithm? If you can use what kind of question logic to stump Hong Ho, or predict the direction of Hong Ho's answer later. He explains some of his algorithm logic with examples. It is equivalent to an extension of the original paper, although some of Hong Ho's algorithms were not mentioned. It is equivalent to helping these professionals open up their minds. As long as the mind is opened, it is very likely to encounter the direction that Wang Yi needs to learn from. He doesn't mind if the other party has any patents. You use them in magic, and you come to me to collect patent fees? Believe it or not, I'll let you eat the big melon. So Wang Yi was actually very active in exploring directions and ideas. For example, he has published many papers on the theories and concepts of magic numbers in the journals of his alma mater in order to complete the promotion as quickly as possible. It is still the same now. There was already a paper as a basis before, and even the students who came here must have read it. Now, it is combined with practical examples to explain it in a simple way, and several places that may not be understood are predicted and explained specifically. After a class, everyone who attended the class really felt different gains. Then, when it came to the question and answer session, a group of people raised their hands. They were mainly engineers from large companies and foreign friends. For students, it was good enough to barely understand the previous part. Ask questions? What to ask? Most of them didn't understand. In fact, this is also a normal phenomenon. The best efficiency for a person to learn and absorb new knowledge is usually 70 to 80% of known knowledge, and the utilization rate is the highest at this time. If only 20% to 30% of what was said was known, then listening to the whole thing would be no different from listening to a sutra. So there are many times when you find that you know the words, but you can't understand them when they are connected. Wang Yi is actually just simplifying the complex things as much as possible and feeding them to them. As for asking questions, he is relatively open and randomly selected someone who looks pleasing to the eye. It turns out that the person is an engineer of RE. After being selected, they were a little flattered. They didn't expect that Wang Yi, the boss of a world company, would actually choose a friendly company. At the moment, they immediately asked some of their own doubts, which were some practical application problems of big data feeding and simulated deep learning. In fact, RE has invested in big data for a long time, and also has various cloud services. But the existence of a terrifying person like Red Queen still makes them feel scalp frying. We are still building a database here. But this is too funny. Good question. In fact, many colleagues should have encountered this problem. In essence, it is also related to our machine language. After listening to Wang Yi's detailed explanation, the engineer from Ali was also enlightened, and then said with emotion, "Sure enough, the essence of computers is still algorithms, and it is still the result of countless zeros and one pieces." The engineer from Ali was still a little sad. A mathematical master of computer science can really kill in this field. Some algorithm architectures can achieve subversive changes. The whole lecture process was quite smooth, but the questions were too enthusiastic at the end, and the class was delayed for more than an hour. It can be said that in the face of various problems, Wang Yi found the best way to explain it with the simplest explanation. After the meeting, the architecture engineer of a song stood there for a long time without saying anything, and finally sighed. Too strong. The key is that he is still so young. I finally understand why Umbrella can come up with something as unreasonable as the Red Queen. Professor E can be said to have played the most critical role. Yes, the key is that the world company is also booming, and it is not short of money. There is no way to win over or poach it. The head of the technical department of the fruit company was also next to him. The technical personnel of the two companies that were originally in competition had a resonance at this time. I'm going back. I have benefited a lot today. Although I can't make the Red Queen, I can at least continue to strengthen it. The engineer of a song patted his face and regained motivation. I'm afraid we are going to discuss cooperation with Umbrella. The words of the head of the technical department of the fruit company made the engineer of a song pause. And then sighed. What he said before was simple. But in fact, facing the fierce pressure of the Red Queen, the first thing he had to do after returning was to convince the board of directors to continue to invest heavily in the field of artificial intelligence. If it was just a little bit behind, a certain song would definitely be willing to continue to spend money to catch up. But with the current gap, whether it can still be convinced is really unknown, judging from the reaction of the person next to him. I am afraid that the fruit company has decided to cut the research in the direction of artificial intelligence, or to reduce it. Choosing to cooperate with Umbrella to access the interface of Red Queen is indeed the best in terms of cost performance. Red Queen is too strong. In all aspects. Strong without dead ends. No. Perhaps it should be said that Umbrella is too strong. With 2 warnings and the previous experience of 1. There are really limited measures that can be taken against this company. Fortunately, judging from the fact that they are slowly waiting for product approval without any additional actions or means, this company is still willing to abide by the rules, provided that the opponent also abides by them. Did you see how popular today's lecture was? All the major manufacturers are trying their best to get in. The cost of one spot is equivalent to your 4-year tuition. For domestic teams, a total of 16 students, led by the Dean of the School of Computer Science at Shanghai University, came to a laboratory with various instruments and equipment, and Wang Yi was already looking through some of the rules of their competition. Seeing that all the students came over and praised him, Wang Yi also smiled and stood up. I think you are used to the various halos of the teachers who give lectures to you in college. In fact, for many college students, the most popular person they may have seen in their lives is the professor who holds a water cup on the podium during class. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the professors of major universities. And Wang Yi's words are obviously a response to Dean Su. In addition to him and the students, the leading teachers of the 4 schools are also there, among which Professor Zhang Yuan from Tianjin University is there. The other 2 teams are from Tsinghua University and Peking University. This competition is a newly launched competition, so there are not many participating teams in total. So this time, Wang Yi was invited to come and calm the situation. And the effect was unexpectedly good. Everyone. Time is limited. The competition will start the day after tomorrow. So the main direction of your finished products will definitely not change. Let's see if we can make some fine-tuning and work hard on the software and accessories. This robot competition has restrictions on items such as chips. It doesn't mean that you keep stacking high-end chips. Many circuit boards on it need to be etched by the team themselves. So the functions of their robots are relatively simple. Some small-scale tests such as walking, rolling, obstacle races, etc. It seems that the functions are not strong. But in fact, it is still quite difficult to practice it by hand. A team of 4 people, with different professional divisions of labor, can barely put it together. Otherwise, it is quite difficult to balance alone. Coming here, it is not appropriate to use tracks and rollers. Right? After all, it must have legs. However, looking at their finished products, they are still in the excellent range as a whole. At least there will be no basic errors. Among them, the team led by Zhang Yuan also added voice control function, which made Wang Yi take a closer look. Professor Wang, how many points did you get in the college entrance examination? A boy from Shuemu asked curiously. Wang Yi's achievements can be said to be brilliant. So dazzling that these people who are about the same age as Wang Yi, and are the pride of the country can only bow their heads respectfully. But after all, they are young people, and they still want to find something to compare with. After all, Wang Yi is about the same age as them. Well, let me think. It seems to be 680. Wang Yi recalled that after all, he took the exam before cheating. But at that time Wang Yi also had a buff of 2 lifetimes in terms of spirit, and learned things quickly. It's just that he is very purposeful in doing things. Even for the college entrance examination, he is not crazy about brushing questions. And he took the college entrance examination at the age of 15. And it's okay if he can pass it. However, this score of 680 is really the bottom among the students of the Tsinghua and Peking University teams, which surprised them. And then, they were somewhat happy and superior. Professor Wang Yi didn't do as well as us. Professor Wang has only graduated from college. So you must have been admitted to graduate school. Right? If you haven't been admitted to graduate school, you must be preparing to study abroad. Right? Tsinghua and Peking University have strong ability to enter Ivy League schools. And their academic qualifications will definitely be higher than Professor Wang's in the future. And their certificates will be very gorgeous. The captain of the Tianjin University, a boy wearing black-framed glasses, said casually while tinkering with the robot. For most ordinary people, the importance of academic qualifications is unquestionable. It is a stepping stone and a guarantee for the lower limit. Studying step by step and changing your destiny through the college entrance examination can be said to be the most convenient way for ordinary people in theory. It is the choice with the highest expectation. However, there are some special cases. And this is just a springboard for them to learn knowledge. Of course, these examples are rare and can be said to be special cases. But there is no doubt that Professor Wang must be a special case among special cases. His words also made the complacent students of the Tsinghua and Peking University team stiffen their expressions and become embarrassed. Yes, Professor Wang is also an honorary professor of Tung University and Penn University. And if he wants, it is easy to become a professor of their school immediately. Look at his achievements. Is this what the college entrance examination results and academic qualifications can summarize? These are just the scenery he passed by on his life path. Or the insignificant ones. Chapter 222 Mechanical Inspiration. As expected of students brought up by Professor Zhang Yuan, the signal anti-interference ability is already quite good. But your own design potential is very large. Have you considered using the bipedal mode? Wang Yi gave enough explanations and instructions to the works of several teams. They were all simple pointers and only needed some fine-tuning. But they could all play a positive optimization role. In fact, this kind of robot looks nothing special, and its functions look simple. But in fact, it involves quite a lot of aspects. So they need a group of 4. Wang Yi can find the problem and make optimization suggestions for simple solutions at will. Which is definitely not as easy as it appears. At least their team leader didn't see it for so long. But the other party found the problem with just one look. This reaction speed and comprehensive knowledge are enough to shock the teachers and students on the scene. This is a huge pressure that only this group of original academic masters can feel. It feels like Teacher Wang Yi is the boundless ocean. No matter how they row, it is within the knowledge of the other party. It is so easy and simple to propose an effective and practical optimization plan. Just like ordinary people looking at elementary school questions, giving instructions at will. And it's not the kind of guidance that tells you the answer directly. It's the instant understanding of your knowledge and theoretical level, and proposes a direction for you to explore. Open your open mind and find a new way. At the same time, among the 4 groups, Wang Yi still found some interesting things. That is, the work of Jinda led by Zhang Yuan. They used a quadruped robot, and it has a voice control module. In addition, they also assembled a simple balancing device. So the bottom of the quadruped robot is quite stable. It is precisely because they added this device that Wang Yi suggested that they can use 2 feet. We started by designing a 2-legged big foot. The 2 new interfaces left can be used to make a small robotic arm for some operations. However, although a balancing device was made, the chip is too simple and cannot handle 2 complex problems. The captain of Jinda, who had previously argued with Wang Yi, looked at Wang Yi with shining eyes at this time. A feeling of looking at a living idol. The function of your chip is indeed simple. I roughly looked at the requirements for your competition. In fact, to strengthen the stability of this sense of balance, plus the ARM function to complete the connection with your voice program, you only need to add an 8-bit 51 single-chip microcomputer as an auxiliary control. It is within the specifications. The 51 single-chip microcomputer can be regarded as an antique, but it is also a very classic structure. It may not have much concept to say this directly, but the cheapest 51 single-chip microcomputer only costs a few cents. And you can probably understand what it is. This can also be regarded as a chip. However, if you want to add a new single-chip microcomputer, it is not that you can add it quickly. You need to make corresponding adjustments according to the interface, separate the balance function, and modify the corresponding write program. But since Wang Yi proposed it, he naturally gave relevant optimization suggestions, which were suggestions that the contestants could understand and improve themselves. This immediately made them very happy. And then, they started to tinker with the equipment here on the spot. And it seemed that they were ready to fight all night. In fact, Wang Yi had some new inspirations when he looked at their seemingly simple robots. Exoskeletons, power armor, steel suits, and various structures of Gundam were all pieced together in his mind. They all have 2 legs and 2 hand interfaces. They can be expanded a little to maintain self-stability. This should be understandable. Right? Hate it. You didn't call me when you came out. On the day of the robot competition. Qian Yayan gently hit Wang Yi beside him. Her eyes were watery. Oh, you are in a meeting. Shika. I didn't call you. Wang Yi said casually while looking at the competition field in front of him. It's because she is in the crew that she has to call me. Qian Yayan's performance became more and more flattering. At this time, the robot of the Tianjin team also came out. From the original 4 legs to 2 legs. And there were 2 more large pincers. Balance, movement, and rolling are all excellent. And the key is that they can also be voice controlled. Although the large pincers cannot perform any fine operations due to time and material limitations, they can also grab some objects that are not afraid of damage and flip them. It can be said that in this competition, their robot is definitely eye-catching. To put it simply, if it is enlarged, a magazine is mounted on the back and a camera is installed. And the pliers are replaced with guns. It can be used in actual combat. Many judges came to take a looked through some parameters, and commented on them. For something that a group of students can make, it is already quite good. There is no suspense. The team of Tianjin University won the first place. And some people from companies and enterprises came to them to ask about their employment images. Talents are lacking everywhere. There are many manufacturers related to robots. And Wang Yi really found a lot of small inspirations through these simple robots on the spot. And even had new ideas for simplifying battery mass production. As for the Iron Man suit and Gundam, there are still big problems in terms of energy. But the exoskeleton and power armor are designs that can really enter practice. If Umbrella wants to rise, its own factory is necessary. And it can't be placed in one place. But of course, it may be a bit sensitive to do it all at once. Now that there are some new ideas for batteries, we can start building some civilian factories first. The 8100 WH/kg lithium battery that I made by hand cannot be mass-produced. But after participating in this event today, Wang Yi saw some energy-saving settings added by these little guys for battery utilization, which also gave him some inspiration. Others cannot directly apply it to batteries. But I can. Magic. It is so magical. Originally, Wang Yi was thinking that the energy output would be about 1/10 of the intensity. But now it seems that after fine-tuning, the energy density should not be a problem to exceed 1000. That is to say, it can reach an energy density 10 times that of current commercial lithium batteries. And it can also be highly stable, not dangerous. And the charging speed is fast enough. And since there has been a major breakthrough in the battery problem, as long as the previously arranged acquisition factories are integrated, they can immediately enter the relevant fields. It can be said that with the trump card of batteries in hand, Umbrella can enter multiple fields. It doesn't matter if there are other things and materials. You can buy them. But the battery is unique to us. However, there are also disadvantages. The battery is too important. It can even be said that it involves energy security in disguise. In terms of technology, it is fine that others cannot copy it. But if they keep it secret and don't sell it, they will definitely touch the anti-monopoly red line of many countries. Anyway, they will apply for a patent at that time. In theory, if they can completely replicate the arrangement of metal atoms in the Liege alloy, they could also leverage the natural magic of laziness to gain new characteristics. If you can't do it yourself, you can't blame us for monopoly. Originally, I just came out to relax. But I didn't expect to get a good harvest by accident. Wang Yi was also very satisfied. Seeing Qian Yayan, the little dog next to him, he felt more and more iconic. However, it is also true that she and Lu Xiuko will get better and better if they are often maintained by a higher life form like Wang Yi. Plus the rest magic given by her when doing experiments. In the next time, Wang Yi naturally chose to go shopping and eat. Although the special food of Shanghai is not famous, it can gather all kinds of flavors from all over the world. Wang Yi and Qian Yayan also went in and out of here and tried all the ones they picked. When he was in a bad mood, he even used the TT account registered by Lin Shurqin to shoot a lot of food videos. Neither he nor Qian Yayan showed their faces, and they mainly shot food and the sounds of eating. The video processing was directly handed over to Lin Shurqin, and Wang Yi specifically asked that the traffic should be provided in the evening and early morning. This bad taste also made Wang Yi suddenly feel that it was not unacceptable to make a TT video account. Happiness is to be shared. Why don't you get up and order a midnight snack? Unfortunately, the leisure time is also short. This time, the inspiration has made a breakthrough. After Wang Yi went shopping and eating for a while, he also had to start preparing to put the battery into mass production. From the time Wang Yi made the arrangement to now, Umbrella has been buying and buying all over the world. But some factories are not ready to use immediately after purchase. Resource integration, manpower processing, debt, etc. are all very cumbersome operations. I have to complete the design of the magic circuit of the production line before the integration of Umbrella is completed. After checking in at the last stop in Magic City, it is almost time to go back. After enjoying the city scenery of Magic City for 2 hours in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the tallest presidential suite in Magic City, Wang Yi took Qian Yayan, who was a little weak in walking, to the finale restaurant selected by Lin Shirqin. It is also a private restaurant. Wang Yi made an appointment when he landed. He just got the appointment today, so he put it at the end. It can be said that the high-consumption places in Magic City far exceed those in vertical stores. The dishes of this private restaurant also need to look at some ingredients of the day. Wang Yi happened to be lucky enough to encounter wild yellow croaker. But the price was really expensive. 5 caddies of fish cost more than 6,000 per caddy. And this place also charged an additional service fee. It is said that it is also the descendant of the royal chef. I just don't know how much better it is than Siaji in the vertical store. In addition to wild yellow croaker, the ingredients of other dishes are also quite good, including those flying in the sky, swimming in the sea, and running on land. But at least the public menu does not include some of the ones on the protection list. But they will probably be available in private. However, Wang Yi only eats for the taste, and does not pursue the so-called taste. For example, he often eats truffles, but he thinks they are not as delicious as poisonous mushrooms. Since it is a private restaurant, the location must not be a prosperous commercial district, but an unknown street in the old city of Pu district. Only in this way can it reflect the brand. It also only receives a limited number of guests a day and only accepts reservations. Wang Yi does not care about the brand when he goes out. He just wants convenience and comes here by subway plus online car. The online car driver seems to know where this place is. Seeing Wang Yi taking this level of beauty to take the online car, his face is indeed a bit strange. It is said that Lin Shirqin restrained herself after being scolded by Wang Yi. Otherwise he would definitely start to scare people with this expression. Chapter 223 Abnormal Edition. The decoration style is similar to Siaji, and it is also inclined to the ancient style. But there is an additional reminder of no photography compared to Siaji. Lin Shirqin's idea of having Wang Yi shoot a food show is going to be ruined. However, this kind of place that requires advance reservations does not really need any publicity gimmicks. And the cost of this show G is higher than Siaji. This kind of high consumption place is indeed not suitable for exposure, and it is easy to lead to deviations in values. Moreover, there are many group photos hanging on the walls inside, and many of them are even foreign friends. The previous representative of Pyongyang has been here. There are even more celebrities, and the celebrity group photos that can be hung are definitely the top ones. Not in terms of traffic, but in terms of status in the entertainment industry. Wang Yi's company is at least related to entertainment, and he knows everyone more or less. No wonder you don't allow taking pictures. If this gets out, it will probably cause a lot of waves. Just last year, a famous master in the entertainment industry was exposed for his death with photos of many celebrities, and was caught and beaten. The same is true here. The price of Joji is here. If it is exposed, it will definitely be punished. It can be said that there is no place like this without wild game. If you really want to catch it, you can catch it, no matter if you have a background or not. Low-key is the kingly way. This store is so grand. Qian Yayan was also a little amazed when looking at those photos. But it was just an amazement. Now she is the secretary of the president of World Company, and she often gives orders on behalf of Wang Yi. Often, some other big company presidents have to smile when they see Qian Yayan. Even if the stars in these group photos know Qian Yayan's identity, they will immediately greet her with a smile. World Company is an entertainment company. Haha. Some guests are flattering you, which makes you laugh. At this time, a middle-aged fat man in a tang suit came out. It seems that he heard Qian Yayan's words and couldn't help but smile and reply. With Qian Yayan's current appearance, it is still quite eye-catching. Even if the boss of Joji receives some big shots every day, it is rare to see such a beauty. Seeing Wang Yi, the strange young man nodded. It should be another young man who came here because of his reputation. With such a beautiful female companion, the foundation must be good. The reason why Joji's boss came out here was not to see beautiful women. Before Wang Yi and the others followed the waiter in, they saw Boss Joe smiling and walking towards the door, meeting a group of people. Boss Joe, you have to show me your skills today. My cousin just returned to China. You can't neglect him. He is a future big star. A very high-profile young man walked in, followed by 2 men and 3 women. The 3 female companions were also young and beautiful. One of the 2 men should be the cousin he mentioned, who was about 20 years old and handsome. The other one looked a little familiar. He should be a star. My skills? Young Master Qin. Don't you know it? Boss Joe said with a smile. Qin thought of young Master Qin. Even if he was used to seeing dignitaries, this one still came to greet him in person. Because even if other people have higher status, they just treat this place as a check-in place. He is just a cook. Nothing more. I can't really help him except taking photos. However, if this young Master Qin looks well, he can sometimes persuade people to do something. Since he could open such a shop, he can sometimes act as a broker. He values customers who can talk. Didn't I see your circle of friends saying that wild yellow croaker is available? It's just right to get it to try. And you can take care of the rest. Qin Xiang's status. Of course, he eats a lot of wild yellow croaker. But it is indeed relatively rare. It's not that you can eat it immediately if you want to eat it. If you happen to come across it, you will naturally not let it go. Wang Yi heard this just after entering the private room, thinking that it was probably his own fish. Mr. Qin also knows that I made an appointment, so you can come directly. That one has been reserved by other guests. I'm really sorry. I have a few wild pufferfish that have just arrived. I will give you a whole pufferfish feast. The boss of Zhou Ji is not a person who pleases blindly. He must maintain his reputation. This is not only a matter of character, but more importantly, easily handing over things promised by other guests will ruin his character, fall into bad reputation, and fail to please others. Who is it? Can we discuss it? I will buy it from him at double the price. Mr. Qin is not a rude person, but he has money, and problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Of course, sometimes saying that you will pay for it will offend people, but that depends on the other party's identity. So I want to ask Mr. Zhou. Hearing this, Mr. Zhou also pondered for a moment and said, New guests. Not very familiar. I will help ask. If the other party is unwilling, then there is nothing I can do. At this time, it is not good for Mr. Qin to come forward directly. But Mr. Zhou, as the boss here, can still ask. Although the box was well soundproofed, Wang Yi could certainly hear it clearly. It was not impossible to share the 5 caddies of wild yellow croaker. He was also quite interested in the puffer feast. He was looking for delicious food, so he didn't mind changing it. So when Boss Zhou knocked on the door and came in, Wang Yi spoke directly. It's okay to split the 5 caddies of fish in half, but I want half of their puffer. Boss Zhou only realized at this time that there were only 2 people on Wang Yi's side, and he was a little surprised. They had ordered a table of dishes before. Sir, are there only 2 of you? Will you be unable to finish it? If they didn't finish it, it would be a bit embarrassing to have so much food left in their own restaurant. Don't worry. I'm a professional when it comes to eating. Okay. It seems that the guests are also gourmet experts. I can promise you on their behalf that there are still a lot of wild pufferfish this time, and the fees they pay will be directly deducted from the guests' meal expenses. Young Master Qin was willing to pay twice the price, which was equivalent to Wang Yi's half for free. After hearing this, young Master Qin was also very satisfied. And then he came over to thank him in person. Thank you, brother. I'm a bit greedy today. Originally, Qin Xiang's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yayan. It's not that he had any thoughts, but a beautiful woman would definitely take a second look. But when his eyes fell on Wang Yi, he suddenly froze and almost bit his tongue. Of course, Wang Yi could easily feel this attitude. After looking back at the other party, he smiled and raised his drink cup. You're welcome. Maybe he recognized me when I first came to Hong Kong, because there was no overlap in business. The people of the Li family could not recognize me, but this young Master Qin could. He must have spent time to find my information. Then Wang Yi also remembered that he seemed to have invested in Baby Shark. So it was normal for the people of the friendly business to be hostile to me. But as long as the brain is normal, it is impossible for him to be hostile to me because of this. He remembered my appearance, probably because of his parents' instructions. Qin Xiang did not expect to meet this gentleman here. Yes, although he is younger than me, in Qin Xiang's eyes, he is definitely a grandfather. This is really a man who you have to avoid when you meet him. Just now I looked at his female companion for a little more. He won't hate me, right? Was my voice a little loud just now? Thinking of this, Qin Xiang was a little scared. After saying H, low with a dry laugh, he went out and said to Boss Joe in a low voice, "I will pay for this table of this guest. Big yellow croaker. Give it all to him. Just give him face." Boss Joe was a little confused when he heard it. What? Why did he say no after the agreement? And he paid for everything? He hadn't noticed it before. But later he found that although there were only 2 people at the table, the bill was definitely 6 figures. Of course, this was nothing to young Master Cheen. But he knew that although young Master Cheen was high profile, he was not stupid. And he suddenly paid for others. This made Boss Joe think about it. Well, he probably recognized the other person's identity. A big shot. I really couldn't tell at first. It seems that I have to show off my skills. Joji served the dishes very quickly. And many dishes were small plates. Wang Yi also recognized the other party's cooking skills. However, the main competition here is expensive ingredients. And the cooking level is actually lower than Xie. Wang Yi feels that it is about the same as himself. And there is no sense of surprise like Xie. The wild yellow croaker tastes great. But Wang Yi still feels that it is not as delicious as puffer fish. This master chef is very good at handling puffer fish. And he also made a special puffer fish sashimi. This puffer fish sashimi really made Wang Yi burst into praise. Although there is no cooking process, it should be handled quite skillfully and quickly. When it is served, the sliced puffer fish meat will occasionally twitch. And it is quite delicious with the soy sauce on it. At least in terms of taste. Wang Yi thinks it is better than tuna sashimi. Then Wang Yi tried a spicy blood tripe. A Sichuan style. With a full spicy flavor. And a little. Wang Yi took another bite. Then frowned and put down the chopsticks in his hand. TSK. Poppy SH. L and young seedlings. This kind of private dish is sometimes really not particular. And some illegal game may also be included. Forget it. Wang Yi will not report it if he didn't order it. But it's boring if you add something to my dish. The other party should be very skilled. And it may be difficult to detect this amount. But illegal is illegal. There are some bottom lines that cannot be touched. Chapter 224 The Power of Starry Sky World. Mr. Joe. Do you want to harm me? Qin Xiang saw some staff members who suddenly came to his door and wanted to smooth things over. However, when he learned what they were going to check, he was shocked and angry. He knew that some circles were very chaotic, and it was very important for people like him to be wary of such traps. He had seen too many examples around him. But since he dared to be so high profile all the time, it meant that he had not been involved in these things. He could imagine how big the impact would be if it was revealed that he had tested positive for a special test one day. The main reason was that he was too high profile on weekdays. And he offended a large number of people in the entertainment industry. And there were many parties whose interests were damaged. Once such a stain appeared, it would inevitably be continuously magnified. And it would have a huge impact, an impact on his own old man and the entire group. But now, when he was eating a dish, others actually used this thing as a seasoning? No wonder it tastes so good. If he went out and was tested and blew a breath, and it showed that he was driving under the influence of drugs, who would he go to for justice? Would others believe him? It's just the right seasoning. Please be kind. Boss Joe never expected that he would be investigated suddenly. At first, he was quite tough and tried to find connections everywhere. But it was useless. They said they would investigate. All the previous connections were useless. And it was not just his seasoning. Some wild on the special list also appeared, which was definitely punishable. It has always been handled this way. It is really harmless. Really? Don't arrest me. Boss Joe also felt a sense of collapse at this time. All those who were found out said so. Contraband drugs can save people if used well. But the reason why they are contraband is that they cannot be abused. Not to mention selling them to the outside world. Although the law enforcement staff, who came to investigate and deal with them thoroughly, they were very polite throughout the process. Take it away. After saying that, they arrested the person on the spot. Xian Yayan felt sympathetic at this time. There won't be these in our food? It's okay. There is only one that I don't let you eat. Wang Yi smiled and comforted. There is no good or bad in medicinal materials. Conventional medicine such as cough syrup and cold medicine also use this kind of thing, which can relieve the patient's symptoms, let the patient sleep well and enhance resistance. But at the same time, there have been cases where people have become addicted to cough syrup. There will always be some people who have some crooked thoughts. Medicine should not be abused. Boss Joe's cooking with contraband and openly selling to the public is illegal. But thinking of this, Wang Yi also pondered. Painkillers themselves are actually a very important type of medicine. In fact, at present, there are not many diseases that humans have really conquered, and almost all treatments are carried out in conjunction with the body's own immune system. And many drugs with relatively small side effects and symptom relief are actually common medicines for fever and colds on weekdays. There are also many prescription drugs with large side effects that are designed to relieve symptoms and make patients more comfortable. Toothache, trigeminal neuralgia, stone attack, joint pain, etc. There is also the most terrifying cancer pain. It can be said that pain relief itself has always been a big problem that humans need to face. Purdue Pharma's opiate painkillers are so popular. In addition to the addiction itself, the demand for painkillers is also an important factor. Without this reason, there is no way to prescribe drugs. This is why opium was regarded as a panacea in the West when it first appeared. The problem that could be solved with ibuprofen was directly solved with this thing. Wouldn't the drug effect explode on the spot? Of course. This serious consequence is also visible to everyone. So, if there is a drug with excellent pain relief effect, no addiction, and few side effects, the potential is absolutely huge. This reminded Wang Yi of the sublimation potion of the Sackler family, which unlocked the human body and ignored fear and pain. You can consider it. But let's go back and finalize the battery problem first. Wang Yi quickly thought about it in his mind, then nodded to Qin Xiang, who was still cursing, and left here. Seeing Wang Yi nod to him, Qin Xiang immediately put away his temper. But when he wanted to say hello, he had already left. Just now. Was my image not very good? Would he think I was scolding him? Mr. Qin, that chick was pretty good. The male actor following Qin Xiang was amazed when he saw Qian Yayan leaving. He has seen many beauties in the entertainment industry, but this kind of pure desire is really tempting. Pa. As soon as he finished speaking, he ate a lot of money from Qin Xiang. The three beauties and Qin Xiang's cousin were shocked. Although Qin Xiang was not serious on weekdays, it was very rare for him to hit people directly. This was completely incomprehensible. If you want to die, don't drag me down. Qin Xiang, whose hand was a little painful from the slap, looked coldly at the guy who had been asking him for resources recently. I thought he was nice and capable, and the investment looked good, so I didn't care. Now it seems that it's better to stay away from this idiot. The male star who was beaten by Qin Xiang was angry, but he was shocked after hearing what Qin Xiang said. Did Mr. Qin know him? Why didn't he say hello? This made him think of the man who nodded to this side before. So he was considered to have fought? Thinking of Qin Xiang's attitude, he felt cold in his heart. Although he didn't know who it was probably a tough guy that he couldn't afford to offend. For a moment, he felt that his face didn't hurt anymore, and he felt that he had escaped a disaster. Then, he was suddenly stunned and thought of the Zhou Ji that was being investigated. He had been here several times. The boss had great power behind him. At least, he had a strong network of people in the circle. He was investigated as soon as he said he would be investigated. As for the reason, the boss was just thinking about the big yellow croaker because he asked about it. So petty? If he heard me say this behind my back, he would die. When Wang Yi started to return to Shudian, or when Wang Yi was doing experiments and attending this lecture before, the starry sky world of the World Company had been completing the massacre. All kinds of game awards and various game evaluation results, all ranked first, and there was no objection. But for the usually aloof World Company, there was no expression at all. No one even came to accept the award, and there were no benefits for winning the award, which made many players curse. Too stingy. Stingy. Are you going to die if you give one spaceship to each person? Haha. Prices will collapse instantly, and profiteers will all jump off the building at the world headquarters. Since the internal test of Star World, one function after another has been discovered and developed by players. It can be said that each one has made them feel shocked and ecstatic. The first is the One Ship One Guild model first proposed by the Anchor Big Pineapple, which has been promoted from the internal test of the Undelete file to the present. Except for those local tyrants who continue to spend money crazily, ordinary core players can barely build a spaceship after joining the Union. And they found that this One Ship One Guild model is quite feasible. In terms of distribution, you can set up the Union contribution system, or you can completely adopt the distribution model of medieval pirates. Even when you are dissatisfied with the distribution plan, you can directly overthrow the Union management by force. Yes. Anyway, the ship is here. As long as the power armor team responsible for the landing battle can reach a consensus, it is actually easy to seize control of the ship. The hull also has its own structure. which controls the characters to move around at will. However, in addition to the rules within the game, there are forums outside the game, and the account is bound to the ID card. So if there is no suitable reason and excuse to do so, it is very likely to be isolated. Even if the reason is not sufficient, it will not work. But this situation actually strengthens the viscosity of the union to a certain extent, and it is considered to be some restrictions on the management of the union. Most people will choose to stick together with people they are familiar with. The system of battleship artillery battle, fighter plane battle, landing battle, etc. has gradually been developed. For the sake of gameplay, some beyond visual range strikes must have been greatly weakened. The real battle is long-range artillery battle, fighter plane dogfight, and landing craft jumping. Although the method looks very primitive and a bit unscientific, this is a game, and it is to serve the gameplay. Battleship 1v1 can play extremely exciting operations and games. Main guns, secondary guns, close defense guns, jamming bombs, fighters, bombers, reconnaissance planes, landing craft, battleship actual operation evasion, advance, retreat, curvature, etc. Every player on the ship can participate in the confrontation. The hull itself can also be modified to a certain extent according to the player type, and the degree of freedom is beyond imagination. In addition, the mining, transportation, production, manufacturing and other logistics teams organized by various live players can also complement those combat teams. There are many players who are purely for tourism and photography. At present, although the players are still just younger brothers in front of NPCs, they can only fight some garbage pirates and dig some scattered minerals in the marginal areas. But the potential and grand future of this game have been fully reflected. Moreover, under the global same server mode, there are some inexplicable factors. Under the simultaneous translation of the world company, various communications and greetings can be said to be quite hot. However, one thing is that in terms of the number of active players, domestic players deserve to be the first. At present, PvP of warships between players has actually broken out. The recordings of various combat videos are just like movie pictures. The perspective of fighter planes, artillery battles, and landing perspectives are completely different experiences. It can be said that now, except for some sudden hotspots, all major platforms are being washed by Starry Sky World. Then the movie Starry Sky of World Company was scheduled. Domestic science fiction film. If it was in the past, the words domestic science fiction film would be enough to make people spray. But now with the popularity of Starry Sky World, Starry Sky, which is claimed to be the background story of the game in the publicity, has just been scheduled and has given quite high evaluation and expectations. And it is still global. It can be said that as long as it does not drag down, the box office is inevitable. Many people even joke that Starry Sky can get a high box office even if it only edits some game video content. With this reputation, the entertainment industry also attaches great importance to Starry Sky. Then the heroine Luciuka came into view again. Damn, what a good life. At the beginning, when the name of this science fiction film came out, there were too many people who secretly laughed at it. And no one would envy this newcomer who has risen quickly recently. But now, this special person is going to change his fate against the sky. But then someone discovered that Luciuka's agency is Yuzhong Media under the world. This, it seems normal, if it has something to do with the world company. But how should Yuzhong Media join? Chapter 225, the first super battery product. It's well shot. The first female lead. After Wang Yi, Lu Xiuka and Qian Yayan watched the latest film directed by director Zhang. Wang Yi also praised Lu Xiuka's improved acting skills. Director Zhang's guidance is very attentive. And I learned a lot. Lu Xiuka didn't get cocky. She is not a professional. She knows her shortcomings. This second film directed by director Zhang, although not as good as the previous one, can only be regarded as an attempt by director Zhang to explore the field of special effects. But the box office of over 500 million is already stable. After all, he is an old director. And the storyboard, rhythm, and plot are all well grasped. And Lu Xiuka's performance in this movie is also good. Anyway, she received many invitations after the movie was released. Among them, there is also a leading role in a big female lead drama. But the script is average. So Lu Xiuka did not agree. This is indeed the right choice. If it doesn't improve yourself, be decisive. In fact, there are many stars with good foundations who have no chance to hone their acting skills because of endless announcements and endless rushing to perform. Wang Yi will naturally not exploit Liu Shiuke. Not only that, Wang Yi does not use that kind of exploitative method to make money for some other stars signed by Yuzhong Media. Anyway, it's okay to make money. There's no need to do all kinds of things. World Company has always been so aloof. But it also has the capital to be aloof. Hey, Mr. Wen said before that he would invite several famous actors and some drama teachers from the company to train me. I think it's quite meaningful when you knows who Liu Shiuke is relying on. If he directly pleases the boss, he will never see the head and tail of the dragon. Naturally, he can only find ways to save the country in a roundabout way. Let's go! You promised me to go to the amusement park last time. I'll let you go back to do experiments after you're done. Okay. Wang Yi didn't remember that he promised this. It was probably Lin Shichin who promised them when they were making porridge. It went even smoother than expected. Wang Yi looked at a battery in front of him that was about the size of a number 7 battery, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. The energy density was 1340 Wh/kg. It was 10 times that of the lithium battery currently in commercial use. Not only that, because of his intervention in silver, the stability of this battery itself was beyond imagination. Even if it was pierced directly, it would not explode. And it was also resistant to high and low temperatures. The improvement in safety was even more than 10 times. Since there was an improvement in safety, many of the safety protection measures in commercial batteries could be cancelled, which in turn increased the actual energy density again. Moreover, this was the mass production effect that Wang Yi could achieve with this lazy natural magic after engraving the magic circle. Although it was not as good as doing it with his bare hands, it was more than enough for commercial use. A 5-minute charge on a mobile phone is enough to watch a whole day of movies. If we enter the automotive market in the future, thickening the charging cable and increasing the power will probably guarantee a 5-minute, 300-kilometer fast charge. However, the weight and size of the battery also need to be considered for the vehicle. If the energy density is sufficient, there is no need to continue to increase the weight of the battery without thinking. In fact, it is more than enough to ensure a 1,000-kilometer range without compromise. If there is a real demand, some modifications to extend the range will be okay. And there is another key point. Although this breakthrough is conspicuous, the energy density has increased tenfold. But it is barely within the acceptable range and will not immediately impact the national defense security issues of various countries, and will not immediately touch the sensitive red line. Because the theoretical energy density of hydrogen fuel cells can reach 20,000 Wh/kg, and hydrogen fuel cells with an energy density of 1,500 Wh/kg have already appeared in the laboratory. There is still a chance for commercialization. This lithium battery is indeed epoch-making. It is indeed convenient, and it can be recharged repeatedly, but it is not as subversive and terrifying as the one Wang Yi made by hand. However, the tenfold density, ultra-high safety and charging and discharging times themselves will still have a huge improvement in an important military field. Submarine battery. At present, there are still many lead-acid batteries in mainstream submarine batteries, because lead-acid batteries are reliable and have enough charging and discharging times. Large drones can use fuel with higher energy density, but batteries are a very important link for submarines to keep quiet. After the appearance of this new battery, it can be fully used in this regard. So there will definitely be troubles. But they are at a level that can be dealt with barely, or almost close to the limit. The emergence of technology, commercialization of technology, and maturity of technology will all have time changes. Even many technologies can only appear in laboratories, and cannot be properly mass-produced and commercialized. Wang Yi has now completed the preparations for the commercialization of batteries, and can start directly. But the degree of this needs to be carefully grasped. If Umbrella had not shown its muscles before, and it was a company that started with biology, and the special culture medium could even cultivate HPV virus in vitro, then it would not even have the ability to deal with it. How is the acquisition of the company on the Umbrella side? Is the integration completed? The battery factory has been integrated. The silver is in place. And Cheng Shui has also arrived. You can start work as soon as you confirm the drawings. Lin Shichin answered the current situation. But even if Umbrella is rich, it now has several more employees. But if it really wants to expand and acquire, it will not be completed immediately. The arrival of money is just a small matter. The key is asset inventory, personnel, debt, production line improvement and upgrading, etc. Being able to get it done so quickly is already a super high efficiency. It can be said that some top companies themselves will have problems with internal control after a long time. This is not a matter of loyalty or disloyalty, but an event that will happen when the number of people is here. However, after Wang Yi began to add several employees who were assigned to key positions in the past, the efficiency will undoubtedly be improved again. 100% loyalty. This is absolutely the dream of all bosses. No company or force can do it. Only batteries are not enough. If you don't produce products, can you only sell batteries to friendly companies? Well, the domestic battery car factories have been integrated, and the production lines have been improved. Even the large number of finished cars that were previously in stock can be launched and sold with just a little improvement. Selling battery cars? This should not wait. Lin Shurqin's shadow and Wang Yi looked at each other. In fact, the electric vehicle market itself is quite large. It is cheap and convenient to use. But the problem now is that the price of electric vehicles must not be too high, which is determined by the market. But if this kind of battery is put into an electric vehicle, it is not appropriate to sell it too cheaply for an electric vehicle with a range of thousands of kilometers. How about making a shared electric vehicle? Lin Shurqin suggested. Self-production and self-sales can indeed be done. Anyway, now it is not a waste of the production capacity of the battery factory, and it is completely okay to make a shared electric vehicle with good quality and low price. If the positioning, anti-theft, charging auxiliary facilities, and so on are made better, it is completely possible to try to roll them out, and it can gradually be connected and linked with services such as food delivery and online car hailing. Another joint effort between Umbrella Company and World Company. World Company purchased a batch of Umbrella's latest electric bikes. Shared electric bikes? What the hell? Is this World Company's new business? It looks quite innovative. The key is that the electric bikes are made by Umbrella. Oh my god! Umbrella actually sells electric bikes, which directly ruins its image. I think so too. This is too mismatched. But the concept is really good. Sharing economy. Umbrella has not entered the traditional manufacturing industry before, so it is normal to try out electric bikes. But it feels a bit funny. World Company itself is not listed or financed, but others will. After World Company came up with this concept, a group of people immediately started looking for investors with PPT. At one time, several financing plans for shared bikes appeared, and there was a sense of competition. In the internet age, what matters is speed. One step ahead. One step ahead. As long as you have the first mover advantage, it is easy to form a situation of killing all. At one time, Kangaroo Bike and 2O Bike began to show signs. Moreover, their concept is still mainly based on pedaling, and it is also linked to physical exercise. However, the world has issued a second concept, app interaction. If there is a phenomenon of bicycle loss or damage, a search task will be posted on TT, and there will be rewards at that time. Even at this time, several official programs have spread the news that this kind of shared economy is a result of the construction of civilization in the new era. If someone wants to destroy this result, they will definitely hit hard. And just at this time, Shuechuan, who had been dormant for a long time, finally found an opportunity again. But he could not publicly accuse and sing the opposite tune, but raised a new question. As far as I know, electric bicycles are also managed differently according to different places. How to effectively prevent people without driving qualifications from riding bicycles, and what a shared electric bicycles hit people, will be a big problem. Relatively speaking, bicycles are a better option. I don't know if he made money, but at least he seems to be reasonable. And the questions he raised are indeed questions. But soon, sharp-eyed people discovered that before Shuechuan's blog post was published, the World Company had already issued a new related notice and announcement. When the shared battery bikes are in place, users who have activated TT real name registration will be able to scan the code to ride. At that time, the relevant qualifications will be checked through the ID card information, and photos of the battery bikes themselves will also be released. There will be a breath alcohol test when you scan the code on the car, and drinkers cannot turn it on. The pictures of the finished battery car were also exposed. The battery car looked extremely simple and light, and it was completely free of the bulkiness of traditional battery cars. It felt like a girl could easily carry it. 66.6. Some people's mouths were blocked in advance. Have you seen the announcement? It also said that relevant insurance has been insured. The battery car can be tested for alcohol and insured, which is simply amazing. The speed does not exceed 20 kilometers per hour, which is also considered a non-motor vehicle. It's better to go slower. It's safe. In fact, if it is an electric car, The speed of 20 kilometers per hour in the city is definitely higher than most motor vehicles. Yes, it's so congested. It seems to be quite practical to put some of them in front of commercial streets, communities, and office locations. Yeah, I actually wanted to buy one a long time ago, but I just don't want to charge it. It's really convenient when I think about it carefully. As some pictures of the World Company were released, many young people with strong receptive ability have gradually imagined the specific situation. This thing highlights two words: convenient. For your own electric bike, you still have to consider charging and parking, etc. But you can just ride this thing and go. You have to wait for a taxi or a bus. But not for this one. If you think about it carefully, it seems that Temo is more convenient than a private car. Amazing. But it's still funny to see that it's an umbrella electric bike. Is it a zombie riding a bike? Maybe there's some black technology. It was in this kind of discussion that the first batch of shared electric bikes have been put into use in several pilot cities. The electric bike factory acquired by Umbrella itself specializes in producing streamlined types. And there are quite a lot of stocks. But it is precisely because the streamlined battery life is weak. Although it is light, it is not suitable for the domestic market at all. So it was eliminated and bankrupted and acquired by Umbrella. Now, as long as some simple modifications are completed, a batch of backlogs can be taken out immediately. And the starting speed is even faster than Wang Yi's original estimate. It's 1 or 2 months earlier than he expected. Of course, this is also related to the speed of approval by the relevant departments of the pilot cities. After all, shared electric vehicles still need to occupy a lot of sidewalk areas. But when it comes to the World Company, it is definitely a green light all the way. The artificial intelligence algorithm that Wang Yi accidentally lost last time. The interception rate and ballistic calculation alone have almost driven some people crazy. Recently, many mid-course anti-missile experiments have been carried out, all of which have led to Pyongyang suddenly speak a lot more politely. What are you doing this experiment? In fact, it is not necessary. Some night experiments have made many people think that aliens are attacking the Earth. So without breaking the law or violating regulations, some small demands on Wang Yi's side are met as quickly as possible. But it's good this way. Let everyone get familiar with Umbrella's technology first. So don't be so surprised by the things later. However, after slowly reflecting the characteristics of Umbrella electric vehicles, it is foreseeable that even with official statements and warnings, there will be endless incidents of stealing batteries, and even directly stealing cars. This depends on whether the design positioning and safety protection can be in place. Chapter 226. Waste of Natural Resources. Jiang Bo. You called us all out just for this electric bike? Jiang Bo's roommate looked at him with some resentment. Early in the morning, Jiang Bo dragged them all out and came to a shared electric bike point at the school gate. Coincidentally, their city is one of the pilot cities. And because college students have a strong ability to accept, the entrance of the university town is a key area. There are also some other residential areas and commercial streets, which are the best layout points calculated by Lin Shichin. Hey, this is to teach you a lesson. Learn something. This is traffic and hot spots. As for shared electric bikes, the World official website has already made it very clear. I don't think it is more important than our union. We are still in the mining area. What should we do if we encounter robbery? Another person next to him was also a little anxious. Thanks to Jiang Bo, they really established a union of a good scale, and have changed from an armed merchant ship to an imperial frigate. It is one of the few unions that already has its own official warships. There are more than 30 fighter pilots and more than 100 people in the whole union. This time they went to the mining area to take on a protection mission, escorting 7 mining ships to mine. It's okay. Didn't you entrust it to the deputy captain? I know you have always been worried about being seized by outsiders. But since this union was formed through our live broadcast, we must give fans enough trust. Fans are our foundation. As Jiang Bo spoke, he also began to scan the code and start an electric car according to the process. And the last roommate filmed the whole process. Family, look at what this is. A shared electric car. I believe that Umbrella's products will not be so simple. And World Company's products will not be so simple. Now, let's take a look. It took a little time to scan the code for identity authentication at the beginning. But after the breathalyzer test was completed, the electric car was unlocked after passing it. The vehicle body is very light. I can lift it with one hand. It should be easy for girls to control it. The maximum speed is 20 kilometers per hour. However, I don't know how long it can last. There is a battery life display on the app. But it should be because it has just been turned on. This thing has a bug and it shows 1,000 kilometers. Jiang Bo smiled and showed the picture on the phone in front of the camera. And the other people laughed together. Regardless of whether they agree or not. They must cooperate with each other since they are here now. Then they all unlocked the electric car at the same time. Where should we go now? Let's go to the pedestrian street and have a good meal first, with Jiang Bo taking the lead. The small team set off. In the city, electric cars do have unparalleled advantages. Even a sports car that can reach speeds of over 300 kilometers per hour will have to eat dust behind an electric car during peak hours. Ding ding, we arrived at the pedestrian street and bought some skewers as a reward. Returning the car is very simple. You don't have to park in a specific area. You can return the car on any sidewalk. But you have to park on the sidewalk. Otherwise the deposit will be deducted. The fare is also quite cheap. Much cheaper than a taxi. Only slightly more expensive than a bus. But much more convenient. At this point, Jiang Bo looked at the mileage again. And it still showed 997. Which made Jiang Bo laugh. It seems that it has not been repaired yet. Let's run it today to see how long it takes to drain its power. Jiang Bo smiled and called his companions to get in the car. And then started to stroll around. The normal battery car usually has a range of only a few dozen kilometers. And is mainly used for commuting in the city. In their opinion, it is good enough for such a simple battery car to achieve the same mileage. Jiang Bo would stop from time to time to give some scientific knowledge. General electric bikes use lead-acid batteries. But since this electric bike is so light, I think it is most likely to use lithium batteries. But even if the lithium battery is so small, I estimate that it can only last about 60 kilometers. Because lithium batteries also have to consider safety protection. Now we have been riding for more than 2 hours. And it is estimated that it will run out of power soon. 2 more hours later. It's really amazing. We have ridden 80 kilometers. This is more than enough for the battery life of the electric bike. Enough for me to go to the nearby county and back. It is worthy of being umbrella. It is awesome. But it is probably almost at its limit. 2 more hours later. Jiang Bo was a little numb at this time. What the hell is this? Is it cheating? Such a small battery can run more than 100 kilometers? Family, I think Umbrella is going to kill all the battery car companies. No wonder World bought theirs. When it was dark and early in the morning, the few people who had been riding Xingli all day felt their buttocks numb. At this time, they had returned to the school gate and stopped the battery car. Jiang Bo was already terrified and said to the camera in a trembling tone, "Family, maybe we are wrong. Very wrong." After that, he picked up the phone, unfolded the screen, and showed the remaining mileage on the phone screen. 788 kilometers. Is there a possibility that this thing shows real? Oh, I'm not a student of related majors, and I don't understand it very well. But isn't this range a bit too outrageous? Is there any boss who knows the business? Originally, the launch of shared electric vehicles was not very popular. Although World Company had a notice, it did not do any advertising. It was more about some procedures and popular science on how to use it, as well as some precautions. So not many people have been paying attention to it after the launch. And it was originally only piloted in a few cities. But no matter what, this is also a product of a World Company. And the base is still there. When Jiang Bo started to post short videos continuously, the traffic of the video also climbed steadily. Lin Shichin did not pay extra attention to the traffic, but simply broke through the traffic pool because of the large number of people paying attention. In fact, Wang Yi did not expect that someone had started testing the battery life of electric vehicles so early, and thought it would slowly ferment. But I didn't expect that someone had such a keen sense of smell. Under Jiang Bo's video, a large number of students and even staff from related majors immediately appeared. It's fake. Please don't sensationalize for traffic. Lithium batteries can't do this. If they really do it, it is likely that they are aluminum batteries that cannot be recharged repeatedly. Although Umbrella Company has come up with this level of battery, it is shocking, but it is not unacceptable. In the end, so many companies still choose lithium batteries. So the comprehensive performance of lithium batteries must have advantages. Aluminum batteries are mainly a kind of discharge in the aluminum oxidation process, which is similar to hydrogen fuel cells to some extent. However, hydrogen fuel cells eventually react with hydrogen and oxygen to become water, which can be directly discharged. Therefore, if the technology is in place, long-term battery life can be achieved by injecting hydrogen, which is equivalent to repeated use. In contrast, Aluminum air battery aluminum oxide will be attached to the aluminum pole. In this case, the battery life can usually only be achieved by replacing the aluminum grade. Although the battery capacity is large, it is very inconvenient. And although the theoretical limit of aluminum air batteries can reach 8100 Wh/kg, the current research on aluminum air batteries is far from this level. It can be said that even if Umbrella uses aluminum air batteries to achieve this, it is already a very outstanding breakthrough. At first, I thought the anchor was just sensationalizing. But then, I thought that this problem could be exposed in one go. I also thought the same as my friend before. At present, the density of our aluminum air battery is still hovering around 350-500 Wh/kg. It seems that Umbrella has made a major breakthrough. Yes, such a small battery probably needs a density of 1000 Wh/kg to achieve this, which is directly doubled. The most important thing is that it has been transformed directly from a laboratory product to a commercial product, which is really awesome. Used in electric vehicles. Damn. It's a pity that they can think of it. It's a waste of talent. After this began to ferment slowly, it soon directly ignited the heat of the entire network. Battery life. This is closely related to the anxiety of mobile phone power. Electric vehicle with a range of 1000 kilometers? What a devil. I want to ask. Can this kind of battery be used in mobile phones? Hack. My electric bike now needs to be charged after 20 kilometers. It's just enough for my commute. Mine has already traveled more than 10 kilometers. And I need to change the battery. Is this thing for sale? I also want such a high mileage. Brother. Wake up. Didn't you hear them say? It can't be charged. Well, that's no way. We can't afford to change the battery for daily use. It's a pity that it can't be charged. It's not that it can't be charged. It's just inconvenient. Many people began to regret it at this time. And they were also curious about the labor costs of the world company. When the mileage of 1000 kilometers is used up, it will be very troublesome to replace it. Right? It is precisely because of this that many people have specially looked for shared electric bikes to try. It turns out that this thing is really convenient. Don't worry about charging. Don't worry about parking. And don't worry about losing it. Just pick up your pants and go. Hack. The door to a new world has been opened. However, as more and more people use it, the first batch of electric bikes with expired battery life under high load have also begun to appear. Then, brothers, what did I shoot? In a video, a TT shared electric bike was moving on the sidewalk by itself. If you look closely, you can see that two small auxiliary wheels popped out from the rear wheel of the electric bike to keep it stable. Then I watched it move slowly and slowly until it arrived at a parking spot for TT shared electric bikes and stopped there. The person who was filming the video followed and saw a magnet-like thing popped out from the two training wheels and stuck directly to a pillar. For a long time, everyone thought that the pillars at the parking spot were used to mark and separate electric vehicles. Few people returned the car when it was still at the parking spot. But now, it seems that the case has been solved. Is this for charging? In an instant, the whole network was shocked. What was that just now? Automatic driving? It is indeed automatic driving. Umbrella has read Queen. If there are cameras and some simple operations, it is completely feasible to slowly walk at a low speed to reach the designated location. However, judging from the tasks that often issue us to help the car, this function can only be used as an auxiliary for the time being. The key is why it feels like it is charging? Didn't it say that it can't be charged? Hack. What is this? Black technology? I can only say that it is indeed Umbrella. Build an electric vehicle. And you have to play with it? Umbrella, from now on. I am the overlord of the electric vehicle industry. Who is in favor, and who is against it? Chapter 227 Batteries Beyond an Era. Crazy electric bikes? This is the terrifying topic that instantly suppressed the popularity of the game Star World and the movie Star World. It can be said that after discovering that TT shared electric bikes can be charged, it directly ignited the entire network without any time delay. In fact, the popularity of TT sharing was already very high before, because it is really convenient, and the location where the shared bicycles are parked is quite comfortable every time. It feels like it can read your mind, and you can see it just when you want it. Several pilot cities went from being ignored at the beginning to being insufficient later. This is still the case when TT sharing is constantly replenishing electric bikes. Some of the original habits of taking public transportation have disappeared, and even many people who originally had their own electric bikes were too lazy to charge and park. And after getting used to shared electric bikes, they just let the one at home gather dust. In recent days, TT sharing has been hot, and there are other friendly companies holding PPTs to promote their own shared products. Just using TT as an example, our shared bikes can complement each other perfectly. When the time comes, those who want to exercise can ride bicycles, and those who are in a hurry can ride electric bikes. Perfect. With this kind of popularity, they really make many investors feel that this is the case. At least the current few companies that are taking the route of shared bicycles have started quite quickly, and almost completely imitated TT sharing. It's okay that their electric bicycles have a long battery life. We are not competing in the same direction. We just want to get a ride. We are bicycles. After all, they don't have the terrible traffic platform of TT, so they can only be bundled. Moreover, for internet companies, it is not necessary to make money immediately in essence. But speed and traffic are needed. As long as the popularity is hyped up and there is traffic, there will be means of monetization. Therefore, under the stirring of those friendly companies who spend money on hot searches, the popularity of TT sharing has never been low. But before that, it was just not low. Although the battery with super long battery life is amazing. After the popularization of those who are interested, it is found that it cannot be charged. It is just a topic of conversation after dinner, and it is believed that it has little impact on daily life. Compared with the hot spots of the world company's own Starry Sky World and Starry Sky linkage, it is really nothing. Many people also said that the world is a game company after all, and it should make more games. But as the charging action of the battery car was exposed, and the ability to fine-tune the position, the entire network exploded in an instant. Damn! Didn't they say it can't be charged? What's going on? Experts come out and talk. Look at how excited you are. Isn't it just rechargeable? Isn't it normal to charge batteries now? Technology is developing. These are netizens who don't know the truth. Indeed, for most netizens, things are just for use. And it's okay as long as they are easy to use. As for the level of technology inside, they don't need to understand. However, there are also many netizens who pay attention to this, and some who know a little bit and start to explain directly. Just say you may not understand. For example, your mobile phone can be played for a few days without charging. Not standby. It can be played as you like. It involves the problem of mobile phone battery life and mobile phone battery anxiety. And the impact immediately rises. Hack? This thing can be used on mobile phones? Yeah. It couldn't be charged at first. I asked at first. What's the big deal now that it can be charged? Awesome. When can I use it on my phone? Urgent. Wow. The shared electric bikes I ride every day have this technology? To be honest, the price of this electric bike is a bit high. At first, I said that the 200 deposit was a bit expensive. The 200 deposit was originally just to make you not throw it away and feel sorry for your own money. It's not specifically for the price of the electric bike. After throwing it away, Umbrella has to send a recovery task to put it back. The money is used for maintenance and sorting, not the price of the electric bike. Good guy. Can Umbrella do whatever it wants? This range. This thing is a Nobel Prize level breakthrough. If you say something else, the reaction may not be clear. But after taking out the Nobel Prize, you instantly understand the meaning of it. It has been commercialized directly. But they didn't even launch a satellite before? Umbrella is really low-key. Looking at the recent technical announcements of batteries, almost every breakthrough will launch a satellite, even if it is still a long way from commercialization. But now, our batteries still have only this much battery life. This has been discovered. And Umbrella has belatedly issued a statement. The company has made some breakthroughs in lithium metal batteries, and has achieved various improvements in energy density, fast recyclable charging, and safety through Liege alloy. The announcement was very short, and it seemed to be perfunctory. Then Umbrella also registered some patents casually. The use of Liege alloy negative electrode. About the influence of atomic arrangement on the properties of alloy electrode. And then I just made it to science and submitted it casually. It was approved in seconds. One can be said to be quite generous. The arrangement of the atomic structure of Liege alloy is listed for you in the paper. As long as you can achieve this arrangement, you can achieve the purpose required by the battery. Of course, this structure itself is also one of the patents applied by Umbrella, and it is not licensed free of charge. If a friendly company has optimized its production process and can put it into practice, it can come and pay for authorization. The authorization also sets a share ratio in a proper manner, and 5% of the total amount is used as patent fees. This battery is 2 supermodel. It can be said to be leading the world level. And it also involves future new energy. If Umbrella pretends to cover it up, it will be quite troublesome. Even if Umbrella has been strong before, it will be useless. In this case, then apply for patents publicly, register in various countries at the same time, and publish papers publicly. The technology is here, and you can copy it if you have the ability. In this regard, even if the patent fee charged by Umbrella is very expensive, it immediately received unanimous praise from the academic community. Academics need to be open, shared, and studied together. Umbrella is really an epoch-making company and a responsible large company. There will be explosive development in the field of new energy in the future. 10 times the energy density increase. This is Umbrella's technical foundation. Of course, various manufacturers saw that Umbrella was so decisive, but there was no corresponding production process description. And they also knew that this production process must have pitfalls. However, now that the structure is known, it is okay to study it. It's just that Umbrella has not officially sold their batteries to the outside world. They mainly provide them to their own battery car factories on the grounds of production capacity and testing, which makes it difficult for all parties to say anything. There is nothing wrong with giving priority to supplying themselves. Suddenly, they took it out of the laboratory for commercial use. It is normal that the production capacity cannot keep up, and the technology is public. You can make it yourself. At the same time, they also understand why Umbrella has recently integrated factories in so many fields. In fact, if you look closely, you can find that whether it is a mobile phone or an electric car, or some portable electronic products, the influence of the battery can be said to occupy an extremely important factor. Looking at the appearance of Umbrella's old 6, he actually doesn't want to disclose the battery technology so early. The shared electric car is more like a performance test practice. Now that it has been exposed, it is hypocritical to come out and deal with it perfunctorily. Look at their reaction to applying for patents. They have been prepared long ago. In fact, many materials have excellent properties in themselves, and the special arrangement of Liege alloy here does not make people feel too abnormal and strange. Let's take a familiar example. Graphene. You can hear it so many times that you've heard it before. Speaking of graphene, I've said before that lithium batteries are divided into 2 types, lithium metal and lithium ion. Now Umbrella's lithium metal battery is a lithium metal battery with Liege as the negative electrode. Graphene can be the negative electrode of a lithium ion battery with a lithium compound as the positive electrode. The effect in the laboratory is also very good, although it is not as good as the products Umbrella has produced now. It is still much better than the batteries on the market. But the manufacturing process of graphene is touching. It has been stuck in the mass production link for a long time. And the problem of graphene agglomeration after mass production has always been a headache. Some news about the mass production of graphene was not heard until a few years later in the parallel world. So although the performance of graphene in the laboratory is good, it has not been seen in commercial use so far. But there are many related gimmick products. The same is true for Liege alloy at present. Graphene is actually very simple. The single-layer carbon atom structure and atomic structure can be displayed. What's the use of displaying it? Being able to use it for testing in the laboratory does not mean that it can be used commercially. The same is true for Umbrella's battery. The atomic structure is like this. You can do whatever you want. However, unlike graphene, the example of Liege alloy is right in front of us. If there are successful people, it means that we can find a way to achieve it. As long as we work hard, hope is ahead. If it succeeds, even if Umbrella takes a 5% royalty, it is absolutely acceptable. After all, Umbrella cannot take the initiative to fight a price war. Once it does, they can also accuse it of monopoly and dumping. So as long as it succeeds, it will be an absolute high value-added cutting-edge industry. It is also an industry with great demand in the future. It can be said that with the performance of Umbrella's electric car king, as the properties of the battery are exposed, and then as Umbrella announces the technology and applies for a patent, in addition to the avalanche of the stock prices of companies that directly manufacture batteries, the stock prices of other battery-related products have skyrocketed. For example, SX electric cars and fruits grow in the wind. There is no way. Umbrella itself is not listed, and funds can only flow to related ones. After SX electric cars obtained working capital by mortgaging patents, they have now begun to emerge with their own technology. But now the range and charging time of electric cars have always been a problem, even for SX cars of this period. And Masra has always been a headache. There is no doubt that Umbrella's batteries will definitely have a huge dividend for the long-term electric car market. Although Umbrella has now acquired an electric car factory, it may have to enter this field in the future. But as long as its batteries are not unsold, then SX cars with more processes and production capacity have their own advantages. 4-star has a good screen and has a variety of processes. But can he not do business with fruits? No. The bulk of the profit from mobile phones is still on the fruit side. Now Umbrella is actually the same. After all, at present, Umbrella's strength lies in biotechnology and artificial intelligence. And the physical industry is almost blank. The requirements for cars are extremely high. Even though I know that Umbrella is entering the market, I am still more optimistic about SX Electric Vehicle Company. The same is true for fruits. You have to sell batteries. Right? My fruit machine plus super endurance. Isn't it a killing? The only ones who are suffering are some traditional battery manufacturers, many of which are Eastern manufacturers. After discovering the problem, they know that they have to consider the issue of transformation. The gap is too big, and they are not on the same level at all. Chapter 228 Zhou Xian. Ningyao is a comprehensive company in China, involved in rail transit, new energy, electronics and automobile industries. Relying on a semi-automatic and semi-manual model, it has torn a gap in the lithium battery industry, and has begun to continuously obtain many orders with its extremely high cost performance. The future is the era of new energy, and the battery, which is the most important core, must be the focus of attention. So Ningyao's market value can be said to have soared from 30 billion to 100 billion in the past year. It is also over 10 billion US dollars, which is definitely a top large group. However, as the performance of the Umbrella electric vehicle began to show and the battery capacity was exposed, the Ningyao Group, which was advancing by leaps and bounds, had its stock price drop to the limit instantly. And it was a continuous drop. This kind of dimensionality reduction attack on the purely technical level is no longer something that can be solved by good news, unless they declare now that they have also cracked the relevant technology. The former king suddenly fell with a change of technology. This happened more than once. But Zhou Kun, the chairman of Ningyao, did not expect it to happen to him. At first, he wanted to purchase a production line of Nihong, but he could not find a way to buy it. The price was prohibitive. So he gritted his teeth and came up with a semi-manual and semi-mechanized model, which greatly reduced the cost of the lithium battery production line. And he relied on this to break through the siege. Today, Ningyao can be said to be the most cost-effective lithium battery manufacturer, and has been favored by all walks of life around the world. But everything was broken with the thunder of Umbrella's new electric car. Sure enough, technology is the primary productive force. Zhou Kun stood in front of the window of the office, looking at the country he had built with his own hands and feet below, and a trace of melancholy appeared in his eyes. In fact, he has made money over the years, and he can become a retired official if he retires at the peak of his career. But he was unwilling. After a flash of melancholy, it soon turned into a trace of determination. Umbrella disclosed the battery technology, and he knew that the other party dared to do so publicly, and it would be difficult to crack it. Although Ningyao has begun to make a fortune now, its foundation is still weak, and it still lacks the research and development capabilities of Panasonic and LG. By the time he can develop it, I'm afraid that several old scientific research factories have already put it into practice, and the investment will most likely go down the drain. In this case, he can only find another way. OEM. Looking at the number of Umbrella electric vehicles, it can be seen that they are unable to ship batteries to the outside world now, which also shows their own shortcomings. Zhou Kun has investigated some manufacturers acquired by Umbrella, many of which are domestic opponents defeated by him. So he is very sure about this production capacity. These can't satisfy Umbrella. In this case, why not find us? We will do OEM for you, as long as we earn the OEM fee, and the main profit will be given to you, which saves time and can achieve a win-win situation. In addition, through OEM, we can also find a way to learn the corresponding production process. Ningyao's advantage is semi-manual and semi-automatic, so it is more convenient to change products than a fully mechanized production line. This is their unique advantage. Whether it is patent fees or something else, we accept it. No one can give a better price than our side. Just when Zhou Kun had made his decision and was about to take action, the internal phone in his office rang. Chairman, a representative from Umbrella is here, but there is no appointment. See you? Ask them to come over. No. Where are they? I'll come now. Joe Kuhn's expression was also lifted after hearing this. It is very likely that Umbrella also has its eyes on his production capacity. He was not afraid of being anxious. Under this kind of technical suppression, the two sides are completely disproportionate, and there is no such thing as equal treatment. His anxious expression is also a kind of sincerity, to a certain extent. If you really want to pretend at this critical moment of life and death, isn't that courting death? Then, Joe Kuhn brought his secretary and legal affairs to see the representative of Umbrella at the door. The representative of Umbrella is a very beautiful Asian with smooth straight hair. She looks a bit cold, but she has a heroic feeling in her OL clothes. Mr. Joe, this is Ms. Jean Yanxian, the CEO of Umbrella's Asia headquarters. A female employee of Ningya ran over in a panic and quickly said to Joe Kuhn. Even Joe Kuhn didn't expect that this person was the CEO of Umbrella's Asia headquarters. It looks like a Korean. Ningya is now a first-class large company with a large scale and volume. But to be honest, Umbrella, which has cutting-edge technology, does not need to arrange such a person to come. The other parties coming also shows a problem. That is, Umbrella may have a big deal to discuss this time, even if it is to acquire Ningya. Joe Kuhn will not be too surprised. Umbrella does have this financial strength. The negotiations went smoothly, or Joe Kuhn was originally unable to put forward much resistance. In the end, Umbrella invested and purchased 67% of the shares held by Ningya Semiconductor Company Limited, the major shareholder of Ningya Group. In the future, all of Ningya Group's battery production lines will be adjusted accordingly, replaced with the format of Umbrella Company, and semi-finished products will be transported to Umbrella's wholly owned domestic processing plant for final optimization. In fact, this condition is not very good, but Ningya itself can hardly make any effective resistance, because the longer the time is delayed, the worse Ningya's fate will be. Umbrella has more than one target to choose, but Ningya has only one way, and the two sides are not equal. However, Umbrella has also made some very sincere promises, such as Ningya's own brand will not change, and the batteries produced will still be Ningya brand batteries. And in the future, it will increase investment in the field of electric vehicles. The production lines of ordinary fuel vehicles should be transformed and abandoned. It's just that Ningya is a listed company, and the process of company acquisition itself is still relatively cumbersome. Now it comes here to complete the finalization of the intention. But this is almost the only way out for Ningya. So although it will take a lot of time to integrate, the overall trend is foreseeable. In particular, the higher-ups also attach great importance to this acquisition. Originally, it was possible for them to directly intervene or even prevent the acquisition of such an important enterprise. But the acquirer is Umbrella. Not to mention the current investment amount of Umbrella in China. Just say that the production line of this battery is placed in China, which is actually a pleasure. You should know that when Umbrella acquired factories and invested in China, some crooked media in the West did not stop the rhythm. It is believed that it is very unsafe to place such factories in the East, which is worrying. But in the end, Umbrella still took out the original statement. Some materials are only available in the East, and Umbrella has to consider its own business risks, combined with the supply chain and labor costs. The East is the best choice. If it is not allowed, perhaps only the parent company and the Asian branch will complete the separation, making the Asian branch a genuine Eastern enterprise. They don't want to do this, but they may be forced to do so. What else can be done after saying this? Judging others by oneself. It is indeed a normal operation for capitalists to do this. This time also made many people understand why Umbrella gave up the high profit of hepatitis B special medicine. It turned out that they were ready for it. Capital is greedy, and so is Pyongyang's capital. If the profit is big enough, what Umbrella said is indeed a routine operation. When the profit is big enough, what kind of Pyongyang are you? It's just that Pyongyang is the world's largest consumer country, and it also holds a lot of discourse power and controls global distribution. So if the profit is not big enough, it will not make such a choice. They really want to make sure that Umbrella is bluffing. But looking back, it seems that we have blocked their treatment plans. Although TT can be banned, the other party only holds 10% of the profit, and the bulk of the money is on other people's side. The rest, ban lenses or stone dissolving medicine. Good guy. It turns out that the other party is really serious. If they really have the necessary materials in the East and must rely on there to produce enough goods, then it seems normal to make such a helpless choice after weighing the pros and cons. If it is an ordinary company, there can be some other operations. But looking at the corpse, oh, No. It's the missing former CEO of Wanhua. It doesn't seem worth it. It was just a hint that building a factory there to meet the production capacity is fine. But for safety reasons, it cannot be built only there. Umbrella readily agreed to this point, and said that it would also build corresponding processing plants in Mexico and Brazil. Your daimyo is too expensive, so you will be relieved if it is built in your backyard. Right? Such a sensible choice, coupled with Umbrella's initial tough attitude, and the public application of technical papers and patents, finally made the group of capital chaebol behind daimyo reluctantly agree. Although it was a bit reluctant, it was still covered. If Umbrella said at the beginning that we would also build factories in Mexico and Brazil to seek compromise, it would obviously be pushed further and make some other demands. At the beginning, it was a tough statement that if it didn't work, it would be cut off. And then after a step back, the effect would undoubtedly be much better. As for their secret hint that the export needs of daimyo enterprises should be met first, Umbrella also agreed very readily. No problem. But the premise is that we have to meet our own needs first. Well, do you want an electric car? Now our only battery-related product is this. After we digest daimyo, we can almost export batteries to other friendly companies all over the world. Therefore, Umbrella's acquisition of daimyo is not just a simple relationship between two companies. The whole world is paying attention to this acquisition. Even the relevant media on Wall Street almost every day introduce the progress of the acquisition process in great detail. The construction of factories in Brazil and Mexico cannot solve the urgent problem. But once the acquisition of daimyo is completed, it can. This acquisition is closely related to the production of that new battery. And the appearance of Jin Yanxian, the executive president of Umbrella Asia headquarters, also attracted a large number of fans in this matter. With a cold temperament, top-level appearance, and a stringent figure, even if there may be modifications, she is still a dazzling beauty. And the key is that her status is still so high. This caused a direct riot on the South Korean network. Look! Although Umbrella Asia headquarters is located in the eastern country, the newly appointed executive president is ours. Kim Un-I is so cool. But I can't see her resume. Yeah. I didn't find her at Seoul University. So she should be a second-generation immigrant or above. Right? But she's really pretty. And super capable. And she was ready to acquire a company of daimyo's level as soon as she appeared. Not to mention South Korea. Even in China, Kim Yun-hyun is a hot topic of discussion. After all, she is beautiful and has status. You know what? This Korean is really pretty. Why did Umbrella choose a Korean? But it's really pretty. It's also for peace of mind. Umbrella now has a lot of investment and industry in China. If they change to a domestic one, they might not be able to control it. Is that so? It seems to make sense. But this girl is really attractive. Even if she has had plastic surgery, her skills are quite high. It's a pity that daimyo. There's no way. But it's good to be produced in China after all. You can go and watch the commentary of Home of the Four Seas. This time Umbrella's attitude is quite tough. If they don't agree to make it here, they will directly split the Asian branch. Although I know that capital is all about pursuing profits, I still have a good impression of Umbrella. When this matter was discussed online, Wang Yi had also completed some lens settings. Connie's lithography machine production line has also been packed and will be airlifted to China. Taking advantage of the toughness of this battery incident, we can fool around with it together, which can be regarded as a ride. Otherwise, if we repeatedly fight back for Dongfang's toughness, it will still be somewhat troublesome. Compared to the battery, I didn't really care much about Connie's lithography production line and complete set of information, because it is already a set of obsolete products. I will pay attention to it, but not as much as the battery. By the way, how did Jin Yanxian do the SHL? I can't see any artificial traces. After Wang Yi finished setting some lens parameters, he also looked at Lin Shichin, who appeared with some doubts. He created these employees just to worry less. So he didn't take care of everything. It must be that Lin Shichin used the operations within her authority to do something. Chapter 229 Stolen Battery. Boss, you don't study my body, so I have to find a way myself. Lin Shichin muttered, floating around every day, feeling that she spent more time dating with the eldest wife and the little dog. You really did it. Does the jewelry I gave you have this function? Wang Yi showed a trace of doubt. Cheng Shui is not inferior to Lin Shichin, and specializes in body movement, so she has a stronger ability to catalyze items. The current apprentice Gu Qianqian can't compare with her. But no matter what, She also needs the silver jewelry provided by Wang Yi to perform some operations. But Wang Yi didn't provide this function. Hee hee. In fact, it's just plastic surgery first. The SH.L and the body are separated anyway. After the magic repairs the SH.L, the flaws of the plastic surgery are directly naturalized. Hearing Lin Shurqin's eyes shining as she talked about the steps, Wang Yi was also a little speechless. Women can really do anything to look beautiful. Although the target of their choice is limited by Wang Yi, and must be someone who deserves to die. They should have wasted a lot of research. Whether it is Lin Shurqin or Cheng Shui, they are not easy to deal with. Jin Yanxian, who came over, was also one of Wang Yi's new employees in Neon. She was a 16-year-old girl whose father owed gambling debts and wanted to sell her to a violent group. But she chose to commit suicide. So it is normal for Jin Yanxian to look cold. This is a tool person who was arranged to go back to China to help. Boss, we are very careful about this body. And there is no difference from the real one. Wang Yi glanced at Lin Shurqin and suspected that she was driving. Then the placement of the lithography production line will be handed over to her. It will probably take some time for Ningya to integrate it. Indeed, because we haven't sold batteries to the outside world yet. I guess they have many laboratories that want to steal some back. And even your alma mater has arrangements. Hearing Lin Shurqin's words, Wang Yi was also a little speechless. TSK. I'll bring them some samples and information. Stealing batteries is too cheap. But it's hard for them to copy it in the laboratory. I hope they don't invest too much. Wang Yi can tolerate the relationship with his alma mater. But for other directions, let's not say to eliminate it. But you must take some samples back to let you know that it works. But you can't avoid paying some prices. Especially some people who are traders. Ager. There's a new job. A mustache who was filming a TT video in front of his mobile phone was suddenly interrupted by his companions and was a little dissatisfied. What new job? I don't steal batteries anymore. How much does it cost to steal a battery? Let me tell you. It's easier to make money here at TT. A battery costs 10,000 yuan. Do you want to do it? You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. You believe this? I've sold 3. Let's go. Set off now. I want to make a comeback. Similar scenes happened in many places. Originally, there were some official voice warnings from TT sharing. And there is a positioning chip inside the battery. Normally, few people would encounter this misfortune. The price of batteries is just that. It is not worth it to be targeted. But now it is different. A battery costs 10,000. What kind of sky-high price is this? 10,000 yuan each is placed outside. How can habitual thieves resist this temptation? So the theft of shared electric bicycles, which was not frequent before, suddenly increased sharply. Many people found that the battery was missing after scanning the car, and then posted it online. Soon, a hot search for where did the battery go was born, and it directly topped the list. It also suppressed the linkage between Star World and Starry Sky. Many people on TT also talked about this topic. Sure enough, what I was most worried about happened. In the past, the price of the electric bike was set here, and with the suppression of the World Company, petty thieves would not touch this bad luck, and they would easily be caught as an example. But now the electric bike is the only channel for new batteries. Yes, I have had my own electric bike stolen several times. Damn, it feels a bit embarrassing. Yes, the World Company is our pride. And Umbrella is an international friend. This is really embarrassing. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Not to mention our 1.4 billion people. And shared electric bikes are everywhere. And some of them are stolen in remote places without surveillance. Hey, but I have seen agents come to investigate. And they should follow the clues to find them. But too many have been stolen. And it is unrealistic to find them all. Originally, for some ordinary theft cases, if there is no relevant surveillance, the investigation strength is still limited. It is because the World Company has a big face that someone can come out to investigate. But there are no surveillance and no images in many places. So the clues are reduced. Most of the information is captured by the camera when the battery car is used to move the car. Many people are wearing hats and masks. So it is difficult to distinguish them. And many of them are habitual thieves, wearing gloves. And even fingerprints are not left. Fortunately, there are rumors that there is a positioning chip in the Umbrella battery. I don't know if it can be found directly based on this, but I am afraid that there will be a shortage of manpower for a while. However, at this time, the official Weibo of Umbrella's Asian headquarters issued a statement, warning to all thieves. Our company also sells after-sales service that guarantees recovery. If you return the items before we find you, you can be forgiven. Otherwise, we will take our own measures. The warning of Umbrella Company instantly detonated the entire network. What kind of White Lotus company is Umbrella now? Through the incident of Huanoa CO and the previous 4 Cs as home popular science, many people have already known. Their methods are not too iron-blooded. Even because of Umbrella's statement, the official had to immediately issue a message hoping that multinational companies would abide by the laws of their own country. In fact, this is also scared by this group of guys who start to be real when they disagree. People in foreign countries are used to gunfights. But this is definitely not allowed in China. If they really cross the red line, both sides will lose face. Fortunately, Umbrella later explained that it would respect local customs and regulations. In fact, many people were relieved after this statement. After all, although Umbrella is a bit fierce, it has always been defensive and counterattacked. As long as they are not provoked, they rarely directly attack others. They are indeed a real security company. Since they will make this statement, they should still keep their promise. As a result, Umbrella opened an account on Bilibili and TT and directly released some related short videos. The Real Battery Dog live broadcast is also an advertisement for our Umbrella's security. If there are any customers who need it, please contact us. The live broadcast screen is Kim Yun-hyun, the executive president of the Asian headquarters. As the president personally participated in this direct task, it was also a proactive greeting for her to show up. Everyone can also see some fully armed foreigners around him. However, these 4 foreigners have a feeling of being silent in front of Kim Yun-hyun, like sculptures. Let me introduce to everyone first. This is Hani, a captain of the former commando team. He has participated in many operations. The other 3 are also his former team members. Kim Yun-hyun let the camera take a close-up of the 4 people. Although the tone was cold, it was quite nice, and many people still fell for it. However, some people also said in the comments with sourness, I heard that people abroad play very colorfully. I wonder what the scene is like. Don't be so dark inside. Okay. However, Jin Yin-xian did not respond to these comments at all. After the introduction, it was their equipment. Stab-proof clothing. Stab-proof gloves. Please rest assured, we respect local laws and regulations and customs. All equipment is reasonable and legal. And there are no controlled items. At the same time, the means we take are also to send them away. As long as the other party does not attack us, we will not take any counterattacks. The whole process will be live broadcasted for everyone to supervise. After that, she took out a positioning screen. There is no problem with the positioning confirmation of our products. With Red Queen, we can also accurately find out which ones have been stolen. Then set off. The people in several vans began to go in different directions. The security personnel in these vans that were suddenly ready to go were still visually impactful at the moment. Umbrella is a key foreign company, so the issuance of visas will also be considered. It is normal to gather so many people after gathering them together. Moreover, the whole process of the delivery was live broadcasted, and there was no problem at all. Next, everyone saw what efficiency is. The route planning was the simplest route, and they went straight to the battery. In fact, in many cases, they didn't need to do anything at all. With so many fully armed men standing out, these old thieves certainly knew what to do. Standing still was the only option. For the few who chose to resist, no one on this side took the initiative, and they just relied on the number of people to surround the people. If the other party took action, they would immediately counterattack with one move, and control the force just right to ensure that even minor injuries would not occur. At the same time, they would call the police simultaneously. Petty theft is already very disgusting, and the key is that such things cannot be managed. And many people will just think they are unlucky when they lose things. As a result, Umbrella Corporation is directly confronting you. This is naturally a mess. The price of a battery is here. It can be said that everyone is punishable. This kind of live broadcast of catching thieves is really exciting. But Umbrella still abides by the rules. And there is really not even a minor injury. However, there are many habitual thieves who have other criminal records and are on the run and do not want to be caught. During one arrest, one of them directly showed a dagger and rushed towards Jin Yin-xian. The people who were broadcasting the live broadcast felt a burst of exclamation. However, the next moment, they understood why these soldiers were not good enough under Jin Yin-xian's command. At first, they thought Jin Yin-xian was the executive president and the boss. But after the figure holding the dagger flew back a few meters away and hit the wall and vomited blood, everyone was stunned when they saw Jin Yanxian retracting his legs. Damn! So violent. And so strong. Just like in a movie. Is this how Tyson's punch works? He used his legs. So it's normal for his legs to be heavier than his fists. He's a normal size. Damn. Is this Umbrella? The key is that after the comments here exploded instantly, Jin Yanxian was still scolding others in a serious manner. No more attacks. His dagger has fallen. And he has lost the qualification to continue the crime. We can't hurt him anymore. Call the police. And then call 120. He came to attack with a dagger. And he went straight to a weak woman like Jin Yanxian. At least at the moment when the other party attacked. Jin Yanxian had unlimited counterattack rights. So, she just gave one blow. The audience looked at the criminal suspect who was lying on the ground, twitching and vomiting blood. And their mentality at this time also felt very strange. Ah. Yes. Yes. It's Umbrella. They only fight defensive counterattacks. But as long as they get the chance, the strength of the counterattack may exceed your imagination. Live broadcast throughout the process. It's also legitimate defense. Chapter 230. It's hard to fly away. Thank you for your assistance. Umbrella's technology is really amazing. I hope we can cooperate in the future. Standing in front of the media's camera, Jin Yanxian took a photo with the certificate of heroism and made it to the news. Umbrella's efficiency and speed were so high that most thieves were caught off guard and had no time to react. However, a few still began to flee to other places. Facing the remaining black sheep, Umbrella Company also directly issued a reward. At present, there is only one company that sells this kind of battery. When they heard that they could find a channel to sell a stolen battery for 10,000, Umbrella offered a reward of 100,000. That's right. We will lose money. And lose a lot. But even if we lose a lot, we must send you in. Not offering a reward is more because too much reward is prone to collusion. And 100,000 is just right. In terms of credit and payment ability, Umbrella Company is impeccable. And 100,000 is a lot of money. In particular, the few thieves who have not yet been arrested were captured by the camera on the battery car. And they were painted with various costumes by Red Queen's AI painting. Hats, masks, beards, long hair, windbreakers. Moreover, this wanted list also used the TT platform to purchase a large amount of traffic. For a time, Umbrella's big move made a group of netizens who liked to watch the show feel very satisfied. Before, many people watched when they went to catch people. But now, they won't let them go even if they run away. This is the rhythm of chasing to the ends of the earth. Awesome. I tell you. Last night, I dreamed about the sharp attack of Jin Yanxian. Damn. It's really amazing. No wonder she always stands alone and doesn't arrange special personnel to protect her. She is stronger than her subordinates. This reminds me of the Umbrella instructor who saved Dr. Piero before. With that kind of cheetah-like burst speed. Saving people directly from the gun. No wonder Umbrella has such confidence. And no wonder the CEO of Huadua can be captured. Umbrella, the internet is not a lawless place. Please stop spreading rumors. Defamation. Slander. Although Umbrella is losing money, I feel so good for some reason. That's how it should be. If you really think that there is no cost for stealing things and running away, then the cost is too low. And at this time, Umbrella's live capture operation started again. And a clue was obtained. This time it was directly killed in the countryside. Each shot staged a special operation like pursuit and interception. Although they had no weapons or guns. This group of people were from the special forces after all. Their agility, as well as the radio communication, were just like a real-life action movie. Drone patrolling the mountains. Thermal imaging. Encirclement from all sides. A dragnet. When everyone looked at the thermal imaging drone footage in the sky, they were all numb. I saw the weakness and helplessness of the guy in the middle. Battery dog, I just stole a battery. Are you kidding me? Those of us who know that we are catching battery thieves. And those who don't know think it's a roundup of serial killers. The blockbuster of the century. I feel like we can make a movie now. And the box office should not be worse than Starry Sky. Haha. Starry Sky hasn't been released yet. Okay? This one hasn't been released yet either. When the battery thief hiding in the mountains heard the propeller sound of the drone hovering in the air, and looked at the soldiers surrounding him, his face was completely confused. He felt that the leaves around him were moving. Human figures were looming. After discovering that Umbrella was arresting people, he knew it was not good. So he fled back to his most familiar hometown, ready to go into the mountains at any time. But what he didn't expect was that he was chased after entering the mountains. How could you be as familiar with this place as I am? How did you find me? The mountains and forests were obviously very large, but they gave him a feeling that there was no way up to the sky and no door down to the ground. No matter where he went, he seemed to see human figures and heard dogs barking, which made him full of despair. Although he still resisted in the end, it was obviously meaningless. And when the suspect was finally brought back to the station, it was found that he was a murderer who had been on the run for more than 10 years. For a time, public opinion was even more heated. The one holding the dagger before was a robber on the run. And even a murderer has come out here. Hack. No wonder they said they wanted to seek cooperation with Umbrella before. This efficiency is really amazing. Oh no. It's a heart-moving feeling. Umbrella security is super safe. Right? Wake up. The key is whether you can afford it. Am I the only one who pays attention to their drones? It looks like our Dajong. It is indeed Dajong. But I can be sure that Dajong doesn't have this one. They should have modified it themselves after buying it back. Umbrella doesn't have a drone manufacturing plant now. But their batteries are here. And their R&D capabilities are also here. It's just a drizzle to modify some drones for their own use. Think about their battery life. Their drones can also fly. My god. What if this kind of battery is used in military drones? It is indeed helpful for military use. But it should not be as big as everyone imagines. At present, our heavy drones mainly use fuel. But there is no doubt that once this kind of battery is mass-produced, it will change the entire ecosystem, especially submarines. After that, many people also understood the benefits of building Umbrella's factory in China. At the same time, I also understood how much pressure they had withstood. However, it was clearly to catch a battery thief. But it turned into a roundup drama. And it was a murderer. No wonder he tried so hard to escape. And no wonder he resisted in the end. He should regret it to death. Murderer? I knew I shouldn't touch that battery. Did you see that there is also a clue about the other person, who has not been arrested yet? A whistleblower has sent a TT. Click my comment to go directly to it. Many people clicked on it after seeing the new news. Now Umbrella's arrest operation is simply the annual melon-eating drama, which is quite important. Clicking on it, I saw the witness this time. He is a border resident who also likes TT. When he saw Umbrella's bounty announcement, he wondered if there would be other fugitives who would want to smuggle. So he kept a watchful eye on weekdays. As a result, God will not let down those who work hard. And he was found as expected. But unfortunately, he only had time to find the other party and watched him escape. Then he uploaded the suspect video he had taken before on his homepage. It turned out to be another person who was wanted. And the direction of escape in the notice was indeed this side. Where is that? Triangle Industrial Park. Although the name of Triangle Industrial Park is not as strong as that of the parallel world in the future. But with the popularization of many insiders, many people gradually understood what kind of place it is. Purgatory on Earth. No way. Is northern Myanmar so dangerous? A worker from the same village said it's great and invited me to go. Don't go. Listen to advice. Oh my god. There is actually such a place. But unfortunately, it's abroad and Umbrella can't do anything. Yeah. I didn't expect this kid to be so good at escaping. I said. Do you have any misunderstandings about Umbrella? What do you mean? What misunderstandings? They are a foreign company. Shock. I suddenly thought of some news. Me too. I suddenly thought of a picture in the news. Umbrella, give you Dongfang long face. I have been holding back. Umbrella, the seal is lifted. Almost along with the ridicule on the internet and the video of the whistleblower. Umbrella's domestic official Weibo also directly issued a new update. We have contacted the Myanmar side and are applying for authorization. Next, we will make some videos that can be played under the restrictions allowed. And there will be real-time dynamic text broadcasts. In addition, for this attentive reporter, we are also willing to give the promised rewards. Please use your TT account to complete the account binding. And we will ask friendly companies to help. As soon as this dynamic came out, there was another round of praise and shock. Keep your word. Awesome. Give it all. Apply for authorization. Damn. It's just stealing a battery. It's not that serious. Good guy. In the past, Umbrella's actions could only be seen in the news. Is it going to show its sword this time? What Umbrella's actions in the past? They are just a security company. Who doesn't have a part-time job? Not long after, The official microblog posted the authorization notice from the Myanmar side. This is considered a purge operation by the Myanmar side to hire Umbrella to deal with local human trafficking, flower, fraud, and other evil forces. The Pakistan World Cup will be held in a few days, and Umbrella has also played an important role in the successful hosting of this Pakistan World Cup, sweeping across the 12 cities of Pakistan in 7 days. Now in Brazil and Mexico, 2 countries where underground forces are extremely rampant. As long as the word Umbrella is mentioned in front of those people, they will really tremble. This time, because of a battery. It once again triggered Umbrella's Thunder operation. It wasn't long before short videos with Umbrella operators as the first-person perspective began to appear. With the rhythmic BGM, the first-person perspective is just like a game. However, all the bloody scenes will be censored or switched instantly, killing indiscriminately. The first wave was the scene of drones clearing out. These parks, which are known as iron walls, were immediately killed at all the guard points, without the advantage of being on high ground. What they faced was Umbrella's violent push all the way. Thermal imaging, snipers, drones, various types of grenades and blasting. Destroy with ease, as if entering an empty land. This kind of actual combat scene is much more exciting than watching special effects movies. Park owner, I knew I shouldn't have taken in that battery thief. Oh my god. It was really a tragedy caused by a battery. Let's not talk about what kind of reaction this side has when seeing the videos set on the spot after the live broadcast. In a park, 2 people on the bed in a luxuriously decorated room were also awakened by the explosion outside, pushing away the woman who climbed up next to him. Shi Jiang immediately started to dress, then picked up the intercom and asked, "What's going on?" Shi Jiang is the big boss of a transnational human trafficking group. The group's business is all over Southeast Asia, and this park is one of his industries. And it is also the largest park. The surrounding walls are 4 meters. There is an electric fence, and there are guards patrolling with guns everywhere. It can be said that this is the place he thinks is the safest. Shi Jiang had an identity in China, but recently his deeds were exposed and he was wanted. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and fled to his base camp as soon as possible. Only here can he feel the most secure and relaxed. But what happened? Explosion? Oh no. Boss. A group of people rushed in. Someone in our park watched their live broadcast. It was Umbrella. What? Live broadcast? Umbrella? We didn't provoke them. To make a living. Shi Jiang must know who can afford to provoke and who can't. There is no doubt that Umbrella, which can make the desperate criminals in Mexico and Pakistan beg for mercy, is definitely the kind that can't be provoked. Impossible. I don't have any business with them. And what is live broadcast? Fighting monsters? You just said live broadcast? What live broadcast? It's like this. Someone stole their battery and escaped, and was found and caught by our men, and is now detained in the park. What the H.L. Battery? Shi Jiang's face was full of black question marks at this time. Chapter 231 Tragedy Caused by Batteries. Boom. A violent explosion occurred, and a huge gap appeared in the 4-meter-high fence with an electric grid. Drones was passed in a queue in the air, and with the throwing and suppression of various ammunition, a large number of Umbrella security personnel quickly poured in from the gap in the fence. Some militants behind the windows of the building wanted to fire back, but the next moment, they were shot in the head by a long-range sniper rifle, and blood splattered all over the wall behind. They were wailing and screaming everywhere, accompanied by sporadic gunshots. After entering the building, with some modified mechanical dogs carrying weapons on their backs appearing under control to assist, and accompanied by various types of grenades, the street fighting in the building was easier than outside. When the militants who were ready at the corner saw the mechanical dog with a gun on its back appear, they were numb. Damn! What the H.L.? Why do we have to face such an enemy? But before they could think of anything, they were shot into sieves one by one as the mechanical dogs opened fire. Or when they were leaning against the wall, they were directly blown away by the violent explosion along with the wall and the people. UVs controlled the air. Mechanical dogs assisted, and the ground action troops were all veterans with rich practical experience. Moreover, under the influence of the daily weakening of the Dihua technique, the spiritual construction was extremely solid. As long as the salary arrived on time, they were the most dedicated. No fear. Loyalty. With this fighting will, coupled with their own powerful action capabilities, plus the crushing of drones and mini equipment, there was no surprise. Zero loss sweep. This park, which is known as the most heavily guarded in the local area, was captured in less than half an hour. And it was pushed all the way. These militants are brutal and cruel. But that is against unarmed victims. Facing this kind of crushing, there is no fighting will at all. And it collapses at the touch of a button. The whole process was live broadcast and edited. Many domestic netizens were completely stunned. Did you see the drone clips? Is it IFF plus automatic locking? Hack. Is it connected to Red Queen? What the HL is this? And those robot dogs. Are we going to stage an intelligent crisis? Robot dogs have already started assisting special operations in our country. But this kind of actual combat environment should not have been tested yet. That also requires testing conditions. I was still wondering when Red Queen would pick up PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But now it seems that they are just giving face to World Company, and are directly doing a live-action version here. And their people also cooperated very well in action. Without any delay. And they didn't worry about accidental injuries from guns at all. Report. There are casualties. They twisted their feet because they ran too fast. I didn't even finish squatting in the toilet. This attack by Umbrella can be said to have refreshed many people's views on special operations. It's really like entering a no man's land. Juanua CO, I am not wronged. Please do not exploit the deceased CO. At the same time, those who were detained in the park also felt a little confused and did not understand why it became like this. Minghai was an ordinary worker who originally worked in a factory in Yuzhou. The high-intensity continuous work made him feel bored. And he didn't want to continue like this. He thought that if he didn't seek change, he would probably have to stay in this position for the rest of his life. And it would be impossible to get promoted. And it was at this time that he met a devil who looked like a good big brother. The good big brother was very considerate and saw his inner reluctance. So he pointed a clear way for him. Bring yourself to this HL. When everything on him was taken away, and he asked why. He still couldn't forget the look of the guards here, who looked at him like an idiot. Sharing the money-making business together? Why? Yes. Why? Do others really want you to live a good life? There is really no pie in the sky. The subsequent experience in the park really made Minghai feel what a real HL is. Trying every means to get money from relatives and friends. And after squeezing them dry, it is endless labor. And everyone has blood drawn for matching, which may cause the loss of organs at any time. The companions left one by one, making Minghai terrified. He knew that he was just lucky. And he hadn't found a buyer for his type yet. And escaping was even more important. There were 4-meter-high walls and electric fences. And there were many patrols. If anyone tried to escape, they would be taken out as an example, tortured and executed. So even if the rest of the people knew that the ending was miserable, they could only wait silently, waiting for the day when the matching was successful. Until today. The sudden explosion woke Minghai up. Although he didn't know what happened. He thought it was an opportunity. He just looked back and saw more than a dozen people in the room getting up, looking at their numb eyes. Minghai's heart couldn't help but go cold again. It's useless. If you want to run away alone, you will be reported. Because those who escape will be implicated. And there will be rewards for those who report. It's more important to guard against companions here than those militants outside. Fortunately, they didn't have to think about it for long. In less than half an hour, someone kicked open the door and heard a poor foreign accent in Chinese. Hold your head and squat down. If the identity verification is completed, you will be set free. Don't have any small thoughts. This is saved? Looking up, Minghai seemed to see the light and saw the icon of hope on the arm of the black man who saved him. Umbrella. Saved? Free? Just tell me what conditions you have. I have money. A lot of money. Far more than you can imagine. I am willing to serve you. Whatever you say is fine. Shi Jiang knelt on the ground with a look of embarrassment and kept begging. A tall Mexican with a cold face stood in front of Shi Jiang and grinned. Service? Oh, you seem to take this too seriously. I'm sorry. Our boss has zero tolerance for human traffickers. No. I have a lot of money. Don't hand me over. Shi Jiang's face was full of horror. Hand me over? Then I have to collect a lot of evidence from you piecemeal. Maybe you have your own legal team. This is too troublesome. Shi Jiang was slightly stunned after hearing this. No way. What else do you want to do? But he soon found out. Not long after, the gate opened and the detained goods came out one after another. Then he saw the big guy leading the umbrella operation clapped his hands. This person is the boss behind the park. We can give you half an hour. The accomplices next to him have been tied up. Please do as you please. Then he took the people away temporarily. Shi Jiang and the tied accomplices next to him looked at this group of guys, who were originally numb and looked like zombies. Suddenly, a little light and fire appeared in their eyes. When they staggered and tried to walk towards this side, Shi Jiang and his faces showed horrified expressions, and said sternly, "What are you doing? Stay away." The attempt to rely on the remaining power of the past to drive away the crowd was counterproductive at this time, as if it evoked some memories in their hearts. Everyone has a beast in their hearts. I just don't know when this beast will wake up. Ah! A shrill scream came from the back room, as if it was the end of this operation. Of course, these things will not be recorded. This is Umbrella. We are a legal and compliant security company. But after getting authorization, we will also serve our employers. This extremely streamlined special warfare video instantly suppressed those who had some ideas. Maybe Umbrella doesn't have much heavy firepower, but with this special warfare method, no one can stop it. In fact, whether it is to Pyongyang or capital, they all remember to eat but not to fight. And they like to test back and forth after a period of time. So this timely appearance of terrifying special warfare efficiency is undoubtedly a perfect muscle show. Human traffickers and flower dealers are devastated. Hearing the name of Umbrella can wake you up from your dreams. And the large number of people who were deceived and rescued were gradually taken back. Through some interviews and some reports, the mystery of the place was also revealed to everyone. I didn't expect that there are still such lish places in this era. I can't imagine it after living in a peaceful place for a long time. It's not far away. Why don't we save them? It's a sovereign country. And at least they went there voluntarily. Alas, there's really no such thing as a free lunch. Looking at those miserable descriptions, those severed fingers, the various hideous scars on the bodies, and the sense of relief on the faces of the rescued, everyone couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. Even in this situation, they are still feeling relieved. What kind of hell is that place? How many people didn't make it out alive? We don't live in a peaceful era. We just live in a peaceful country. I used to think that it was too much of a stretch to have gunfights every day in Taejon. But now it seems that Taejon's public security is pretty good. It turns out there are worse places. No wonder they don't mind. This reminds me of some of Umbrella's actions. It seems that their actions outside have not caused any surprises among international friends. Maybe in their eyes, they are just kidnappings and deaths. It happens every day. That's it? Yes. I can't imagine how much of a sensation this would cause if it happened in China. Defamation. Looking back, the report and exposed video of Huanhua CEO can still be seen. But the popularity has completely cooled down. Foreign netizens don't seem to care about the kidnapping process, but are more concerned about the content of Huanhua CEO's speech, because they are really used to this kind of thing. Even the richest man has to constantly emphasize that he will not commit suicide. It's so magical. Does anyone remember that this was caused by someone stealing the battery? I remember. I don't know what the thief is thinking now. What you think about will come true. The battery car thief whose thumb was cut off thanked Umbrella crazily in front of the camera at this time. I was wrong. I am guilty. I shouldn't have stolen the battery. Please forgive me. If it weren't for Umbrella, his end would be much more miserable than being caught. Compared to that, prison is heaven. He pleaded guilty and accepted punishment throughout the process, and confessed everything. So far, the sensational battery car theft and pursuit incident has come to an end. Umbrella proved their attitude with practical actions. Suddenly I found that Umbrella's actions in China have really been restrained a lot. And they are very reasonable. And they always have a good reason. But this is also their way of survival. After all, they are armed forces based on companies outside of various countries. But I have to say, it is really useful. Look at Mexico, Brazil and before. They can do a lot of things that were originally inconvenient. Now Umbrella has also used facts to teach a lesson. Don't steal their batteries. Laugh. Some people flee abroad at every turn. Now I'm telling you that it's more convenient for them to escape. You flee. I chase you. I'll make it so that you can't fly away. It's really so that you can't fly away. But even so, there are still a lot of batteries for electric vehicles flowing overseas. And some shielding and positioning methods have been adopted. Umbrella just expressed its attitude. And it is obviously impossible to completely eliminate it. However, it was originally predictable that the batteries were taken away by the relevant stakeholders after they detect the special atomic arrangement and effectively Ag alloy. They will naturally know that the paper is not a lie. Of course, it is not a lie. But whether you can replicate it and mass produce, it is your own business. Chapter 232: A Responsible Company. The umbrella operation is very popular, even on the internet. In fact, Umbrella has always had its own loyal fans. From the magic of A1 glasses at the beginning, to the stone-dissolving medicine, from the 7-day sweep of 12 cities in the country of Ba, to a series of operations. The time when Piero was rescued pushed their reputation to the peak. This time the purge also received unanimous praise. It can be said that Umbrella used this action to achieve an extremely good advertising effect. Overseas TT was originally under their control, so the effect was naturally doubled. Apart from other things, the number of security service orders of Umbrella Security has fully explained the problem. This has allowed Umbrella Security to acquire some traditional security companies. If it were in the past, Li Yao would actually be too busy and unable to split his time. But now with the addition of several new employees, there is no doubt that it has eased a lot. And those are the earliest batch of old employees who have accepted the weakened version of Dihua for so long. Although it cannot be said that their loyalty is 100%. It will be quite difficult to shake their position if the salary and benefits are in place, so they can be placed in some middle-level positions. In addition, every tool person can learn from Li Yao to change skins and play different roles. If they are too busy, they can also ask their companions to guest star. During the day, they are company executives. And at night, they are iron-blooded instructors. Today I am on a business trip, so I will directly give you my skin to help guest star at night. These are the basis for Umbrella's expansion, and the basis for starting to use the acquisition method. Otherwise, it seems easy to acquire a company. But in fact, there are too many problems to deal with and sort out. Without enough confidence, most of the energy will probably be put on this. At the beginning, a certain Baidu acquired YY like acquiring an ancestor. It is quite difficult to acquire multiple aspects at the same time. Otherwise, some large companies in the universe can speed up their pace and acquire crazily. The larger the company, the more troublesome and difficult it is to acquire, because it is people who do the work, not just the rules and restrictions. Of course, there are also benefits to acquisition. That is, it can save a lot of early preparation work, and once it is straightened out, it can get into the state faster. A tool person with 100% loyalty is the fundamental reason why Umbrella can expand rapidly. Otherwise, no matter how many technologies Wang has, he has to follow the procedures and do it slowly. The live advertisement of this operation not only brought business to the security company, but also other businesses. Needless to say, A1 glasses have been sold like crazy in the contact lens market for a long time. There is no need for additional advertising. Tap water has helped Umbrella complete the promotion. The efficacy of the stone-dissolving medicine is here, and people who need it will naturally buy it. And there is no need for any advertising. TT's words have spread like a virus, and it is a place that can help advertise in turn. There is nothing to say about electric vehicles and batteries. Now they are all in short supply. The electric vehicles have been bought by the World Company, and the batteries have been installed on the electric vehicles produced by Umbrella itself. If you want to wait for the battery, you have to wait until Ningya completes the procedure. As for the in vitro stem cell cultivation technology, although the Huanhua incident happened before, it is still temporarily stuck. Those who want to do it either fly to the east or go to several top private hospitals that have been approved. And even though Huanhua seemed to be a complete failure in that incident, they did not lose money to a certain extent. And they can even be said to have made money. Yes, some of them disappeared, but at least the effect was spread. No matter what the final investigation results are, no matter what the announcement is, even now, there are still people who don't believe in Umbrella. They think that Umbrella forced them to say this, and that all the results are fake, and they are all operated by Umbrella, a big capital. After all, this kind of thing does happen frequently in the hands of capital, and it has reached the point where many people cultivated by happy education don't know who to believe and how to extract real information. Now a large number of patients abroad who can still be controlled by Gleevec are still continuing to choose, or can only choose. And what Huanhua has lost is the Eastern market. Moreover, it can be predicted that even if the technology is approved in the future, Huanhua's action this time will still be effective. Even if only 1/10 of the patients now believe in Huanhua, it can still continue to bring hundreds of millions of US dollars in profits every year. In this case, the most obvious thing that can bring promotion to Umbrella is the office software brought by Red Queen's derivative business. In the previous press conference, Red Queen performed very powerfully and indeed attracted a lot of attention. In addition to some voluntary review work, Red Queen also launched some office software. The office software is extremely powerful. enough to sweep all the original Office software into the garbage dump. However, the software is powerful, but in fact, for many staff members, they will not easily change Office software. This is related to a usage habit. Even if Umbrella's Office software is compatible with all Office software on the market now, it is still the same. Although it is being promoted rapidly, the speed of promotion is still limited, because many existing Office software functions are already very powerful. Table calculations, formula applications, etc. are very easy to use for skilled clerical workers. In fact, to a certain extent, the stupidity and intelligence of Office software will make them wary and resistant, because it means that they are more likely to be replaced. But no matter what, the excellence of the software is here. After this live advertisement, more people are willing to try it. And this kind of AI Office software can be said to be completely irreversible once you get used to it. It is too powerful and too convenient. You can even use language descriptions to make the software meet your needs, especially for some financial workers. Some calculations and some reconciliations can easily make this Office software fit. The situation of missing a few cents is enough to drive people crazy. But it is much simpler on this software, relying on AI search to help you find it. And in fact, for the accounting industry, there is really no worry that this software can replace itself, no matter how powerful the software is. It is only the function of the software itself. And the operator still has to be a person. The most important thing is that the job responsibilities of an accountant are very strong. If you make a mistake, you will violate the law. What will you say then? Oh, the software calculated it by itself? That won't do. Whoever signs is responsible. AI cannot replace going to jail. My God. No wonder 4Cs, as Holmes said, that Umbrella is a group with a real foundation far beyond the World Company. The World Company itself is also from the software side. But Umbrella's Office software is so amazing. It feels no worse than the World Company. The video creator constantly summarizes some usage methods of Umbrella Office software and makes it into teaching courses for sale. Not to mention, many people still bought it, because no matter how foolproof the operation is, it still needs to be operated. For many people who are not used to or unwilling to try. Of course, there are ready-made ones to use. It doesn't matter if I don't know how to do it. I will search it if I don't know how to do it. Here it comes. It is really powerful. It frees your hands directly. It is no exaggeration to say that the workload of a day can now be completed in 1 hour. The rest of the time, you can play Star World. It feels like this is another collaboration between Umbrella and World Company. Shut up, idiot. Do you think your boss doesn't play TT? If they know, will they let you idle? The Star World Union is recruiting new members. Recruiting new miners. We will protect you in mining. And then distribute rewards according to your contribution. There are already spaceships. Don't be deceived. Newbies are all black brick kills. It's better to come to our miners union. Everyone digs as much as they can. And then take out 30% of the income to hire bodyguards. This is the most cost-effective. Slowly, the hot spots on the internet began to slide toward Star World. It can be said that Star World is now an evergreen hot spot. Even some wars and conflicts that broke out in Star World, or some deceptive behaviors may rush to the hot search. If there is no other explosive news, or the hot news disappears, it will naturally return to Star World. I can only say that the game Star World is too advanced, and the technology used is too powerful. When other games can only rely on daily activities to ensure daily activity, the pure sandbox open world of Star World is really unmatched, because there is no need for daily tasks. You can encounter different new tricks and interactions every day, and the gameplay can be different every day, even because of the intelligent relationship of the NPC itself in the game. Even if you just play PvE, there is endless fun. The NPC tasks in the game are all randomly generated, and the way they are generated is the trajectory and purpose of the NPC's actions. Found that the forces between NPCs have started to fight? Don't hesitate. Just go over. All kinds of NPCs can give you some randomly. For example, a battleship evacuated the battlefield after being damaged. At this time, you will definitely have the task of repairing and collecting resources. Even your team can directly choose to destroy the other side and rob. There are all kinds of tasks such as exploration, espionage, raiding, disruption, clearing mining areas, resource collection, etc. in frontline combat. In order to support the battlefield, the rear areas also purchase supplies, minerals, production materials, etc. Every time a war breaks out, the prices of various resources will rise. When NPC finds a new mine and starts mining, it will impact the market. Even players attacking the mining ships and production lines of NPC forces can bring obvious fluctuations in materials. It can be said that the behavior patterns of NPCs themselves will regulate inflation in the game to a certain extent. What? Too many resources? Then let's have a war to consume a wave of inventory. It can be said that Star World has begun to show a phenomenon of universalization. Even if you don't play, you may have social barriers. Others are playing but you don't? What to talk about? We often discuss it when we go out for dinner. And because it is so interactive, it is obviously the best solution to stay together. At the same time, half of the profits generated by Star World are also sprinkled on leukemia patients. Because the sales are so good, even if only clothes and monthly cards are sold, the enthusiasm of the local tyrants cannot be stopped. So the current fund is completely rich. It not only pays for the cost of culture medium outside the medical insurance, but also covers the cost of surgery for families in need. Many thank you videos posted by the families of patients have also made many players feel a sense of honor. I also have a share of credit in this. It can be said that Wang Yi originally just felt that it was a bit unfair to make money from patients with high-priced culture medium. So he found a channel to give it back. But the players made up for it with their actions. You deserve to make money by giving 50% of the profit to charity. This even made the 7 o'clock news again. A responsible enterprise. Chapter 233 Holographic Projection. The city activated the night mode with the arrival of the evening rush hour. Bai Bing had just got off work from the travel agency. When she was humming a tune and scanning the shared electric bikes, she found that all the shared electric bikes under the company today were swept away by the old 6 in front. World Company is really a jerk. They didn't order more. She sighed with a slanted face. She had already gotten used to the shared electric bikes and could only wait for the bus. Xiao Bing, where are you going? I'll take you. But at this moment, a brand new Dongfeng Nissan Tina stopped next to her, and her colleague Gongzi lowered the window and said to her, You bought a car. But I didn't hear you talk about it today? Bai Bing said bluntly, and her bright eyes were wide open, which felt very strange. This made Gongzi's face look a little embarrassed. He really likes to show off, whether it's a new mobile phone or something else. This time he finally got together the down payment for a new car and gritted his teeth to buy it. He also wanted to find an opportunity to show off. But I don't know what the boss suddenly did today. The workload increased a lot. So much that he doubted his life and had no time to chat. In fact, he hasn't finished yet and has to go back to work overtime. Hey, I just bought this, and I just want to ask you for advice. Gongzi actually found that the workload of all his colleagues has increased. But they all seem to be very idle. Bai Bing will naturally not be polite when a colleague asks for a ride. After getting in the car, he asked directly, Are you talking about the boss suddenly increasing the workload? Yes. I'm really crazy today. Hey, I have to work overtime when I go back. It's a headache. He didn't want these data before. They are a travel agency. In fact, normally they still need customers and business. It's okay to organize and archive the forms on weekdays. But today the boss wants some information and proportions of old customers. Some ages. And even occupations. All kinds of year-on-year, month-on-month, and proportions. All sorts of messy things made him suddenly a little confused. No, we are just a small travel agency. Do we have to be so clear about market analysis? A lot of information is useless. Although the boss often asked him to do some useless work before, it was not as exaggerated as today. But he is in charge of his own job, so he must do it if he is assigned. Seeing Gongzi's lame expression, Bai Bing's eyes were smiling into crescents. This can almost be said to be her fault, because Umbrella's office software is so easy to use. She quickly completed the work in her hands. But when she was slacking off, she was almost caught by the boss. So in order to remedy it, she handed the boss a very detailed document to show that she was working hard, because all the data was generated by idiots. It didn't take her much time at all, even much less than usual, but the content was extremely rich. This naturally made the boss astonished, and then arranged it for others. In fact, Bai Bing taught her colleagues how to use this idiot software. But Gongzi has always been a little resistant to artificial intelligence, saying that it would trigger an intelligent machine crisis, which really convinced her. This time, she finally couldn't stand it. Artificial intelligence cannot replace human work, at least not at the moment. However, the reasonable use of artificial intelligence will make many originally tedious tasks simpler. You can provide the boss with more detailed information to kill his time, while your own workload becomes simpler. Why not do it? Similar things actually happened in many places. The office software of Umbrella has greatly simplified the processes of too many secretarial workers. But it cannot replace manual labor. Many people found that many tedious tasks that they had to take back to work overtime can be saved with the help of this office software. And in turn, they can do better. But they can still pretend that the work is not done and they are as busy as before. Or even do better. In fact, for an enterprise to run to the present, there are only so many data that need to be processed by office software. And many business transactions are combined with reality. Many of them are clear to the salesperson. So it is fastest to make some forms by themselves. But the salesperson is already exhausted from running business. And it is too tedious to fill in forms in the free time. In the past, after going to the market, I had to stay up late to make PPTs and write summaries. All of these can be handled by this office software. Some boss's various ideas can be more easily fulfilled. In this way, the content is more detailed, and the boss spends more time. It can be said that both parties are very satisfied. But at the same time, because of the live advertising effect of Umbrella's recovery of the battery this time, more and more people are beginning to pay attention to Umbrella's battery. Although some people have been popularizing science and telling you what this is before. Now it is found that after such a big fuss, many people still know that they underestimated the impact of this battery. Originally, it felt like a battery. Right? The capacity has increased tenfold. But I can't feel the change for the time being. Now, I am actually slowly coming back to my senses. Various discussions on the internet have not stopped. To be honest, once we really enter traditional industries, like mobile phones, the changes are subversive. Yeah. In fact, I suspect that many of those who buy batteries are competitors who want to crack it. Didn't Umbrella say that it has already made the data public and applied for a patent? The production process and process are very important links. There are many things in the laboratory that may subvert your cognition, but they cannot be commercialized. Humans can even create micro black holes using particle colliders. But many rules of the macroscopic world still need to rely on experience, such as fluid mechanics. But watching Umbrella's actions, I can see that. I can understand why they have the power to say no. In the end, they still have to rely on their fists. Not really. Their fists are much bigger than Umbrella's. It's mainly because Umbrella knows its limits. You can go to their official website and see that they have announced that they will invest and build factories in Mexico and Brazil at the same time. That is the back garden of Pyongyang. The strongest point of Pyongyang is that it can mobilize global resources to form a trend. It is difficult for us to compete with this. They have troops stationed in 177 countries and regions among more than 200 countries, and more than 800 overseas bases. Even if many places are just symbolic, it is enough to show their influence. In fact, it seems that it is really rare for Umbrella to be impartial. Yes, even if capital is for profit. There are few companies with bottom lines in this kind of capital, and it is still worth supporting. Not to mention that both China and foreign countries are still in the residual discussion and influence of the previous battery war. Some of Umbrella's electric vehicle batteries have also arrived at some laboratories through various channels. A very typical lithium metal battery architecture. And it is typical to make people feel a little incredible. That's it? Can it achieve such energy density? Even if there are no lithium dendrites. It's too exaggerated. Right? It has violated the physical rules of lithium itself. Liege alloy is so magical? When they started to study, they did find that this Liege alloy is so magical. To say why. In fact, they don't know. They only know that the atomic arrangement is like this. Just like the accident of discovering stainless steel. Alloys are often unreasonable. Lithium-silver alloy actually exists. But this strange property in front of us is really impossible to study. This effect cannot be achieved by making it with the same proportion. At present, they can only use the exhaustive method to continuously make alloys with fixed proportions to fight the probability. When graphene was first discovered in the laboratory, there was at least a tape method. This thing actually relies on exhaustive method? Relying on centrifuges with different masses of lithium atoms and silver. Or relying on the interference of magnetic changes and other means of trying external interference. It cannot be said to be useless. But it can only be said that the efficiency is terribly low. But one thing that can be confirmed through very few replicas is that as long as there is this Liege alloy, although the overall performance cannot reach the battery density of Umbrella, it can at least achieve half of the effect. And the rest is a problem of process. But the problem is how to mass produce? How to commercialize it? The direction is right. The paper is right. But the production cost is too high. In this case, they believe that they can find ways and methods at any cost. But they can spend a lot of money to produce a technology and process that others have already mastered. This, what do I earn? Except for the case of Rabbit. For ordinary companies, they will not spend so much money on such a loss-making business. Just like the fruit company has started negotiations with Umbrella, hoping to start cooperation in artificial intelligence. I hope to give you. And I also give you the direction. But the things are still in my hands. At this time, Starry Sky began to be released. And then the opening ceremony of the World Cup in Pakistan began on the same day. The world fell into a carnival mode. Starry Sky is linked to the most popular Starry Sky World game background. And the World Cup is a sports event that will be paid attention to regardless of whether you play football or not. At the same time, it must be a day for the national football team to be scolded. Later, all the fans who paid attention to the opening ceremony of the World Cup suddenly discovered that this World Cup was actually linked to Starry Sky. The advertisement of Starry Sky appeared on the holographic image projection of the World Cup stadium provided by Umbrella. The holographic projection that appeared directly above the stadium. The real naked eye 3D scene directly caused cheers and screams from the fans in the stadium. The vastness and magnificence of the universe and the shocking special effects that appeared in the form of projection really brought a shock. Although Umbrella had already demonstrated this projection technology at the Red Queen press conference, the scale of the Red Queen at that time was still incomparable to the scene covering the entire stadium at this time. However, because of the large coverage area, in addition to the use of enough equipment, the clarity is still not comparable to the realistic image of the Red Queen at that time. It is shocking, but within the acceptable range. At this time, some professionals also remembered that Umbrella started with lenses. They have a completely different path on lenses. This should be another related breakthrough, leading to a surge in laser technology and projection technology, coupled with the computing power and processing of the Red Queen. It seems understandable to create such a big scene. This shock led to the opening match of the World Cup between Pakistan and Croatia, which almost caused the host to overturn. The battle was tied 2-2 at one time, and it was only in the last 86 minutes that Pakistan scored another goal to win the first game 3-2. And this World Cup, many top stars such as Messi, Ronaldo, CC, etc. are also at their peak, which can be said to be a fight between dragons and tigers. At the same time, Starry Sky was officially released, and a large number of Starry Sky World players and movie-loving audiences began to flock to the cinema. Tickets are hard to come by. Wang Yi also brought Qian Yayan and Lu Xiuke to witness the premiere of Starry Sky. As the heroine of the movie, Lu Xiuke was one of the few who wore a beret to cover up. However, Starry Sky focuses on science fiction, let alone the heroine. It can be said that there is no concept of the protagonist in the film. The main focus is on the plot and special effects. And Ningmu also showed his own directorial talent. Even Wang Yi had to admit that the effect of Starry Sky was extremely outstanding. Not only was the special effects well done, but the key was that the plot itself was also well paced. For a science fiction film that originally focused on special effects, it is quite rare to be able to achieve such a plot. It tells the cause and process of several human forces in Starry Sky World from the whole to the split, and can also be seen as a prequel to the background of Starry Sky World, which perfectly interacts and connects with the game. Chapter 234 Distracting Attention. Hashtag the movie I watched last night, or the World Cup. This hot topic became a hot search overnight, because both Starry Sky and the World Cup can be said to be quite eye-catching. They are all current hot topics. Need I say more? Of course I want them all. Starry Sky is awesome. It refreshed my understanding of domestic science fiction. That's right. Although the background of Starry Sky World is already very grand, and you can gradually understand this epic world through interaction with NPCs, it still lacks a chronicle and an overall content. We still need to find the details ourselves. Yes, I hope Starry Sky can be made into a series to interact with Starry Sky World. 10,000 people signed a blood letter. Blood letter +1. In fact, there is no need to say that. At present, Starry Sky World is a major IP that can be linked under the World Company, and its influence is unquestionable. There are even many peripheral manufacturers who want to complete the linkage. For example, Uncle K, Uncle M and Uncle By all want to launch corresponding packages. Disney even wanted to come and buy some related peripheral copyrights. but was decisively rejected by the World Company. But I am not opposed to the linkage with fast food brands like Uncle K. However, players must say the password offline to get the welfare package. The movie Starry Sky is linked with the most popular game Starry Sky World. And it also has extremely shocking effects and plots. While the reputation and box office of Starry Sky are both exploding, the World Cup on the other side is also a huge discussion. And it is even related to Starry Sky. Did you see the promotion of Starry Sky at the opening ceremony? What is that? Holographic projection? Umbrella's technology? Can anyone tell me? It's holographic projection. In fact, I felt that something was wrong with Umbrella at the Red Queen press conference. The Red Queen was too realistic. Now it seems that they have indeed made a breakthrough in this field. It's just that it hasn't been announced yet. In fact, holographic technology has appeared in the 1970s and has been used in many places until now, such as some idol singers. But to be able to cover the entire stadium on such a scale, I can only say that Umbrella is awesome. Now holography is generally air, laser, fog curtain and 360-degree holographic display screen, each of which has its own advantages and disadvantages. In theory, to achieve this level of clarity, at least fog curtain is needed. But I haven't seen it used in the air. The fog used to assist is awesome. I wonder what a shocking scene it would be if this was used to play movies in the future. Let alone science fiction movies. The replays of goal actions in the World Cup made me excited. Umbrella is really awesome without making any noise. But this technology is still far less influential than their batteries. You can see that they said the price is high in an interview. This is just with the help of the World Cup experimental test. It is not commercially available for the time being. Umbrella started with lenses, so it is normal to have breakthroughs in lasers. Didn't Connie also say that he has in-depth cooperation with Umbrella? Yes. Not only has the energy density of the battery increased, but it has also quietly begun commercialization. This is the most terrifying thing. There are so many high-density batteries in the laboratory, but none of them can be taken out. But did you notice something was wrong? Umbrella said it would use the World Cup as an experiment. Why did Pakistan give them face? Don't forget, Umbrella swept through the 12 cities of Pakistan, but they were invited to go. Well, that's normal. They have influence. Do Pakistan and Mexico want to be more extreme? When Wang Yi rubbed his waist and appeared in the Mage Tower, Lin Shirqin also floated down and asked for instructions. No need. Take your time. Don't touch their nerves. Just act within their rules. Forget about Qian Yayan, this little trash, who started shaking with tears and shouting after just 2 hits. But Lu Xiao is really strong, with the physique of an ordinary person. In fact, when Umbrella's security settled in Mexico and helped take over Pakistan's mission, it has been actively exerting influence on all parties. With money and fists, it is still easy to talk to. At present, Umbrella has reached a certain consensus with Pakistan and Mexico. That is, Umbrella gradually uses commercial means to drive out some capital and replace it. But after the replacement, it promised to provide basic livelihood security to both countries. It's just because Umbrella has taken a big step. Under this multi-line operation, even if there are new employees, they can only take it slowly, at least not to arouse vigilance, and can only let them think it is a normal business behavior. Now it's just planting seeds. We are about to build a factory here, so it's not too much to pay attention to it, because Pakistan and Mexico are too close to Damiai. They were fooled by their own guides and opened the country with a group of 250. So now almost all industries are monopolized by Damiai capital. In fact, although Pakistan and Mexico are not first-class powers, they can rely on resources and God's gift to live a good life. After opening it up, oh, it's over. The people over there can't take care of it. How can they bring you better? It's plundering without mercy and concerns, and plundering without bottom line. Once it's opened, it's hard to turn back, and everything can't go back. As a major agricultural exporter, Pakistan ships out grain and beef, but its own citizens are starving. Mexico even controls drinking water, and Coke is cheaper than water. In addition, the border with Mexico has the world's most densely populated blood station, which specializes in purchasing plasma from Mexico, which is really sucking the marrow out of the bones. This has led to the circulation of the international plasma market, and Pyongyang occupies 70% of the market share. The Pakistani gangs and local Mexican businessmen are actually forced out to some extent by this environment. In this case, the Umbrella Company, which is obedient to the underground forces on both sides, said that we want to replace those capitals, And we also make money. But this promise of giving you basic guarantees can certainly be recognized. Of course, there are a large number of backbones in Mexico and Pakistan who are devoted to Pyongyang. But Umbrella can also be regarded as Pyongyang. There is no difference between you believing in them and believing in me. Moreover, Umbrella's military strength is here. In the past, even local businessmen often used one to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. Now the more terrifying Umbrella is here. And of course, it knows how to make choices. In fact, the extreme measures that Lin Shurqin mentioned before are this kind of choice. However, now that Umbrella has too much interest, especially after the battery comes out, it still needs to be digested slowly for a while. If Umbrella hadn't published a paper and applied for a patent in the first place, this matter would actually be far from being so calm. Now the wind is slowly spreading, and we can compete in a normal way. Anyway, Umbrella has money, technology and fists. Boss, since Umbrella is a big tree that attracts the wind, do you want to open more small accounts? Before, Gu Qianqian said that she fought against a ghost, but she couldn't catch it. No, it's not too strange for a company to suddenly come out with black technology. But if so many come out, it will be a bigger problem. However, in order to avoid some sight, you can share some meat with him. Wang Yi didn't care too much about the ghost that Gu Qianqian encountered. A single ghost couldn't solve the current problem. If you can take it away, you can take it away. There's no need to go there specially. Wait until Neon takes good care of it, and then go there to see if you can wholesale it. Now, to solve some of the contradictions faced by Umbrella, we have to temporarily rely on sharing the fruits. In fact, Umbrella has done sharing the fruits more than once. The first is TT. After giving up 90% of the profits, it will be a peaceful and prosperous era, with no harm, and it will immediately become a conscientious app. Later, the culture medium was also agreed to be sold. Later, the battery technology was also made public. In fact, although Umbrella took big steps, it was madly testing their bottom line. Now the battery was specially stolen by them to let them confirm that it was indeed this technology. Then, when the factories built in Mexico and Brazil are built, Liegi alloy can be sold to them separately, allowing them to study and make batteries by themselves. It is just a negative electrode material. You can find ways to DIY and improve it yourself. Of course, we still have the final say on the price. Being forced to give up profits and taking the initiative to share the fruits will result in completely different outcomes. Taking the initiative to share the fruits. Who gets more and who gets less has the right to speak here. It is unrealistic to say that you can win over loyal brothers. Umbrella is too young. It is still okay to temporarily bring in some friends who like to drink and eat together to boost momentum. But the production lines in Mexico and Brazil are still too slow. And the real industry is indeed not that fast. Perhaps we can first share some benefits in medicine. Isn't Purdue Pharma bankrupt? See how much the acquisition price is and reorganize it. Wang Yi thought of the previous inspiration for painkillers. Of course, because of his aversion to contraband, Wang Yi would not make anything addictive even if he took it out to share the fruits. Instead, he was going to make a serious painkiller. Something that you would only want to eat if you really feel uncomfortable. The goal is very clear. Effectively relieve symptoms, not addictive, and have few side effects. In fact, these requirements seem simple, but in fact the difficulty is surprisingly high. At present, most of the painkillers that are most effective and used for cancer pain are opioids, which are addictive. In addition to this type of opiate, the most commonly used are non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs such as ibuprofen that we are familiar with. The human nerve perception has an amplification function, and this thing that can amplify pain is QLX. Although it is called QLX, it is actually present in both men and women, especially during the menstrual period. Women feel 5 times more pain because of this thing. Ibuprofen can inhibit cyclooxygenase and reduce the synthesis of QLX, thereby indirectly reducing the amplification effect on human nerve perception. In fact, this is already an excellent common drug with a wide range of applications. It can relieve symptoms and allow patients to rest well, so that the immune system can do its job better. However, even common drugs such as ibuprofen actually have their own shortcomings. It only inhibits QLX, which does not fundamentally solve the pain. And it also has a lot of side effects, because the body is uncomfortable. It is a common phenomenon that taking an excessive amount in one day causes acute liver damage. And if it is taken for a long time, it may also cause kidney damage, especially for some patients with renal insufficiency. So although it has a wide range of applications, it also has its own limitations. Wang Yi is now preparing to make a painkiller that is neither addictive nor harmful to the body, and has a strong effect. It can be said that if it can really be made, it will be a bloodbath for common cold medicines, antipyretics and painkillers. The unit price may not be expensive, but the application range is too wide. However, the premise is that this thing really needs to suppress the toxicity, and it is best to be classified as OTC like ibuprofen. If you only rely on umbrella, it is almost impossible to think about it. It is too difficult, and time will be stuck. But if this is regarded as a profit-sharing product for us to share the fruits, then there will naturally be other promoters to help, as long as the effect can really be achieved. It is not impossible to go through a special channel. Think about what Purdue Pharma did before, and you can actually know how hacked up the FDA is in this regard. Chapter 235 New Drugs. The human body will secrete various natural analgesics. The most well-known ones are dopamine and endorphins. This can be said to be one of the most direct factors that lead to our happiness, and they are usually produced together, just in different proportions. However, there are also obvious differences between the two. Dopamine is a reward mechanism, a kind of exploration and pursuit of new things. Many people fall in love at first sight, but if they get married for a long time, they will slowly lose the feeling of being in love. In fact, it is also the influence of dopamine, because dopamine also has a matching recycling mechanism, which motivates you to keep moving forward. As for endorphins, they are more of a compensation mechanism, similar to the pleasure of fitness. After mentioning these two, we have to mention two related contraband. One is opiates, which can also be called exorphins. They will bind to endorphin receptors and affect the human body. Do, ma, hi, and are all of this type, and the analgesic effect ranges from weak to strong. The other is a class that affects the dopamine recycling mechanism, which is a more terrifying existence. There have been experiments with mice, using drugs that inhibit dopamine recycling mechanisms, which will make mice give up food, sleep, and even breastfeeding instincts, and continue to use them until they faint. And the experiments using exorphins still know how to sleep. It can be said that as long as you have an idea about these two things, there will be a problem that is inevitable. Addiction. This is a structural problem of the human brain. In our daily lives, including smoking, drinking, gambling, astringency, and even fishing, games and other hobbies, are all related to this. If it is not a direct impact, it is within the controllable range. But once the direct effect is obtained, it can be said that it is almost over. Even if a very small number of people can rely on willpower to quit abruptly, it is almost impossible to get rid of it physiologically. There was a priest who completed abstinence for decades, until he was dying. When others asked him if he had any regrets, he said that he wanted to have another bite. This kind of thing is a taboo that should never be touched. So it cannot act directly, but can only affect indirectly, and at the same time, it must ensure that the side effects on the human body are small. After Wang Yi knocked for a long time, he finally decided on another route to indirectly achieve this effect. A name that may be less popular. 5-hydroxytryptamine. This is a substance that is widely present in neurons and affects all aspects of the human body. Patients with depression have too low serotonin concentrations. So severe depression is a physiological disease. Many people wonder why they commit suicide. In fact, this is the impact. So if moderate or above depression is diagnosed, medication must be taken. At the same time, serotonin will seriously affect sleep. Once the serotonin level is too low, it is easy to enter sleep disorders and cannot fall asleep. At present, there are actually related drug treatments for depression and serotonin. But the effects of the drugs themselves are also indirect. Some drugs inhibit the reuptake of serotonin, which is equivalent to reducing the consumption of serotonin. Some inhibit the metabolism of serotonin, and some activate serotonin receptors. What Wang Yi wants to do is to use the biotechnology of Umbrella's existing culture medium to complete the comprehensive intervention drug for serotonin. By affecting serotonin, it can indirectly affect the secretion of some dopamine, endorphins and other substances, so that the human brain can produce the most normal analgesic effect. Because analgesia is an instinctive reaction of the human body. Pain is just a reminder to the body, and the brain also knows that you can't panic because of pain at a critical moment. So sometimes some serious injuries may not feel it. What Wang Yi wants to do is this kind of regulation, guided by serotonin, and once successful, it can not only relieve pain, but also relieves symptoms of various diseases, and can also be used to treat depression and even insomnia patients. The key is that they all use the body's own reactions to ensure that side effects are minimized. However, the difficulty is really great, mainly due to the degree of control. Wang Yi directly used his own adjustment to experiment. He can accurately obtain the most accurate dosage because of his self-control of overclocking. But even with this convenient cheat, it is quite difficult to satisfy this with topical drugs. Because if you take it orally, you have to consider the digestion and absorption issues. If you inject it, it will be too troublesome, which is contrary to Wang Yi's original intention of starting OTC drugs. If it is purely using scientific and technological means, it is not impossible to achieve this kind of trial and error. But the time and money invested must be huge. There must be quite a lot of volunteers. But Wang Yi directly added his own magic power and kept tinkering with the skills of the necromancer. And he almost got it done. Pure biological preparation method. Relying on culture medium cultivation. Then purification. To produce a synthetic compound with a suitable proportion. Extracting it according to a specific proportion and taking it according to the dosage can achieve effective results. It can relieve pain, is not addictive, has low side effects, and can also promote natural sleep and treat depression. And because of the small side effects, it can also be taken by patients with depression for a long time. And even long-term use by patients with insomnia will not harm the body, but will slowly improve the body's immunity because of improved sleep. The direction of analgesia is similar. Of course, the side effects of actual use are also very obvious. It is easy to fall asleep after taking the medicine. It cannot be taken during some special work and before driving. I will wait for the next time to improve the mass production of the magic circle. It has not passed the review yet, and there is no rush. It is really uncomfortable to experiment on myself. Wang Yi yawned and stretched his muscles. Just now your little disciple sent a message saying that she had a fight with the vengeful spirit again and ran away again. Lin Shiqin said the contact that needs to be paid attention to during this period. Because Gu Qianqian is Wang Yi's apprentice, and is currently the only observation group to observe the use of lazy magic in the real world. Wang Yi usually responds to her situation. It's just that Lin Shiqin usually simulates Wang Yi to contact. And when Wang Yi needs to answer, she can just relay it. Okay, I'll talk to her directly. Wang Yi changed the SH.L and then completed the contact with Gu Qianqian. Teacher, that thing is so fierce. It pissed me off. When Gu Qianqian saw Wang Yi in the video, she complained loudly, patting her chest. Stop patting. It will make it dent. Wang Yi was speechless when he saw the angry little apprentice, who looked like a flea. He was so impatient. It really embarrassed the master. After all, he was the only one who had the chance to become an apprentice besides himself. The things I gave you should be more than enough to deal with the vengeful spirits. This is because you are not familiar enough with the practice. Do you meditate hard every day? For you, using your spiritual power talent is the foundation. Of course, I meditate every day. It's much more comfortable than sleeping. I haven't slept for a long time. Her words made Wang Yi feel a little subtle again. Looking at that little one, I wonder if meditation will affect her height. But since it's like this, it doesn't seem to matter. Tell me, what exactly is the situation of that vengeful spirit? And then, Wang Yi also found that the one Gu Qianqian found seemed to be a little different. This was found by Gu Qianqian in a dry well in the wild during a school trip. There was also a rumor that this dry well could easily cause people to commit suicide. So the dry well was sealed up. Thinking of Wang Yi's previous mention that the vengeful spirits usually need to create illusions to find mental flaws to harm people, Gu Qianqian immediately took it to heart, holding some accessories given by Wang Yi. She had been meditating for so long and had defeated natural spirits. So Gu Qianqian had been ready to make a move. She immediately started to fight with the evil vengeful spirit. However, although she injured the vengeful spirit with the silver accessories given by Wang Yi, she failed to successfully expel it, and instead let the other party follow Gu Qianqian all the way back to the city. Every night, he would come to trouble Gu Qianqian. But because he knew that Gu Qianqian was powerful, he never showed up and just harassed her in various ways. The natural lazy magic power could not even Wang Yi find the vengeful spirit from a distance. And Gu Qianqian, who was half-baked, seemed very passive. Huh? It can still follow you all the way back after being hit by a bullet? Did you come back at night? No. I just went there once at night. And I guess it has been following me since then. Take some photos of the area near the ancient well, and show them to me. I've already taken them. Here they are. Wang Yi taught Gu Qianqian a lot of basic knowledge. So she also thought that there was something wrong with that place, and took photos in advance. And Wang Yi looked at the photos carefully, and found that there was indeed something wrong with the ancient well itself. If there are no accidents, it is very likely that it was deliberately designed in this way before. And it may also be some of the customs of Neon. Just listening to what Gu Qianqian said, that thing has a high intelligence. Even if it retains its thinking because of some legends like Junichiro. It is not too old. Based on its current performance. Although it is not as good as Lin Shiqin and Cheng Shui. It is indeed much stronger than ordinary ghosts. At least, its ability to activate some props is stronger than Li Yao and others. Let's practice our skills in fighting each other first. And then we can pack it up, and take it away when we go to collect the goods. Chapter 236. Shut up. In the cinema, watching the magnificent fleet finally leave, the human alliance fell apart. The Zerg and the intelligent machines were eyeing outside. And there were all kinds of contradictions and disagreements inside. Everyone could feel the depression brought by the end of Starry Sky. Dad, why didn't humans get together in the end? Duo asked her father curiously. She has completed the autologous hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. Because it is autologous, the postoperative effect is good. After being hospitalized and observed, she was discharged. After recuperating at home for more than a month, she can finally go to kindergarten again. And today is the first time that Duo went out to watch a movie with her parents. They said that the money for their medical treatment was assisted by the World Company. And they should be grateful. So they can only thank them from these places. Although Duo can't understand this movie. The picture is very beautiful. Those spaceships are super big. And there are planets that can move by themselves. It's great to be able to play with Mom and Dad. After hearing his daughter's words, Duo's father looked back at her, who was still a little thin due to the disease. And a smile and helplessness appeared on his face. Because humans don't understand each other. We have always been like this. We have good people, bad people, and fools. Duo's father smiled and scratched Duo's nose, thinking of the experience of being cyberbullied after he posted a defense video during that period. The surging water army and the netizens who led the rhythm of the water army cursed him in various languages and made him almost collapse. He didn't even know why he knew his phone number. At that time, he didn't even dare to turn on the phone. It was not until the truth came out later that a group of people apologized. Duo nodded in sudden enlightenment, and said with a chuckle, "Then the World Company that helped Duo is the good guy. The one who bullied Dad and Mom is the bad guy. And the one who helped the bad guy is the fool." Haha. Duo is really smart coincidentally. Xiang, who has chronic myeloid leukemia, was also sitting in the cinema watching Starry Sky. In addition to his wife and daughter, there were many other leukemia patients beside him. However, they were all chronic myeloid leukemia. Not the most urgent batch in need of transplantation. They are still waiting in line. And they still rely on drugs for stability for the time being. It's just that the medicine that used to cost thousands of yuan per bottle after medical insurance has now become a generic drug that costs hundreds of yuan after medical insurance. Huanuo's original set of operations directly angered Dongfang. All prescription drugs under Huanuo that could be replaced by generic drugs have been replaced. And they have also entered medical insurance. This naturally benefits the majority of patients. In fact, if there is no suitable excuse to do so, it will definitely cause considerable controversy. And even other manufacturers will feel that the loss of the lips and the teeth will be in danger. So it is possible to downgrade the domestic investment environment rating. But if an excuse is found, and it is stated that it is only targeting Huanuo, this counterattack will undoubtedly be much easier to accept, and will not waste many cards. Huanuo did something dirty, and was caught with a pigtail. Who can be blamed for this? Although Huanuo has been jumping up and down in protest, the domestic external statement has always been consistent and clear. We have not made any Huanuo ban. This is the result of natural market competition. As long as it doesn't scare other investors, it doesn't matter. And these patients themselves all came to watch this movie of World Company spontaneously. Dying to Survive was originally released by World Company, revealing the current situation of this group of people. Now the game Starry Sky World that Starry Sky is related to has even taken out half of its profits to help them. As a group of people who are easily ignored, they will naturally express their support and gratitude in their own way after feeling this warmth. Humans should understand and tolerate each other, communicate and exchange, which may be what this movie wants to express. Starry Sky is really a fortress. The next king of football must be CC. Shut up. It must be Messi and Ronaldo. The World Cup is too popular. And the games of LOL and PUBG have been adjusted. Indeed. But it is a bit unexpected that after the release of Starry Sky World, there is still room for LOL in PUBG. And it seems that it has not been affected too much. After all, it is a competitive game. And Starry Sky World is tired, and you can come back to play a few games to relieve the pressure. You call that relief? My teammates almost didn't send me away. You can try the ID of the Starry World in the game, and then target him. But in case your opponents are constantly greeting others in other games. And then how do you confirm your ID? After a moment of silence, this post is less. Hey, do you all do bad things? It was also fast to use. But now we can switch to the Star World landing. How nice. After the Star World gradually became popular among the public, there are many more tricks. Even some online quarrels often become Star World fights. After the reality and online games began to link, the highly liberal Star World became the second battlefield. Playing offline. If you win, you go to jail. If you lose, you go to the hospital. How can Star World be so satisfying? After all, this is a personal account. And because all the equipment on your body will be lost when you die, it is quite painful to kill once. The battleship battles triggered by this are endless. The Star World Tieba, Donghu, Tianya and other forums, as well as the official Star World forums, have all kinds of gossip and tearing events every day. There are also many stories on Light.itt about the causes and consequences of the Star World internal gossip. The essays are written flying. After all, the interaction is too strong. And there are all kinds of birds in the forest. So it is normal to have gossip every day. What's more, there are collisions with foreign friends. Fortunately, when Star World was designed, several human forces had already split up, and the distance between players in different regions was very far from each other. It was very troublesome to fight and run away. After all, at present, players can only passively follow the rhythm of NPCs, while the outside world is still paying attention to when the new battery can be increased in production, when it can be used in mobile phones, and the progress of Ningya's acquisition. Umbrella issued some new statements and papers step by step. First of all, some directions about the application of Liege alloy electrodes were discussed, and how to match them has different effects and advantages. With the Liege alloy structure in front, these things that add bricks and tiles can't solve the practical problem that others can't make new batteries, but they can be regarded as broadening the horizons. Just like when graphene first appeared, a large number of papers and research on graphene emerged at once. In addition, Umbrella also showed some breakthroughs in the field of lenses mixed with water. For example, the newly made holographic image is a new lens application. It is a comprehensive use of laser, air and fog curtain, which can perform clearer holographic projection out of thin air. There is even a rumor that it is considering entering the field of lithography machines. In fact, it is not a secret that Umbrella acquired Connie's full set of production lines. It is grand to move them out at this time. However, this field is too deep. Even with the surprises of Umbrella in the early stage, ASML does not think it can pose a threat in the short term. But it is certain that it needs to be paid attention to. Therefore, the EUV lithography machine, which is still in the laboratory stage, has accelerated some progress. Carl Zeiss, the optical lens giant, is taking it seriously at this time. They know the excellence of Umbrella's glasses. Even after Umbrella sold culture medium to the outside world, they also use similar methods to replicate some of them, and deeply understood the potential in this field. Now they are vigorously purchasing Umbrella's sky-high culture medium, while conducting their own research. There are really many remarkable breakthroughs. It even accelerated some progress of ASML's lithography machine, and completed some optimization. However, Carl Zeiss also knew that if it was compared with the same field, they had their own culture medium, and they might have better ones. It was unknown how much they had studied in advance, so it was difficult to compete. It was just that they were relieved when they saw Umbrella pay attention to the more profitable drugs, while increasing research and development. They were also thinking about which ones could be commercialized. But the result was that not only the pharmaceutical companies were making great progress, but they also turned to the lens. Then, Connie announced that it had cooperated with Umbrella to produce a new set of laser lenses. It can greatly increase the energy conversion efficiency and generate more high-energy lasers for many scientific research fields and precision instruments. It can play a breakthrough development. Connie was originally a lens manufacturer. Now with the assistance of Umbrella, although it has handed over a lot of net profits, it is also a tiger with wings. It is actually normal to work together to come up with a new set of new products. It really makes Connie's president Molly walk with a sense of ease. It's true that we are Umbrella's dogs. But many people want to be but can't. At the beginning, Umbrella didn't plan to let Connie develop this kind of sensitive lens. But recently, Lin Shichin noticed that some of the old money on the Pyongyang side was not right. And even the organization behind the Sackler family should have been discussing something. So before waiting for the fruits of mass production of drugs and batteries, I will give you a share of the lens to shut your mouth. Although Connie is a Japanese company, it is also listed on the Pyongyang. Moreover, Japan is similar to the colony. The technological breakthrough here will still make the Pyongyang feel at ease to a certain extent, because Japan has no power to say no. After Connie just announced the breakthrough, the Pyongyang asked to take some over for research to see if it would have an impact on national security. Even Japan itself hasn't got it yet. The Pyongyang took it back and played with it like enjoying the ride of first night, and found that it is really quite good, and it can be of great help in various cutting-edge fields. Even the controlled nuclear fusion device NIF they are taking can have a substantial improvement. The Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, which specializes in controlled nuclear fusion, directly announced that when the new lens is in place, they are expected to achieve the first positive gain experiment of nuclear fusion in humankind. In fact, the NIF device was originally planned to be ignited 2 years ago, but due to the continuous increase in funding and difficulty, it is still difficult to produce. And the laboratory has been a little overwhelmed by external pressure. Now that this lens has been obtained, the pulsed ultraviolet laser can undoubtedly greatly increase the efficiency and energy, so that the original goal can be achieved. So I can't wait to start the announcement. This kind of news is naturally a wave of crazy good news. While placing orders crazily, major foreign media are also constantly bragging about this matter. And then it is carried back by the majority of public intellectuals, as if it is a great victory and breakthrough. Chapter 237: The Impact of Laser Fusion. Regarding the breakthrough of the innovative lens on Connie's side, and the fact that the NIF device can be ignited, the first to blow the whistle was the domestic spirit de Pyongyang. This is a civilized country. This is a righteous country. This group of guys who have never spoken out when de Pyongyang invaded other countries, now all say justice, civilization, and power. If you are careless, you can't compete. So it's better to surrender and admit defeat as soon as possible, and follow them to enjoy the soup. In fact, my country's application level in the field of lasers is not bad, and there have been some related reports of breakthroughs in the past. At this time, these spirit de Pyongyang were excited and turned them all out. Pointing at the titles of these breakthrough reports, they ridiculed them. So what? What can we do? Frog in the well. I don't want to play with you at all. Wake up. It has to be said that this group of cheerful guys jumping up and down can sometimes really affect morale. An ignition device with an energy generation rate of less than 1%, and a thing that needs to cool down for several hours after ignition is blown up, as if it will usher in innovation soon. In fact, this is relying on the title party to bully others for not reading enough. Anyway, not many people will go deep into it. As long as it is proved that there is positive gain in ideology, it's okay. The rest is left to the remote livestock products to blow. In fact, the two mainstream controlled nuclear fusion directions are very simple and clear. The current mainstream tokamak device in China relies on strong magnetic field confinement to ensure the reaction and block the terrible high temperature. The disadvantage is that strong magnetic field usually requires low temperature superconductivity and strong electricity. The advantage is sustainability and can react continuously. Theoretically, as long as the tokamak device runs long enough, it can achieve positive gain. For example, the International Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project ITER is preparing to use the tokamak device to achieve this. And the goal is to achieve energy conversion Q of more than 10 or even higher within 20 to 30 years. So usually the reports of breakthroughs are about how many seconds they can run continuously. Another type is the ignition device such as NIF. In fact, to put it bluntly, NIF is to make a mini hydrogen bomb. But the orthodox hydrogen bomb is detonated by an atomic bomb, while the mini hydrogen bomb of NIF is made into a capsule. And then high-energy lasers are fired from all directions to detonate. But here, for the sake of ideological and public opinion offenses, plus a little funding fraud, the announcement of the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory adopted a rather speechless concept substitution. That is, the input and output of energy are only counted in the reaction process. That is, one laser is replaced by 1.5 neutron energy. The consumption during the operation of the machine is not mentioned at all. In fact, if you read the information they publish carefully, you will know that in fact, including the use of the instrument. The neutron energy finally produced is less than 1% of the consumption. The amount of electricity consumed just to start the instrument to make the laser is more than 100 times the energy it ultimately produces. This doesn't even include the losses during the power generation process and the consumption of making that small capsule. If all were taken into account, it would only be described as horrible. And the cooling time after ignition lasts for several hours. Even how to use neutron energy and what the utilization rate is are still big question marks. Even if the utilization rate is excluded, when it is 100% conversion, to meet the energy output of an ordinary power plant, at least 10 reactions per second and 1 million reactions per day are required. Of course, with the improvement of laser level and the continuous upgrading and transformation of the device, the proportion can still be improved. After all, it has been announced that such a big victory has been achieved, and money will definitely continue to be invested. The funding problem has been temporarily alleviated. But if we follow their algorithm, then isn't the tokamak device more advanced? The magnetic field I use to constrain the reaction does not participate in the reaction. Right? Theoretically, if the magnetic field restriction is not considered after the tokamak device is ignited, the subsequent reaction can be achieved by continuing to add reactants. Will it not be positive gain sooner or later? Or is it sustainable? We can't just talk about theory without putting aside the facts. In fact, both the tokamak device and the NIF ignition device are too immature at present, not to mention waiting for nuclear fusion to be commercialized. It will take at least several decades to wait until controlled nuclear fusion achieves a true positive gain and the output energy is greater than the input energy after reasonable conversion. It has to be said that in terms of ideological output and remote animal husbandry, Pyongyang is really good at it. Unfortunately, they did not deceive people, but just change the concept. But the effect is absolutely lethal. Even if they are just throwing out satellites now, saying that they can ignite after the lens arrives and the modification design is completed, it still makes too many people on the internet excited. Many people are excited because humans are about to control nuclear fusion. And endless clean energy is waiting for us in the future. This is completely understandable. But some public intellectuals are quite speechless about the direction of excitement. What this technology must be mastered by the just side and the civilized side. Maybe even their masters don't know that they have become so awesome. This kind of suppression of morale has rarely made the atmosphere on the internet somewhat depressed, allowing them to celebrate, ridicule, and be sarcastic. It is a success to dampen enthusiasm and make the country fall into self-doubt, inferiority, and even self-hatred. It is best not to catch up if you find that you can never catch up. In the end, Wang Yi sent a tweet on Weibo. It hasn't even started yet. Don't get so excited. But according to the principle, it is just pure calculation of input and output energy. And it must be able to achieve positive gain. This is indeed a breakthrough. For example, the positive gain of hydrogen bombs is large. Right? This thing can be regarded as a small hydrogen bomb. Wang Yi first posted a relatively objective statement of approval, but then listed a series of mathematical formulas to estimate the actual energy consumption of this experiment and the final energy generated. So, without considering the conversion of power generation consumption, the consumption of making instruments, and the consumption of making projectiles, the amount of electricity consumed is probably hundreds of times the energy ultimately generated. It is still a long way from true positive gain. It is most likely a scam to get the money, and then bring in a wave of ideological output. In fact, we have already achieved positive gain in nuclear fusion, and hydrogen bombs can do it, smiley face. Then can I propose a new device, which is to continuously detonate small hydrogen bombs in the desert? We can find a way to absorb and convert the energy of the explosion, and achieve positive gain. For example, we can build a row of large windmills at a distance, and directly generate electricity. Haha. I'm kidding. Don't take it seriously. Wang Yi is currently recognized as the world's #1 mathematician, the leader of artificial intelligence algorithms, and the father of Red Queen. His credibility is still here. Many netizens who originally felt lost were immediately excited after seeing it. Is love such a positive energy gain? Isn't this a lie? The power consumption of the instrument alone is more than 100 times. And you tell me that this thing is a positive gain? What is neutron energy? It can't even boil water. Oh my god. Look how scared I am. I thought they could really do it. 100 times. What the hell? How dare they say that in the title? How can it be scary if it's not so? How can they cheat funding if it's not so? Where do the public intellectuals get the material if it's not so? At first, I felt really uncomfortable watching their weirdness. I never thought it was like this. Oh my god. After seeing what the public intellectual said, I felt that Pyongyang was going to build a power plant soon. They are going to build a power plant to meet the consumption of their experiments. It's scary. How aggrieved I was at the beginning. But after Wang Yi's popular science, my mentality was much better. Continuously exporting ideology and domesticating the mind. They let people in third world countries accept their fate and accept that they can't earn money with high added value. This is what they have been doing. GPS chips used to cost 2,000 yuan each. But now they cost 6 yuan each after Beidou appeared. What kind of 100% profit can make capital take risks? This seems to be a kind of beautification. Chapter 238 Outlook. Although Wang Yi looks like an internet celebrity, his actual status and influence are not in the same dimension. After he directly tore off the fig leaf of boasting, many public intellectuals, who were angry and embarrassed, jumped out and said that Wang Yi was unwilling to admit the other party's strength, and said that Wang Yi was jealous. But there is no doubt that attacking Wang Yi on the internet, not only was he drowned by the surging netizens, Weibo even banned the accounts of those who made rude remarks. Even Shuichuan, the first black fan who lurked very well, shook his head when he saw the operations of the pig teammates. Are you stupid? I don't dare to confront head-on with such a strong combat power. And you dare to curse? However, he still said a few sarcastic words, saying that the utilization rate of the tokamak device is actually very low. So it is better not to waste money. The same is true for the semiconductor industry. There is no need to waste money on research when it is so backward. How about buying it directly? However, he was just a self-reflective person. But Wang Yi took the initiative to circle him out and responded with okay. The road is long. But if you walk, you will reach your destination. Although the task is difficult, you can achieve it. I believe that I will be able to see a breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology in my lifetime. Wang Yi's words can be said to have directly hurt Shuichuan internally. He was very frustrated. But he still replied with a thumbs up and admiration. For Shuichuan, who can leave his mouth after cremation, this feeling of frustration is really more uncomfortable than killing him. But he has to be cowardly. Didn't you see that several friendly big verses have been banned and silenced? It's really stupid that he can't tell who can be provoked and who can't be provoked. However, although Wang Yi's popular science has calmed many people down, Connie has a breakthrough in the lens, which can also be used for lasers and nuclear fusion ignition, which still makes them a little regretful. It's the Wassler Association again. In fact, many umbrella products were originally considered, and if they hadn't argued for it, there would be no hope. This time, there is no way. Similarly, some people in China were so anxious that their eyes turned red like rabbits, jumping up and down. Wang Yi didn't wait for them to organize their words and ask questions, and directly contacted his alma mater, saying that he had lost something in XXX, and asked them to help find it. The lens still cannot be sold. However, this lens itself also uses culture medium technology, which is a super strong deep ultraviolet lens. I will give you the cultivation method, and you can buy the culture medium and make it yourself. Just use it internally. Don't sell it. It can be said that Connie's breakthrough in the lens this time, and Umbrella's side, immediately stabilized some people. Well, although Umbrella is strong, it is still very measured when it should know the limit. Although Carl Zeiss was injured, Carl Zeiss was not his own son. Although his status was higher than that of Neon, it didn't matter, and it didn't harm his own interests. And at this time, Umbrella proposed to find someone to partner in the acquisition of Purdue Pharmaceuticals. They had a breakthrough in a painkiller and were looking for partners. When Umbrella released this rumor, it was directly frightening. Are you kidding me? You're still here? No way. No way. This thing has been sold for 20 years. And even the Sackler family and the forces behind it couldn't afford it. In the end, they paid $4.5 billion to settle the matter. You're still here? Even when Umbrella released the news, many victims of Purdue Pharmaceuticals on the internet protested and became angry at the same time. However, Umbrella later stated that it was another drug they developed independently, and the pharmacology could be directly disclosed, without any opiate ingredients. Although this response failed to convince all netizens, it made some other companies' eyes light up. Are you selling drugs normally? Then you should have said it earlier. Hey, look how scared we are. How strong is Umbrella's biotechnology? The previous products have already understood it. The new drug appeared here, and it was rare to be willing to announce the sharing of the fruits in advance, which immediately made people smell the reason. This time the drug has a huge profit. It is also widely applicable. It is so big that even a tough kid like Umbrella knows that he can't eat it. So he took it out to share the fruits. That's right. Now Umbrella has drawn its own distinctive style through many actions. Just a little bit of tail wagging can let other investors know what's going on. At this time, even the Sackler family, who have the deepest grudges with Umbrella, said representatives here happily. There are conflicts. There are conflicts. But making money is making money. Not to mention the Sackler family. There are also representatives from Huanua Group. That's right. We seem to be fighting to the death before. And the previous CEO's life and death are unknown. And it has also affected the profits of our drugs. But the profits have been lost. And we must find a way to make up for it from other places. Besides, if the previous CEO hadn't died, how could there be a second generation? For these hyenas that swarmed in, Umbrella, which already had experience in fruit distribution, also made its own choice. First of all, Huanua couldn't consider it. They killed innocent people with the technical gimmicks created by Wang Yi. They didn't directly capture the CEO and shoot him. That was because Wang Yi was soft-hearted now. Then Umbrella also selected some pharmaceutical companies with relatively good reputations such as Merck to invest together. But this time it's their own thing. Umbrella needs to take the majority. Not to mention 50% of the shares. But also the full equity. And the rest is for you to share the money. Everyone has the same interests. It can be said that this time, Umbrella used this to resolve some tensions caused by the previous battery and temporarily attract some bad friends. Although this kind of partnership is definitely unreliable. Just like those who share money in TT. But at least it can be guaranteed that they will not do bad things in the short term. This is enough. Wait until the Liegi electrodes of Mexico and Pakistan go into production. And then sell some to you for DIY. And the aftermath of this time will almost be completely eliminated. The boss is still very decisive. The rumors have subsided for the time being. When the factories in Mexico and Pakistan are completed, this matter will end here. However, after the integration of Ningya is completed, some finished products need to be sold to them to shut them up. Lin Shurqin has a strong network monitoring ability. Although the key places are all internets, and the mobile phones are all specially made, it is impossible to completely guard against Lin Shurqin in all aspects. Maybe it is not detailed or specific, but she is enough to capture some rumors, and then deduce them through big data. Now that the Red Queen has come out and Umbrella has its own supercomputer, Lin Shurqin's performance is naturally rising. It's not possible to control global dynamics, but some keywords can still be controlled. Well, but it's almost time to find a place that really belongs to me. After finally suppressing the aftermath of the battery, Wang Yi sighed. Although the influence in Mexico and Brazil is good now, it is too close to Danyai, and there are still uncertainties. In fact, it is a constraint to put the real core in any country. Wang Yi wants to have a completely independent area. If you are more ruthless, learn from the Sackler family to control warlords in Somalia and create separatism and chaos. However, Wang Yi is not very interested in this kind of behavior, so there are not many options. Undersea City, Sea City, Sky City, Antarctica, Space City. Consider it comprehensively. Tisk, why are you thinking so much when you haven't even finished a wizard tower? Really? You still can't be too ambitious when doing things. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Wang Yi also laughed at himself. But there must be some wonders in the future. Right? Chapter 239 DUV lithography machines with their own merits. Have you seen it? Umbrella acquired the last Purdue Pharmaceuticals. Purdue Pharmaceuticals? Which one? The one in the United States? Damn. I remember this one. The one that was sold for 20 years, and finally settled for $4.5 billion without a single person being sentenced to the family behind it. Oh my god. Why did they acquire this? Aren't they also selling painkillers? It really is. But their official website says that it is their own technology. Non-opioid. I am a related major. And I went to see it. If it is really as they say, it is really a miracle drug. And it can also treat insomnia and depression. Can it cure insomnia? Are there any side effects? It is written that the side effect is love to sleep, which is a natural human reaction. It has almost no drug toxicity when taken according to the dosage, and can be taken for a long time. No way. There is such a thing? Is it really not addictive? Purdue Pharmaceuticals caused some waves at the beginning. If other pharmaceutical companies acquired it in this way, they would definitely have to wear tinted glasses. However, many people believe in Umbrella's words now because of its reputation. I still believe in Umbrella's biotechnology. I believe what he said about making zombies. However, the drug has just been released. It is still too early to pass the review. The reorganization of Purdue Pharmaceuticals this time is probably just for the convenience of passing the review. It is estimated that it wants to be an over-the-counter drug. Now Umbrella and World Company can be said to be two evergreen trees on the domestic internet. You sing and I come on stage. Taking turns. Anyway, more and more places are saying that they will introduce shared battery cars. But the current production capacity is indeed limited and is still in the stage of orderly deployment. Even many people want to buy shared battery cars separately. But there has been no channel. Umbrella also responded to this with OK. And all the production capacity of battery cars has been booked by World Company. After all, it is a newly taken out battery. I hope everyone will be patient. Ningya's acquisition and integration work has been smooth. And it will be sold to the outside world at that time. The popularity of Starry Sky and the progress of the World Cup in Pakistan also share the spotlight at the same time. Now it has been brought into the era of short videos in advance. And there is also a cross-era game Starry Sky world that can be linked. There is really no day that is not lively on the internet. Various hot spots are magnified through short videos and often reflected in the game. The hottest thing recently is the phenomenon of some melees in the game caused by the loss of the supported team. This phenomenon is relatively rare in China, because the national football team is not involved. If you just support your favorite team, it is usually rarely fanatical to this extent. However, the fighting in other human civilization war zones in the game is quite hot. Not every country can enjoy the protection of an NPC force like in China. It often happens that when the World Cup is hot outside, the game starts to deploy troops. Sometimes the World Cup has not started yet. But the game starts early because of the verbal battle and atmosphere. There have been several times when the winning side in the game found that their team failed in the end and posted videos to scold others. Of course, those teams that won the game were even more proud. For example, after the match between Prussia and Gaul, a Prussian player posted a video on TT in a high-profile manner. Little Gaul. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. No matter in the game or in reality. They have never won. After the Gaul team lost to Prussia, they were beaten in the game. But Suda Sang-gu left a message under the video. They won World War II and were the victorious country. The Jiaoji netizen followed closely and added, indeed, although they surrendered. Soon Sang-gu started complaining again. Why can Gaul become a permanent member? They should give up their position to us. Hunsan? What a joke. South Korean netizens began to come out. Shut up. You bunch of thieves. It seems that the world is unanimous about the view that they are thieves. Neon netizens sneered on the side. Then suddenly it turned into a quarrel between South Korean and Neon netizens. And they made an appointment to Starry Sky World. South Korean and Neon are both in the jurisdiction of an NPC force. And there are many frictions on weekdays. The two teams cannot meet in the World Cup. But Star World has done a solid job. And even their World Cup players led the team to fight large-scale group battles. Well, both teams have been eliminated now. And it is the relaxation stage after the game. But why didn't I see the news that the team of the Eastern Power was eliminated? They are about to win the World Cup. Right? Smirk. At this time, some domestic netizens, who have been eating melons silently beside, couldn't help but reply. Only this matter. You ridicule us without any opinion. At the beginning, I just ate melons and didn't speak. Just knowing that you were discussing the World Cup. But wait, did Hong San enter? Uh-huh. We have cricket. Idiot. We have Star World. One sentence made the other party speechless. Damn. Now many conflicts will be thrown into Star World to solve. The other party said so. There is really nothing to do. In fact, after Star World became so popular, there are many jealous foreign capitals. There are many who want to get a piece of the pie. Many are also sharpening their knives under the banner of various security. However, World Company also directly stated that if even the game is targeted, then just stop the service in that area. It doesn't matter. If you like to play, play. If you don't want to play, go away. The boss of World Company is Wang Yi, a great mathematician. He really doesn't care about money. After cheating and feeling the toughness of World Company, the matter was finally left unresolved. So at present, Star World is the signboard for domestic games to be exported overseas. We didn't enter the World Cup, but we have Star World. The battle situation in the World Cup is getting more and more intense. And the battle in Star World is also the same. And World Company also took advantage of this time to launch the 1.01 update, the first expansion pack update. The Zerg is coming. In fact, the Zerg has always been there. But in the past, you had to go deep into the starry sky and into the Zerg-occupied area before you could fight. And that area was a high difficulty, high risk and high return area. The missions are very difficult, and the rewards are also many. The main force of the confrontation in each area is still NPC. The new version didn't add anything. It just changed the Zerg's AI mode and added a new escaper plan, which sent a large number of small troops to bypass the defense line and enter the heart of human civilization to carry out destruction. Players may also encounter Zerg in the heartland of NPC forces. Zerg are cruel, brutal, and do not take prisoners. If they are defeated, their ships will be destroyed and people will die. They may even attack NPC planets and even space stations. However, the rewards after victory are quite rich. It is this sudden external pressure that temporarily suppressed the original internal melee. Don't fight to feed the worms. Get through this expansion first. While the internet was in full swing and Umbrella had reached a delicate tacit understanding and balance, Wongi completed some lens tests, and even the cultivation ratio of some new virus special immunoglobulins. At present, with the help of Connie's lithography production line, combined with the new lens, a slightly improved DUV lithography machine with powerful functions can be made. Yes, it is still in the field of DUV lithography machine. It has not entered EUV, because it has not even used the immersion lithography method. It also uses neon light sources. In terms of extreme performance, it is even slightly inferior to the DUV immersion lithography machine that ASML has now brought out. Yes, it is inferior. After all, it only has the advantage of lens now. And the difference in light source and immersion lithography will lead to a lower upper limit. Even the problem of lithography machine is currently being solved, and the relevant processes on the wafer factory side have not yet been unlocked. But the advantage is that although Wongi still uses dry lithography and the light source is slightly inferior, he can rely on the performance advantage of the lens to ensure that the yield rate at the 14 nanometers level will exceed that of ASML's lithography machine. ASML's current lithography machine relies on multiple exposures, and the limit can reach 7 nanometers. However, this also requires high production technology for the wafer factory, and the yield rate is also a problem. The lithography machine is for mass production of chips, for commercial use and to make money. If the yield rate is low, it may even cause a loss. And the lithography machine that Wongi currently modified based on Connie's foundation can exceed the ASML lithography machine by at least 20% in the 14 nanometers level process. It can exceed 30% in the 10 nanometers process. But the disadvantage is that it cannot reach the level of 7 nanometers. At present, relying on ASML's existing lithography machines, the mainstream of the most advanced chips this year is still 22 nanometers. The wafer factories that can manufacture them include TEL, UMC, MediaTek, Global Foundries, TSMC, Forstar and many other factories. Even now, the sense of crisis in chips is not very strong, because there are too many factories that can produce the most advanced technology. 22 nanometers seems to be almost within reach, and it is not so imminent. The mid and low-end chips are not bad either. There are some cognitive errors, although there are also preventive layouts in related fields. It is still a little short after all. But if we follow the development process of chip technology in the parallel world, the chip technology will probably usher in a huge change next year. The 22 nanometers technology was almost popular in high-end chips in 2012. After so long, it will enter the 14 nanometers era next year. In this process, wafer factories such as UMC will also stop here. The chip technology officially begins to open up the generation gap. This is the chip. There are too many aspects involved in a small chip. Wongi has been using cheats and counterattacks all the way, using all the black technology and also using acquisition methods. But now, he can just barely touch the very tip of the tail. If he hadn't acquired the photolithography equipment and semiconductor-related precision equipment from Neon, he could only stare blankly. But after all, the most difficult part was temporarily solved by cheating. Now that the photolithography machine has been developed, it doesn't mean that they will jump out to compete immediately. The mainstream market has been taken by ASML. What they have produced is more important as a precaution. After all, it is just the production line that Connie is going to eliminate. And the production capacity is limited. Now they are tinkering with it in advance as a temporary precaution. Because with the completion of the acquisition and integration of Ningya, Umbrella is about to enter the mobile phone field. When the cake is moved, who knows what will happen? Among them, the chip is the most likely place to get stuck. Because there are only so many players, and so many shares at present. The reason why 4-star can suddenly appear and compete with Fruit is that his own industry is comprehensive, including chips. Many things in mobile phones can be made by himself. Other wafer factories must also give priority to satisfying old customers. It is quite difficult for Umbrella to get enough production capacity immediately. It can even be said that after the appearance of Umbrella Battery, seeing the industries acquired by Umbrella, they will naturally have corresponding vigilance, and even jointly resist secretly. This is business. We play with you within the rules. So even if the light source problem has not been solved, Wang Yi will make do with the original light source and slightly improve the lens. If you run out of food, find a way to make it yourself. Of course, if you want to make chips, other related processes of the wafer factory must also be developed simultaneously. And when necessary, you can only go to Neon to purchase. Chapter 240 Encounter. My eyes are blurry. This is not something a human can do. After finally completing the upgrade of Connie's lithography machine, Wang Yi could not help but scratch his eye sockets by pressing his temples. In fact, after Connie fully turned to Umbrella, some of their semiconductor engineers and some engineers poached from Japan were also brought here. It is obvious that if we rely on them, even if they provide technology, lenses, and even parameters and drawings, it will take until next year to complete this upgrade, which will not be able to catch up with the time node when Umbrella enters the mobile phone field. In fact, the production capacity of the lithography machine Wang Yi has made now is also limited, and there may still be many to be ordered. It is just that whether there is something or not, whether it is in hand or not, this point has a completely different influence on the right to speak. You don't sell it to me? Are you forcing me to increase production capacity? I'll roll you to death. Now that the main part is done, the rest can be handed over to the group of Japanese engineers. Even Rabbit heard that Umbrella was also going to engage in semiconductors, and also provided some excellent semiconductor engineers to work as a friendly offer. Umbrella, which originally had few related practitioners, naturally could not refuse. Just be able to do the work, and complete the work on time and in quantity. I don't care about you at other times. Not to mention, these engineers who were sent here to work are hardworking and willing to do all the dirty and tiring work, and take the initiative to work overtime, which makes the engineers in Japan feel numb. My God, they all do this. It seems not good for us to be too relaxed. Right? Will the new boss be dissatisfied? Umbrella's reputation abroad does not have the filter of selling hepatitis B drugs cheaply in China. This is an existence that can make all groups in Japan cry at night. Not a kind man and woman. However, this situation made Wang Yi realize that even if there are so many employees, and each employee is constantly switching identities and taking turns 24 hours a day, there is still a serious shortage of manpower. The replacement promised by Mexico and Brazil is still difficult to give birth. The progress of new pharmaceutical companies, new factories, some integration of old factories, etc. is still limited. Even though the first batch of Umbrella's old employees, who had been affected by the weakened version of Dihua for a year, had begun to help, Umbrella still seemed a little swollen. When eating Ningya, there was even more of a feeling of being powerless. What's more, Wang Yi was planning to knock some wonders, but he really couldn't knock. TSK. It's still too difficult for useful, vengeful spirits to be born in this environment. Wang Yi sighed as he looked at the seal ornaments of the grass-headed gods in his space. There were quite a few of these things, but they were just silly answering machines, without much autonomy. No autonomy. Wang Yi had an idea, and then took out the ornaments and fiddled with them for a while, preparing to mail one to each employee. It doesn't matter if there is no autonomy. Just treat it as a secretary for you, and do some mechanical work. It seems I have to make some time to go to Neon. The density there is higher. Well, Panasonic's battery department must be having a hard time. It's okay to buy this department alone, and it also meets their requirements of building multiple factories. There is also Toshiba's wafer factory, but I'm afraid they won't sell it so easily. Wang Yi pondered for a moment. In fact, there are still many treasures in Japan. Nothing next? Wang Yi asked Lin Shichin. No, but I promised my wife to go play bumper cars after her training this week. The little liquor is easy to deal with. I just buy her some bags occasionally. Hearing Lin Shichin talking about the strategy of picking up girls, Wang Yi also felt a little subtle. Then Ma Dong will get married next week. He sent you an invitation. The next week is the mathematician conference. You are one of the winners of this year's Fields Medal, and the youngest winner in history. You have broken the record of 10 years. You should also go to participate. The venue is in Seoul. Wow. Ma Dong is very quick. I remember that his girlfriend's parents are also directors. Wang Yi remembered that Ma Dong's girlfriend's family seemed to be in the entertainment industry. When they went out to eat together, she was quite nice. She was generous and lived a life. Her name seemed to be Xia Mei. She is now a field attendant in the crew. Ma Dong also participated in the previous Starry Sky. He is now quite famous. In addition, he is now the top kitchenware seller. In fact, he has achieved success. Ma Dong finally got married. So he still has to go. He can't miss the Mathematicians Congress. Wang Yi doesn't care about winning awards. But the group of mathematical succubi at the Mathematicians Congress will also be there. It's time to show off after accumulating for so long. And Wang Yi doesn't care much about awards. But Fields is the Nobel Prize in mathematics after all. Which is quite useful for boosting the morale of the Chinese people. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiuka drove the bumper car and hit Wang Yi quickly. Although she was shaking constantly, she was still laughing happily. Qian Yayan next to her drove the bumper car slowly behind Wang Yi like a guard with a knife. Looking at Lu Xiuka, who was as happy as a dog in front of her, Qian Yayan also felt a little envious. Easy to satisfy can actually make you happy. As the time came, the bumper car slowly stopped. Ma is now one of the top anchors in the world. With the popularity of Starry Sky, he said last time that he had received an invitation to be the protagonist of a blockbuster. Lu Xiuka pressed her skirt and got off the car. She looked really good in her JK clothes. She was absolutely amazing just by turning around. Ma Dong did unexpectedly burst out with new potential. He is a typical late bloomer. Qian Yayan also nodded beside her. There are many things in the world company that Qian Yayan helped Wang Yi to convey. And Qian Yayan also likes this kind of work. She just likes to be arrogant, and like the feeling of being high above. She only needs to bow down to Wang Yi. Which feels great. However, Ma Dong had signed a contract with an agency. And the contract has not expired yet. So he has not been signed by Yuzhong. Fortunately, Ma Dong was just a special actor before. And even if he signed with an agency, it was relatively loose. The key is that there is no agreement on live streaming and selling goods. So he does not have to share the big profits. In addition, many resources were found by Ma Dong himself. And his agency didn't spend much effort. So it was already a huge profit. Indeed, Ma Ji's acting skills are well honed. And he is also a hot topic. With that villain face, if he plays a villain role or an undercover, he is quite suitable. It's just that in his previous situation, no one would tailor a script for him. And even if there was a suitable role, he would not get it. Wang Yi still admires Ma Dong. He doesn't think about hugging his thighs and rubbing his leg hair like crazy. He still earns money on his own in many cases. To some extent, TT will no longer focus on giving him more traffic, as it has reached the traffic ceiling limited by TT. Actually, Wang Yi feels that his thighs are so thick. It's okay for you to rub more. Anyway, it doesn't matter who you give it to. It's better to give it to yourself. But Ma Dong himself knows how to measure. Wang Yi is thinking about whether to give him a super long-range pink donkey when he gets married. It's quite interesting to think about it. I'm going to buy some milk tea. What flavor do you want? Qian Yayan looked at the milk tea shop next to her and fully fulfilled her duties. Whatever. Avocado. And just when Qian Yayan went to buy milk tea, Xiaoku, a magnetic voice with a hint of hoarseness came. And when she turned around, she saw a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses and fashionable clothes. Although she was wearing big sunglasses and a hat, she should be a celebrity face that she often sees. However, it is normal to bump into celebrities in a vertical store. Maybe she has filmed a movie with Xiaoku. Ah, teacher Xiaomi. Lu Xiuka was also a little surprised when he saw this person. After hearing what Lu Xiuka said, Wang Yi also remembered who this person was. Chun Mi, one of the most popular actresses now, who seemed to have just got married this year. The fact that an actress who can openly announce her relationship and get married can still maintain high popularity and traffic is enough to show her ability and status in the film and television industry. Wang Yi had an impression of her not because he had seen some short videos similar to her, but because she was invited to come and have some teaching and matching with Lu Xiuka some time ago. Yes, Chin Mi's acting skills are not very strong, but it is undeniable that she has rich experience in filming. In terms of pure acting skills, Lu Xiuka has a professional drama teacher, and Chin Mi is purely teaching her what she is good at. And although compared with the above, Chin Mi's acting skills are a bit awkward and bad, but compared with the below, there is no doubt that she is much more dedicated. It's just that Wani can feel that the time she stays on him when she appears here is not normal. Of course, it may be that she is curious about what Luciuka's rumored boyfriend looks like. But there may also be some other ideas and plans. In fact, Wani often hangs out with Luciuka, and some photos that don't show his face are occasionally leaked. And Luciuka has always publicly admitted that she has a boyfriend. So it is normal to be curious. Luciuka was not popular before. But now that Starry Sky is released, even if it is not a movie that highlights the heroine, it is enough to make her a topic and hot spot. Moreover, in the entertainment industry, more and more attention is paid to this actress, who has recently become popular and suddenly became the heroine of Starry Sky. At present, the most rumors about Luciuka among people in the circle are that a master asked director Zhang Ming to take care of him. Those who are more informed know that it is a young master, and Xian Yangzi and others are full of praise. Only a very few people know Wang Yi's true identity. For example, the movie Emperor Lu Xun, who often acts as a tap water on Weibo. Whether it was Dying to Survive or Starry Sky, Lu Xun personally forwarded and even replied to advertisements everywhere, which caused a lot of ridicule. However, as the reputation of Dying to Survive and the quality of Starry Sky began to show, Lu Xun was unexpectedly given the hat of a discerning eye for pearls, which was beautiful. Wang Yi let Luciuka and Shinmi talk, and when he was thinking casually, Xian Yayan also came over with a bag of milk tea. While handing a cup to Wang Yi, he looked at Chinmi, who was talking to Luciuka with caution. In terms of hardware capital, she believed that the other party was not a threat to her. But that kind of standing posture and the occasional small movements during the chat fully showed her femininity, which was more mature than herself and the first wife. And the more natural those movements were, the more it showed the strength of the other party's level. It was an uninvited guest. Chapter 241 Ma Dong's Wedding. While Chinmi was chatting with Luciuka, she also glanced at Wang Yi. He was very young, and he was very similar to the young master in the rumors. In fact, with Chinmi's status, she originally looked down on Luciuka. Although this girl has very solid hardware conditions and is willing to work hard, it is not the case that you can get into the entertainment industry just by being pretty and willing to work hard. Too many people have entered, but in the end, only these are left after fighting. She had never even paid attention to this emerging newcomer before. There are too many newcomers every year. Some can even become famous overnight. But there are also too many people who debut at the peak and soon cool down. The invisible swords and shadows here can be said to be more complicated and chaotic than those underground forces. You have to sleep with your eyes open and be careful when you go out. Even with Chinmi's current status, it is still like this. She just has enough interests and has a little capital to negotiate conditions. But even she, in order to complete the gambling agreement, was constantly rushing to take on various films, sleeping less than 5 hours a day, and the whole person was like a robot. She also wanted to hone her acting skills and improve herself. But no, she didn't have time at all. Fortunately, she succeeded in the end and successfully jumped out of the most basic situation. At present, Chinmi herself can be regarded as half a capital. At least she has the ability to influence some things. Plus she has enough influence in the fashion circle, which is already the upper level of the food chain in the circle. Until she received an invitation to come and help guide the actors. With her status, this kind of invitation was also accepted. And there are various variety shows. It can be said that as long as she is willing, she can fill it up 24 hours a day. However, the invitation for a one-on-one teaching still surprised her. If it was somewhere else, she might have refused directly. This is not a matter of money. Chinmi is not short of money. But after seeing that it was Yuzhong Media, she still hesitated and finally agreed. Yuzhong Media can be said to be a clear stream in the entertainment industry. Or it can be said to be a strange flower. With the support of World Company, Yuzhong has a feeling of being outside the entertainment industry, looking down on everything from a high position. So far, they have invested in almost 10 movies. It can be said that with the support of World Company's TT to assist in publicity and distribution, the movies they invested in have not lost money. It's just a matter of how much the return rate is. And so far, they have released 2 movies themselves. The first one directly raised the highest box office from the threshold of 1 billion to 3 billion. The official media praised the Dying to Survive, which was both well received and popular. Another one is the Starry Sky, which is currently being screened. It was released during the World Cup, and all the movies in the same period were rescheduled. According to the current trend, the box office can even surpass their own records. And Starry Sky can obviously be made into a series. 2 consecutive movies have been forced to surpass themselves, which really shocked everyone in the entertainment industry. This is a science fiction movie? A domestic science fiction movie. Can you do whatever you want with special effects? And Lee Hyuka is the heroine of Starry Sky, who is about to break the record. Well, one movie is going to kill all of her some. She even has time to receive some reinforcement and training. This kind of humanized company has potential. Chinmi also wants it. It just so happens that her contract is about to expire. And she is really attracted to Yuzhong Media. In this case, she will naturally pay more attention to Lee Hyuka. In fact, she happened to get Lee Hyuka's words during the teaching process. And knew that she came to the amusement park with her boyfriend today. So she came here specially to create an encounter. Needless to say, Lee Hyuka must have been able to enter Yuzhong Media because of her boyfriend, who is rumored to be a young master. With this kind of connection, Chinmi actually doesn't mind being a temporary girlfriend for a while. Even if she is already married. Yuzhong Media is so cold and so out of place. And there is no relationship that can intervene. Especially when Qian Yayan came back with milk tea. Seeing this completely different style of beauty accompanying her, she was even more certain of Chinmi's judgments. This young master has a lot of energy and a wild way. Although he has relatively few contacts in the entertainment industry, and I have not heard of other channels. The points of communication are very important. What? Don't you want to introduce them? After Chinmi and Lee Hyuka chatted for a while, they smiled and got to the point. Oh, this is my boyfriend Ai. And this is my best friend Aya. Lee Hyuka then said to Wang Yi and the others. This is teacher Xiaomi, who has been teaching me some knowledge during this period. You little girl. How am I young? Chinmi said angrily. But her words were a little hoarse. But there was a sense of flirting. In fact, she was flirting. Teacher Chinmi, Hyuka is going to trouble you for this period of time. This guy is stupid. You have to teach him more. Wang Yi stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chinmi, and said casually, in terms of tea art, it is indeed good. Maybe there will be another flavor when tasting tea. But Wang Yi didn't want to waste any time here. I am very busy. And Lin Shichin is the one who makes the long phone calls. There is really no need for this kind of trash, who is as weak as Qian Yayan. No. Hyuka is rare in the entertainment industry. And I am also in need of friends, who can talk without any guard. Chinmi's eyes were smiling into crescents. But when she saw Qian Yayan with a little vigilance around Wang Yi, she knew it was not the right place. After handing Wang Yi a business card, she smiled and said, see you again, if we are destined to meet again. After saying that, she turned around and left. As if it was just a chance encounter. Chun-Mi, who was leaving, was also thinking at this time. It seemed that Ma Dong's wedding would be in a while. Ma Dong seemed to be familiar with this master. His wife's family was also in the entertainment industry. And the invitation was also here. It seemed that she had to go there. Ma Dong's contract with his agency should be about to expire. So he should also want to go to Yuzhong. Currently, Ma Dong's popularity is higher than Lee Hyuka's because of his live streaming sales. When the three of them finally chose gifts, Wang Yi still didn't have the bad taste to make a donkey with super long battery life, but made 2 silver pendants for them. Avoiding dirty things is just a side effect. The main thing is to make people relax, fall asleep more easily, and not get sick easily. For his wife, it can also be considered as a pregnancy protection. Lee Hyuka brought her own honey grapefruit tea. As for Qian Yayan, she was more direct, and bought a pair of Vacheron Constantine couple watches. Yes, Qian Yayan is so materialistic and direct. And she has never concealed anything. If Ma Dong counts his live broadcast traffic, he can already be on par with first-class stars. In addition, his father-in-law is also a mid-level director in the entertainment industry. So the show can't be low. The venue was chosen in a top hotel in Shanghai, which is under the control of Hangwon Group, and is located in the prosperous area of the Bund. The top of the hotel is specially prepared for these scenes. Standing here, you can overlook the panoramic view of the Bund at a glance. You can see the tall and burly Ma Dong and Xia Mei, who is wearing a wedding dress next to him, constantly chatting with guests from all walks of life. There is also a very busy old man with gray hair, who is meticulously groomed. He should be Ma Dong's father-in-law, Director Xia, who also has a good status and connections in the entertainment industry. On the other hand, Ma Dong's parents seemed a little overwhelmed. They stood there honestly and nervously, talking to some relatives who came from Ma Dong's side. It can be seen that Ma Dong's family conditions are indeed average. Although they all came in formal clothes, many people could see the sense of crampedness and looked a little out of place. But it is precisely because of this that it is more and more obvious that Ma Dong is precious. He fought hard and came to this point now. Wang Yi can indeed be said to have helped a lot. He is Ma Dong's noble man. But if he did not have his own efforts and foundation, he would not be able to hold on even if he encountered opportunities. In addition, there are many celebrities who can be familiar at first glance. There are really many people in the entertainment industry. Although Ma Dong himself has not starred in a movie yet, after he participated in Starry Sky, the box office results of the movies he participated in can already be ranked on the list of male actors. In addition, the most important thing is Ma Dong's popularity on the TT platform and the small broken station live broadcast. Although it is selling some kitchen utensils and so on, the popularity and traffic are here. There is no doubt that his potential can be seen. In addition, his father-in-law is also an old man in the entertainment industry, so it is natural to have such specifications. However, there are no top-tier guests. Most of them are second-tier and third-tier. After all, they are in different circles and will not force themselves to blend in. Brother Ma, congratulations. Wang Yi came to Ma Dong and his wife and smiled, and gave his gifts directly on the spot. 2 small pendants. Don't be disgusted. Uh-huh. How could I be disgusted? Don't I know your ability? Hee hee. But I may neglect it today. There are too many guests. Ma Dong saw Wang Yi coming in person, and his face was also very happy. However, he did not neglect other guests because of Wang Yi. The relationship between the two sides was originally very harmonious, and there was no need to do so much nonsense at such a busy time. You are the protagonist today. Wang Yi smiled, and Lu Xiuke next to him also wanted to give out his own grapefruit tea. But looking at the couple's current state, it would not affect to hang a silver pendant, but to take his own grapefruit tea. Then, it seems a bit inconvenient. It's in the gift section over there. I'm afraid I'll get this mixed up. Your bottle is so big. Just go over there and get it. Wang Yi pointed to the place where the gift was written, and there were also red envelopes. The 3 of them all gave 888. Originally, the purpose of giving gifts was to be festive and auspicious, but sometimes it became distorted. Wang Yi was not here to show off his wealth, so he just came normally. As for the gifts, there were actually gifts from some of Ma Dong's relatives, and Lu Xiuke's honey grapefruit tea was not surprising. You can see local eggs, bacon and so on. The staff also sorted them very carefully and classified them so that fragile items would not be damaged. The price of the hotel is here, and the service must be in place. Can the waiters in luxury hotels look down on these gifts from the countryside? Not possible. They themselves may not have had wedding wine in such a place. These bacon and local eggs are probably brought all the way from Ma Dong's relatives from their hometown. This is the friendship of the countryside. Chapter 242 Greed. With such a high consumption, some cold dishes tasted pretty good. Wang Yi didn't care much and started to taste them directly. He was a little out of tune with the atmosphere nearby. After all, most people here are from the entertainment industry, and Ma Dong's relatives are sitting upright. It's really only Wang Yi who is here like nothing happened. Other stars, screenwriters, directors, etc., who came earlier were all greeting each other. This is also the price they pay for maintaining their external brilliance. However, Lu Xiuke is no longer a little transparent now. Her appearance still makes many people look at her. After all, Lu Xiuke and Ma Dong are said to have the same backer. Now it seems that it is indeed the young master next to Lu Xiuke. Really young. In fact, many people are a little confused. How can such a young man become a master with such a reputation? And let director Zhang and Lu Zhen praise him. And it seems that he has a lot of energy. It is very likely that Lu Xiuke's entry into Yuzhong is due to his relationship. After all, Ma Dong and Lu Xiuke participated in Starry Sky at the same time. It is really magical that Lu Xiuke, a newcomer who suddenly appeared, can achieve such a box office now. One movie directly beat the total of many movie kings and queens in their lifetime. There are definitely some people who are jealous and unwilling. But even if the entertainment industry is not happy, they will maintain harmony on the surface. Moreover, the main strength of Starry Sky is the movie itself, and the actors in it are just extras. At present, it can't be said that it is very popular. Mr. Wang, I haven't seen you for a long time. Director Zhang came to Wang Yi's table with a smile and sat down directly, as if he wanted to settle down here. As for the guests on the scene, Zhang Ming can be said to be the top one. After all, Ma Dong and his father-in-law's connections are also limited. This time they just came in a proper manner, and didn't force themselves to make a sky-high wedding. It can be said that Zhang Ming originally just sent out the invitation politely. But he really came. In fact, many people were circling around Zhang Ming before. Now, after seeing him put everyone aside and come over, and even intend to set up a table, they were also secretly surprised. Sure enough, the rumored master and director Zhang have a special relationship. Director Zhang, Shika. At this time, Jinmi also came over and greeted him generously, and then sat down. The entertainment industry is very senior, and sitting in the wrong seat in some occasions may cause trouble. But like Zhang Ming, Jinmi's status is not low. Although she is not as good as Zhang Ming, she is still qualified to sit anywhere in the comparison on the spot. Oh! Xiaomi also knows Mr. Wang. Zhang Ming saw Jinmi sitting generously and greeted her with a smile. The two had worked together before. In the past, Zhang Ming actually looked down on the acting skills of Jinmi and her group. But later I found out that there could be worse ones. After the comparison, I suddenly felt that Jinmi and her group seemed to be quite good. At least dedicated. I am quite familiar with Xieka. I received a teaching invitation from Yujing before, and I met Mr. Wang at the casino. Jinmi said to Zhang Ming with a smile. So his last name is Wang. Before, Lu Xioka called him Ai. So he should be called Wangi. Wait! Suddenly Jinmi couldn't help shaking, holding the table, and turned to look at Wangi, who was eating dried fish, with deep shock in her eyes. Wangi! The boss of World Company. The great mathematician Master Yi is called Wangi. If you just hear this name casually, you will definitely not have such a big reaction. At present, Master Yi is much more famous. But Lu Xiuka participated in Starry Sky and joined Yuzhong. Plus the relationship that has been reflected. Then this person's identity is about to be revealed. The boss of World Company. Professor Wangi. Who can shake the entertainment industry with a stomp of his feet. Yes, he is an academic. But in fact, he has not spent any effort and energy in the entertainment industry until now. But with the publicity ability of TT, a small broken station, and the linkage of live broadcast, he can set his own box office record. He casually accomplished what other big companies can't do in their lifetime in the entertainment industry. Oh my! Who said that the backer behind Lu Xioka was a master? Isn't this a pitfall? Fortunately, I have always been very polite to Lu Xioka and chose to make friends with her. Otherwise it would be really troublesome. Jinmi herself has heard some rumors that a certain boss and a certain sponsor have taken a fancy to Lu Xioka. But they were persuaded to stop. But most of them actually gave face to Zhang Ming at the beginning. In fact, in the entertainment industry itself, even if there are some people who have support, as long as they are not the kind of forbidden delicacy, they often have to compromise sometimes. Because it is impossible to find the support behind everything. So in fact, many times a star may have a lot of support behind him. It's just that Lu Xiuka's backer is too reliable. Look at her laughing and joking like nothing happened. And even taking others to the amusement park. It's terrible. If she wasn't sitting now, Jinmi felt her legs were weak. After all, she is also an actor. And her expression management is still in place. And she is still smiling all the time. It's just that some of her original thoughts have been restrained. If the other party is a master, then she is really a little sure. But if it is the one from the World Company, to be honest, she dare not. The other party's status is too noble. If I approach with a purpose, there may be problems. However, in this case, I only need to maintain a good relationship with Lu Xiuka. It will definitely not be a big problem if I just enter Yuzhong. No wonder, no wonder. Even Jinmi still feels a little uncomfortable about Lu Xiuka's achievement of surpassing all others with one movie. But she knows how to maximize her value. Now that Wang Yi's true identity has been guessed, it is even more so. All the previous doubts have been solved. But at this time, there was some commotion at the banquet, which attracted the attention of several people. It should be the bride and groom and several guests. Wang Yi also focused his attention, and the conversation over there was immediately heard. Dongzi, the company has supported you until now, and finally made you famous. But now you want to change jobs? Isn't this inappropriate? Everyone here is from our circle. Why don't you let everyone judge? A man who looked to be in his early 40s, and had a very imposing manner said to Ma Dong with a fake smile, holding a big red envelope in his hand, which should be several W thick. That's right. Brother Dong. You can't just ignore your brothers when you become famous. We want to learn how to sell goods from you. A young actor next to him said. If you think the conditions are not good enough, you can talk about it. We are old friends. There is no need to be so stiff. Another actor who was vaguely well known also spoke with a smile, looking like a peacemaker, but also squeezing. This phenomenon also caught the eyes of many guests nearby. Many people present were watching the show. The 3 people who came over were all from Ma Dong's agency. Although it was not a top agency, it was not small in power. There were not many people willing to step forward and persuade at this time. In fact, Ma Dong's current situation is a bit similar to Liu Xiaoke. Although his skills are solid enough, and he will soar to the sky when he encounters an opportunity. In the eyes of many people in the entertainment industry, he still relies on his position as an internet celebrity. No matter how popular an internet celebrity is, his position in the entertainment industry seems a bit embarrassing. In addition to the power of his agency itself, and some unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, naturally more people are watching. However, there were also people who came to smooth things over. Director Xia, Ma Dong's father-in-law, came over with a smile. Mr. Liu, today is a big day. Let's talk later. After all, he is also a senior director, and the guests invited here can also show his connections. After he spoke, 2 directors and a screenwriter who had a good relationship with him also spoke. Yes, Mr. Liu, the groom is very tired today. I'm afraid he doesn't have so much energy to deal with it. Uh-huh. A spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Don't delay the groom and the bride. However, facing the persuasion of Director Xia and several people, Mr. Liu seemed to have not heard it at all. Didn't he know that today was Ma Dong's wedding? If it wasn't his wedding, he wouldn't come. Before, Ma Dong's sudden popularity also made him very happy. This popularity and traffic are really amazing. Especially after the conflict with the original top seller Yaya. Ma Dong's popularity is really stable and scary. Looking big and strong. But many kitchen and bathroom products, and some ingredients and seasonings like to find Ma Dong to sell. There is no doubt that eating this kind of thing has a status in the big foodie empire. In terms of traffic, it can be regarded as the top level of TT. Touching the ceiling of TT recognized by the industry. But even if TT has a ceiling, there are only a few anchors who can touch the ceiling. What's more, Ma Dong also participated in Starry Sky and immediately took over the leading role of an undercover film. It seems that he has the experience of replicating the experience of a supporting actor becoming an actor. In this case, how could Mr. Liu let go? The previous contract with Ma Dong was loose, and he felt that he had lost a lot of money because he could not deduct the commission when he live-streamed the goods. There are also some notices and scripts, because the company did not want to spend much energy in the past and let him find resources by himself. So the constraints were relatively loose. But who would have thought that so much would be wasted? Now that you have risen to the top with the resources you have found, it is time to give back to the company. But who would have thought that when he mentioned a renewal several times, this guy was vague, which made him quite annoyed. What's the matter? You want to fly solo after your wings are hardened? In fact, many stars take this route. It is quite normal to change agencies or go solo after becoming famous. But usually they have a solid foundation. Ma Dong is indeed suddenly popular now. But his foundation is still much worse than those stars. Mr. Liu is confident that he can completely grasp it. Yes, Ma Dong also has a backer. He is a master. Director Zhang Ming gave him face and put him in the crew of Starry Sky. But even if you have a backer, you, Ma Dong, must have an agency. Right? Our contract is also here. Right? Since you are an insider, you must respect the rules of the circle. Those movie kings and queens have come this way. And you, Ma Dong, are no exception. As the boss of an agency, although he is not a top-tier one, he is not worse than a famous director like Zhang Ming. And the resources behind him are even more solid. So even if there are people trying to smooth things over, he said with a fake smile at this time, of course I know that the groom's time is precious. But it doesn't take much time to agree. You can propose the conditions. It's okay to sign with the top A sign. Right? This is the treatment of first-line stars. Chapter 243. Don't offend people randomly. At this time, Ma Dong was forced to be grilled on the fire, which really made Ma Dong, who had always had a good temper, feel annoyed. He was indeed affiliated with an agency, but he had no resources at all. The only convenience was that he could sometimes use the name of the agency to bluff people, which was considered to be a backer. If it was before, he would not blame the company for anything. The two parties were originally in a cooperative relationship. They did not give him any resources. And he was free. The company's skin did help him a lot. And he was willing to take the deal. However, after he met Wang Yi, it can be said that he took off all by relying on the help of noble people. And he had nothing to do with the agency. At this time, he continued to take a commission on the film remuneration because of the past friendship. He didn't say anything and still followed the rules, just waiting for the contract to expire. As a result, when the contract was about to expire, he had to sign an A-level contract. Ma Dong also knew that the commission was indeed not high. He took 9 out of 19, which was much better than before. But in addition to following the company's announcements and arrangements, the income from live streaming is now also included in the commission. I built it all by myself, and invited my brothers from my hometown to do quality control. As a result, the company wanted to take a commission without saying anything, and even said that they would provide more professional guidance at that time. Professional your sister? Short videos and live streaming have been explored in all aspects since they came out, and the company's experience is probably not as much as mine. The company also has some small stars trying live streaming and TT. But if they can't put down the star shelf and are not down to earth, they are useless. On weekdays, you are indifferent to me, and TT makes you out of reach. Now it's good. I have climbed up step by step on my own, and I want resource support in the name of it. And I have to accept the announcement myself. This is really unbearable for even the best temper. But today is his wedding, and Ma Dong doesn't want to get angry at this time. But they seem to have completely grasped this point and are pushing it. Ma Dong didn't mean to go to Wang Yi's Yizhong Media, but at least his current agency looked like it had him in its hands, which made him depressed. If he hired some paparazzi to hype it up, it would be really unlucky. It can be said that the other party came here to force him to compromise, relying on the opportunity of the wedding in front of him. It seems that if he doesn't agree, it may even get out of hand. What the HL? Lu Laosan. You are going backwards. Right? You are stupid. What does Ma Dong have to do with you? You took advantage of his wedding to make trouble? Look at your behavior. Shameful. Suddenly, a burst of scolding came, which made the guests at the scene feel like they were in trouble. No way. So tough? I turned around and found that it was Zhang Ming. Good guy. It turned out to be this guy. Zhang Ming's status really doesn't care about many things, and he often scolds this and that. Reporters have scolded him to his face. Zhang Ming had said that he would take care of Ma Dong before, but now he suddenly got angry. Although I was a little surprised, I could still understand it. I just didn't expect Zhang Ming to be so tough for Ma Dong. At this time, many people who had paid attention to Lu Xuca's entry also set their sights on Wang Yi. This is the master. He should be Ma Dong and Lu Xuca's support. And he has a close relationship with Zhang Ming. Director Zhang probably did it for the other party to see. Zhang Ming. What do you mean? Do you mean that our company's training of Ma Dong is in vain? Is that reasonable? Keep your stinky mouth. Mr. Lu did not expect Zhang Ming to be so direct against him. His status in the entertainment industry is not worse than that of the other party. And his energy is even greater. And he has good relations with various capitals. Even if it is Penguin's money, he will get it himself. Zhang Ming is famous, and has a foul mouth. He even knows that Ma Dong started with Zhang Ming. But he never expected that Zhang Ming would tear his face with him for Ma Dong. With so many people watching, he can't get off the stage if he is scolded like this. People in the entertainment industry want a face. And this feud is made? Originally, I said that Ma Dong should give some face to his wedding. But since you don't give me face, don't blame me for not giving you face. Don't do it. Boss Lu was furious. And the artists under contract from the two companies next to him also complained secretly. They never thought that this would happen. Yu Zhangming is a piece of shit. How can you scold people? Aren't these all unspoken rules? Now the boss is going crazy because of losing face. What should they do? Go. Contact the reporter. Today I will make this happy event. Before he finished speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Originally, the King of Heaven could not stop him at this time. But this phone was an important phone number left by the company. The ringtone that rarely rang made him frown and stop to answer it. Could it be that someone wanted to intercede for this matter? But it was too fast. Not that. Humph. This matter will not be let go without Zhang Ming apologizing to him. And then Ma Dong will give him tea. Live for a piece of face. What's the matter? It's bad. Mr. Lu. Penguin suddenly withdrew its investment without any notice. Just asking us to prepare. What? Whose? Which department? Mr. Lu was shocked when he heard this. because Penguin was his biggest sponsor. All of them are related to us. And they have already announced that they will never cooperate with us again. Banned? Hearing this suddenly, Mr. Liu felt cold in his heart. And he had no idea what was going on. He was confused. Then, his other phone rang. After answering it, he thought it was also about this matter. But it turned out to be his second sponsor, the eldest son of Hengwan Group. Are you stupid? Get out of here. You idiot. After cursing, he hung up the phone. As if he had come here just to curse him. Then his phone kept ringing. One after another. Wave after wave. But there was no good news. Banks withdrew their capital. Investors withdrew their capital. Sponsors withdrew their capital. Accounts were frozen. A series of information came one after another. Faster than the other. Making him completely confused. The company that was originally thriving was on the verge of bankruptcy in an instant. Struggling to move forward. What happened? What happened? In an instant, he thought of the present and looked at Zhang Ming. But then he realized that Zhang Ming had so much power. And it happened so quickly. So it must not be the problem that was caused now. Could it be that there was someone behind the little star last night who he couldn't afford to offend? Or was it the trainee from last time? Lu Laosan's personality was there. And he must have offended someone. But generally speaking, he chose to bully those who he could afford to offend and knew when to offend. Now that something like this suddenly happened, he was really at a loss. The guests around him also widened their eyes at this time. Although they didn't know what happened specifically, they suddenly saw Mr. Lu's panic. And something must have happened. Some people had already contacted secretly to ask, wanting to see what happened. Only Chen Mi, who was sitting at Wang Yi's table, was trembling and sitting upright at this time. She only knew that she just introduced Mr. Lu's identity and company to please him. And also mentioned that they had a good relationship with Penguin and Hengwan. And then Qian Yayan got up and made a phone call. On the other hand, Wang Yi was still chewing his dried fish. Zhang Ming just went over to have a fight. And soon, he saw Mr. Lu answering the phone non-stop. His face turned pale every time he answered a phone call. And his face turned pale every time he answered a phone call. Chen Mi naturally knew what was going on. So scary. This is World Company? Shouldn't you be in competition with Penguin Company when making games? Starry Sky World directly hit the stock price of Penguin and made it cry for its parents. I thought your relationship was very bad. But think about it carefully. The other identity of Mr. Wang. Penguin seems to have been avoiding him all the time. He didn't use any tricks when he lost the game. And he also bought volume on TT. It seems that the relationship is not bad. Chen Mi swallowed her saliva after understanding something. What are you doing? Eat the food. Eat the food. Wang Yi saw that the atmosphere on the table was a little quiet. And he couldn't help pointing at the cold dishes. He also took a tiger skin chicken feet. As if nothing had happened. But it really didn't matter to him. And Qian Yayan could only make a few calls to solve it. In the entertainment industry, the status is actually far lower than the superficial glamour, belonging to the bottom of the capital food chain. When Mr. Lu encountered such a thing, naturally there was no need to talk nonsense. He drank 3 cups of white wine on the spot to apologize, and then turned around and left. He didn't think that this matter had anything to do with Ma Dong, nor did he think it had anything to do with Zhang Ming. But now he is an ant on the hot pot. He is to prevent this side from adding insult to injury. He must go back quickly to see if there is any way to remedy it. Otherwise, it is Mr. Lu today, and it may be Lu Laoai tomorrow. After the uninvited guest left, Zhang Ming and Ma Dong looked at Wang Yi at the same time. Wang Yi also smiled and raised the chicken feet in his hand to the two of them, helping them out. No big deal. But that agency company is really a scumbag. Only thinking about taking advantage. Only thinking about taking advantage. Such a company with no social value, and only knowing how to ask for things blindly. It's better not to have it. Although there were some minor episodes, Ma Dong's wedding was still quite smooth and lively afterwards. After all, Zhang Ming's previous attitude showed how much he supported Ma Dong. Many of them came just to give face to Director Xia. And at this time, they also took the time to chat with Ma Dong. And for a while the groom was also in the limelight. Wang Yi and the other two also finished lunch and dinner, and returned to the villa with souvenirs when night fell. Then slowly, the news about Mr. Lu in the entertainment circle fermented. Because he offended someone he shouldn't have offended. One withdrew his investment. One had his account frozen. And he was casually pressed to death on the ground. His artists terminated their contracts one after another. And Lu Laosan became a deadbeat. All his former friends avoided him. and he fell from heaven to the bottom overnight. This also gave many people in the entertainment industry a warning, and they must be careful not to offend people who cannot be provoked. Lu Laosan is the best example. Even now, few people know who he offended. Some people said it was Zhang Ming, but they were still arguing on the spot. How could it be so fast? And Zhang Ming didn't have such great power. But Lu Laosan himself has a bad personality. God knows when he accidentally offended someone. Sometimes, people are just unlucky. Along with some gossip about Lu Laosan, the box office of Starry Sky has officially exceeded 4 billion. It seems that it is even heading towards 5 billion. In addition, the overseas box office of Starry Sky has also been rising steadily. It has now become the highest overseas Chinese language film, and it is still constantly breaking records. The North American box office has exceeded $300 million. There is no way. Starry Sky World is too popular. And there is also publicity at the World Cup. So even overseas, it has a very good market. This can be said to be a milestone victory for Chinese language films. This is the second film of World Company. Chapter 244 Seoul. It can enter the top 5 in the global box office. Xian Yayan was making breakfast while looking at the data on her phone with a smile on her face. It's okay. But there will be bottlenecks in the overseas box office. And there is a high probability that we will be blocked. Wang Yi didn't care much about this. Why didn't you let me accompany you to Seoul this time? I have arranged the work on hand. Xian Yayan brought the fried eggs out of the kitchen and placed a portion in front of Wang Yi and Lu Xiaoke. It may not be convenient this time. I will take you to any exchange meeting in China next time, Wang Yi said casually while eating the fried eggs. This made Xian Yayan wail in her heart. It was not easy to leave the first room and live a world of 2 people. But she knew Wang Yi's character. Since he made a decision, it would be useless for her to throw a tantrum. It's better not to make people hate her. Besides, if I leave Dafeng aside, I will die. Forget it. I will arrange new shared electric vehicles. Umbrella's production capacity has increased a bit, and many places have applied. But the overall environment should be considered first. It's not good to ask Umbrella to do such a big move every time. Xian Yayan also recognized Umbrella as a partner. If Wang Yi didn't help them with measurement and experiments frequently, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to buy all their products. In Xian Yayan's eyes, Umbrella is a very reliable partner. They are asked to help connect overseas game distribution and movie distribution. No wonder this guy is willing to sell the overseas version of TT to them for $1. Ningya should be almost integrated. And the next capacity increase is not just electric vehicles. Wang Yi smiled casually. Once Ningya is integrated, it will definitely be full of batteries. And the orders will definitely be full. And a large proportion of them will definitely be allocated to foreign countries. By then, SX electric cars, fruits, 4 stars, etc. will all usher in upgrades. At this time, the assembly workshop of Umbrella's mobile phone factory should also be almost completed. Xiaomi can start by OEM and OEM. And Umbrella at least has its own factory and core technology. In fact, all the connections have been made now. But I am afraid that the output at the beginning will be similar to that of Xiaomi mobile phones, which is like squeezing toothpaste. The production capacity of various components is not enough. At this time, if Umbrella uses batteries to block others and threaten them in reverse, it is likely to be caught in monopoly behavior using market dominance. So if you want to sell batteries, you have to find a way to increase production capacity. Yes, it is normal that others' production capacity is not enough for you. But you have touched the line by restricting others' goods with a monopoly product. You can only find excuses or some roundabout ways, such as my machine is broken, on fire, etc. So you can ask for some by this means. But you can't rely entirely on batteries to threaten. But it's okay to slowly stock up first. And there will always be some other breakthroughs at that time. It's too exaggerated to say that the chip will break through immediately. Even if you can design a new chip architecture. Even if you ask other wafer factories to do OEM. It can't be done overnight. But in addition to chips, screens and lenses can be solved. After all, this is Umbrella's starting skill. If it's a little bit over the top, you can accept it. Right? Moreover, the chip architecture will be designed simultaneously. The lithography machine has been developed first, and it will be used. However, all these will take time. At Shutian Airport, Wang Yi entered the VIP channel. This time, he got on his own private plane without waiting. The Gulfstream G650 has arrived. The relevant units were asked to help check it, and found a lot of strange devices. But this is almost inevitable. Wang Yi was too lazy to say anything. After all, it was not made by himself. What else can he do? Now the inspection is completed. The interior of the plane has been changed to a small bar mode. And there are beds for sleeping. The captain and the co-pilot are both steady retired pilots. In addition, there are 2 young and beautiful flight attendants. They can mix drinks and massage, which can be said to be quite corrupt. But these are nothing for Wang Yi's current worth. In addition to Wang Yi, there are several other domestic mathematicians and Jin Yanxian, the executive president of Umbrella's Asian headquarters. On the plane this time, Jin Yanxian used the excuse of going to South Korea to discuss business. And Umbrella's security also took over the protection mission for Wang Yi. There was no way, if Wang Yi didn't ask for it himself, there would be a local military attaché accompanying him throughout the trip. After all, he had encountered something last time. Even though Wang Yi showed his outstanding individual ability, he would obviously not be allowed to take this risk easily. And the reason why Wang Yi didn't bring Qian Yanyan was because Lin Shiqin said that there might be some situation at this mathematician conference. But it was not certain what it was. However, unlike last time, it seems that the hostility is not great for the time being. And it seems that they mainly want to talk. For Wang Yi, it doesn't matter. If the enemy comes, the general will stop it. If the water comes, the earth will cover it. The bodyguards on the umbrella side are all in place. What is there to be afraid of? Academicianly, are you going there in person this time? Wang Yi smiled at the dean of mathematics at his alma mater. I've attended this conference more times than you've given a report. Academicianly said unhappily. Although he had never won the fields, he was at least an internationally renowned mathematician. Loudly. So what if you've attended many conferences? Aren't you still standing on the sidelines to make an atmosphere? Look at Xiao Wang. He was definitely the center of attention the first time he attended. A bald professor holding a thermos cup next to him said with a smile. Yeah. Last time you held an exchange meeting with your baby, you invited so many people to come. Look how long you've been showing off. But he graduated from the computer science department next door? Hey, why do you always feel that you're getting a lot of credit? Several domestic mathematicians said one thing after another, squeezing academicianly. It seems that he often brags about Wang Yi. At this time, Jin Yanxian and her 2 bodyguards also arrived. With foreigners present, several professors also put away that kind of joke and started talking about other things. They knew Jin Yanxian's identity. But when they reached the level of academics, there was no need to please anyone. And they probably also knew that this person was going to South Korea by the way, and also took on the protection mission. Originally, Wang Yi had a very good relationship with Umbrella, and the 2 sides had a certain degree of in-depth cooperation. But in fact, they would not interfere with this. And they could even often get some strange techniques from Wang Yi. Just make a fortune quietly. With several professors, Wang Yi did not say that he would try his flight attendant skills or pushbacks, but chatted about some mathematical problems on the side, mainly around magic numbers. It's still early for the conference over there, so I'll squeeze you first. It's not good not to accept the one who came to my door. As the smooth fuselage of the Gulfstream broke through the clouds, it landed on the runway arranged by Seoul International Airport according to the guidance. This is the first time that Wang Yi has gone abroad since the last Siam incident. The World Congress of Mathematicians is also the award ceremony of the Fields Medal. And this year's meeting was arranged in Seoul. Wang Yi is not only the designated winner of the grand prize, but also a top mathematician who has made major breakthroughs in mathematical achievements, and the CEO of this company in the world. His own music is also very popular, directly bringing the L style and Orc style. And his Starry Sky world is even more popular all over the world. The developed TT is always in everyone's hands, and beauty is a must-have for both men and women in South Korea. Even if the beauty tax is charged to the 4 stars, Wang Yi's popularity in South Korea is still quite high. And there has always been a rumor that Wang Yi's ancestors have Korean blood. Of course, this rumor is mainly circulated in South Korea. With Wang Yi's status, it is normal for heavyweights to come to pick him up at the airport. But after Wang Yi got off the plane and looked at the red carpet that had been laid out and the figures on the red carpet, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Even if Wang Yi doesn't specifically remember the images of some people, he knows the identity of the person in front of him. 4-star Princess Li Jinxi. Although she is in her 40s, she has maintained herself quite well, and has a dignified temperament of being in a high position for a long time. And she is also dressed very formally. Wang Yi knows that his status is quite high. But to be honest, at least in South Korea, It is not necessary for this person to come to greet him in person. For stars involve all aspects of South Korea, which can be said to be a deformed and distorted product. In South Korea, for stars represents a supergroup that does whatever it wants, and can even be seen as the kind of supergroup in many games. A 4-star accounts for 10% of South Korea's GDP and 20% of exports. And together with other chaebols, it has plundered almost all the high added profits. It's not that South Korea owns 4 stars, but 4 stars own South Korea, especially after the financial crisis. 4 stars was forced to sell its shares. Although it was a bit aggrieved, it recognized a good godfather. With the existence of a godfather, 4 stars can enter various high-profit industries at will without worrying too much about sanctions and suppression. Fruits are great, right? 4 stars also use patents directly. At most, they will pay money after being sued. In addition, they control all aspects of South Korea, all walks of life, and are already the well-deserved uncrowned king. It is a monster that has broken through the official control of South Korea. A deformed body after disorderly expansion. Chapter 245 Photos from Africa. Professor Wang is indeed young and promising. Li Jinshi extended her hand to Wang Yi with a standard smile on her face. Although she is over 40 years old, Li Jinshi has maintained herself well after a long period of pampering. She has a dignified and generous feeling, and also has an aura of being in a high position for a long time. She is a typical strong woman. For stars has its own system, and even a kingdom. Li Jinshi also has a very high status in this kingdom. I didn't expect that President Li would come here in person. It's really quite surprising. As a scholar, it is normal for Wang Yi to be straightforward, right? But Wang Yi thinks that it is very likely that the other party came for Jin Yanxian. As the executive president of Umbrella Asia, Jin Yanxian has great power. You should know that most of Umbrella's heavy assets are now in Asia, either in China or Hongkong. It is natural that 4 stars will pay attention to Umbrella. With the acquisition of Mingya, 4 stars mobile phones will definitely have to wait for matching batteries. All of these are closely related to Jin Yanxian's decision. How much can be purchased, and how much can be produced at that time is up to her. Of course, Wang Yi's identity is also very important. Although there were some unpleasantness between 4 stars and the world before, there are no so-called enemies in business. At present, the fields that World Company has entered have little overlap with 4 stars. Since there is not much conflict of interest, they can cooperate completely. We came here this time to welcome Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang really brought glory to our Asia and achieved such achievements. Please. But Li Jinshi's words still surprised Wang Yi a little. Now Jin Yanxian has also got off the plane, but she still focuses on herself. It seems that things may not be so simple. However, the relationship between himself and Umbrella has always been very good. And because of the friction between the world and 4 stars, the market share of 4 stars in China can be said to have plummeted. This time, the focus is on himself. I am afraid he wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only does he want to break through some invisible restrictions in the country, but he also wants to use himself to complete the matchmaking with Umbrella. After all, the fact that Kim Yunhyun would come by her own plane was enough to explain the relationship between the 2 parties. Perhaps, in their eyes, as a scholar, I can fool them better. After a simple greeting, the group got into the car one after another. Wang Yi and Kim Yunhyun took a bodyguard to get on Li Jinshi's extended car. The car brand is very low-key. It is not a Rolls-Royce, but South Korea's own Hyundai, and it is obviously a private customized model. Before the internal strife, Hyundai Group was firmly ahead of 4 stars. In fact, 4 stars used to have its own car company, Renault 4 stars, but it had lost control when it was bought by foreign countries during the last financial crisis. The other mathematics professors got on another car. They went directly to the hotel where they stayed this time. The venue of this conference is held at Seoul University for a total of 8 days. It brings together a large number of mathematicians from all over the world. Many of them came here by invitation. And of course, many of them came here to attend the conference for free. Usually, they have to pay for it themselves. But Wang Yi and his team naturally arranged the whole process. Along the way, Li Jinshi also communicated with Wang Yi and Jin Yanxian. It must be said that the family has a deep understanding of this. After putting away the domineering momentum, the eldest princess spoke very well. Not only did she control the rhythm of the whole conversation, but she also did not let the 2 feel that anyone was left out. However, Jin Yanxian herself was cold-tempered, and the main chat still took place between Wang Yi and Li Jinshi. I apologize to Professor Wang again, and again for some reckless actions of our company at the beginning. This trip to Seoul will definitely let Professor Wang feel what sincerity is. After the atmosphere was almost warm, Li Jinqi sincerely expressed her apology for the last 4 stars on the beauty software. No. I would have forgotten it if President Li didn't mention it. Wang Yi smiled and said that he didn't bear grudges at all. For a while, the atmosphere in the car was also happy. Miss Jean. We also. No. Just take good care of Professor Wang. I like to be alone. Jean Yanxian didn't give Li Jinqi room to play, and directly blocked it back. But the 4-star princess was not annoyed by this, and she was still smiling. The venue of the conference was Seoul University, which was located in the Gwaneksan Park Forest, about 16 kilometers away from downtown Seoul. Except for the main road, there were parks and forests on 3 sides, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. After the car entered the relevant route, you can feel a sense of tranquility and nature on the road. In Seoul, which was originally considered an international city, it is also a quiet place in the hustle and bustle, with a feeling of a remote town, and the supporting facilities are quite complete, with food, clothing, housing and transportation. The hotel where the participants stayed this time is also here. The hotel itself does not look luxurious, but it looks very grand, which fits the atmosphere of the university. However, when the vehicle entered the hotel, some figures were seen holding banners at the door of the hotel to protest. Wang Yi glanced and was surprised to find that there were quite a few black people. This really makes people feel a little uncomfortable with the style of painting. However, there are about 200,000 blacks and mixed-race people in South Korea. It is normal to appear in Seoul, but I didn't expect them to gather together and protest. Usually, the news says that South Koreans hold various protests. I glanced at the banners and slogan boards they held, which read, "Scholars from Africa cannot be discriminated against. We should treat them equally. Remove visa restrictions." Li Jinqi saw that Wang Yi paid attention to this point, and also turned his head to say to him, "It's like this. Ebola and an unknown virus are spreading in North Africa. Now we have temporarily rejected visas from Africa, which has prevented some students and scholars from arriving there. However, this matter has caused a big stir, and some people have slandered our image in other countries. So it is likely that the restrictions will be lifted, but relevant testing will be done well." Hearing Li Jinqi's words, Wang Yi also nodded to show his understanding, but he still noticed the unknown virus in Li Jinqi's mouth. It is normal for Ebola to break out in Africa from time to time, but the mortality rate of this virus is too high and too strong, so it is usually not too widespread. But because of the high mortality rate, it is normal to be on guard against travelers coming from there. It's just that the Mathematicians Congress itself is an international conference, and Seoul has finally got the opportunity. Under such circumstances, it is natural to issue visas under pressure from all sides. But that unknown virus. This reminds Wang Yi of some of the situations he encountered during his trip to Somalia. That was the testing site of the Sackler family. When they went to destroy the laboratory later, the people had already left. If there was a leak at that time, it would not be surprising that an unknown virus appeared. However, the place where it happened was Africa, where various diseases were rampant, and usually few people cared about it. Various network facilities were also poor. Even Lin Shurchin's monitoring there had shortcomings. So Wang Yi was really unsure. But in fact, the threat of that unknown virus is not as strong as Ebola. It is just a mutation of carbon-based organisms, which is nothing compared to modern weapons. On the contrary, the invisible and traceless virus itself is hard to guard against. Then, you have to pay attention. Wang Yi nodded and tapped his headphones. When sending the few people to the hotel where they were staying and about to leave, Li Jinqi suddenly lowered her voice and said to Wang Yi with a smile, "Professor Wang, the conference will not start until tomorrow. I wonder if there are any arrangements tonight. Many of our female group members and trainees have a crush on the professor and want the professor to guide them in choosing. Good guy." Li Jinqi is also a woman, but she is so natural when she says this. It's as simple as saying what goods and goods to choose. And the status of girl groups and idols in South Korea is indeed just the playthings of the chaebols. There have been many related reports. In fact, a few years ago, a popular female star revealed the darkness through suicide. But it was actually useless. It was not easy to involve people from 2 chaebols. And in the end, the big thing was reduced to a small thing. Moreover, the high-level chaebols in South Korea who were imprisoned were completely different from ordinary people. The environment and diet were completely different. They could even talk about business and meet partners in prison. Under this completely solidified strict hierarchy, idols and girl groups are indeed just commodities that Li Jinqi picks at random. Ending the chables every day is not just talk. Oh, I want to take a rest first. Mr. Li, go and get busy. Wang Yi is not a person who keeps himself pure. And he is not afraid of many things because of his strong physique. However, he will not be distracted by things since Lin Shurqin has sent the news. Okay. Then wait until Professor Wang has a good rest. I will help you contact this is my secretary. The professor can ask her any request. Any request is fine. As Li Jinqi clapped her hands, a standard South Korean-style beauty came to Wang Yi respectfully, bowed her head respectfully and said, Professor, my name is Zhang Nang. Please take care of me in the next few days. Well, South Korea is full of beauties. This little secretary has a good appearance and figure. And she is sweet and charming. She is wearing a conservative OL uniform. But she has a bitter feeling. Wang Yi glanced and nodded, allowing the other party to carry his things into the room. When Wang Yi and the secretary left, Li Jinqi's smile gradually faded. This Professor Wang was not as scholarly as she had imagined. She had seen both real and fake scholars. Some were really consistent in appearance and avoided such things. Some said that it was not allowed. But their eyes were almost straight. This secretary was a high-quality product she had carefully selected. She had been observing the other party's reaction. But the other party's attitude was more like indifference. It was cold, and seemed to have no human feelings at all. It was more uncomfortable than Jin Yinchuan's cold performance. However, he had not rejected the olive branch he had tried before, and the initial contact was successful. It was just that he could not treat the other party as an ordinary scholar with a head full of academics. In fact, if he was really a research-oriented person, he would probably not have created a company of the world scale by himself. There is a monitoring device in the house. The boss can just use his fingers. I don't know why. Although Lin Shurqin explained the problem seriously, Wang Yi felt that she was driving. I searched for relevant information, but a lot of it was deleted. It felt like the root server was used to block the situation in Africa on a large scale. I guess the situation there is pretty bad. But I found a few pictures and sent them to your phone in encrypted form. Wang Yi opened it and saw a picture of an Ebola patient on his deathbed, which was used to inform Africa of the Ebola epidemic and request donations. Ebola is an extremely virulent virus, which can almost be seen as completely melting the inside of the human body. So the dead look quite miserable. The blood sprayed by the patient in the later stage may be more than 1 meter away. However, although Ebola can also be transmitted through droplets, it is generally contagious only after symptoms appear. And the transmission coefficient R0 value is 2. Because the mortality rate is too high, it is generally not spread on a large scale. But the dead patient that Lin Shurqin sent to Wang Yi seemed a little weird. The description on the photo clearly said that he had just died. But the photo showed the stiffness of the dead. It was not that kind of melting feeling. It reminded me of the experimental subjects of the Sackler family encountered in Africa. My goodness. This is the infected person who was leaked by the unknown virus and was killed by Ebola. To some extent, the unknown virus that can only be transmitted by blood is not as threatening as Ebola. Chapter 246 Unexpected Clues. While Wang Yi was looking through some papers and preparing some new techniques to deal with the upcoming mathematicians, there was a faint cheer outside the hotel. Wang Yi walked over and took a look, and found that the protesters were gradually dispersing, with joy and smiles on their faces, thinking that their demands had been successful. This made Wang Yi curl his lips, thinking that some popular female group members came to select. And you didn't say it so actively. But at this moment, Wang Yi's door was politely knocked. Wow. This time it should be a man? Wang Yi moved his ears and frowned. This is really. However, Wang Yi has always been submissive at home and hit hard abroad. This time, Umbrella's bodyguards were also brought, which was enough to explain many problems. His individual ability was also clear, so he didn't care at all and went to open the door. Sure enough, he saw a burly white man in a suit outside. Although Wang Yi looked relaxed and lazy, the burly white man was tense. He was like a cat with its fur standing on end. His alert level was raised to the highest level, and he raised his hand. Professor Wang, I have no hostility. Although Wang Yi was suppressed by the locals when he saw the hyena team alone. The Sackler family, the initiator, knew about it. In fact, considering that the instructors of Umbrella are all top masters, they suspect that Professor Wang Yi has also received some corresponding functional enhancements and has excellent individual combat qualities. I know. Why are you going to invite me in a polite way this time? Wang Yi had a hint of sarcasm on his face. Professor Wang may have misunderstood us. In fact, we have always attached great importance to talents like Professor Wang. Our boss wants to see you. I wonder if you have time. Of course, if you are willing to let our boss come, he will come right away. There are just some gifts for Professor Wang in the room. Hearing this, Wang Yi actually felt a little speechless. TSK, did some bad news about him spread from somewhere? Why do I feel that Li Jinqi and the Sackler family here are the same? Do I look like a sex-hungry ghost? But looking back carefully, I am a great mathematician. But I run an entertainment company. And the Yuzhong media next door is full of beautiful model ladies. In the last operation, I was also very friendly with the female spy of the Scorpion. It seems that it is normal to label myself in this way. People always have weaknesses. It's not wrong to let them feel that I have this weakness. Wang Yi comforted himself. Let's go and meet your boss. But I have to inform my friends first. Just when Wang Yi contacted Jin Yanxian for support and prepared to meet the other party, as his true self, to see what they wanted to do. On the other side, some scholars and students from Africa have successfully passed the inspection and boarded the plane. There were a group of people in the cabin, and their expressions were very excited. These were the opportunities they had fought so hard for. At this time, a doctor-like person said to them in the aisle of the cabin, although everyone has passed the screening, if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me as soon as possible. Understand? If you are really infected, the earlier you find it, the higher the survival rate. His words also received a positive response from these students and scholars. One of the cheerful African-Asian girls laughed and teased. I don't need to report my period. Right? No. Just control it yourself. I have ibuprofen here. If you need it, you can come and get it. The teasing here made a girl wearing a headscarf next to her feel relieved. She just had some dysmenorrhea. But it didn't matter. Maka is a student at Cairo University. Although she received a university education and had good grades, she was introverted and conservative. She did not give up some of her habits since childhood and still liked to wrap herself in a gauze scarf. So even if she had a little stomachache due to dysmenorrhea, she didn't ask for medicine. She thought this little pain was nothing. I heard that this time we are going to South Korea, which is a developed country. I wonder when my hometown can be like this. Professor Wang, I have heard of your name for a long time. Your achievements are really beyond the reach of the sun and the moon. A handsome middle-aged man in a tuxedo, who looked to be about 35 or 6, stood up from his seat and strode to Wang Yi. However, several bodyguards beside him were all serious and solemn at this time. They had never seen Wang Yi take action, but only heard about it. But they had also heard the terrifying rumors about the instructors of Umbrella. I am Bosun Sackler, and I don't have any real job. I just have the title of Johnson & Johnson Director. Compared to the bodyguards next to him, Bosun Sackler behaved much more generously. Wang Yi could tell that this was just an ordinary person. Nothing special, with loose muscles and weak steps. But in terms of mentality, he was much better than these bodyguards. In fact, since he came here, and he was still so open and above board, would he attack him directly? The other person greeted him with a smile. Out of courtesy, Wang Yi did not have to put on a cold face. He reached out and shook hands with the other person. I have also heard about the rumors about the Sackler family. I don't know why Mr. Bosun is looking for me. Bosun Sackler did not answer immediately, but clapped his hands first. Then the curtain in the presidential suite of the same hotel was lowered, and 2 top beauties with cool clothes and different styles appeared in front of him. One is beautiful and hot. One is pure and holy. One is blonde and blue-eyed. And one is a typical Asian beauty. This made Wang Yi's eyes a little subtle. Sure enough, it seems that there are some bad rumors about him. Damn. Isn't this slandering someone's innocence? Is it really so obvious? Apart from the entertainment company, the company's beautiful models, and the female spy from Siam last time, there seems to be nothing else. Right? But soon Wang Yi found the direction again. A beautiful woman wearing a tennis suit and showing an Ahigo expression appeared in his memory. It seems that I didn't care much when I went to Penn for a lecture. If Mr. Bosun doesn't explain the reason, I dare not accept his gift casually. Wang Yi said casually. Forget it. Just like what I thought at the beginning. There is a weakness. So let you think this is a weakness. Actually, this matter is to use Mr. Wang's mathematical ability to help us derive a few formulas. I can tell Mr. Wang with certainty that this research is absolutely epic-making, even surpassing the research you and Umbrella have done together. Bosun Sackler's face began to become enthusiastic and excited as he spoke. Because this may represent the code of eternal life. If Wang Yi was an ordinary scholar, he would either not believe the other party's words, or be shocked. However, Wang Yi himself now has a long life, and he can probably estimate what the other party's so-called eternal life code is. So he really doesn't care. But his calm look meant disbelief in Bosun's eyes. In order to make Wang Yi believe, Bosun clapped his hands. And then the room dimmed, and a projection screen began to appear. I know what I said was too shocking and too incredible. But this is the dream that our family has been pursuing. It is an extremely magical plant. Our research was actually stuck for a long time. It was the culture medium of Umbrella that helped us that a plant appeared in the picture. And then some parameters and introductions appeared. Professor Wang may not know much about biology, but he can certainly see that these formulas contain their own mysteries in mathematics. Biology. I also know a little bit. Wang Yi looked at the gorgeous purple flowers in the culture medium in front of him, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. This kind of flower, he knew it. It is a genuine magic plant that needs a certain concentration of magic power to survive. It is also in the low magic world that Wang Yi traveled through, and this kind of thing usually appears at the entrance of the abyss. Is the lazy magic of the earth connected to the abyss? Not really. Or is it a trace left in the past? Of course. It may also be that Africa has some experience and inheritance. Or that the natural depression combined with silver has formed a situation where the magic power is more active and dense, which has led to the birth of this plant. In the past, the Sackler family could not make full use of this plant. So they developed some of their sublimation potions, and even some of their biochemical weapons. It can be regarded as a relatively barbaric use. But now with the culture medium containing magic power, they may really be able to tinker with something. It is a bit exaggerated to say that it is immortal, but it can really extend some life with certain side effects. No wonder they can make that kind of biochemical stuff. I felt a little weird at the beginning. This technology tree is too crooked. It turns out that they have found magic plants here, so this case is solved. However, this flower still makes Wang Yi keep a little more careful. If there are really traces of the abyss, it is better to pay attention to it. The abyss is an infinitely vast and different dimensional world. When he was in the other world, he was also invaded by the abyss. He also captured many people for research. In a world like Earth where natural magic is lazy, you don't need to worry too much about this. It won't have much impact. But you can try to find out if it really exists. If so, just knock on a magic tower at the door. And then vigorously develop immersive brain-computer connection to make a game to trick players into helping you open up new land. As for the carrier, a skeleton or a clay puppet would be enough. Wang Yi thought about it in his mind, and said after a moment of silence, "It's not impossible to cooperate, but I need samples of these plants. And it would be best if I could know the growth environment." This made Bosun frown. He probably understood that the other party might want it for Umbrella Corporation, because the biological level of this company is here. But this is something that his family has finally obtained, and has been studying for so long. If Umbrella really deciphers the secrets inside first, it will be a real loss. Can't we work together? We can give unimaginable rewards. Bosun Sackler said in a tempting tone. We have great power. Not just our family, but the power we can influence together. Working together. Exploring the gate of eternal life together. And then stepping into it. Isn't this wonderful? Bosun then continued. What Umbrella can give you, we can also give you. And even more. Can Red Queen? What about the special culture medium? Wang Yi asked a question in return, which made Bosun speechless. And then, he could not help but fall silent. It seems that Professor Wang has always had some misunderstandings about us. I really hope that the professor can consider it carefully. Then don't think about it. If you want to cooperate, send me some data. I may respond when I am free. Then Wang Yi pointed at the two beauties tentatively and said, Can I take them away? Good guy. He refused them, and asked for gifts at the same time. This made Bosun feel confused. But he still smiled and said, Of course. I suddenly remembered that I have a meeting tomorrow, and I have to keep my energy. Speaking of this, Wang Yi paused, glanced at the bodyguards around him, and then said with a smile, Then I will leave first. As Wang Yi left, Bosun's face turned cold, and I didn't know what he was thinking. Then a bodyguard came to him in a hurry and whispered to him, Our sniper was knocked unconscious. It should be done by Umbrella's people. I know. It seems that we can't be friends anymore. Chapter 247 Biohazard. The World Congress of Mathematicians was held as scheduled, and mathematicians from all over the world participated in this feast. In terms of the number of people and scale, It far exceeded the 2 previous ones held by Wang Yi. And he was really happy to see it. And such wonderful days lasted for a full 8 days. Those who gave reports gave reports. And those who held seminars, which was simply wonderful. And this conference, Wang Yi can be said to be the absolute C position, without any controversy. Although the Fields Medal is awarded to 4 people every year, this time Wang Yi has too many titles on his head. In number theory, there are the Goldbach conjecture and the zero-point conjecture. And on the other hand, there are artificial intelligence algorithms and practical aspects. It can be said that the Turing Award for next year has been booked in advance. Moreover, the concept of magic number proposed by Wang Yi is also quite novel. Some people have even tried to use the concept of magic number to explain the conceptual relationship between a number divided by 0 and infinity. This is a strange problem that has been plaguing the mathematical community for a long time. Directly drawing an equal sign is prone to paradoxes. But the magic number seems to be unexpectedly consistent. It has to be said that Wang Yi was somewhat surprised by what this group of mathematicians came up with. Last time it was an imaginary number. This time it was division by 0. He was so happy that he could introduce magic power directly without knowing why. Wang Yi was simply a socialite at the math conference. While others admired his reputation, he would also try to squeeze every mathematician. He would propose some new concepts on the spot and mobilize everyone to discuss together. And magic numbers are indeed a new thing now. And many people are also quite interested in them. It is easy to become a hot topic and follow Wang Yi's rhythm. There were even some reports on magic numbers by others, which Wang Yi was very satisfied with. It can be said that this math conference made him extremely full. There were many more improvements in some magic, especially some high-energy magic simplified into a convenient way for this world. This is much more interesting than the 4-star girl group, trainees and so on. However, it must be said that it is really difficult for idols in South Korea. Most of the profits are earned by the company, and they also need to put down their various postures to please and flatter. The price of enjoying the glory in front of people is much higher than that in China. Hey, your chaebols in South Korea are really hateful. What a decadent life. Your girl group is really hard. Hiss. It must be very tiring when you are a trainee. It's too hard. Well, South Korean succubus, the reputation is well deserved. However, since Wang Yi accepted the benefits of 4 stars, enlightened the girl group, and did some ideological work, he would certainly give corresponding rewards. 4 stars is a group with extremely strong comprehensive capabilities, and South Korea's shipbuilding capabilities are also top-notch. Since Wang Yi has considered building his own territory, it is quite good to maintain a certain relationship and contact with this side, because this is a place where the real chaebols can do whatever they want, and can easily do things that are not easy to do in other places. He will not participate in the return to the market, but he persuaded Umbrella Battery and South Korea to choose to cooperate once, and acquired the relevant battery departments of LG and 4 stars. After Umbrella's latest LG alloy battery came out, it can be said that all the batteries on the market were swept into the trash. At this time, in addition to China, Mexico, and Brazil, a factory was also built in South Korea. Although it is wholly owned by Umbrella, it will also make South Korea feel at ease, and it will also make 4-star feel at ease. In this case, it is not a big problem to ask them to help build some large-scale engineering equipment. In combination with the equally strong manufacturing capabilities in China, they may be able to barely make a framework for an offshore platform. A framework that may seem a little crazy in the eyes of others. For 4-star, it is just sending a few girl groups to please them. They are not crazy enough to think that this price can be exchanged for a joint venture battery factory, selling the production line that was about to be eliminated and landing it in China. This is already a blood profit in their eyes. Sure enough, it is more reliable to start with scholars. I heard from Umbrella that there will be some large orders for super ships at that time, so they can reserve some production capacity. At the same time, in terms of semiconductors, Umbrella also wants to cooperate with 4-star and wants to acquire some equipment eliminated by 4-star wafer factories. Although they were somewhat concerned about Umbrella's entry into semiconductors, 4-stars finally agreed to the sale and support, and also took over some chip orders for Umbrella mobile phones. Yes, it is true that entering the mobile phone industry is a competitor, but 4-stars is involved in too many aspects. Although there is a competitor, there are still many cooperative aspects. Umbrella, which holds the battery and can be regarded as a monopoly, is very important to handle relationships well. For this investment, It can be said that some chaebols in the 4-star group in South Korea are quite satisfied. Which is perfect. But in fact, for Wongi, the LG battery department and the Panasonic battery department of Japan were originally the next acquisition targets of Umbrella. Battery production capacity must increase, and putting more overseas will also make it easier for some people in Pyongyang to feel at ease, since it is something that should be done. And you are testing yourself with those poor girl group members. Then Wongi will naturally eat the bait without hesitation. He even rescued a number of girl group members and trainees and signed them to the World Company. After all, World Company is also an entertainment company. It is okay to train some girl groups to debut in South Korea. It can be regarded as an overseas investment. In fact, it is not bad to teach the girl groups Chinese and bring them to China to be catfish. But they need to get rid of the Korean entertainment style. Of course, in addition to some cooperation in semiconductors, the most important thing this time is that the foundation for the initial manufacture of offshore bases has been laid. The shipbuilding capabilities of the Asian Iron Triangle are first class. However, Wongi originally thought that things would go on step by step. This mathematician conference is about to return with a full load. But sometimes there are always some accidents. In a dormitory building surrounded by lush greenery at Seoul University, a coughing sound kept coming from a dormitory. This is the dormitory provided by Seoul University for some students from backward areas who came to attend the conference. Maka from Cairo University lives here, but because of the physical discomfort caused by dysmenorrhea, she was unable to attend the conference today. One of her companions also stayed in the dormitory to take care of her. Your constitution is really weak, and you will also be unable to adapt to the local climate. Maka's roommate turned around and poured her a glass of water. But fortunately, she took the test kit she brought this time and tested it. It was not Ebola. Otherwise she would not dare to stay to take care of her. The doctor also came to see her. It should be dysmenorrhea and inability to adapt to the local climate. There is no way. My period just happened to come. Maka felt a little dizzy, and there were some double images in front of her eyes. And for some reason, she felt so hungry. And her roommate looked more and more beautiful. And the more she looked, the more fragrant. No. 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 What am I thinking? I'm really sick and confused. But I'm a little hungry after vomiting the previous things. Maka shook her head weakly. But her palms holding the edge of the bed tightly became tighter and tighter. And even a popping sound, like a broken string, came. The sound also attracted the attention of the weak Maka. Looking down, she was a little surprised to find that the skin on her hands was inexplicably torn apart. And even the muscles were torn. It seems that it was because I grabbed the edge of the bed too hard just now. What happened? I was so weak all over. After letting go of his hand, and looking at his hand that didn't hurt at all, Maka looked at the place where he was grabbed with a daze. It was already stained with blood, and the metal railing was slightly twisted. What happened? Did I grab it? And? This smell is so fragrant. Looking at the bleeding palm, Maka couldn't help but lift it up, and then licked it gently. It smells so good. Snap. The sound of broken glass was heard. But it was Maka's roommate who was so scared that he dropped the water cup after pouring water and looking back at Maka like this. This sound also attracted Maka's attention. Looking at his roommate's appearance, it seemed that he could sense the image of the blood vessels in his body and feel the flow of blood. Maka also grinned with a smile on his face. It's just a mouthful. It shouldn't matter. Because the smile was too strong. It was directly grinned and the whole cheek was torn. All the way to the back of the ear, revealing the white gums. Ah! The short scream was gone in an instant. Bang! The door slammed heavily, and there seemed to be a chewing sound in the dormitory. August 21st was the last day of the mathematics conference, and it was also the time for the Fields Medal to be awarded. Wongi was contentedly summarizing the gains of this time, waiting to go on stage to receive the 15,000 Canadian dollar prize. But suddenly the door of the venue was opened. A group of figures in combat uniforms rushed in. If it weren't for the South Korean officer leading the group holding a loudspeaker and shouting in English that everyone should be quiet first, Wongi almost thought that some little cutie was going to do something. The members of the Special Forces team were all fully armed, but the bulletproof vests on a few of them looked a little messy, probably caused by intense exercise. The most important thing was that their guns were all unsafe, and they were always holding them in their hands. Judging from the way they held the guns, this group of Special Forces seemed to be tense about something. A little nervous, and a little hard. Professors and students, please calm down first. Ebola virus has appeared in the campus. Please don't panic. Keep the formation in an orderly manner, and we will escort you away. Ebola is a terrifying virus with a mortality rate of 90%. It is well known that it has been wreaking havoc in Africa recently. It was heard that these appeared in Seoul University, which really caused an uproar. And there were indeed some scholars and students from Africa at the scene. Although there were not many people, they were also won by various protests. Although their abilities may not be very strong, they are also the strongest in their local area. But now a group of people immediately stayed away from them, as if avoiding the plague god. Even they themselves felt very panicked. How could it be? How could the virus appear? Who brought it here? I remember that Maka was not feeling well a few days ago. It seems that she was not used to the local climate. Her roommate also went back to take care of her. The two of them have not appeared. It can't be her. One student couldn't help but say, "Don't worry. The Ebola virus is not contagious before the symptoms. But why is the military coming here? Why do they want to escort us?" But just as this thought came up, there was a sudden gunshot outside. And the gunshot suddenly became more and more dense. It caused an uproar in an instant. What's going on? We want an explanation. Why are you shooting in the school? Who are you? What are you doing? At first, they thought that this group of people might really want to escort them away. But there was no need to use guns. Could it be that they had to use bullets to fight the virus? Bang bang. Suddenly, the officer raised his gun and fired a few shots into the sky, calming the scene down. Everyone, be quiet. This virus is not just Ebola. There is also a mysterious virus similar to the zombie virus. But don't panic. Flesh and blood are nothing. But almost as his loudspeaker voice fell, the gunshots outside began to become sporadic. And then some screams came one after another. This, maybe flesh and blood are really nothing in the face of guns. But putting aside the number, it's all hooliganism. This team of armed with live ammunition is already the strongest armed force arranged to protect the International Mathematical Congress. It's not that there are no more people, but that there is no need. Seoul National University is in Seoul, the real heartland of South Korea. What kind of protection is needed here? If there is a problem here, it would be dead long ago. No one will guard against attacks from Seoul National University. But Seoul National University is located in the forest of Gwanak Park in order to have a quiet environment. It is 16 kilometers away from the city, surrounded by mountains and forests on three sides, with birds singing and flowers blooming. There is really no support in the short term. On weekdays, it is more than enough to rely on security guards and ordinary guards. It is very important to arrange an additional KSF Special Forces team. Who knew that this would happen? As a soldier at the door was suddenly knocked down by a figure who jumped a few meters behind him and pressed him to the ground. The whole venue couldn't help but scream. Even Wang Yi was confused when he saw the change in front of him. No way. It's really a zombie? Will it be blamed on Umbrella? Damn. I knew it. I knew I couldn't choose this name at the beginning. I'm so stupid. Chapter 248 Dilemma. Shit. Zombies? Umbrella Corporation? What the H.L.? After the first team member was killed at the door, a group of people screamed and ran away in fear, looking at the spurting plasma and the infected body that fell down after being shot more than a dozen times. The scene of thousands of people seemed very chaotic for a while, although many people have been baptized by games, movies and many other aspects. But movie games are movie games. How can you not be terrified when you encounter them in real life? It's a good thing that everyone at the scene is studying mathematics, so they are more rational. They didn't rush out when they were scared, but just stayed away from the door as much as possible. Many people are still reminding the nervous people to keep their voices down and not attract them. This barely eased the situation, and Wang Yi roughly confirmed after just a glance that it was still a little different from the zombies. It should be a kind of patient whose central nervous system was invaded, from the traces of muscle tearing on the body. This virus is simply opening the human body lock, eating, infecting, and replicating at all costs. The key point is that the team member who had just been bitten, at this time, was trembling and crawling up in a twisted posture. The creaking sound of bones and the twisted movements clearly showed that it was a direct attack. The speed of infection and the great impact completely subverted the concept of virus. Although the blood flow rate of the human body is very fast, a drop of blood can circulate a circle in tens of seconds. But the virus must invade the inside of the cell to start replicating. And even the fastest virus should have a process. If you have to say it, it can only be said that this is a kind of magic virus after the blessing of magic power. It is the product of the Sackler family's tyrannical use of technological power to stimulate the magic plant. The virus does not seem to destroy the cell by replicating in large quantities after entering the cell, but is more like a rapid hijacking of the central nervous system. In the previous killing, a large number of viruses entered the other party's body. However, judging from the fact that the infected person can carry so many viruses, there will also be a large number of replication actions after the hijacking. But the division of labor is clear, so it is very likely that a small number of viruses will lurk and replicate secretly when infected. The magical phenomenon of rapid outbreak when a large number of viruses are infected. Magic power blesses the virus. This is unscientific, but it is very magical. My goodness, this is really magic plus technology. Wang Yi rubbed his temples with a headache. This thing must have mutated. If the infection in Africa is also of this intensity, the situation there would have been a big change. It is completely a natural evolution under the blessing of magic power. In fact, if it is all magic power, it is fine. If the undead army is low-key and knocks on a few large-scale purifications, the purification of the non-physical side is much simpler. It may not even need itself. The sun can assist in purification. But the key is that this thing is combined with the virus again. Which is really, with this speed of onset, even if the blood transmission is relatively weak, there is still a risk of large-scale spread if it is caught off guard. And since it can come in, it is not wrong to speculate that a small amount of virus infection will be latent. It is highly concealed when latent, and it can be transmitted in a chain after the outbreak, unlocking the human body's protective lock. The mobility is amazing. But fortunately, although this thing does not need purification, it still needs to follow the energy conservation law without dark energy intervention because it has no magic absorption ability. Wang Yi quickly made a judgment based on the clues in front of him and watched the soldier who stood up being killed by the subsequent gunfire. The 4 soldiers took turns to cover each other and shoot, while going up to close the door of the venue. Although the sound of the frame outside was heard, and the door was loose, it was temporarily blocked. At this time, the captain of the KSF Special Forces, Lieutenant Park, raised the loudspeaker in his hand with difficulty and shouted, "Don't panic, everyone. We have already sent out the call for help. We just need to find a place to hold on. This is Seoul. Reinforcements will arrive soon." Lieutenant Park's words temporarily calmed everyone down. After all, the Special Forces with live ammunition still bring some sense of security. And although that kind of thing is very scary, isn't it also shot to death? The people who are still here now include mathematicians from all over the world and some students, many of whom are students from Seoul National University, with a total of more than 1,000 people. If it weren't for the fact that many people here are studying mathematics, they would be relatively more rational. The previous impact was enough to cause a large-scale riot immediately. If it really gets chaotic, it will definitely not be possible for only a dozen special forces to stabilize the situation. Everyone is still rational and calm, which is the best news for now. Although there are constant discussions in low voices, the overall situation is still controllable. Now please come together to help and move some items to block the door. We need to hold on. After seeing the panic atmosphere at the scene ease temporarily, Lieutenant Park immediately began to command. It is absolutely impossible to rely on just these few people. This is the auditorium. There are many tables and chairs, all of which are detachable. And there are some movable sundries next to it. Now the door is being hit and banging. And each bang seems to hit everyone's heart. Although there are special forces guarding there to block it, it is obviously not a long-term solution. And more heavy objects must be used to block it. Soon, some young and strong men in the crowd came out. This was to save lives. So of course they had to fight. At this time, Wang Yi also stood up and said loudly, "Also, look for other entrances to the auditorium and block them with debris as much as possible." In fact, some smart people had closed the doors next to them before, and now they just had to block these doors with heavy objects to prevent them from being knocked open. Looking at the busy scene, Wang Yi actually sighed a little, because he couldn't receive Lin Shurqian's signal. It was obvious that a large-scale information cutoff and shielding was being carried out here. Of course, it's not that the infected people would do this, but it's probably done by the Seoul officials. What the captain said before was right. This is Seoul. It's impossible to leave it alone. And the call for help has also been sent out. But it is precisely because it is Seoul. So no matter what the reason, the first factor at present is probably to prevent the spread of terror here and the spread of infection. Also, because this is Seoul, there is no large army stationed here for a long time. The nearby troops are all outside the city. Apart from the KSF Special Forces, who were specially deployed here to provide protection. The strongest combat force should be the KNP-868 anti-terrorist team of South Korea. The training and combat capabilities must be quite strong. And the response is also very fast. The fastest helicopter assistance can come quickly. But it is obviously difficult to quickly solve the current situation of Seoul University. It is normal to calculate it in hours or even days. Why is there no signal on the phone? I can't get through either. Is the signal station broken? No. They deliberately blocked it here. A bunch of bastards. Damn it. Can't even talk to my family at this time? It was too easy to find that the signal was blocked. Soon someone found something wrong. One by one, they picked up the phone that had lost the signal and began to question it. And then a chain reaction occurred. The captain of the Special Forces, Lieutenant Park, also pursed his lips, and then said in a deep voice, "Everyone has seen the situation here. Now the information will not have any positive effect except causing panic. I have spread the news that everyone is in the auditorium. At that time, they will definitely come here first." But obviously, his words could not get a corresponding response. There are many international friends here. I'm Australian. I need to contact the envoy. When I came here before, our beautiful envoy said that if there is any problem, we can contact him. What? Do you want to violate it in South Korea? How did you contact the outside world just now? We also need to contact. Even academicianly stood up with a serious face and expressed the same meaning. After that, he turned back and said to Wang Yi seriously, "Professor Wang, don't worry. Even if you risk your life, you will definitely leave safely. We don't care. But you can't have any problems." Another bald professor next to him also spoke. If Wang Yi really died here, it would be unbearable pain. Especially academicianly. He often acted as a matchmaker and vaguely knew how much Wang Yi had given. What others have. The rabbit family must have too. It's just that the current scene is indeed too embarrassing. Before the reinforcements come in, I'm afraid Seoul is more concerned about how to control the scale and prevent the spread. This Seoul University itself is in the park forest, far away from the city, and it is obviously much easier to block it. The bad situation here can be seen from the fact that they cut off the communication. I now require you to contact the helicopter to come directly for rescue. Most of the people present were studying mathematics, and their minds were very clear. Although being able to remain calm is an advantage, it is also possible to judge the dire situation at this time by shielding the signal, as well as the previous gunshots and tragic scenes outside. Looking at the debris that can cause vibrations from time to time, it is really hard to say how long this place can be defended. And now the collision sounds heard outside are relatively sporadic, which means that there are not many of those things. But seeing the speed of the soldiers' mutation before, there must be a lot of such things. Although it is still summer vacation, because of the mathematics conference, there are at least thousands of teachers and students in Seoul University in addition to the more than 1,000 people here. There is no impact now. I am afraid they are all looking for other prey that are easier to capture. Once this place becomes the last, no one can say what the result will be under the impact of the group. There are only 13 special forces here, and it is unknown how many bullets are left. The fastest rescue speed is definitely the helicopter. But how to find the helicopter pickup point and who leaves first? This is the time to compete for personal influence. So several professors from Pyongyang, and even some students, spoke up and asked to take them away first. This is South Korea, their colony. With their status and strength, they are fully qualified to make such a request. But the problem now is that this is the auditorium. On the first floor, the road leading to the outside is temporarily blocked, and there is still a crash in front. But here, there are more than 1,000 scholars and students. I think that although the helicopter rescue can send some away, it may put the rest of the people in desperate situation. Wang Yi's voice made everyone look at him again. He has always been the absolute C position of the conference. In fact, we can roughly find that these things have not completely lost all their rationality. It can be seen from the fact that they abandon the canned food on our side to find simpler ones. The movement of the helicopter will definitely attract them. At that time, those who can leave will take the plane. What about the rest? If it was just some other ordinary place, Wang Yi would really be too lazy to meddle in other people's business. Anyway, he was not afraid, and he would just save people as he wished. Even if the whole Seoul fell, Wang Yi could ensure his own safety. But now all the people present are mathematicians and future mathematicians. Every loss will be painful for Wang Yi. He can't tolerate others' recklessness. They all have to survive. And to ensure that more than 1,000 people survive, At present, the only possibility is to wait for rescue in this closed auditorium. Otherwise, even if Wang Yi uses Wuxuan to transfer them, he may not be able to protect them all. There are too many people, and it is impossible for them all to obey the command. It would be a disaster to go out. So he must be against the helicopter transfer. In fact, if the helicopter arrives, Wang Yi will definitely be a member of the first echelon. It is true that De Pyongyang has the highest authority in South Korea, but Wang Yi's own status and weight are added. And he is the neighbor next door. Even if the pilot jumps down to make room, Wang Yi will definitely get a seat. To a certain extent, his words are giving up his priority to escape in exchange for everyone's safety. Most of the people present are a group of people with high IQs. When they heard the young mathematician who is absolutely the center of the scene say this, many people have a strong sense of goodwill in their hearts. Oh my God! There are actually such good people. On the other hand, the faces of those people in De Pyongyang are as constipated as before. Are you crazy? Why do you care about the lives of others when you can leave first? However, Wang Yi has made it so clear that even if they want to go out again at this time, they need to change their words. Then please ask the helicopter to divert or clean up first. And the second batch of helicopters will take the opportunity to rescue people. Isn't this the best of both worlds? It's better than waiting to die here all the time. When those things finish cleaning up the living people outside, I'm afraid they will deal with us. God knows how many people there will be by then. Chapter 249. What is professionalism? The words of Professor Mona, the beautiful lady, are reasonable and plausible. It sounds like this, but the biggest problem with helicopter rescue is the number of people. How many round trips will it take for 1,000 people? Of course, those who have the opportunity to be rescued first will agree with this point of view. And the other students and professors don't know how to refute it. In fact, Professor Lee and others also agree with this point. First of all, Wang Yi can send them out safely as quickly as possible. And their ranking must be at the top. That's what I said. But the actual problem has not been solved. We are on the first floor here, and it is a big problem to go to the roof safely. I don't think we can keep quiet in the outside environment. Lieutenant Park here is seriously short of manpower. Wang Yi's words are almost obvious. In fact, there is absolutely no problem for a few people to evacuate quickly. Those things can't fly. And the helicopters must be on the way now. At that time, Lieutenant Park will lead the special forces to escort the people who want to leave. But it's hard to say whether the remaining people can hold on until the large force outside comes in. Seoul is not a place where chaos often occurs. The KMP's equipment is quite light. It is good enough to control the spread. If they really want to push forward, they have to wait for the army outside the city to come in. You are so noble. You are amazing. Then what do you say we should do? Are we all waiting here? Mona was already a little irritable. And at this time, he could faintly hear the roar of helicopters. Although the various supports came very slowly, there are actually many helipads around this park forest. They are usually used for rescue, firefighting, and emergency treatment, not military helicopters. But it is more than enough to come here to investigate the situation first. Notify them. Quickly. Lead those things away first. And then come to pick us up. And escort us to the roof. After hearing the sound of the helicopter, Mona's face also showed a look of joy. Although the mobile phone, network and other signals are blocked here, the emergency radio frequency band is still left, which is why Lieutenant Park can contact the outside. When the sound of the helicopter appeared, his contact here also rang immediately. It is actually the same outside. Send away the most important ones first. And Wang Yi's name was at the top of the list. But Wang Yi didn't continue to speak at this time, but suddenly paused and looked up at the direction of the skylight above the auditorium. Sure enough, those infected bodies still retained a certain degree of rationality. Something quickly climbed up from there after the sound of the helicopter appeared. In fact, there is no fulcrum on the wall outside the auditorium. It is absolutely difficult for ordinary people to climb. But this kind of infected person, who has been infected by the demon virus, is not within this range. After losing the restrictions on the protection of the body, the explosive power of the infected body is absolutely amazing. After trying several times, the skylight suddenly broke. This is because the infected body is not convenient to climb, and it will break it as soon as it reaches it. Waiting for the second climb, the clanging sound accompanied by the appearance of glass fragments also startled everyone inside. When they looked over at the same time, they saw a bloody hand grabbing the edge of the window, not caring about the glass fragments piercing into the flesh. A face covered with bloodstains and wounds, with the corners of the mouth cracked to the back of the ears and the gums exposed. appeared in everyone's sight. Blood dripping, skin torn, and the disgusting gums and mincemeat made people feel disgusting. Although the skylight itself was not big, the infected body was still squeezing in, and did not care about the broken glass scratching bloodstains on its body. The powerful force made the whole window vibrate, and the frame seemed to be torn off by him. But it was because of the stuck frame that it could not rush in at the first time, giving it time to react. It immediately attracted the concentrated fire of the KSF team members, and directly smashed the infected body that crawled in, and hung it on the window. Save some bullets. There is a lot of noise outside. They should have noticed this way of coming in. Not only Wang Yi could hear the noise outside carefully, but also the swarming whistling sound could understand what was going on. You should hit the head. Try to hit it as accurately as possible. Wang Yi sighed as he looked at the infected body hanging on the window. What a waste. Feeling the sound outside, he walked towards Lieutenant Park without hesitation. He had to take action. These little karamis could only last 10 minutes at most. Once that kind of thing came in, the loss would be great. It didn't matter to me. But these mathematicians couldn't take such a risk. Jin Yanxian was also acting with him. We will try our best. Professor Wang, you guys step back. It's dangerous here. Lieutenant Park actually wanted to sigh. It sounds good to say that every shot should be shot in the head. But how can it be done in actual combat? That kind of thing is too flexible and too fast. If it is not covered and killed in the narrow window, once it comes in with thousands of people here as shields, the consequences will be disastrous. Now he just wants these guys to step back a little and not get in the way. Seeing Wang Yi and Jin Yanxian coming over, they all felt speechless and looked up at the sky. That is to say, he knew Wang Yi's identity and spoke politely. Otherwise he would have cursed. Professor Wang, come back quickly. It's dangerous over there. Academicianly and others were also very anxious when they saw Wang Yi walk out of the crowd and walk towards the direction of the special forces in front. I am still a little confident in my shooting skills. Wang Yi moved his fingers casually. Although Jin Yanxian, who was walking next to him, did not speak, she began to take off her high heels while walking, holding one hand in her hand, and stepped directly on the ground with her stockings. Wang Yi also said this in English, and Lieutenant Park could also understand what he meant. But at this time, he was upset. Brother, don't make trouble. Don't use the shooting and target shooting results in this place for comparison. Otherwise, what is the use of our usual training? Professor, please leave this to professionals. Please don't make trouble. Lieutenant Park's tone has begun to increase, and the equipment and bulletproof vest on his body collide with his movements, giving off a combat readiness full of oppression. And his face also pulled down, showing a stern expression. As the captain of the special forces, he naturally has a fierceness. However, what he was facing was only Wang Yi's hand raised casually. The next moment, he felt a pain in his hand, and the gun in his hand disappeared. The pistol that Jin Yanxian had taken away from his waist also left with him. Except for the sudden pain in his hand, he didn't react at all. As a special forces soldier, I can't even hold the gun accurately. Only the residual voice came to his ears. We are professionals. Before he could react, Wang Yi had already raised his gun and aimed at the window, and then pulled the trigger without hesitation. The next moment, another infected body outside the skylight was shot in the head. When there were few infected bodies at the beginning, they had to rely on continuous jumping attempts. Now when the infected bodies swarmed in, they could easily step over the bodies of their own kind. Wang Yi also had similar considerations as Lieutenant Park before, and couldn't let this kind of thing come in. Not only is it troublesome, but it's painful to lose anyone who hurts here, including the beautiful Professor Mona. They are all talents in Wang Yi's eyes. There was no stopping of gunfire, but every shot was accompanied by the headshot of an infected body. Blood plasma splashed. The infected bodies that kept swarming in and crawling in by stepping on their companions were killed as soon as they showed their heads, and then fell to the ground and twitched. Wang Yi shot very quickly. The same was true for Jin Yanxian next to him. Although he used a pistol, his accuracy was extremely amazing. Lieutenant Park was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he didn't know what to say. Are you kidding me? What is this? Did I train a dog before? Is this playing house? Mathematician? President? Why is there such a magical thing? The remaining two bodyguards of Umbrella also came over, but they didn't mean to grab the gun again. Instead, they woke up Lieutenant Park and said, "What are you still standing there for? Hand over the magazine, and ask your people to stop firing." Don't waste bullets. You actually questioned the instructor's shooting skills. Uh-huh. I really don't know who gave you the courage. At this time, the two bodyguards looked at Wang Yi's skillful movements and understood that this great mathematician must be an instructor. It's just that this instructor is not only strong in combat, but also has a good brain. Although he had a lot to say, Lieutenant Park knew what to do first. Stop shooting. Come over here just in case. And then take turns handing them guns with full magazines and checking the amount of bullets. In terms of the ability to cling to the thighs, they are also very strong. This is an ancestral skill. And they knew what to do at the first time. The professors behind also widened their eyes at this time. No way. Damn. So accurate? Can the bullet trajectory of mathematics be listed? We are also studying mathematics. Why is it different? But there is no doubt that the people behind suddenly became more confident when they saw the dead infected body that appeared. Even Mona, who had been shouting to meet the helicopter, shut his mouth at this time. It seems that if they were there, it would be safer here. If it is really safe, who would be willing to take the risk of rushing to the roof? This is Seoul. Just wait for rescue with peace of mind. It is also dangerous to go out. This kind of thing is too fast. It is hard to imagine that they are actually human. Even Bolt must be chased and cried. Chapter 250 took it all. On the other side, the South Korean anti-terrorism team KNP-868 also flew into the academy in a helicopter. The hatch opened, and the propeller roared even with earmuffs. The strong airflow blew on everyone, scratching their faces. But these feelings were far less shocking than the visual effects. Even if they were prepared, they were shocked and horrified at this time. The ghostly infected bodies were chasing the reflection of the helicopter below. That speed was definitely not something that ordinary people could escape. Distorted movement, terrible explosive power. There were even infected bodies on the roof struggling to pounce on the helicopter. That jumping distance was simply refreshing. When they were motionless, they were like corpses. And once they were stimulated, they immediately turned on the flying man mode. Is this speed really a human body? They were all professionally trained and had strong psychological qualities. They had been reminded before coming. So although they were heavy in their hearts, they all adapted as quickly as possible. Carbon-based creatures could not resist their weapons. At this time, the two helicopters that arrived first, which were originally for forest rescue, also made as much noise as possible to attract the attention of the infected bodies, trying to lead them away from the auditorium. The three teams of KNP-868 drove their three police helicopters and quickly approached the auditorium. Although the first two helicopters had attracted attention, after they approached, there were still many infected bodies rushing towards this side, following the sound of the helicopters. This time it's very troublesome. I'm afraid. I really have to be prepared to die in battle. It's really zombies? Are zombies so fast? I saw that they were breathing. They were alive. And their body temperature was also very high under infrared. Okay. Be quiet. Wait for the sub-team to act. Occupy the roof as quickly as possible. And then clean up below. And make sure to open up the road to the auditorium, leaving one person on each plane for cover. Damn it! At this time, relying on the aerial vision, they could already see the auditorium. They could see that many infected bodies had already stepped on their shoulders and crawled towards the inside through the skylight. This naturally made them shocked and angry. They could look down from the air and feel the explosive power and speed of this thing. If they entered the auditorium, it would be a massacre with the ratio of people inside. Can we still contact the KSF team? The captain of KNP-868 asked the signalman. Not long after, a response came. Hurry up. We don't have much bullets. Hurry up. Where are you? The captain of KNP-868 thought that they should have escorted the important personnel to break out. And now they might be in a room on a certain floor above. So they needed to ask specifically. The auditorium. But this answer still made him feel confused. And he looked down at the infected body that was stepping on his shoulders and swarming inside. Are you in this drugged in? He thought he was well trained. But if his team was in the auditorium, he would definitely not be able to defend it. Not to mention that there were more than 1,000 unarmed scholars and students. Once he rushed into the crowd, he would kill them indiscriminately. Besides, there are not enough bullets. Do you think you can shoot every time? What about those things that came in? They were all killed. Hurry up. Stop talking nonsense. Help with the sweep outside. We don't have many bullets. Got it. We will leave one team to sweep. And then 2 teams will come to pick you up. Then one of their helicopters quickly flew towards the impact area where the infected body climbed into a hill. and 2 helicopters quickly reached the roof. Da-da-da. The sound of gunfire continued. Then, a few grenades were thrown from time to blow up the hill of infected bodies. Under the high explosive grenades, it was obvious that the infected bodies were blown into pieces, and many were blown away by the shock wave. Blood spurted, with the help of the sweep outside, plus the human ladders that occasionally blew up the infected bodies. The speed of the influx finally slowed down. The rapidly consumed ammunition also began to slow down. After all, this KSF team itself actually has more symbolic meaning, and carrying live ammunition is just their usual training. But it is obviously impossible to bring extra spare magazines. How could you normally need so many bullets? Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Fortunately, it is in Seoul after all, and there are many important people here, so the support speed is quite fast, even if the first task is to control the infected area and prevent the spread of infection. Rescue personnel are still sent out as soon as possible. At this time, because of the sudden drop in pressure outside, Wang Yi has also relaxed his body, and then said, "It's summer vacation now, and the number of people outside is actually limited. Now we have solved so many. If there are reinforcements and ammunition, we can protect everyone." "Right, Lieutenant Park." Wang Yi's words also made Lieutenant Park nod. "With Mr. Wang and Miss Jean, if you can still bear it, then there is indeed no problem. The gun has recoil, and the later it is, the easier it is to get out of shape. No problem. It won't be a problem to hold on until your large force comes," Wang Yi said calmly. "In fact, he can kill from one end of the academy to the other with 2 fire axes. But this is too exaggerated. It is better to use a gun. And even if they only use guns, relying on the geographical advantage here, as long as there are enough bullets, it will not be a big problem to kill all the infected bodies. This is the lethality of firearms to the human body. In fact, even the current performance of Wang Yi and Jin Yanxian is already exaggerated enough. Fortunately, Wang Yi's military literacy has always been clear. And now it is just confirmed again. The instructors of Umbrella have always been terrible. And they use guns, which is not too strange. Today's infected bodies are either chasing a few survivors outside, or attracted by helicopters, and the rest are besieging the skylight. So the 2 KNP-868 teams coming down from the roof are also very fast. They match each other's tactical positions all the way. After clearing a few lone infected bodies, they have already come to another blocked entrance of the auditorium from the side. After confirming that it is a friendly force through the frequency of knocking on the door, the obstacles here were immediately removed and they were let in. "We have been ordered to come and pick up people. We have vacated a position and will stay here until the next wave of support arrives," the captain of KNP-868 said very seriously as soon as he came in, with a tragic and heroic spirit of sacrificing his life for the country. The few infected bodies he fought on the road had made him clearly feel the pressure of the outbreak. This was more intuitive than what he saw on the helicopter. At most, only 3 rushed over at a time. But because of the environment at the staircase, they almost lost people. The speed was too fast, and they were not afraid of pain or death. The pressure in actual combat was really suffocating. That kind of bounce and speed definitely exceeded the level of Olympic champions in all aspects. It is completely unimaginable that the human body actually has such potential. But he had just finished speaking these tragic words. He was a little stunned looking at the pile of corpses under the skylight. "Sure, Ba. Did you do this? Where did so many bullets come from? Is this 1 bullet per one?" Thinking of the few people he met on the road, his own embarrassment, thinking of his determination to die in battle, and then looking at the piles of corpses in front of him. For a moment, he couldn't help feeling a little confused. "What's the matter? We are not the same kind?" But when I saw those things coming in from the skylight window, it was completely a kind of. I saw it on the helicopter outside before. Even if there is a geographical advantage here, the skylight window is too narrow. But it is too exaggerated. Then I followed the sound of gunfire and watched Wang Yi and the others cleaning up the subsequent sporadic infected bodies. And I felt a little numb. It's really 1 shot at a time. No wonder. No wonder he can hold on until now. Where did this returning soldier king come from? Is he mistaken? He has seen the champion of the national shooting competition, and feels that the champion's shooting ability is just SOSO. No, it may not even reach. It's really 0 mistakes. What are you doing? Come and change your gun quickly. Remember, don't shoot randomly and waste bullets. Lieutenant Park over there looked at this place in a daze, and couldn't help but urge them, and then asked someone to close the door again and block the debris. Since there is a chance to save everyone, then of course we have to save them. Helicopter. Just treat it as transporting supplies and holding on. Lieutenant Park even suspected that relying on this killing mode of the skylight, it might be possible to kill all the infected bodies in the academy here. At this time, even Mona, who was the most jumpy at the beginning, did not say that he would follow them to the helicopter. Mathematicians are not stupid people. Now the risk of following this group of people to the roof is obviously greater than the risk of staying here. What should I do if I encounter such a dense charge on the road? Can I stop it? He was so impatient at the beginning just to survive, and wanted to choose the greatest possibility of survival. Now, it is obviously more likely to stay. This is a problem of probability. And all the survivors in the auditorium now look at Wang Yi's back, which is almost like looking at a savior. If it weren't for the two of them, who showed up to turn the tide, just relying on the efficiency of the bullets used by those little Karamis, who claimed to be special forces before, they would either become feces, or have already become this kind of thing. Thank you, Professor Wang, for your assistance this time. If it weren't for you, the consequences would be disastrous. But I have to trouble you to isolate for a period of time for testing. After all, I don't know what this thing is. A representative from South Korea came over in protective clothing, thanked Wang Yi, and comforted him. After the reinforcements arrived, the subsequent stabilization was inevitable. Fortunately, the outbreak site was Seoul University. And it was summer vacation now. There were not many people, and they were far away from the riots. It happened that the KSF was stationed at the international conference, so they made relevant reports as soon as possible. That's why all the problems were compressed here. The spread of infection was controlled as soon as possible, and the rescue and cleaning were completed as soon as possible. Even if the auditorium had not attracted the attention of many infected bodies, and let them rush out in a scattered manner, the problem would be even bigger. Wang Yi not only saved thousands of people in the auditorium, but also helped a lot with the pressure on the whole Seoul. Otherwise, I dare not imagine how much it would cost to suppress this kind of thing in a densely populated city like Seoul. If the KSF team was not here, if it was just an ordinary person who called the police or gave feedback, 80% of them would be regarded as a prank at the first time. Once the processing speed is slow and starts to spread, how much loss will it be? The outbreak occurred at Seoul National University during the summer vacation, and during the mathematics conference when KSF was stationed. It was really a blessing in disguise. It was like finding the source of the fire as soon as possible when a fire broke out. So this time, the thanks were really sincere and really solved a big problem. It should be. Just follow the process. This kind of thing is really scary. Wang Yi shook hands with the other party through the protective suit and didn't feel anything. Thank you for your understanding. Don't worry. From now on you are a distinguished guest of our country. Even if your company wants to develop business in our country, it is completely fine. The representative of the protective suit paused here and looked at Jean Yanxian again. Of course, there is also Umbrella Company, to be honest. The first thing that came to mind when the zombies suddenly broke out was definitely the name Umbrella. But he didn't dare to say anything. What if it was really theirs? It's right to express gratitude now. The sudden outbreak of infection at Seoul National University this time was too terrible. And people didn't react at all. You know, everyone who came from Africa was tested at the beginning. And the infected people didn't even notice it before the outbreak? And how does this thing infect people? How does it spread? It is still completely unknown. In this case, they naturally dare not let them all out. They can only deal with it on the spot, burn it on the spot, and disinfect it, while temporarily isolating the survivors. Fortunately, there are many dormitories in Seoul University, and everyone can get a single room. At the same time, different information processing methods were adopted for this matter. The truth must have been reported to various countries and the United Nations, but it has not been announced to the public yet. The only thing announced was that the Ebola virus broke out at Seoul University, and thousands of people were infected. At the same time, thousands of experts and scholars from all over the world were isolated. Everyone actually did a good job of comforting and explaining. This is the advantage of mathematicians. They are all reasonable. As for the temporary confidentiality, they can understand it at this level, because it will cause panic. To put it bluntly, the image of this virus is too scary. Just like in the movie, the damage caused by panic is far greater than the virus itself. We really have it. A new notice was issued on Umbrella's official website. And then under this bold title, Ning Ya's production line that had been transformed was photographed. In the eyes of ordinary people, They naturally think that Umbrella has officially announced that their batteries can be mass-produced. But in the eyes of another part of the guys, who are ready to start putting the blame on others, they were suddenly shocked and immediately put away their original thoughts. Umbrella, this iron-headed kid, has shown their style with the previous actions. We are reasonable and abide by the rules. But we will never swallow our anger. No one can doubt their biological abilities. What a serious warning, they said. We really have it. Only those who understand it can understand. If they really put the blame on others, there is no guarantee that something will appear. What if they put on the hat directly? That would be the end of it. It is true that no one would easily choose a method of mutual destruction. But the premise is not to force others into a desperate situation. Really putting the blame on others is actually forcing others into a desperate situation. In fact, this group of people still know how to be tactful. Umbrella has fully demonstrated their style before. So it is better to make a big deal out of a small matter. Thousands of people infected with Ebola and thousands of people quarantined. The reason why it is serious is that it happened at Seoul University. The identities of the dead and the quarantined are more valuable. And the location is also an international city. But in fact, there are too many people who have lost their lives due to diseases in Africa. In Africa, these are just numbers. Even the outbreak of infection in Seoul this time was caused by a group of people protesting and relaxing restrictions on Africa. At this time, there are more people who sympathize with Seoul's experience. However, for the time being, the unified propaganda to the outside world is all Ebola. Ebola finally resisted everything. Chapter 251, Calming Down. All the participants in the math competition were temporarily isolated in the dormitory area of Seoul University. But they all resumed contact with the outside world. Although they all agreed to keep it confidential. It was certainly difficult to ensure complete security with so many people. So there were also some rumors on the internet that Seoul University had a biochemical infection incident. But soon, it was suppressed by the previous game CGs. After all, there were no pictures or videos this time. At the same time, the virus samples circulating in Seoul University have been sent to research institutions in various countries to find a way to crack it. It was quite a headache when this thing broke out. The more I studied it, the more I found that this virus was terrible. Although it was currently found that it could only be transmitted through blood and mucous membranes. But this virus is different from some traditional viruses. This virus itself will have a hijacking phenomenon. As long as a certain concentration of the virus enters the body, it can directly invade the central nervous system cells. You only need to control a certain proportion of central nervous system cells to completely control the entire individual and become a slave to the virus. But the good news is that this thing has almost zero resistance to sunlight. If it is directly exposed to sunlight without entering the human body, it will dissipate instantly. But it can persist for a while under ultraviolet light. And the specific reason is not known yet. Because of this phenomenon, coupled with the limitation of blood transmission, the actual transmission ability is actually controllable. Because the patient's symptoms are too obvious when he is sick. This is a blessing in disguise. Moreover, after this virus hijacks the central nervous system cells, it will have an activation effect on these highly differentiated cells. This is an incomprehensible phenomenon. And it is also a phenomenon worthy of in-depth study. After all, the damage to the central nervous system cells themselves is almost irreversible. If there is a way to understand the cause of activation, there will be significant breakthroughs in many diseases and even longevity. In terms of the transmission route of this virus, the threat is almost zero in a strict laboratory. In fact, all parties have paid attention to the new unknown virus that appeared in Africa before. After all parties have their own interests and demands there. It's just that the lethality of the virus at that time was not as great as Ebola. It was more like a rapid onset of rabies. If the patient bit someone, it would of course cause infection. But those patients were not as mutated as those at Seoul University. They were still in the human body, and were even worse than ordinary people. They were closer to the traditional zombies, but they were alive. Moreover, the distance between African villages is also very far, and they may be eaten by other predators on the way. They are also prone to dehydration and death after a few days of movement. It can be said that there is almost no threat except that it is easy to cause panic. It is almost a world of difference from the Seoul University this time. Because of this, the parties met and reached a consensus temporarily. The African infection cannot continue to rage. It must be controlled to avoid other changes. While Wang Yi was a little anxious outside, he was living in the girls' dormitory of Seoul University, flipping through some papers on his mobile phone, and listening to some news reported by Lin Shichin. Ningya has been fully put into production. 6ing. Fruit and domestic-friendly companies have placed a large number of orders. At the same time, SX Electric Vehicle Company also has a large number of orders. In addition, Boeing, Airbus, Raytheon, Toyota and some domestic old-fashioned companies have also placed a lot of orders. The orders have been pushed to half a year later, and they are still stacking. Umbrella's lithium metal battery is about to start mass production, which naturally makes all parties quite surprised, and they start to grab orders frantically. Although Ningya's production capacity is quite high, and the semi-manual and semi-mechanical method can easily increase production capacity, it still can't resist the orders from all over the world, even if the battery price is 5 times that of traditional lithium batteries at the beginning. It still can't resist the enthusiasm of ordering. After all, even if we only count the battery capacity, it is 10 times that of traditional lithium batteries. Not to mention that safety and charging speed are here. To achieve the original performance, the cost is less than half of the previous cost. And this price naturally can't stop the enthusiasm. Not to mention the reduced volume and weight are even more expensive. Now you can think of it as buying a battery with double the capacity of the previous one at the same price. And as long as you add money, you can continue to increase the upper limit of the battery capacity, up to 10 times the previous weight. In fact, the battery price is not unsaleable even if it is a little higher. But batteries are daily necessities, and the emphasis is still on sales volume. So the initial price is 5 times that of the previous lithium battery. It can be expected that in the short term, lithium metal batteries will be in short supply. Even the price of lithium ore has risen, because the reserves of lithium in the Earth's crust are really scarce. Once the demand increases, the price will immediately fluctuate. But Umbrella didn't care. Anyway, the price is tied to lithium ore. This is signed in the contract. Once the lithium ore rises, the battery price will also rise. It's not Umbrella who suffers. Let's release the news of the acquisition of related industries by 4 Stars and LG at that time. The production capacity can always be increased. Wang Yi pondered for a moment. But it's not the case that the lithium mine is being held. It seems that it is necessary to prepare a lithium metal recycling process that can be commercialized. In fact, silver doesn't matter. First, the demand is relatively small. In fact, a lot of it has been deducted by itself, and it is ready to build a wizard tower openly. Second, Mexico and China are both important places for silver production, and the source is on its side. But lithium ore does have some problems. It can be foreseen that the consumption of lithium will undoubtedly increase significantly in the future. The change can penetrate into all walks of life, and lithium metal recycling is imperative. From a technical perspective, recycling lithium metal is no problem. But the time, energy, and money consumed are not worth the effort. You may lose money or earn only hard-earned money. However, as the scale of the lithium battery market expands and the price of lithium ore increases, lithium battery recycling is bound to be a problem in front of us. In fact, there are some corresponding recycling technologies now. But Wang Yi feels that this is not enough to suppress the price of lithium ore. So I am afraid that we still need to come up with a more feasible, cheaper and more convenient recycling system. Forget it. At least lift the observation first, and then consider this matter. Wang Yi lay on the fragrant bed. The single dormitory environment of Seoul University is quite good, and this student should have a good family background. Even her underwear is a famous brand. It's not that Wang Yi is perverted. She didn't put it away properly, or Wang Yi helped put it in the closet. There is a photo of her on the desk. She is very beautiful. It is not sure whether there are artificial traces. Pretty, isn't she? Her family belongs to the chaebol class in South Korea, and her father is a director of Hyundai Heavy Industries. Lin Shirchin's voice came from Wang Yi's ears, and it was obvious that her voyeuristic nature had come back. Do you want me to send you some recent photos or videos of her? This young lady was furious when she found out that her dormitory was used by someone. TSK. It's not like I want to use it. Wang Yi leaned on the bed and seemed a little speechless. In the past, Hyundai Group was a behemoth that was even more powerful than 4-Star. But the internal conflicts of the Zheng family staged the grievances and hatreds of the rich. In the end, Hyundai Motor and Hyundai Heavy Industries separated the group. And now Hyundai Group has been controlled by LCC and has become a subsidiary, which is really sad. But even so, the top chaebol is the top chaebol. In South Korea, the chaebol is the sky, and Hyundai Heavy Industries itself has a strong shipbuilding capability, and there may be places for cooperation. Wang Yi flipped through Weibo on the bed. He actually reported that he was safe. But many people still cared about his safety and left messages under Weibo. However, some silly netizens asked other questions. Master Yi, is it true that a zombie virus broke out at Seoul University? Did Master Yi kill zombies? Of course. These were all in a teasing tone. In fact, if you take out a short video of zombies and throw it on the platform, the replies will probably say that the film is well shot. And there may even be some who say that it is not well shot. Yes, it was all thanks to my strength to turn the tide. I shot a gun with one hand and a headshot with every gun. After Wang Yi replied okay, he added a label of returning soldier king and zombie killing master to his own label. It made a group of people laugh. Shouldn't Master use a sword? I want to. But the conditions don't allow it. They don't let me fight in melee. However, Wang Yi was interacting with silly netizens. But suddenly he paused and looked up at the window. The sun was setting. He vaguely felt the breath of a vengeful spirit. A vengeful spirit in the school? Was this virus outbreak caused by something else? This is really a pleasant surprise. We were just saying that we were short of manpower. Although one vengeful spirit could not bring about a qualitative change, it could at least alleviate the situation. Now it is not just Li Yao who is working non-stop. All employees are working 24 hours a day. Now that Jin Yanxian and I are quarantined here together, they are even busier. And the mysterious book sent out by mail cannot alleviate the situation. Sure enough, an unintentional planting of willows has brought about a shade. I can't find it on weekdays, but I accidentally came across it. Wang Yi moved his fingers. The trouble is that it is not convenient to release mental power, and it is impossible to lock the other party's position from a distance. But it can be generally determined that it is in this dormitory building. Most of the guests in this dormitory building are also some guests with higher status. The only requirement for them is not to leave the building. And leaving the dormitory is still no problem. It has been determined that the transmission route of that virus is relatively simple, and it is safe to continue observing for a few days. However, after going through all this, these mathematicians are not in the mood to visit each other. Otherwise, Wang Yi really wants to favor them one by one and squeeze out the last inspiration. After coming out of the dormitory, Wang Yi roughly determined the direction, which was the utility room at the staircase. You all slept unsettledly, so you should rest and recuperate first. You can't waste this time when you recover. Wang Yi passed by the doors of the dormitories one by one, feeling the tossing and turning of the guys inside. But it's true. After experiencing such things, it's a big hard to be able to sleep peacefully. You also have to worry about whether you will be infected. While inspecting the mathematics harem he saved, Wang Yi also entered the stairwell and came to the utility room. Sure enough, the cold breath became heavier. It's just an ordinary vengeful spirit, but it should be a little excited and extreme in emotion. Extreme emotions even make up for talents to a certain extent, thus forming a normal vengeful spirit. When Wang Yi caught Antoine, the captain of the organization in Africa, he could only make a half-effective product by relying on magic blessing and torture combined with the other party's certain talents and perseverance. It seems that the obsession of this vengeful spirit may be a little beyond normal. And I don't know what it is. Just when Wang Yi thought of this, he had already arrived at the door of the utility room. He reached out and grasped the handle of the utility room and turned it. With a creak, accompanied by a musty smell, the utility room was opened. Then Wang Yi also saw the vengeful spirit hanging on the ceiling. It was an ordinary-looking woman, probably a student. But even after she turned into a vengeful spirit, she had a lot of burns on her arms and legs. It should be that this kind of burn is an indelible obsession for her, and it is reflected in the spirit. Chapter 252 Promise. Wang Yi frowned as he looked at the burns, which were very detailed. The burns on his arms and wrists looked like steel with threads, and the marks on his legs were obviously caused by an iron. The female ghost hanging on the ceiling only glanced at Wang Yi and ignored him. It was not until Wang Yi kept staring at her wound that she reacted and said in a hoarse voice, "Can you see me? Well, your mind is still well preserved. How long have you been dead?" Wang Yi roughly checked the other party's situation. "Are you an exorcist? Can you help me? I am willing to sell my soul. I am willing to give everything I have. I just hope you can help me." The transaction invitation has not been initiated yet, but the other party has taken the initiative to say it, and seems extremely excited. It seems that she wants to complete her revenge even if she sells her soul to the devil. To be honest, this is relatively rare among the employees Wang Yi has captured. Lin Shichin and Li Yao did it themselves. Cheng Shui only wanted money. Others either forgot or relied on their talents. Many of them bowed down to him. This is the only one who asked him to sell himself. Moreover, he sold his soul. He. You can't just say that you want to sell your soul in front of me. I will take it seriously. Wang Yi smiled. But with the dark magic. He looked quite gloomy. Like a devil. It doesn't matter. Even if you are a devil. I will complete the deal with you. Okay. Tell me what you want to do. And whether your value is enough in South Korea. Top universities are almost the only way for many people at the bottom to achieve class transition. The only way to climb up. The degree of internal competition in the college entrance examination in South Korea is even far higher than that in China. Take the familiar trainees as an example. The difficulty of debuting in South Korea is well known. And the training intensity of trainees is by no means comparable to that in China. Even if the probability of trainees becoming idols is 1 in 10,000. There are still a large number of girls who enter it. Nangali was already seriously rolled up in junior high school and even elementary school. Because Nangali can be regarded as a lifelong mark even in high school. After entering university, you will find that many clubs gather around high schools. And you can get more help if you have a good high school. There is even a saying of 4 up and 5 down. That is, you can go to school if you sleep for 4 hours. And go down if you sleep for 5 hours. Although she is still a student in puberty. She has to rely on various means such as black coffee to keep herself energetic for a long time to study. And every minute and every second cannot be wasted. Under the rule of the chaebol. Either you can successfully enter the university and become an excellent talent in the hands of the chaebol. Or you can give up early and be at the bottom of the society. The biggest loss is the hard-working students who roll up but miss the opportunity. And Song Jinyan is a student born in an ordinary family. And her family is even worse than an ordinary family. Her father died early. And her mother was a gambler. She has been under the double pressure of housework and schoolwork since she was a child. But it is precisely because of this pressure that she understands that she can only rely on studying. And only rely on this road to have a chance to turn over. There is no other way. It was under this kind of pressure that Song Jinyan relied on her talent and hard work to get into a key high school. Got a scholarship. And was admitted to Seoul University. There is no doubt that from this moment on, her life has ushered in earth-shaking changes. She is about to have a bright future. But all this changed with the bullying incident after entering the school. Song Jinyan relied on her talent and hard work to get into a key high school with excellent grades. But since it is a key high school, students from her family are definitely a minority of outliers. She can't mix with other students from wealthy families at all. However, Song Jinyan's original goal was to get into Seoul University. So at this time, she just studied hard and cut off socializing. However, she didn't look for trouble. But trouble came to her. A girl from a good family directly targeted Song Jinyan for fun because of some trivial things. Together with a few followers. She bullied her in school since high school. And it became more and more intense. Knowing the difference in family background between the two parties, Song Jinyan had always been patient and dared not resist. But the more she did so, the more she aroused their arrogance and became more and more aggressive. Until she went to the infirmary after being injured once. The infirmary teacher noticed something different and began to ask questions. After learning the truth, the infirmary teacher went to the principal to argue angrily. However, when Song Jinyan came to the infirmary again, she found that the infirmary teacher had resigned. The female school bully who bullied her took her complaint as an excuse to retaliate more deeply, burning her arm with a curling iron and her thigh with an iron. After finally being unable to bear it anymore and calling the police, Song Jinyan found that the South Korean agent didn't care about it at all. He sent her away with a sentence of "It's just a child's fight. Don't report it next time." This torture also accompanied her throughout her high school career. Until she successfully entered Seoul University and thought she was going to be free. She was shocked to find that the female school bully had also been admitted. After enduring humiliation for 3 years. And finally thinking that she had escaped from the devil's lair. Song Jinyan collapsed when she saw the devil again. Not bad. I got in by myself. Uh-huh. It seems that the next university life will be fun. It's really hard to deal with other people. The smile of the female school bully made Song Jinyan completely collapse. And she felt that the future was dark. She really couldn't endure this for another 4 years. At this time, her only means of resistance and revenge was to write a suicide note. And at the same time publish the evil deeds of the female school bully on the internet. And then die as evidence. After 10 years of hard study, she finally turned into a corpse to accuse her own experience, hoping to expose the other party with her own death. But after death, She found that she was wrong. Her soul saw her suicide note being destroyed and the information on the internet being cleared with her own eyes. There was no way at all. Song Jinyan knew that a well-known female star had exposed the scandal of the Chaebol by suicide. Although it was suppressed in the end without any pain. The only two involved did not have much impact. But it was a Chaebol after all. In addition to the Chaebol, many people were dealt with. Although the school bully who bullied her came from a wealthy family, she was not yet at the level of a Chaebol. How could this be? But then she came to her senses. She was not as good as that female star. At best, she was just a newly enrolled Seoul University student. Even the school itself would help cover up this matter. She tried her best and put all her efforts together. Even if she died, she still couldn't make enough sound? Especially when Song Jinyan's mother took a hush money and signed a statement that she had depression. This matter did not cause any waves at all. There was just a rumor that a student committed suicide due to depression. It was on the news, with regrets and emotions. But that was all. Even if it was on the news, it was just a casual mention. This is South Korea, which is completely controlled by the Chaebol. What does it mean for the Chaebol to be in power? They only want power, but throw away the corresponding responsibilities. What do I care about your life and death? Does it affect my interests? No. Then go and die. After listening to Song Jinyan's words, even Wang Yi felt a little confused. Is there such an operation? No wonder she turned into a vengeful spirit. And through Song Jinyan's words, Wang Yi also found out that she had actually been dead for several years. She survived by relying on her obsession with revenge. It was just because of her identity as an ordinary vengeful spirit that her means of revenge were limited. After the female school bully was harassed by her and dropped out of school, she no longer had the right means. She was not Chung Shui and Lin Shichin. And she couldn't leave here too far. What's the name of that female student? What do you want to do? Kill her? I can strengthen you now to let you do this. Of course. If you want, I can also give you more time to let you deal with it by your own means. Wang Yi said it casually, as if it was nothing big. Her name is Park Haikyo. She has a group of followers. And I want to take revenge on all of them. If you can give me a body that can move, that would be great. Give me some time, and I will repay you for the rest of my life. Song Jinyan's words made Wang Yi's eyes light up slightly. It was not her promise. But Wang Yi found that Song Jinyan's spirit seemed to be strengthened a little bit. If Song Jinyan completes all revenge according to her own wishes without any accidents, she may even have the opportunity to become a high-potential evil spirit at the level of Lin Shichin and Chung Shui. Even if she is not as good, she is not far behind. This is quite rare. No wonder she can become a vengeful spirit. The key is that Wang Yi is also idle now. And he can't even leave the dormitory building now. It is a pleasant surprise to get such a high-quality spirit. Okay. If it is a body, I can find a way for you. Wang Yi pondered for a moment. It just so happens that because Jin Yin is also temporarily restricted here, Junichiro is about to come to South Korea to deal with some follow-up issues of cooperation with 4 stars and LG. Let Junichiro use the grass head god to bring a vest to enter South Korea with a legal identity, and then hand it over to Song Jinyan for processing. This should satisfy her. Chapter 253, Feng Shui turns around. Junichiro looked at Song Jinyan, who had transformed into a Korean beauty, and his expression was a little subtle. Can you really make a request? When Wang Yi approached him, he was worried that he would be harmonized. He was too scared. So when Wang Yi asked, he said no directly. Now he really felt a little regretful. The boss should have implanted some relevant information in you. You should know the degree. If you have any needs, you can ask me for help. Don't worry. Our company has a good relationship with LG and 4 stars now. You should know the influence of this in South Korea. Umbrella is now going to acquire LG and 4 stars battery industry, and they are begging for the acquisition. Later, there will be an order for a 1,000,000-ton ship from the 4 stars shipyard, or an offshore platform order. The drawings have been calculated and drawn by Lin Shichin and sent over, used to form mobile components of the offshore city. In addition to the 1,000,000-ton offshore platform, there are also many small platform structures for assembly, which can also be divided into docks of different specifications for simultaneous construction. When the outline is completed, the boss will use silver to protect the key parts, and the initial version of the offshore base can be assembled. This huge amount of money and business is enough to make Umbrella a guest of honor of 4 star. In fact, even if there is no business cooperation this time, because the lifeblood of the battery is in hand, 4 star actually needs to give Umbrella enough respect. Otherwise, the production is limited now. Can't I sell more to fruit and domestic friends? Why give you these weights? That's why Wang Yi was received with such a high standard this time. The domestic market is one of them. And relying on Wang Yi's identity to influence Umbrella is the top priority. I will. This body. I am very satisfied. Song Jinyan looked at the face in the mirror, and was quite satisfied. She used to be just a student with an average appearance. And because of bullying, her body was full of scars. Her family situation could not afford her to have plastic surgery. And this time, Cheng Shui tried to make a new body again, which is much more beautiful than her before. Wang Dongdan. This is the name of her body. And she is also of Korean descent. There is no way. The difference in appearance before and after plastic surgery makes it easier to fool people with Korean descent. It's good to have the same surname as the boss. After getting the new body, Song Jinyan gradually showed a creepy smile on her face. Obviously, this body is very beautiful. And it is definitely a beauty. But Junichiro felt a little scared when he saw the smile on Song Jinyan's face. Strange. What should I be afraid of? I am also a ghost. And I am a pervert. After psychological comfort, Junichiro straightened his chest again. And Song Jinyan also saw some messages that Lin Shurchin helped to send to her on her mobile phone. They were messages from the school bully who bullied her at the beginning. And some of her followers. Thank you, big sister. Song Jinyan's words were full of gratitude. Haha. You call me big sister. Enjoy the wine of revenge. I can't listen to what you say. Don't let her get away with it. Lin Shurchin's face appeared in the mobile phone. With her hands on her cheeks and a smile. She is a real evil spirit who can kill people with a backhand even though she says she is afraid. She is not a philanthropist. I will. Song Jinyan let out a long breath. But it would be better to say hello first. And check the time. High school anniversary. It is normal for South Korea high school to form cliques. So usually there will be many people arriving for the high school anniversary. The school bully Park Hae-kyo is also a celebrity in the school. According to the information, she has now entered the TV station and become a weather forecast host. This is a very good achievement for her age. Because her family has opened a newspaper and her father is the president. You should know that she dropped out of Seoul University and did not complete her studies. And because of her good looks and a wealthy family, she successfully married a real chaebol son and gave birth to a lovely daughter. It can be said that love, fame, and family affection are so abundant. And her followers, although they are definitely not as good as her, their lives are relatively good. Some are flight attendants. Some are shop owners. Song Jinyan got off the car and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar alma mater in front of her, with hatred in her eyes. If I hadn't done nothing at the beginning, I wouldn't have ended up like this. But this is actually the most famous high school in the area. And I studied hard all night to get into the school. But it's also true. I have no background. And the school voted with its feet. Madam, please register. The security guard stopped Song Jinyan and seemed very polite. Song Jinyan has a strong aura and is beautiful. Today is the school anniversary. He probably graduated from here. After Song Jinyan completed the registration, he asked, "Excuse me, where are the alumni of the 2006 class reminiscing?" Alumni after the 2003 class are all in the number 3 indoor sports field. Thank you. You're welcome. Looking at Song Jinyan's back as she left, the security guard also sighed in his heart. What a beautiful and elegant girl. I wonder what she is doing now. Looking at the registration, it also says, 2006 class. Song Jinyan. It's a nice name. But I haven't heard of it much. Isn't it famous? Song Jinyan was a nobody before. So naturally, she hadn't heard of it. Everyone. For our friendship. Park Hae-kyo was dressed gorgeously, carrying a branded bag, and wearing exquisite makeup, standing out from the crowd. As the former big sister, she also gathered her former followers at this time, and then took another photo together. Looking at the current situation of her former followers, Park Hae-kyo felt a little sad and had a sense of superiority. Yes, it should be like this. The result and identity are destined at birth. Although they have always been her followers, they really don't live as well as she does. Even if she dropped out of college, she still easily became a primetime program host and married a chaebol husband. The other former followers also kept flattering Park Hae-kyo at this time, satisfying her vanity. No, my life goal now is to be a good wife and mother, to assist my husband and teach my children. Hearing the flattery, Park Hae-kyo's face was full of smiles. And she also pointed out her husband. That's great. Haikyo, your husband's family is in the medical equipment business. A real chaebol. A big boss. I really hope you will take care of him in the future. Yes. Yes. Sister Huiqiao. You can't forget your sisters. All these words made Park Huiqiao feel very satisfied. It's great that you can still have such friendship now. The sudden voice made Park Huiqiao stunned. The cold and sarcastic tone made her very unhappy. Which bitch from the past came back? But when she looked back and saw Song Jinyan, whose temperament, aura, and appearance all crushed her, she paused for a moment, and then squeezed out a smile and said, Sorry, I didn't recognize you. Do we know each other? I think, with your conditions, you shouldn't be forgotten so easily. Park Huiqiao said, some doubts in her heart. Why would such a beautiful woman suddenly be hostile to herself? Oh, sorry. Sorry. I forgot that I look different now. You may not recognize me. It's me. Song Jinyan. Song Jinyan said without any concealment. She asked Lin Shurqin about this, and Lin Shurqin directly said that she didn't need to care at all. It was just a bunch of nonsense. And she could completely replicate what happened when Song Jinyan committed suicide. With this guarantee, Song Jinyan certainly took the most radical statement. Hearing Song Jinyan's words, Park Haikyo's face turned pale. She didn't forget the nightmare she had after the woman died. She dropped out of school because of this. But her other followers didn't know. None of them went to Seoul University. And Song Jinyan's death was handled in a low-key manner. For a student who was bullied in the past, they obviously wouldn't pay too much attention. After hearing that this beautiful woman was Song Jinyan, she immediately wanted to show off in front of Park Haikyo. Asshole. It's you? What's wrong? You think you're so great after plastic surgery? Oh, by the way, you still have scars on your hands and legs. Right? You can only have plastic surgery. Right? Yes. You sold your clothes after plastic surgery. Right? Hee hee. It's just a swollen feeding machine. What's so great about it? Faced with such abuse and accusations, looking at the pale-faced Park Haikyo, Song Jinyan suddenly laughed with great expression. His laughter was very twisted and exaggerated, and tears came out of his laughter. Ha ha ha. You guys haven't changed at all today. I just came to say hello to you all. We will get along well in the next week. Song Jinyan looked at the pale Park Haikyo over there, and a playful smile appeared on his face. I wonder if you still recall the feeling of nightmares in those days. Sister Haikyo. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Looking at Park Haikyo's frightened expression, Song Jinyan turned around and said to her with a smile, I will be a kindergarten teacher for a few days. Jinhong Kindergarten. Park Haikyo, who was trembling, stopped trembling after hearing this, and then chased Song Jinyan like crazy. What do you want to do? After Song Jinyan told her experience of nightmares, she knew that this was not a prank or joke of others, but that she was really back. That woman was back. The evil ghost put on human skin and returned to the world again, just to avenge herself. What do you want to do? Isn't it obvious? I am a demon. Song Jinyan's words were contemptuous, like a whisper in the ear. You won't succeed. You won't. Even if you are a demon, I will tear you to pieces. I can torture you when you are alive. But what does it matter after you die? Park Haikyo's hysterical roar scared her followers. What's wrong? Hee hee. Then you try it. It's interesting to resist. Looking at Song Jinyan's departing back, Park Haikyo suddenly seemed to be drained of all her strength, and she fell to the ground, with a kind of fear and a hint of persistence in her eyes. The followers next to her asked what happened, and Park Haikyo raised her head and smiled at them awkwardly. Everyone, we have to work together again. Well, I have a piece of news to tell you. Song Jinyan died when he was in Seoul University. He committed suicide? For a moment, the followers, who were originally filled with righteous indignation, fell into an ice cave. What's the matter with this person? Is he pretending to be a prank? Knowing what happened in the past, she came to take revenge? Or is she a relative of Song Jinyan? Don't think about it. She is the evil ghost. After that woman died, I was always entangled by her. So I dropped out of school. And she knew the situation when I was entangled. It was her. That smile. But she was forced to death by us when she was alive. What can she be afraid of after death? Park Haikyo's face was ferocious. I want to check the identity of this woman. As the daughter of the president of a newspaper, and her husband is the son of a medical device group, we have truly become a wealthy family. In South Korea, we are the top stream. Even if it is an evil ghost, it must bow down. Why are you investigating this woman? Don't investigate. Park Haekyo's husband looked a little ugly. He thought it was a matter of no consequence. But after the investigation, he immediately attracted a wave of criticism. And even his father was reprimanded for it. Park Haekyo, who had originally persuaded her husband to help, also changed her face at this time and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? I just found out that she suddenly became my daughter's class teacher. And she looked a little neurotic. And I was worried about my daughter's safety." "Don't worry about her. She is a 4-star guest. She just wants to experience the feeling of a kindergarten teacher. Remember? Don't offend her. You know what 4 stars mean." The husband, who has always been gentle to her, suddenly looked a little ferocious and warned her sternly. It made Park Haekyo's face pale. How could she not understand what 4 stars mean? She thought she had married into a wealthy family and joined a chaebol. But in fact, there are gaps between chaebols. Their family is barely. And 4 stars are top tier. The gap is just like the gap between her and Song Jinyan at the beginning. Feng Shui turns. Chapter 254. How can a man improve himself? 4 stars? Impossible. How could this bitch be possible? Park Haekyo's face was pale. But she felt a sense of despair and collapse in her heart. Her hands holding the water cup were so strong that they turned pale. Even she never dared to hope to gain the friendship of 4 stars. It is precisely because of her wealthy family that she can better understand the influence and terror of 4 stars. But at this time, this bitch who she used to look down on was able to hook up with 4 stars? Thinking of Song Jinyan's current appearance, she had to admit that there was indeed a cost of hooking up. She is an evil ghost. It is normal for evil ghosts to seduce the top executives of the chaebol with their beauty. It must be like this. It must be. I know. I'm just worried about my daughter. Don't worry. I won't do anything about her and 4 stars. Park Haekyo said to her husband with a smile on her face. Well, I have to go to the company for a meeting and will be back later. Her husband nodded after hearing this and then left the house. After seeing her husband leave, Park Haekyo's face showed a ferocious look. She didn't want to lose everything she had now. That woman must be dealt with. She must be dealt with. Yes, as long as she is killed and her body is damaged. The source of the problem will definitely be solved. Since she has died once, why not die again? Park Haekyo picked up the phone and called her followers. Now, it's time for you to dedicate yourself. Otherwise, you will die if something happens. Why me? Can't you invite someone else? Yinjin looked at Park Haekyo, who was already in front of her with horror. And her face was full of resistance when she heard her arrangement. These days, these followers have searched for the original information and know that Song Jinyan is indeed dead. Song Jinyan also said before that they would not let anyone go. However, not everyone believes Park Haekyo's words. And not everyone believes that Song Jinyan suddenly resurrected. After all, this kind of thing is too incredible. The other few of them also secretly met each other later. And the general consensus was that this Song Jinyan might be the friend of Song Jinyan, who was bullied by them, and wanted to come back for revenge after hearing the news. And Park Haekyo was neurotic because of the other party's suicide. And now she is sick again. But even if this Song Jinyan just came to take revenge, they also don't want to rush to the front. They are still expecting Park Haekyo to find a way. Because she is the mastermind. She also has power. And at the same time, even if it is really an evil ghost, she will be the first to seek revenge. When disaster strikes, everyone will flee. This is their nature. Park Haekyo didn't help them. And they would not risk their lives for her or die for her. But Yinjin had just finished speaking when she was slapped hard by Park Haekyo. And then grabbed her hair. Stinky bitch. Don't I know what you are thinking? Don't you just want to laugh at me? I tell you, you have to do this even if you don't want to. Park Haekyo's face was cold, a little twisted, and full of hatred. You won't be sentenced to a long time for causing a traffic accident. I will give you money. A large sum of money. Now that evil ghost has nothing to do with us. Others will not think that we did it on purpose. How many people die in car accidents every year? Yinjin, who was grabbed by the hair and raised her head unconsciously, said with despair, Why choose me? Because you are short of money? Your father's illness needs money. Right? Don't think I don't know how many times you have sold yourself to make money. The identity of a flight attendant can allow you to contact high-quality benefactors, some of whom I know. Some people even use this to ridicule me. Park Haekyo didn't care about the old friendship at this time, and crushed Yinjin's everything. Remember, if you want to die, it's an accident. Otherwise, You will be sentenced to a heavier sentence than me as the perpetrator. I will directly put the money into your card. Enough for your father's treatment. This is where Park Hae-kyo dares to control the other party. She is also one of the people who were retaliated. And once she takes action, she must die to reduce her guilt. I didn't tell her that the bitch was a 4-star guest. When the matter is done, she can't bear it. What if you have a backer at that time? What if you are a 4-star guest? Didn't you die in a car accident? If you revive again, I will kill you again. But Park Hae-kyo's vision was limited to this. Or in other words, she had few options for coping with the current situation. If the other party directly used the power of 4 stars to suppress her, her family would be destroyed in an instant. Now this is a rare choice for her to resist. The speeding car rushed towards Song Jinyin, who had just left the kindergarten. At this time, Yinjin only had Song Jinyin in her eyes. She stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The sudden roar and the high-speed car caused many people to scream when they found something wrong. But facing the car rushing over, Song Jinyin had a trace of sarcasm on his face. When the car was about to hit him, he just moved sideways and stood aside like a bullfighter playing with a bull, letting the out-of-control car pass by and hit the flower bed. Yinjin also had a bloody head due to the car accident. The airbag that popped out has now slowly deflated. Resisting the dizziness and pain in his head, Yinjin barely raised his head to see his results. But when he turned around, he saw Song Jinyin outside the window. What a pity. Yinjin, you missed. I knew she would look for you first, Song Jinyin said to Yinjin, who was terrified. What nonsense are you talking about? Yinjin would not admit it, of course. Whether it is nonsense or not, I am afraid we can only know after investigation. Just now, you killed Park Hae-kyo's daughter. Do you think she will forgive you? This sentence made Yinjin feel like she was falling into an ice cave. No. No way. My whereabouts are fixed only during this time period every day. If you want to stop me, you can only do it here, Song Jinyin said slowly. You did it on purpose? You plotted against me? Look at what you said. You wanted to kill me. But I didn't do anything. You can still blame me. You are worthy of it. After a pause, Song Jinyin looked at Yinjin in the car coldly and said, if you want to quibble, just tell the detective. Originally, Yinjin would definitely insist that it was an accident. If it was a completely unrelated person, it would be difficult to find any other evidence if she insisted. No motive. Accelerate? She stepped on the wrong accelerator. Anyway, it's understandable for a female driver, right? But she almost hit Park Hae-kyo's daughter. And she and Park Hae-kyo were classmates. What? Are you taking revenge on your classmates? In addition, Song Jinyin's suggestion to Si Xing said that it felt like the car was coming towards her. With the strong attention of Si Xing and the joint pressure from other parents in the kindergarten, Yinjin naturally couldn't stand it at all. Because of the information gap, she thought that the money that Park Hae-kyo promised to give her was gone. She was not professionally trained, and Nangali hadn't executed the death penalty for a long time. So after she couldn't stand it, she couldn't help but slowly tell the reasons and motives for the crime from beginning to end. Try to reduce the guilt by saying that she was just instructed. At this time, the Wang Dongdian transformed by Song Jinyin was shocked and said that she didn't know this group of people at all and felt puzzled. Then the facts became clear. Park Hae-kyo dropped out of school because of mental illness. The reason was that the girl who bullied them committed suicide. She had always been mentally ill, but she didn't have an attack without stimulation. Until she saw her daughter's new class teacher. She inexplicably felt that she was the reincarnation of the female student she killed. So she wanted to kill her. Yes. A crime committed by a madman. I'm not crazy. She is a demon. She has been haunting me since she died. It was her. It was she who made me drop out of school and ruin my studies. It's that woman. She's resurrected. How do I know how she came in from abroad? Even if she has formal entry procedures. What does it matter? She turned around and went abroad. Even if the age doesn't match. What does it matter? A demon is a demon. After the interrogating agent kindly reminded Park Hae-kyo that the other party had entered the country legally. Looking at Park Hae-kyo's hysterical performance, he couldn't help but show the expression of the mermaid agent. Sure enough, it's a madman. I'm not crazy. What I said is true. You can check. I accept the check. You can test me. You can ask me questions. I was admitted to Seoul University. You can ask me professional knowledge. I'm a host. Hey! Ask me. Believe me. I'm not crazy. I'm not mentally ill. She wanted to harm me. She said it herself? I'm just protecting myself. No matter how Park Haikyo explained, accused, or described, it was meaningless. No matter what she said. It was just like the crazy talk of a madman. Just like Song Jinyan couldn't make any sound when she died as a warning. Park Haikyo couldn't make any sound. And there was no meaningless struggle. When she was treated as a mental patient with tinted glasses. All her self-proof and all her excuses were pale and powerless. And the matter involved the distinguished guests of 4 stars. This problem would not be so simple. This directly made 4 stars furious. No way. I begged and pleaded. And the princess personally welcomed them. And then sent a group of carefully selected girls, who served them comfortably, and finally got the opportunity to cooperate. As a result, the Ebola infection at Seoul University had already made the guests' experience bad. And 2 new people came here to continue the negotiation. And they were plotted against by a madman? No! This is not a madman. This is a hostile force that wants to destroy our 4 stars business. This is the real business war. Please rest assured. Our 4 stars will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. This is the promise made by the 4 stars chairman. The contemporary 4 stars king. This is South Korea. South Korea has not executed the death penalty for a long time. But for 4 stars, if a person wants to die, it does not necessarily rely on the death penalty. Since the departure of the strong decision maker who created the South Korea chaebol and came to power through a military coup, no decision maker in South Korea has been able to be re-elected smoothly. They are really locked in a cage. With the promise of 4 stars, everything that happens next is a matter of course. When the case was going through the process here, Park Haikyo's family was suddenly involved in a scandal. The newspaper went bankrupt overnight. Her father committed suicide, and her mother became mentally ill. Then her husband's family business was hit by a subversive blow in an instant. Fortunately, her husband's family was barely a chaebol. And after giving up 2/3 of the family's property, she barely saved her life. Then she cut off ties with Park Haikyo in an instant. Park Haikyo's other followers also met a miserable end under the oppression of the 4 stars. In the end, Song Jinyan looked at the 2/3 of Park Haikyo's husband's property that was handed to her as an apology. And she couldn't help but sigh. No wonder. They all like the taste of power. Huh? Park Haikyo, who was on the other side of the viewing window, looked at the asset transfer of her husband's family in Song Jinyan's hand, and her face was full of despair and collapse. She banged against the thick tempered glass frantically, and her face was covered with blood. He is really a madman, who wants to harm me for no reason, Song Jinyan muttered as she turned around and left, glanced at Park Haikyo's husband standing outside, and then left directly. She came in to take a last look with the reason that she wanted to see why this madman wanted to kill her. Park Haikyo's husband came in person to give the white silk in order to prove his innocence. After Song Jinyan left, he adjusted his tie and walked in with a gloomy face. It was this crazy woman who caused his family to fall directly and lost more than 2/3 of the high-quality assets. How dare she? She deserves to die. Satisfied? Junichiro drove to pick up Song Jinyan, who had just come out. But looking at the sweet-looking Song Jinyan, he really felt a little scared. Women are really crazy when they go crazy. Originally, he thought that he would just kill those people. But she was more ruthless, and kept torturing them mentally before she died. And I don't know if it's an illusion. When he sees the other party again, he always feels that the aura on the other party is beginning to be close to Chung Shui. As if there is an extra sense of suppression on himself. No way. You are a newcomer. How can you be like this? This makes me feel embarrassed. Even if I am a pervert, I feel pressured when facing her. In response to his question, Song Jinyan did not reply, but handed him the transfer agreement in his hand and said, Sixing handed these to the company, which should be the fulfillment of the last promise to let the company also develop business in South Korea. They are all pharmaceutical and medical equipment companies, which should be useful. Well, it just so happens that someone needs to stay here to handle it. I will hand it over to you when the time comes. Junichiro nodded. It won't be bad for this woman to stay here to do things. Then he stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove away. Chapter 255 Mobile Phone Release. Apologies again for Professor Wang's bad experience this time. We didn't take good care of him. After Wang Yi was released from observation and could leave, Li Jinqi came to apologize to Wang Yi as a representative. At the same time, several popular girl group members were selected to let Wang Yi give them some advice. Mr. Li is too polite. Actually, I don't have much to worry about during this period. I can communicate with these experts every day, which is quite fulfilling. But I have been out for a long time, and I have to go back to China. Before going back, Wang Yi was too lazy to enlighten the girl group's thoughts. Why not let them go back with the professor? Doesn't the professor have an entertainment company under his command? Li Zhen, she said with a smile. This made Wang Yi glance at her. There is no restriction order yet. Nan Gaoli's team is very popular in China. It is hard to say whether there will be a parallel world in the future. Wang Yi will not let the Pyongyang mess around at home. But the domestic entertainment industry is already full of smoke and miasma. Oh! I don't really like the spread of foreign culture in China. Are they going to learn Chinese? Wang Yi's words made Li Zhen stunned. She didn't expect the other party to be so direct. But thinking that this is a straightforward scholar, it seems normal. Since they are asked to follow the teacher, then naturally they must meet all the requirements of the teacher. It is not impossible to learn Chinese and debut in Chinese. Okay. Get on the plane with me. If we don't do cultural export, it's also good to throw some catfish into this smoky entertainment industry. If we talk about volume, the trainees of South Korea are really rolling through the sky. The dance foundation is here. And Wang Yi has also experienced it personally. Go back and practice the most dazzling national style. It's convenient to have your own private plane. And you can directly arrive at Shudian Airport. When Wang Yi came back, he also posted a dynamic of returning to China on Weibo, and received a lot of blessings. The driver Su Feng drove to the airport early to wait for Wang Yi. Xian Yayan was also going to come. But Wang Yi also brought a few members of the girl group. It was crowded to sit up, so he didn't let her come. However, when Su Feng saw Wang Yi with a group of beautiful female fairies following behind, his eyes immediately widened. Hey, another group of female fairies. For a moment, he couldn't help but hold the Buddha statue in front of his chest tightly, and started chanting. Then he drove calmly without paying attention to what was happening outside the window, allowing the group of beautiful women behind to play around Wang Yi. Wang Yi went to Seoul, and was delayed for a while, because of the Ebola outbreak. During this period, Umbrella's first mobile phone was also actively stocked. Umbrella originally acquired some factories, and sent some orders to other places. Although the production is still limited, it is not as good as 4-Star and Fruit, or even many domestic-friendly companies. But it is still no problem to barely complete the first wave of stockpiling, and catch up with the popularity of ultra-long battery life mobile phones released almost at the same time. Yes, it was the battery developed by Umbrella. But because of the time spent on integrating other components, and some of its own micro-innovations, it almost failed to catch up with the first batch. This is the result of trying to do everything at once, and taking too big a step. As for the manufacturing process of smartphones, these foundries are now relatively mature. The structure and combination designed by Lin Shichin are not a problem at all. The configuration can definitely be regarded as excellent among the same level Android phones. However, as Wang Yi prepared before, Umbrella's mobile phone must have some gimmicks of its own. Right? It can't be weaker than others. So in the end, it must be upgraded for the second time from its own factory. Boss, are they preparing a press conference for their new mobile phones? Do we want one? Lin Shichin asked Wang Yi. Let's make one. But there is no offline store yet, so we will sell it online directly. Umbrella is still too young after all, and some internal skills and accumulation are indeed a bit lacking. Even the shipment of mobile phones is the same. So far, only 3 million units have been accumulated. This is because they started working in advance with their advantages in batteries. Compared with other friendly companies, there is indeed a big gap. Is Umbrella going to make mobile phones? It's normal. Their batteries are so awesome. But mobile phones involve so many aspects. Not just one battery. Can it work? Just ask Xiaomai. Xiaomai is fine. I think Umbrella is fine. Why don't you study zombies? Why study mobile phones? Why don't you study zombies? Wasn't there a rumor about a zombie outbreak at Seoul University before? It was them who did it. Laugh. Yeah. There were rumors about Africa last time. But when will that game be released? It looks pretty good. What game dares to come up with Star World now? Zombie themes are different. Speaking of mobile phones, why did you stray to games? Can't mobile phones play games? They don't just study mobile phones. I saw the news in South Korea before. Umbrella has laid down 6.7 million tons in South Korea, totaling 20. A ship. The smallest 100,000 tons. The maximum of 1 million tons. What do you tell me? Some special ships are actually too large, and there are a lot of restrictions. How long does it take for full goods? The total tonnage. And it seems that the neon side is also received. After all, It's too much to ask for at one time. Although they are all civilian ships. The total number of ships launched is too much. Right? What are you going to do? The total carrying capacity of Maersk Line, the world's #1 ocean-going company, is only 18 million tons. But if all the orders placed by Umbrella this year are for freight, it will directly become the world's #1. This is too annoying. And the shipbuilding drawings are all owned by Umbrella. At present, we don't know what their main purpose is. It's just that the money is their own. They are willing to spend it this way. Who can say it's not? What if they just want to impact first shipping? But first shipping is not so easy to impact. There are too many factors to consider. It really needs to be all aspects. There must be offices all over the world, connecting to ports, connecting goods, and connecting customers. There are many cumbersome processes. There are also a series of issues such as seafarers and captains. As the world's largest ocean-going company, Maersk Line has more than 600 work points, hundreds of cargo ships, and many seafarers to support it. But if such a large company's market value is calculated in US dollars, it is only tens of billions of US dollars. Of course, it is very strong. But it is really worse than top technology companies. In fact, it is a hard-earned money. It's just that this kind of basic entity is usually more stable, and there is no need to worry about too much fluctuation. Shipping is indeed crucial. But Maersk is not a monopoly or dominant position, because Sino-Ocean Group has a lot of Umbrella's ability to make money and worth. It is naturally no problem to squeeze into this. But it is really a bit incomprehensible to spend so much energy and money on this. Even if you are afraid of being blocked from shipping, there is no need. If this company doesn't ship, there are other companies. Right? That is, when the outside world is paying more attention to Umbrella's huge investment in shipbuilding. Umbrella's new mobile phone live broadcast conference started without much sign. Mobile phone model. Red Queen V1.0. When the name of the mobile phone model came out, it instantly set off the entire network. I knew it. I knew Umbrella was going to make trouble. Is this the interaction between Red Queen and the mobile phone? No wonder the related software of Red Queen has not been released. But some office software has been released. Yes. It turns out that they are preparing to use the big move on the mobile phone. Is this a system improvement? Separate system? Umbrella is a golden signboard. Who dares to ignore Umbrella now? Even because Umbrella has just officially entered the manufacturing industry and the mobile phone industry, it still attracted great attention from friendly companies. In fact, after Ningyao's batteries began to be sold to the public, Fruit, Firstars and many other mobile phone manufacturers have successively held press conferences for new phones, all of which are mainly about super battery life and fast charging. Umbrella is actually a little behind in terms of press conferences. But even so, every move still arouses people's nerves. No, it's true. The release of a model description at the beginning has caused a sensation. Even a certain song. For Stars and Fruit are highly concerned. A certain song is more concerned about the system, while 4 Stars and Fruit are more concerned about the overall mobile phone. Even though Umbrella now has a good cooperative relationship with 4 Stars. This is how it is in business. And the struggle for interests must be a struggle for every inch of land. But soon, a certain song was relieved, because Umbrella still uses the Android system as the main framework. It just relies on the Android open source license to make a certain degree of optimization and adjustment. At the same time, the relevant intelligent services of Red Queen were introduced. I believe that when you see the name of the phone, you will know what our goal is. Yes, Red Queen will have some functions connected to the phone. The voice function should have been clear to everyone at the previous Fruit Machine launch conference. And Siri and Red Queen are linked. But please rest assured, friends, we will not sell you a castrated version of the voice assistant and Red Queen's linkage function, which means that our voice assistant function is almost the same as Siri. Li Yao's words made Fruit feel relieved, but also felt heavy in his heart. It's not that he was worried about the impact of Umbrella's mobile phone, but he understood Umbrella's intention of doing so. So kind. No castration? Everyone uses the same version? How is it kind? This is obviously telling other mobile phone companies. Come on. Come and connect to our Red Queen smart voice. After the world company collected the beauty tax, it is very likely that Umbrella will also harvest the IQ tax on all smartphones. The IQ tax of voice assistants. And in terms of the difference in software difficulty, this IQ tax is much heavier. Fruit's final price is 5% of the whole machine price. No negotiation. In order to complete the agreement with Umbrella, Fruit has made a lot of concessions. At that time, they will directly use this template, and a considerable part of the profits in the global mobile phone market will be directly taken away by Umbrella. And they may even not sell it. Mobile phones are alright. Just like Qualcomm. They are just lying down and making money, and they have to be robbed by them. There are really not many companies that are actively investing in the field of artificial intelligence at present. And Umbrella has a crushing advantage here. Second, it is our system advantage. The system of Apple is a closed loop. Everyone knows that everyone is familiar with the Android system. At present, our company's system has made some improvements on the Android system that are closer to Red Queen. Please rest assured that what we use are the publicly authorized parts of a certain song, and there is no infringement of relevant patents. Then Li Yao began to show the functions of Red Queen v1.0. Soon everyone understood why Umbrella had such confidence in tone. Because they found that the control mode of Red Queen might be a little different from traditional mobile phones. The overall intelligence is quite high. Not just the relationship of voice assistants, but the entire system is centered on intelligent services. Chapter 256 Details. Many of you should have used TT and know how TT pushes. Yes, we used the technology of the World Company for some of the related functions this time and obtained relevant authorization. At present, our mobile phones probably have mastered the mind-reading function. When Li Yao introduced it, he directly demonstrated the relevant OK on the spot. It can be regarded as gesture unlocking and some gesture shortcuts. The current gesture shortcuts have not been rolled out yet. But even the gesture functions of the future parallel world actually have many inconveniences, such as misjudgment, slow response, and accidental touch, which makes many people dislike using them. But unlike traditional mobile phone gesture shortcuts, Umbrella's mobile phone will have a high degree of prediction of what you want to operate. For example, screenshots, screen recording, video recording, opening the camera, recording, split screen and other operations. Some gestures in the future parallel world will not only have delays, but the prediction of the mobile phone is too mechanical, and there will often be some invalid operations. At present, the role of Red Queen v1.0 is to help correct these invalid operations through big data calculation and judgment. Even if the action is deformed or even wrong, it can help you achieve the effect you are satisfied with in the first time. It can even judge multiple processes at the same time. Of course, in fact, this function must be truly realized when everyone gets it. I said it is not obvious, because you are not sure whether this intelligence really helps you simplify, or whether it is a stupid way to make some redundant and invalid operations. This is combined with the upgraded voice assistant function, which has almost no delay and no misjudgment of voice response and interaction. It will not be ding 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 slowly waiting to wear out your patience, but it is truly pure voice, and can even complete super long sentences and multi-process command assistance, and communicate without delay. This is really eye-opening. In addition, after talking about so many functions, it is almost time to let everyone see the full picture of the phone. When Li Yao said this, he raised the phone wrapped with ribbons in his hand high, and then pulled the knot of the ribbons. The next moment the ribbons scattered, and the entity of the phone appeared in the camera in an enlarged manner. At the same time, a huge three-dimensional projection of the phone appeared behind Li Yao. The streamlined and smooth body is completely a whole. The back and front look like they are made of almost the same material, with no gaps. And even the front and rear cameras are invisible. You can't even see the camera. Full screen without borders. The body is full of smoothness and streamline. And the first impression is high-end. It has a sense of luxury. Full screen fingerprint wake up. Fingerprint unlocking can be completed anywhere, and it can also prevent accidental touches. The ultra-clear screen is dust-proof, anti-fouling, anti-fall, and waterproof. At the same time, it also demonstrated the full screen fingerprint unlocking function, and even the face recognition function under the black screen. It can be said that this new Umbrella phone has no innovation in traditional configuration. It is a traditional flagship configuration, and it may even be slightly inferior. But some small functions, screens, cameras, etc. are amazing. Super resolution eye protection, anti-fall and dust-proof screen. Directly blow up the 4-star screen. The camera is deeply buried, and the smooth shape brought by the borderless design crushes the appearance of all mobile phones. It is undoubtedly the most beautiful. This screen reminds me of my contact lenses. Yes, it can withstand chilly oil, laugh, dust-proof, drop-proof, dirt-proof and waterproof. I believe in Umbrella's level. Hack, The phone doesn't need a protective case anymore? The back cover is also made of resin, integrated with the screen, and even has corresponding sensing elements. Here comes the drop test. Damn! What is this? Umbrella's drop test is to throw it hard on the ground. The phone is bounced off, and then it is turned on normally after picking it up. Even a clear zoom description. Not to mention cracks on the screen and the back of the phone. There is not even dust. Yes, this thing is dustproof and dirtproof. Bunker. No need to worry about broken screens anymore. Mobile phone film and phone case manufacturers are crying in the toilet. Aren't there other mobile phone films? I just want this one anyway. Look, they're making trouble again. Sure enough, a transparent water tank appeared next. And there was no doubt that the waterproof performance of the mobile phone was to be demonstrated. In fact, future flagship phones also have dustproof and waterproof specifications, such as IP53 and IP68. The number in front represents the dustproof level, and the number behind represents the waterproof level. The larger the number, the stronger it is. IP68 is already the top dustproof and waterproof. But it must be noted that although some mobile phones will have dustproof and waterproof levels, this kind of defense is not for your daily use. It is definitely not okay to use it in water every day. This kind of waterproof is more to prevent accidents. For example, splashing water, or accidentally falling into the water. But for current smartphones, the waterproof function is still in the laboratory. But for Umbrella, which is fully integrated with mobile phones, it is very simple to improve the waterproof level. Directly thrown into the water tank in front of everyone, and through the water tank to interact with the Red Queen. You can still quickly make calls, speed dial, open any software, and perform certain operations. Moreover, our waterproof function is long-term, and can even resist water vapor. Of course, if it is in water for a long time, it will still have a greater impact on the life of the mobile phone, especially corrosive liquids such as seawater. Our original intention is not to soak the mobile phone in water, just in case. Even if Liao said so, the functionality currently displayed still makes Umbrella's first mobile phone have an overwhelming advantage. Ultra-high-definition camera. But it cannot be seen outside the phone. Only when you cover the camera position behind the phone with your hand when shooting can you know the approximate area. The pure resin SHL looks as smooth as the screen. And it will not leave obvious fingerprints. Full area fingerprint unlocking. Smart sensing wake-up function. Interaction with the Red Queen. Anti-fall. Waterproof. And anti-fouling. It can be said that except for the running performance, which is similar to other mobile phones, other small details are almost full. However, with these details and Umbrella's current production capacity, the price of the phone cannot be cheap. It is directly and completely comparable to the Fruit machine. The battery is Umbrella's own, and the screen and camera are also Umbrella's own. Red Queen does not need to pay any licensing fees. It can be said that Umbrella can get a lot of profits from mobile phones. But other friendly companies can only stare blankly and do nothing when they see this. If you have to compare the Fruit machine and Umbrella's Red Queen, there is only one iOS system advantage. But this advantage is not so obvious in front of Umbrella's intelligent Android system. Fortunately, the Fruit executives are relieved that Umbrella has agreed to cooperate with them before. Although the fee is a bit expensive, it has completed the connection between Siri and Red Queen. Ensure that the Fruit machine is also highly intelligent. Otherwise, it would really be beaten to the ground. Go and discuss with Umbrella whether they sell their screens, lenses, and that kind of integrated technology. The Fruit side immediately gave their solution. If they have it, we must have it too. At present, Umbrella is not unreasonable. They also connected with Red Queen if the price is right. Mobile phones are not their core business. For Fruit companies with super high cash flow, they are willing to spend money to buy them, and spend a high price to buy them. Didn't Umbrella spend a lot of money on shipbuilding recently? We have money. They also found a foundry. Go and ask if they have this technology directly? I have already asked. And they assemble the final steps in their own factory. But they are sure that the screen and camera are their own. Umbrella said that they are willing to authorize the relevant technology. But it is still in the form of tax collection. And the fees collected are additional to the purchase cost of the screen and camera. This made the Fruit side speechless. Draw again? Red Queen has drawn a wave. And you think it's not enough? Come for these too. How much? 5%. With Red Queen, it's 10%. The whole machine. This is robbery. How can robbery be so fast? They also sell screens and cameras. And the price is also very expensive. Convene a board meeting. We will pay. These functions are here. If they don't quickly follow up with supporting products, Umbrella will immediately seize the high-end market. From now on, when it comes to high-end mobile phones, the first thing that comes to mind is no longer Apple, but Umbrella's Red Queen V1.0. Apple cannot accept this, and we have to find a way to limit their production. With this kind of business tactics, you Umbrella can't just come and shoot me. Right? Chapter 257 Production Capacity Limitation. Umbrella's mobile phone launch conference directly made many mobile phone manufacturers' scalps numb. It felt like the new products they had just announced not long ago were about to become waste. Yes, that's it. This is Umbrella. A battery directly reshaped the entire industry. And you quietly brought out so many? Although they are all breakthroughs and beautifications in details, they do not affect the performance of the phone. And Umbrella's mobile phones are also expensive, and many people still won't choose them. But this technology is completely controlled by them. But it is not stable. In this regard, Fruit was decisive enough. As soon as the board of directors opened, they introduced Umbrella's new technology without hesitation, and postponed the release time of Fruit 6. They want to make sure that Fruit 6 is not inferior to Umbrella as soon as it comes out. Yes, they paid a lot more money. 10% of the whole machine. Even the cost of purchasing the screen and camera has not been counted. Coupled with the tax collection from Qualcomm, this has cut Fruit, which originally had a very considerable profit, into a big hole. Fortunately, the profit of Fruit is already quite high, so a slight adjustment in price is acceptable. If the price of wheat remains unchanged, it will be directly lost. For Fruit, it will only make less money if they follow them. But if they don't, it will be a lot of fun. The strongest point of Fruit is still the iOS ecosystem and the Fruit tax, or the high-end brand of Fruit itself. They will never give up on this point. At least the stock price that had plummeted stabilized as they announced their cooperation with Umbrella. This is the confidence of investors. They are going in the right direction. Other mobile phone companies also felt quite headache and trouble at this time, because 4-Star had an original cooperation with Umbrella. It finally chose to pay part of the tax. The high-end flagship phone fully introduced Umbrella's technology, and it was paid. What Fruit has, I must have too. However, considering the price issue, the mid and low-end still adopts the ordinary mobile phone model, but pays the IQ tax. You get what you pay for. Huawei also chose the same choice. On the contrary, Xiaomi has no pressure. You do yours. I do mine. It doesn't matter if they are not from the same world. Instead, he considered the IQ tax and chose to add this function to some phones with a higher price. But the original price does not have it. Anyway, it is not impossible to make temporary adjustments to the software demand. For Xiaomi, who focuses on cost effectiveness, he needs to see the market reaction first. After all, there are more people who buy economical and affordable phones for around 1,000 or 2,000 these days. And after the pre-sale started on the Umbrella official website, all parties found out there are so few stocks of this phone. It was sold out in seconds. It's a bit similar to Xiaomi's situation at the beginning. Haha. I got it. I'll increase the price. Sure enough, what I was worried about still happened. After all, Umbrella has just entered the mobile phone industry, and even just entered the manufacturing industry. Their batteries have to rely on the acquisition of Ningya to increase production. I'm afraid that mobile phones can only be assembled by other factories, and there are still a lot of components. Can't Umbrella provide batteries by itself? The same goes for screens and cameras. But mobile phones also need chips, motherboards, memory, etc., which Umbrella does not have. They can only purchase them. The relevant production capacity of components in the original mobile phone market has been divided up, and the new production capacity must also be snatched. So they will squeeze toothpaste, or refer to wheat. And Umbrella is still a high-end model, and things are still picky. Not everything can be used. Sure enough, you still have to have your own factory. In fact, Umbrella has acquired a lot, but the integration speed cannot be so fast. Umbrella is already terrible. It has swallowed up Ningya in such a short time, and it is blooming in many aspects. There are many people who sigh online. They feel that Umbrella's mobile phones are the same as the original contact lenses. They can only wait for the production capacity to increase slowly. I don't know if I can buy them when other mobile phones release the next generation. However, after all, taking advantage of Wang Yi's time in Seoul, Umbrella still prepared 3 million units. Although it is nothing to put it on the world, there are still many people who grab it. Then there is the unique ceremony of Umbrella. The ceremony was still initiated by Ma Dong. Ma Dong in front of the camera was wearing casual clothes, revealing his thick arms, and his bulging muscles made him look quite tough. The lights in the room were adjusted to a darker level, which immediately made a group of fans shout to hold back. It must be said that Ma Dong, who has played villains for many years, does have a bully temperament. Brothers, Umbrella's mobile phone. Let's test its functions. The previous press conference actually gave a general explanation. Although relevant tests were done, it was obvious that it had not been done according to all the audience's requirements. After Ma Dong's live broadcast began to interact, he immediately put forward various weird requests, and many people gave him rewards. And Ma Dong also checked and tested them one by one according to the fans' requirements. And then, they really understood the power of this intelligent system. Oh my god. It's really mind-reading. I was worried that I would not be used to the lack of a home button. But I didn't expect it to be so smooth. No need to worry about accidental touches. The fingerprint recorder will wake up after sliding your finger on the screen. And screenshots, photos, opening the camera, etc. How can I say it? It's indescribable. It's just smooth. Ma Dong was really surprised. He was just interacting with his friends. But he didn't expect the convenience of this phone to far exceed his expectations. Then, there were all kinds of tricks. Soaking in water, soaking in chili oil, and throwing. Others say Nokia is like a brick. But now I think this phone can really kill people. Ma Dong is already strong and muscular, holding the phone in his hand, showing his muscles, and making a knocking motion. Haha. Brother Ma is so funny. But it's really strong. By the way, Brother Ma, aren't you going to play the leading role? Is it an undercover movie? When are you going to have a baby after marriage? Hearing the fans' concern, Ma Dong also laughed. It is indeed an undercover movie. This is my first time to play the leading role. Besides, your sister-in-law is already pregnant and is now taking care of the baby. Not to mention some basic tests on Ma Dong's side. Another world anchor Jiang Bo also got an Umbrella mobile phone at this time. And he also truly developed a new function for this phone. A perfect interactive function that can be called the kingly way. Brothers, it's awesome. It's really awesome. Let me show you. Jiang Bo said something excitedly in front of the camera. Then he put out his new phone, fiddled with it for a while, and put it in front of the camera. Then he took his hands off and stood by. Red Queen, open Star World and log into the game directly. Jiang Bo directly said okay. Red Queen immediately ran Star World and then logged into the game. Enter the spacecraft training ground. Practice 10 seconds of shooting training. And then take the landing capsule to the nearest asteroid to get a rock sample back. With his series of instructions, everyone was surprised to find that the phone really controlled itself. Hack. Built-in plugin? Script? What the hell? Are there any other functions? Can any software be controlled? In an instant, dense barrages began to swipe the screen. And then Jiang Bo signaled everyone to stay calm. Don't get excited. Red Queen is not omnipotent. She only knows how to enter some unpopular software. But she doesn't know how to operate it. But Red Queen knows how to learn. You can teach Red Queen how to perform some simple mechanical operations. Her interactive ability is extremely powerful. And for some mainstream software on the market, Red Queen knows the basic operations. As Jiang Bo finished explaining, he also recommended Red Queen to perform some mainstream software operations similar to TT. The era of lying down and watching dramas, completely freeing your hands, has arrived. These are all basic operations. Maybe you can teach Red Queen some more complex operations. After that, Jiang Bo took out Red Queen v1.0 and entered the system interface and continued. Moreover, although this system is Android, it can complete the minimum optimization mode of running apps. I suspect that it uses the technology of the World Company to ensure that some apps that need to run in the background do not occupy the running memory. At the same time, there is no problem with opening a large number of apps, and the corresponding split screen can be performed. As he finished speaking, Jiang Bo prompted Red Queen to perform related operations, open 4 apps, and completed the split screen on the screen, and performed several different operations respectively. After this wave of demonstrations, the entire network was instantly flooded. Now, Red Queen v1.0 has only 2 shortcomings. The first is that there are too few products. The second is that the price is high. Others are almost perfect. Many people got the phone at the first time, both domestic and foreign. Now that TT is also popular abroad, there will naturally be related unboxing tests. The functions of Red Queen are all in details. The more you explore, the more powerful you can feel. Various exclamations also continue to appear, and this has also attracted the attention of friendly companies. The Fruit technical team is worried about white hair. Yes, continue to upgrade. Fortunately, they have already completed the connection between Red Queen and Siri. So after working overtime, they still barely completed the synchronization of many functions, and then officially announced that the latest Fruit 6 will be launched soon. It has to be said that the Fruit iOS system itself plus the killer of Red Queen, plus some technologies authorized by Umbrella. The overall market competitiveness of Fruit is still quite strong. For Star's high-end flagship phones are almost following closely, and no one wants to fall behind. Fortunately, for them, although Red Queen was released first, the impact is still controllable due to production capacity. After the initial preparations are completed, the follow-up is really a matter of squeezing toothpaste. Especially Fruit and 4-Star are completing negotiations with Umbrella and placing orders while rushing to buy other components. Everyone is doing normal business, and there is no monopoly. Right? You Umbrella don't want to be labeled as a monopoly. Right? In fact, other mobile phone manufacturers have not done anything extra. That is, whether they are competitors or friends, they have increased their occupation of high-end chip production capacity. The output of high-end chips is limited. Although Fruit develops its own chips, the production of chips will also squeeze the production capacity of wafer factories. In addition, other manufacturers have also increased their rush to buy and hoard, so there are fewer products that can be circulated. After all, they are old partners, and the production capacity that has been ordered has been allocated. They will also grab the newly added production capacity, and there is really not much that can be vacated. No matter how domineering Umbrella is, it is not easy to say that it will force others to sell itself first. Right? After all, it did not directly snatch Umbrella's orders. Even 4-Star is still willing to take out part of its wafer factory production capacity to Umbrella to sell favors. But it just prevented Umbrella from increasing its production capacity. But Umbrella has never said much about this. It's all normal business means. Just come. We are reasonable, and we won't be true to you at every turn. It just increased the orders for other components besides chips, because many components can be mass-produced in China. As long as the order is given, the production will definitely be no problem. And there is no such a big limit. This move by Umbrella also made friendly companies a little confused. Is this to prepare to purchase low-end chips to assemble some low-end and mid-end machines? To be honest, this is a bit inconsistent with the current style of Umbrella. And even the Fruit side will be secretly happy. The biggest profit is on his side. If Umbrella lowers its status, it will be a good thing. Chapter 258 Self-Developed Chips. Qualcomm, a company that all mobile phone manufacturers cannot avoid. Relying on 3G and 4G patents, Qualcomm can easily collect the Qualcomm tax from all smartphones in the world, and collect it according to the price of the whole device. It can be said that even if Qualcomm does nothing, it will have a steady stream of rent income, just like a landlord. In addition to the Qualcomm tax, Qualcomm itself has unique achievements in the chip field. Relying on the architecture authorized by ARM, it has officially launched the Snapdragon series of chips. In fact, many people have rarely heard of Qualcomm chips in the past, and Intel is the most famous in the chip field. This is also the case. Intel's x86 has an overwhelming advantage in personal computers and servers, and the computing power of a single chip can exceed dozens of times that of ARM architecture chips. But because of this, the power consumption and heat generation of x86 chips are amazing. To put it bluntly, the power consumption and heat dissipation are very exaggerated, which is absolutely a fatal problem for mobile terminals. Think about how big the CPU cooler of a personal computer is. Even the cooler of a laptop is enough to turn a mobile phone into a brick. This can be compensated by the ARM architecture. In addition, Intel's own strategic direction has problems, which has led to a direct loss of market share in the field of smartphone chips. Qualcomm has also seized this opportunity and started to enter the field, and it is considered a representative company that has tasted the sweetness of the smartphone era. In the previous generation, Qualcomm's first quad-core processor, the APQ8064 processor with a 28nm process, even surpassed the processor on the Apple V in terms of pure running performance. Last year, Qualcomm also officially launched the Snapdragon series of processors. but it was stabilized by the 64-bit A7 dual-core processor developed by Apple. Although the Snapdragon 800 series has 4 cores, it needs all 4 cores to barely match the A7 dual-core processor of Apple. After learning from the pain, Qualcomm, which has not yet developed its own 64-bit architecture, has also begun to aggressively step into it with the ARM public version 64-bit architecture. Although it uses a more advanced 20nm process, the product is the Snapdragon 810 with the title of Fire Dragon. The processor has a very high temperature requirement. Too high a temperature will affect the performance of the processor itself. For example, Intel even chooses to pour liquid helium in the extreme test environment of processor performance. Many materials can become superconducting under liquid helium because of the extremely poor heat generation of Snapdragon 810. The actual performance at high temperature is even worse than that of its own previous generation processor, and it is even beaten by the upcoming Fruit 6 self-developed A8 processor. In fact, the processor used in Umbrella's mobile phone is Qualcomm's last year's version of Snapdragon 801 for sufficient quantity. In terms of performance alone, it is similar to Huawei's Kirin 930. For temporary purchase of processors, only Qualcomm is easier to get started. However, Qualcomm has just excitedly announced the release of the first 64-bit quad-core chip Snapdragon 810, which is in the limelight. Almost all of its production capacity has been invested in Snapdragon 810, and even a few years later, new Snapdragon 810 phones can still be seen. As for the orders from Umbrella, they are indeed a little bit disappointed. There are good partners in the past, and the wafer factory can only produce so much. Not much. Although Umbrella has said low to 4 stars and can help with OEM. Qualcomm is not a puppet and has its own ideas. Hee. They are still staring at the previous generation of chips. Umbrella is really stingy. The price is comparable to that of Fruits. After a salesperson hung up the call from Umbrella, he couldn't help but say to his colleagues with a little teasing, "But their mobile phones are very good in other aspects." So what if they are good in other aspects? After all, this is a mobile phone, and the processor is the heart. And they also have to pay us patent fees. That's right. No mobile phone manufacturer can bypass us. Not only Qualcomm salespersons chatted about this rookie who had just entered the mobile phone field, but Qualcomm senior management office was also discussing it. Don't go to sue. Right? The CEO looked at some reports carelessly. For new mobile phone manufacturers, they are fat meat in their eyes. However, Qualcomm is also having a headache for companies like Apple that have to wait until they sue before paying. No, they have paid, and the information has actually been sent to your email. Well, their financial statements are not public. Who knows if they paid less? Inform them and treat them equally with other manufacturers. They are not listed. This is Umbrella. What's wrong with Umbrella? They have to be reasonable. But in the end, Qualcomm CEO still softened his tone and said, "Be nicer. And remind them tactfully. They also want to buy chips. Sell. We still have a lot of Snapdragon 810 production capacity. What they want is 801. And the production capacity that was released by the 4-star side before is actually what they connected." What? What do they mean? Isn't this a flagship phone? What's the point of buying 801 all the time? This is our previous generation of chips. Isn't this too stingy? Now we are asked to use the newly added production capacity to produce additional previous generation chips? Although they themselves know that the 810 has some problems with heat dissipation and power consumption. It is the first 64-bit quad-core after all, and it still uses 20nm technology. Heat dissipation is a problem that mobile phone manufacturers need to solve. What does it have to do with us? We don't have much 801 inventory, and many other mid-range mobile phone manufacturers have ordered a lot. Then tell them that 801 is gone, and 810 is optional. It's not easy for 4-star to free up production capacity, and it must be 810. If they are not satisfied, they can take it back in design and make it themselves. Haha, 4-star vacated production capacity to give them face. But they also need to make money. It is impossible to keep it empty. Besides us, see where else they can buy it. Qualcomm does have this kind of dominance in the mobile phone field. Even they themselves have not yet come up with a 64-bit architecture, and they still use the ARM public version. Now there are only a few companies in the world that can complete chip design. It's optional. And Umbrella also received this kind of feedback. We can even hear rumors from Qualcomm in the industry that the supply of 801 is tight. If we keep looking at 801, we will definitely have to wait a long time and may have a difficult birth. Wangi. who was rafting with Qian Yayan and Lu Shuka, was speechless when he heard the feedback from Lin Shurqin. Didn't you help them coordinate part of 4-Star's production capacity? 4-Star has given up the responsibility? This is Wang Yi's guess. After all, the field that Umbrella's mobile phone entered has a great impact on 4-Star. No, 4-Star relies on us a lot. They are arrogant when they should be arrogant. And they are quite honest when they should be honest. It was Qualcomm itself that adjusted that part to 810. Hearing Lin Shurqin's words, Wang Yi was also speechless. To be honest, Umbrella is eye-catching enough now. And he is not ready to enter the chip field so quickly. But fortunately, the outbreak of infection in Seoul some time ago made Umbrella's I really have still had the residual power. So it is not impossible to get some first. It was forced out. There is no way. It's a pity that the I really have it thing is the last trump card. Obviously, it can't be shown frequently. It will cause fear. If it is said too much, it will reduce the deterrence. We can't just give them this casually. Otherwise it will be equivalent to breaking up with the world. Some conventional trump cards need to be strengthened quickly. But the order has been placed. For such a large tonnage ship. Even if you pay more to jump the queue, it will probably take at least a year. Especially the 3 million ton platforms. Each of the 3 parties of the Iron Triangle will build one. If it can be completed in 1 year, it will be rushed by overtime. Originally, I said that after getting 2 new immunoglobulins for Umbrella, I would go out to sea on the yacht to catch whales. Now it seems that the chip problem must be solved first. Is the design already okay? No problem. It's the ARM public version of 64-bit. But ARM's authorization does not allow core modification. If you want to modify it, you have to pay a lot of money. If you get the modification authorization, you can improve it a little. No need. Just design the public version architecture. How much can the process reach now? 4-Star has brought back some obsolete equipment from the wafer factory, with some domestic support and the DUV lithography machine that has been released. The 20 nanometers level process can still be achieved quickly after a little integration. It will not be a problem to enter 14 nanometers next year. However, the equipment shipped back by 4-Star still needs debugging time, and it cannot be produced immediately. It can only be sent to 4-Star to make some quickly. UMC's process breakthrough has encountered a bottleneck, but the current process is sufficient for manufacturing. It is waiting for the rice to cook, and it can also send some to foundry. Chip design capabilities. It's normal, right? If it is a normal chip, it will take at least 3 to 6 months of trial production stage. This stage can also be called tape-out. The purpose is to first produce a few dozen pieces in a small number of pipelines for testing to see if it meets the requirements. If the test is passed, mass production can begin. If there are any problems, some modifications will be required. The structure of the chip itself is too complex and dense, so it is normal to have problems. However, this chip was designed by Lin Shurqin. It can be said that as long as the 4-Star process is acceptable, there will be no problem of failure after passing Lin Shurqin's simulation. This can greatly reduce the process and time to mass production. The name of the chip: BaiHo version 1.0. The performance of the BaiHo chip is undoubtedly improved. So just define this batch as the plus version. And the price is also benchmarked against the fruit. It is not fair to customers who bought it in advance if the performance is improved. Well, the production of Plus may be higher than that of the ordinary version in the future. Self-developed chips? Oh my god. Umbrella is really awesome. And it has quietly released another big move. Great. Even this is just an official announcement of Plus. And there is no special statement. This is the confidence. What Plus? Please let me buy the regular version first. My friends have started to use Red Queen to cheat in Star World. Shouldn't this be considered a cheat? Is it considered a physical cheat? Click on the L's. Who told you not to have it? Painful. I can only exchange for fruit. It seems that others have also updated the connection of Red Queen one after another. Although other aspects are not as good, at least they can be used when the new version comes out. Umbrella is so stupid. Cultivating competitors like this. Haha. Umbrella is to tax all ordinary smartphones at 5%. And high-end smartphones at 10%. Just, why do you have to lie down and make money? And the screens and cameras are all of them. Don't forget the battery. The related research and development capabilities are really strong. At present, the performance of the white back only depends on the parameters, and even exceed the same model. The highest thing is that a little brother on TT talked about his encounter inspiring on the bed. But seeing the cracks and deformation, No one thought that the quality of Red Queen's phone was bad. Because there was a bullet embedded in the phone. A bullet stained with blood. The bullet was firmly stuck in the phone. And the battery that was penetrated did not explode at this time. Then, the brother on the bed said to the screen, "Brothers, the unfortunate news is that I broke 2 ribs. So I need to be hospitalized now. But fortunately, I survived. Thank you, Umbrella. Thank you, Red Queen. Thank you for my phone. I will keep it forever and pass it on. Because it saved my life." Chapter 259, Turning Over a New Leaf. We have successfully recruited some more scholars. Now, as Umbrella grows in size, it is becoming more and more popular. When the mobile phone was selling well, Lin Shurqin also told Wani about some of her recent gains. In fact, top scholars will also choose companies, not just money. Normally, a company that has been established for more than a year will really lack some foundation. But Umbrella is different. Umbrella has demonstrated its strength and its technology with a series of actions. With a combination of money, ability, and technology, this method of constantly poaching people has finally paid off. Now there are 17 biological experimental groups. Wani often shares some results with others. The atmosphere is quite good and is in a healthy competition. Specialized magic number research groups have also appeared. There are also a large number of talents in materials, chemistry, manufacturing, semiconductors, software engineers, etc. that are constantly gathering. But the disadvantage is still what Umbrella has always faced, which is too impulsive. At present, it is really unknown how much sense of belonging these poached people have to the company. And there are many nails among them. It's okay if we can recruit people, as long as the time is long enough. They will naturally understand the humanistic care of our company. Wani sighed. After all, there are too few Kortul people. Fortunately, with Song Jinyan's help, Zheng Shui's pressure will be much less. After revenge, Song Jinyan did not disappoint and approached the level of Lin Shurqin and Zheng Shui. There are more props that can be catalyzed than ordinary ghosts. And the effect is stronger. And the weakened version of Dihua is still easy to appease people's hearts over time. As long as time passes, they are our own people. Now some spies have begun to actively explain the situation to the company and repent. And the company has also generously forgiven them, allowing them to change their minds and work hard for the company. Anyway, you will not be less treated. Isn't it for the treatment to go out to work? In this regard, whether it is Umbrella or World Company, they will not treat employees unfairly. This can almost be regarded as a prerequisite for the weakened Dihua to have an impact. As long as the company is good to employees, the employees will give back to the company. By the way, boss, the virus samples from Seoul University were taken by Neon using abnormal means. But I didn't monitor where exactly. And it doesn't seem to be their official behavior. No way. It leaked out just like that? Isn't that too bad? Wani was speechless when he heard Lin Shurqin's words. It is true that this zombie-like virus codenamed K-virus is controllable, with limited transmission routes and obvious onset, and is nothing in front of hot weapons. But from the outbreak at Seoul University, it can be seen that once it breaks out in a densely populated area, the threat is still unquestionable. It is impossible to destroy humans, but it is really possible to destroy a city. September 28, 2018. Seoul University was actually quite lucky this time. It was far away from the city, and it was summer vacation. There happened to be an international conference with KSF stationed there, so they reported it in the first time and were trusted. It was only through comprehensive efforts that the control was completed in the first time, which made all countries alert and prepared in this regard. As a result, Neon secretly took away the samples, which was really speechless. And Lin Shurqin also judged that it was not their official behavior. She knew which side was using it that day. But in fact, after this kind of thing comes out, there will inevitably be a lot of samples lost, especially to Pyongyang, who likes to do these things the most. The only opposing vote on the traceability of biological weapons. The type of vote directly explains the problem. And they also have the most related laboratories in the world. And they are distributed all over the world. Neon also has this traditional craft. After a while, I still have to change my identity and go to Neon. If it weren't for this matter in Seoul, Wani could go now. Panasonic's batteries and Toshiba's wafer factories can be discussed. And by the way, they can recruit some employees by taking advantage of the terrain there. However, I just came back from Seoul and was still involved in the infection incident. Although I didn't make too many requests after returning to China. Wang Yi himself would still keep more events under the spotlight and show up from time to time. So this period of time is to accompany Qian Yayan and Lu Xiuke to travel around. I just moved the latest batch of silver and let Skeleton continue to build the Mage Tower. The Seaview Villa in Cheongzhou has also been bought and started processing. In addition, many companies now want to invest in our Starry Sky sequel movie. And there are more and more invitations for peripheral cooperation in Starry Sky World. Starry Sky is tied to the game. So we will not accept investment to eat alone. Is there anyone in the entertainment industry who is trying to trip us up? Wang Yi didn't care. In fact, many blockbusters attract more investors, one of which is to share risks. A big key is to use the power and channels of investors. The investment quotas for high-quality movies are all favors. It is difficult to eat alone in the entertainment industry for a long time. But this does not include World Company. This is a complete dimensionality reduction attack on the entertainment industry by World Company. And all people and companies in the entertainment industry have to bear it. But when you can give more investment funds, other movies can participate and increase their presence. In addition, how many cities have shared electric battery cars been deployed? The production of electric battery cars has also increased. Right? Now that Ningyao has been integrated, the production of shared electric battery cars that appeared first has of course increased greatly. It has been deployed in major first-tier and second-tier cities. The ability of the little licking dog is actually quite good. Lin Shurqin praised Qian Yayan for okay. Although she licked a little, she was still a top student and a famous figure in the school. She has the ability. Will food delivery and online car hailing be involved? Now the few people on Ali's side have occupied most of the market. And Ali is also investing in shared bicycles. Let's make a world map first. Alas, I don't know when I can have my own satellite. Wang Yi was also a little emotional at this time. Some technologies can only be accumulated slowly. Although satellites can also be used by people. Wang Yi wants to stuff things into them. So he should slow down for a while. As an outsider, Umbrella is still stuck in making mobile phones. It still lacks a lot in the heavy industry field. Therefore, the construction of offshore platforms can only be customized from the 3 East Asian countries. However, the overall positioning system is now quite mature. The beautiful GPS and the domestic Beidou are sufficient to meet the use of civilian maps. And the World Company has another unique advantage. That is TT. Now TT shared battery cars often give some small tasks and give some rewards, such as helping electric cars reset, move or something. At the same time, in order to prevent the Cobra effect, TT's own smart driving camera will also have some records. With the technical level of the World Company, it is a good deterrent in itself. And the number of tasks that each person can complete is also limited, which is a good limit. Pocket money can be had, but it is not possible to make a living by it. Similarly, when the World Company launches its own map and navigation functions, it can also give full play to the role of TT. Some street scenes, on-site shooting, some road error corrections, and even road construction and other problems can be obtained in the first time. It can be said that the framework is thrown out, and it can be supplemented slowly. And then Lin Shurqin will archive and organize it, and then connect to the Red Queen for some daily corrections and route map adjustments, which will definitely crush all the navigation and maps on the market immediately. However, there will be some restrictions on civilian maps. Not only do they need to have floating values of longitude and latitude, but some special areas cannot be marked. These will be checked by Lin Shurqin at that time. But related businesses can already be applied for. Wang Yi's face was here, and the application speed and process were still quite fast. Making a map. That's good. I actually wanted to say that, but I didn't expect the development team to have completed it. At that time, I still thought we should cooperate with AutoNavi. Qian Yayan seemed very happy to see the new project going online. Seeing the prosperity of Kangaroo Takeaway and Mumu Taxi from Ari, Qian Yayan was quite jealous. We should have what they have. But Wang Yi didn't say anything. And the development team didn't send anything. So she was powerless. The World Company is actually not small now. Under Qian Yayan's integration, it is still well organized and has its own technical team. But in terms of level, it is far from the Real development team. Prepare well. Also, the online movie ticket function you created is also very good. It can be said that it has greatly increased the company's status in the entertainment industry. Do you want any reward? Wang Yi touched Qian Yayan's hair. The ability and vision of the senior sister are beyond reproach. It is not really innovative, because Kangaroo has already developed the online movie ticket function. It is just that Penguin has not participated in these industries. Therefore, although Kangaroo Movie has an interface for accessing the Yaoxin, it is not displayed on the homepage and needs to be searched and used by the mini program. With such efficiency, it is still very simple and general at present. It is even in the period when Kangaroo needs the movie line to open the function, and is still in the profit-making period. From time to time, some discounted tickets are given away, and it is still burning money like the takeaway business. But Qian Yayan took a fancy to this thing, and felt the influence of the company itself in the entertainment industry. She directly used the technical team recruited by the World Company for maintenance to develop the corresponding ticket purchase function and access TT. And relying on the strength of TT itself, major theaters actively settled in. It is not possible not to be proactive. What's the matter? Don't you use TT to promote it? People are kindly reminding you. It's all voluntary. Not forced. You won't take it seriously. Right? As a result, Kangaroo Films finally completed the integration, and World Company relied on TT to reverse the situation instantly and gain the upper hand. Now Kangaroo Films can only rely on subsidies and burning money to hang on. Buying tickets online seems to be a convenient function. But in fact, in addition to being convenient for buying tickets, it also has a considerable impact on the box office of entertainment movies. It can be said that if you want to block a certain movie, it is really easy to do it. And you can also introduce a corresponding rating mechanism to operate in secret and make more money. Only World Company is really not short of money. Qian Yayan also knows that Wang Yi attaches great importance to these reputations. So although the rating mechanism was also introduced at the same time, there was no secret operation. But all abnormal ticket swiping behaviors were blocked, resulting in fair ratings and received widespread praise. Hee. Then come back to my hometown with me after this? Qian Yayan said with a smile. Okay. Wang Yi knew that Qian Yayan knew her limits, and would not make any excessive demands. She probably wanted to shut some people up by asking him to go this time. That was nothing. It was really great that she could lead a group of lazy people in the World Company to come up with something new. Chapter 260 Direct Mass Production. No way. So unrestrained. No tape out. So reckless. The engineers at the 4-star fab were all confused after receiving the request from Umbrella. They had never heard of such an operation. Yes, the price of tape out is actually not cheap. The tape out of a chip with a 20 nanometers process costs about $3 to $4 million US. The mass production of chips is mainly photolithography, which is equivalent to exposure on the wafer. The exposure process is also mainly divided into two parts. One is to make transistors on the wafer, and the other is to connect these transistors into a circuit. Although it looks like two parts, each photolithography requires a corresponding mass plate. The DUV lithography machine can reach the process limit of 7 nanometers through multiple exposures. The 20 nanometers process requires at least 50 mass plates, and each mass plate costs tens of thousands of US dollars. It is for this reason that chips need to rely on mass production to reduce costs, because the price of a single wafer is only 3 to 4,000 US dollars, and a wafer can cut out about 5 or 600 chips. Of course, there are also issues of yield rate, as well as chip packaging in the later stage. But generally speaking, we can also see the complexity of chip production itself, and the reasons why it must be mass-produced. For some chip companies, every failure in tape-out is painful, but compared to entering mass production directly with problems, it is not a big deal at all. Here, Umbrella directly sent them to start mass production. Of course, it is possible. No problem. But this is too hasty. Umbrella has money. They are just willful and in a hurry. What can we do? Test the chip performance while mass producing. The two are also engineers who have been rooted in the semiconductor field for a long time. But this is the first time they have seen such a reckless company. I really didn't expect a company to be so arrogant. This time I have seen it. Be careful. They are our important partners. If the problem of mass production failure is caused by us, it will be a lot of fun. Originally, the party that was most worried about tape-out should be the chip factory. But this time it inexplicably fell on their wafer factory. It's really a matter of time. The same situation also happened in UMC. UMC has always been a very outstanding company in the semiconductor field. At least in terms of manufacturing technology. It has always maintained the first echelon and barely kept up with the others. Its own 22 nanometers process is already quite mature, and 20 nanometers is enough to ensure profitability. However, UMC has been under pressure recently, because they have heard that the top players have gradually reached the 14 nanometers process. and it will probably be officially commercialized next year. But their own 14nm yield rate has always been very bad. It can be made, but if the yield rate is here, it may lose money if it is forced to manufacture. This is cutting-edge technology. Once it falls behind, it will be difficult to catch up. For UMC now, instead of pursuing the 14nm process that may lead to losses, it is better to manage its mature technology first. Chips are also divided into levels. The high-end market is so big, and the largest consumption is actually the mid and low-end. It's just that the profit is relatively less. But it's okay. At least there is money to be made, which is better than losing money. Because of this, the orders set by Umbrella when they were about to be out of touch still made them very important. This may be their last time to participate in the production of top-level chips. But it's really too hasty not to tape out. Customers are God. Alas, ARM's 64-bit public version architecture is not tape-out. I heard that Qualcomm's Snapdragon 810 power consumption is quite embarrassing. Umbrella has money. To put it bluntly, they don't care about mass production as tape-out. Yes, but we still have to do it well. Alas, I don't know if there is a chance to return to the first echelon. In fact, the engineers themselves are also a little emotional. They probably can hear the news from the upper echelons of the company. Maybe they don't want to catch up anymore. After all, the company wants to make money. It may not be as profitable as it is now if they keep chasing behind reluctantly, trying hard to move forward, but not necessarily getting enough rewards. Why bother? It's not cost-effective to make it. They want to make a profit. But they can't do a loss-making business for some illusory ideal. As long as they lick well enough, and then cut their own meat for their father when he is hungry, there will still be bones to eat. In fact, there is no big secret in the semiconductor industry. Umbrella's direct operation without tape-out can be said to have shocked a group of people in the industry. Although Umbrella is usually a tough guy, it has never entered the semiconductor field before. Do you know the rules in the semiconductor field? Qualcomm, which rejected Umbrella before and found that they really didn't buy its own chips, was a little confused at this time. No way. Are you serious? Are they stupid? Why don't they buy our 810 with this money to waste? Qualcomm CEO felt as if he was humiliated for a while. Qualcomm has also encountered many setbacks in the chip field, and problems with tape-out are common. It's good to have some small bugs that can be circumvented by software, and it's a headache to delay it to post-silicon ECO. Others only see that the chip makes money, but they don't see the scene of burning money. But now, they have started mass production, which makes Qualcomm feel slapped in the face. Haha. You Umbrella are awesome. You dare to be the first. So I can only congratulate you first. Qualcomm CEO hesitated for a while, and finally did not directly mock on social software. In fact, it is common for some friendly companies to mock each other and be sarcastic. For example, some people say that Moore's Law has been broken, and some people say that it is not. There are also two Coke companies' advertisements stepping on each other, etc. If it were a normal company, Qualcomm would just mock it. What? Do you want to teach us how to do things? Qualcomm, which holds a large number of patents, is not panicking at all. A typical rolling meat. But after looking at Umbrella's record, Qualcomm CEO still chose to be peaceful. It's okay to watch the joke. Why bother? He just secretly told the media about this inside story. The media, which has always been stubborn, didn't care about the other party's identity at all. CNN reported it the next day. Is it self-confidence? Or stupidity? Umbrella, which has aggressively entered the chip field, may have made a bad move. The report explained what Umbrella was doing, briefly explained the significance of tape-out, and pointed out that all major chip manufacturers would choose to tape out first. Umbrella's actions were so rash and aggressive. As far as I know, high-end chips have been divided up by major manufacturers, and Umbrella has no chips available. We are also skeptical about the production of mobile phones in the future. As for the performance of Red Queen V1.0 Plus, we will know it only after it comes out. Well, it is obvious that this reporter is eating two birds with one stone, eating the bad money from the chip side and the mobile phone side. And he is very happy. And for reporters, in fact, many of them have specially studied and paid attention to Umbrella. After all, no one wants to disappear inexplicably. But through observation, it can be determined that Umbrella does not care about this kind of thing. When the slander of Piero Laboratory was thrown out, they did not see them do anything. Instead, they sent people to protect Piero. This is their style. After all, it is not a listed company, And they don't care about being optimistic or bearish. And they don't need to release some smoke bombs from time to stimulate the stock market. Often, it is a big news without any warning. In fact, people are like this. After knowing that others will not do anything to you, they dare to tease even a giant. On the contrary, if it is a rogue or a black man passing by on the street asking you for money, I am afraid you have to be honest. Nowadays, with simultaneous translation, it can be said that the melons from abroad are brought back very quickly. Now umbrella mobile phones are really hard to find. And many people choose other models of mobile phones. Because after paying the IQ tax, the effects of ordinary mobile phones of various brands have gradually improved. Although they are not as good as umbrella, they are also quite practical. After all, it is only a software enhancement. And the speed is still very fast. Especially many prices are still cheap. Reports from authoritative media like CNN have also attracted the voices of a group of touts. Umbrella is still too radical. Actually, just sell their services. There is no need to get involved. It's okay to enter the mobile phone field. But you are actually entering the chip field? Is it so easy to enter the chip field? Funny. I just can't stand you bragging about umbrella. This company is too young. How can it be compared with those old companies? Of course, those who believe whatever CNN says and think that foreign news is correct still don't have as many supporters as umbrella. How many people have benefited from the hepatitis B immunoglobulin alone? And the hematopoietic stem cell cultivation technology behind it. It was immediately attacked by a surge. If you think that side is rounder, just roll over there. Didn't you see someone saying he could help with the wiring? It's cheap. Hurry up. It's hilarious. Is there anyone who believes in CNN these days? You still treat them like treasures when they don't even believe in it? Anyway, I'll buy even a brick from umbrella. Just give them my life back. Amidst the debate, the first batch of Red Queen V1.0 Plus has also begun shipping, with White Queen chips built in. And immediately, some people started to review them. The review objects include LG's flagship phone equipped with Snapdragon 810, Samsung's flagship phone equipped with Exynos 5430, Apple's Apple 6 equipped with A8, Red Queen V1.0 and Red Queen V1.0 Plus. A total of 5 mobile phones. Hello everyone. I am Yuzi. At the beginning, I was the first one in the entire network to complete the review of Umbrella A1 glasses. But I really didn't get Red Queen V1.0 before. And I didn't catch up. Now I have finally got all of these from various channels. It's very difficult. I hope everyone likes and collects them to support. If you like snacks, you can go to the small yellow car to have a look. The unboxing up lined up several mobile phones. And then made the audience speechless to find that the appearance of these 5 mobile phones is not exactly the same. But it can only be said that there is not much difference. I have to say that Umbrella's technology is awesome. They made 4-star and Fruit pay honestly and buy their components. It can be seen that the use of Umbrella's integrated technology is a consensus in the current high-end mobile phone market. It can be said that whether a mobile phone is integrated represents whether it is a high-end phone. Suddenly, I don't want to test it anymore. Umbrella can really make money lying down. And it's crazy. In fact, when Yuzi started the evaluation, other mobile phone manufacturers had already lost. All of them used Umbrella's mobile phone mode, Umbrella's screen and camera, and their batteries were also theirs. Even their smart voice was connected by theirs. What are you still competing for? Umbrella is killing itself? The original competition has directly turned into a civil war. Chapter 261, there is something wrong with their EDA software. Well, as a review anchor, I still have to fulfill my duties. Although I don't know what the Umbrella Civil War can produce. Yuzi joked. And then started to power on 5 machines. Different logos flashed. There was no doubt that Red Queen V1.0 Plus was the fastest. Followed by Fruit 6. Then LG. Then 4-star. And finally the regular version of Red Queen. To be honest, this scared Yuzi a little. Although the parameters show that the chip White Queen is the strongest. It was unexpected that it surpassed Fruit in actual operation. System? In fact, it shouldn't be. Although Umbrella's mobile phone system has been optimized, it is not purely a speed comparison. On the contrary, it is because a lot of things have been added to cooperate with the Red Queen function. In theory, the system is not so streamlined. You can see the difference by looking at the regular version at the bottom. I didn't expect it when they were all newly installed. You know, the iOS system is already famous. I really didn't expect that. You can see that the configurations of 4-star and LG are similar to those of Red Queen, except for the difference in chips. At present, 810 is indeed much better than Exynos 5430, and 801 is indeed just the previous generation of chip technology. In terms of price, 4-star and LG are also cheaper than Red Queen, but Red Queen's system is more adaptable to intelligent AI, which is a huge advantage. As a review blogger, Yazi is relatively fair and impartial. What is what? At present, the price-performance ratio of LG and 4-star flagship phones is indeed higher than that of the ordinary version of Red Queen. There is indeed an advantage in chips. LG's Snapdragon 810 is Qualcomm's latest generation of chips, the first 64-bit quad-core mobile phone chip, and 4-star's Exynos 5430 chip is also a chip based on the ARMv7 architecture. The process is a hybrid mode of 32nm 20nm. Although it is an octa-core, its overall performance is still inferior to 810. Then Yazi began to test the use of various software, such as Starry Sky World, to test the performance of mobile phones. All effects are turned to the maximum. What surprised me the most this time was the Plus version. I really didn't expect it to surpass the Fruit 6. The A8 processor of the Fruit 6 was designed by them, and is quite compatible with the iOS system. But the chip White Queen designed by Umbrella can actually surpass it. This is indeed a miracle. Some people ridiculed Umbrella before, saying that they were too arrogant not to even do the tape-out. Now it seems that they have enough confidence in themselves. Perhaps it is because of this that their ordinary version uses 801, which can better highlight the performance advantage of the Plus version. After saying that, he began to compare several other mobile phones. You can see that the Fruit is still the Fruit. It does have obvious advantages over the other two, and LG and 4-stars are indeed slightly stronger than the ordinary version of Red Queen. But from the perspective of game running, the difference is not much. Huh? Did I remember it wrong? Yazi suddenly felt a little confused, because the mobile phones were too similar. He had not moved in the order at the beginning. But why is it that when the game is running now, it feels that the fluency of the ordinary version of the Red Queen mobile phone has surpassed 4-stars and LG? This directly made Yazi black ? And a group of people in the live broadcast room were also typing 666. Who stole my memory? What's going on? I also feel like some of my memory is messed up. Shock. Anchor. Check it out. After Yazi quit, he found that the running smoothness of the mobile game of 4-stars and LG was indeed lower than that of the ordinary version of the Red Queen mobile phone. What's going on? I remember that LG and 4-stars were better at the beginning of the game. Yes. It shouldn't be. Snapdragon 810 is the first 64-bit quad-core mobile phone chip. It's normal that it can't compare with White Queen. It's also a 64-bit quad-core. But 801 is Qualcomm's previous generation product. But as Yazi picked up the phone, he immediately knew the reason, and then sighed at the camera. Brothers, the case is solved. As he spoke, he rummaged through the boxes and found a temperature gun, and then took a picture of several mobile phones. After running for so long, I also ran the game Star World with full special effects, so they were still a little hot. But 3 of them were within the detection range of the temperature gun. Among them, the Fruit machine had the lowest temperature. After all, the A8 processor is dual-core, which is indeed slightly inferior after White. But the performance is completely compensated. But the temperature of the 4-star phone is already red. Exynos 5430 is an octa-core chip. The performance is higher than 801 at normal temperature, but it has a significant decline after the temperature rises. And the LG flagship phone equipped with Snapdragon 810 actually made the temperature gun explode. And it could not be measured. Heck! It's so hot. No wonder. The performance of the chip will be affected at high temperatures. Right? Is the heat dissipation so bad? 4-star and LG are also big manufacturers. This shouldn't be the case. It's hard to say about 4-star's chips. After all, they are not from the same factory. But Snapdragon 810 is the next generation of Snapdragon 801. This shouldn't be the case. Well, have you ever thought about why the regular version of Umbrella doesn't use the 810 chip? Is it really to save money? Hack. Case solved. Then Yazi's evaluation video quickly spread all over the internet. All those who were bearish on Umbrella chip shut up and deleted their posts. They never expected that Umbrella's combat power was so strong. And they never expected that Qualcomm's combat power was so bad. Even this video was quickly moved to the internet, which also caused a heated discussion. Afterwards, many mobile phone buyers also posted their own body temperature guns. Confirmed. the temperature of Snapdragon 810 is abnormally high. This is not only the case with LG phones, but also with other phones equipped with Snapdragon 810. This is a problem with the chip. For the 4-star Exynos 5430, this problem is actually acceptable. After all, it has 8 cores and is manufactured by different manufacturers. However, the reversal of the Snapdragon 810 and 801, both designed by Qualcomm, really caused a lot of criticism. Umbrella's choice of 801 instead of 810 is the right one. It's expensive and not easy to use. Give me your money back. After the rhythm was set, Qualcomm was slapped in the face in an instant. The sudden surge in popularity also gave other manufacturers a headache. In fact, the performance of Snapdragon 810 is obviously better in most cases. After all, it is the first 64-bit quad-core. As long as you don't run those configuration-intensive software, it will be okay. But then again, why should I use this flagship chip if I don't run those games? Dead loop. No solution. Some manufacturers are preparing to temporarily replace the chip in the new machine. But the chip production capacity is here. What to change? 4Stars doesn't even want its own chips, and directly sets its sights on the White Queen. At present, Umbrella and 4Stars have a good relationship, so naturally they don't mind selling it directly. But the requirement is that you give me more production capacity, so that I can also increase shipments. This is of course no problem for 4Stars. 4Stars even gave up its own chips, and LG followed suit. After all, Umbrella and LG also have cooperation, and they have just acquired LG's subsidiary in terms of batteries, so they didn't refuse. Originally, the chip was also looking for a foundry. You can contact the wafer factory to free up production capacity and sell it to you. This is of course not a big problem for LG, because Qualcomm has now reduced the production of 810, and it is not known when the existing Snapdragon 810 will be used due to various cancellations. The temporary increase in the production of 801 and other products cannot keep up, and the wafer factory is not at your mercy. After all, 801 is the previous generation chip. It is not so profitable. The production capacity given up was naturally taken over by Umbrella. Anyway, it is okay not to give up. Just continue to make your 810. The reputation is already bad. It depends on how much you want to stock up. It can be said that after this wave of losses, Umbrella's mobile phone production capacity has been greatly improved. Fortunately, Snapdragon 810 still has customers. As soon as Domestic Wheat saw that there was a bargain to be picked up, it immediately purchased a large number of 810. How can ordinary users care about these? Anyway, 810 is the next generation of 801, and it is also a 64-bit quad-core chip. The running score is also very high before it is heated up, and the panel data is absolutely super first class. Isn't this a perfect match for Wheat that pursues cost-effectiveness? The key is that Qualcomm is now eager to find a buyer. When the two sides are combined, it is simply perfect. After all, the White Queen is currently only suitable for high-end flagship phones. If the price is not right, it is really difficult to choose. The mid to low-end market of mobile phones is always the largest. White Queen. Qualcomm silently tested the various performances of the White Queen chip, and at this time, it also felt a little nervous. There are too many components involved in the chip, and there may be various problems during manufacturing. So it is normal for the chip itself to have small bugs or deficiencies. That's why it is necessary to tape out the chip first. And it is necessary to take the chip out first to see if there is any problem and repair it before doing it. But Umbrella actually started mass production directly and succeeded. It runs smoothly and silky, giving people the feeling that there are no bugs at all. They didn't even tape out the chip? How did they do it? No software can achieve this level. Software is software, and physical objects are physical objects. Today's industrial software is very powerful. Quite powerful. And the relevant functions of chip design are very comprehensive. One of the main reasons is that the software factory itself will cooperate with major wafer factories in real time. It can be said that EDA software manufacturers will complete the connection with chip factories and wafer factories, connect the upstream and downstream to obtain various first-hand data. And even the demand for EDA-related talents is huge. It is a field with a high threshold and low returns for massive initial investment. Even the formation cycle of talents takes 10 years. It can be said that it is nothing for one person to knock out some traditional software. But industrial software itself is not something that a few people can handle. There are too many and too wide aspects of design. Did Umbrella come up with EDA by himself? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Go and connect with the software party to see what's going on. Qualcomm felt the power of the White Queen chip and felt a little powerless. To say that it is much higher? Actually, it is not. They also use 20 nanometers technology and ARM 64-bit public version architecture. But the design is too perfect. It can be said that it is the limit that can be achieved under the current technology and architecture. At first, I was ready to laugh at them. In the end, the clown turned out to be me. The three EDA giants have all sent inquiries, but their tone is quite polite. Liu Shirka took on a major female lead role. When Wang Yijing and Qian Yayan came to visit the set, Lin Shirqin sent the news. In fact, it was normal to send inquiries. Lin Shirqin can be said to have dismantled all the EDA software on the market and tinkered with it herself. All kinds of parameters and first-line data were directly stuffed into the database and used. In terms of Lin Shirqin's performance, it is natural to be better than the master. That's why the White Queen chip dared to be mass-produced directly. Of course, Umbrella still spent money on the software itself. And spent a lot of money. And all the software services of all manufacturers were obtained. It's just that the manufacturers think that Umbrella seems to have gone beyond the scope. They know their own software can't do this. Just tell them that we are lucky. We don't sell EDA software. But we bought theirs. They are worried about the hammer. In fact, Umbrella does have the ability to enter the EDA field now. But after all, Lin Shirqin dismantled their software and pieced it together. So she didn't go around it. Besides, the Sea City has not been built yet. So it's better to be a little more stable. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. After all, For Stars and LG sent a lot of them back. And there are high taxes. It's better to spend some money to reduce trouble. God knows how much nerves were tense when this chip design capability came out. This is still the case when our own lithography machine and wafer factory are still being assembled and not put into production. Okay. Just know the boss's attitude. And we will handle the rest ourselves. Okay. Don't make it too bloody. Oh. It's annoying. I'm a girl. I hate blood the most. Lin Shirqin's coquettish voice made Wang Yi a little speechless. At this time, Liu Shika also rushed out from the crew, wearing a palace dress, which added a sense of luxury and dignity to her. Her bulging body directly supported the clothes, revealing her round shoulders without any disobedience. Clang, clang, clang. How about it? Is it beautiful? Liu Shika came out and turned around, and the palace dress spread out a gorgeous flower. Wang Yi's eyes lit up. This prop group designed it well. After the show, steal the clothes back, and we can try something new. Wang Yi's words made Liu Shika blush and hit him. What nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight? Qian Yayan next to him pricked up her ears and moved them, then turned around to contact the venue staff. It's okay. We have money. Just order it. By the way, ask the designer to design a set for yourself. Hee hee. Let you go home and be the emperor. So as not to go out and mess around. Last time I went to South Korea, I got a girl group and came back with it. I was so tired. But it feels like the girl groups in South Korea are all so well behaved. They were so honest when she found excuses to set rules. So she didn't have the heart to make things difficult for them. At this time, the director of the crew also quietly peeked in from the side. When he saw Wang Yi saw him, he ran over with small steps as if his face was smeared with honey, and smiled with his body bent. Oh, Mr. Wang, I know you don't like to make a fuss, so I didn't come to greet you. I hope you can forgive me. It's okay. Shoot carefully. You go and get busy. Wang Yi didn't have any good instructions for this director. In fact, when you saw that Liu Shuka took over this play, and went directly to the director to ask if we want to invest, then it became like this. After all, although Wang Yi doesn't mind Liu Shuka in the entertainment industry, and thinks it's good to have a girlfriend who is a big star, he will definitely not let others take advantage of his family. There is no problem with the heroine drama. And there is no problem with emotional drama. But some rival scenes will definitely use stand-ins. Of course, the director must understand the importance of the matter, and cannot be ungrateful. But the good thing about the entertainment industry is that it is definitely the top among all industries in terms of knowing how to respect others. Even surpassing the service industry. Chapter 262 Step Back. Senior, are you from Shanghai? I didn't see you go back last time I came. On the plane, Wang Yi chatted casually with Qian Yayan, while drinking the low-alcohol fruit wine prepared by the flight attendants. It must be said that the skills of these two flight attendants are not bad. Although Wang Yi took out the fruit wine he brewed and put it here, They made different flavors through the taste of the fruit wine, which is quite good. Hee hee. Shanghai is very big. My home is in the Jin district. The distance is too far. It is considered a suburb for Shanghai, Qian Yayan said with a smile. She was very happy that Wang Yi agreed to accompany her home. The eldest wife didn't come specially. However, although Qian Yayan said it was a suburb, since it was in Shanghai, the Jin district itself could not be bad. Of course, if compared with the interior of Shanghai, it is better than the Siam district, which is completely different in size. The straight line distance between the Jin district and the economic core of Pu district is nearly 60 kilometers, and it is almost 80 kilometers at driving. It is also dozens of kilometers away from the airport where it is about to land. There is actually an airport in the Golden District, but it is a water airport, accompanied by a roar. The Gulf Stream landed at the Hong District Airport. Let's go. I didn't book a car. My sister came to pick me up. Hearing Qian Yayan's words, Wang Yi was a little surprised, and then said to her, "Didn't you tell your family who I am?" Wang Yi knew Qian Yayan's personality. He was worried that he might not say anything if he had any opinions. But when he agreed to accompany her to deal with it, he would definitely not be able to hide it. She just likes glamour and material things. But her essence is not bad. I said it before. I said that I was working at the World Company, and I had a boyfriend named Wang Yi. But they didn't seem to pay attention to your name, which made me a little embarrassed. Qian Yayan's expression was a little helpless, and she was a little powerless to complain. Although Wang Yi was more famous for Master Yi, now you can actually know his real name by just searching casually. For example, Chen Mi went to find out, and reacted immediately at the beginning. Now he is also actively trying to enter Yuzhong Media. However, a name is just a title. It is quite normal not to know the real name if there is a first title that is well known. PDD and UZI. What are their real names? Saoju and Xiago? That's right. In fact, Qian Yayan herself is very plain and unpretentious. Although she knows Wang Yi's character, and is worried that Wang Yi will dislike her, she will not easily take chicken feathers as a command. But when Wang Yi agreed to deal with the family with her, and asked them not to urge, Qian Yayan still appropriately hinted. The result is that the current feedback is a bit of flirting. Hints don't work, so I can only show it after meeting. But I feel that it's not good. Actually, my personality is more like my parents. They are a bit snobbish. So as long as it is made clear, there will be no problem. So as not to urge them every day. It's different from the big family. I feel that they want to sell their daughter. Qian Yayan sighed. Don't you have a sister? My sister has been sold. Hearing Qian Yayan's answer, Wang Yi was also a little speechless. After coming here by private jet and then going out honestly, Qian Yayan called her sister Didi. Not long after, a horn sounded, and a BMW X5 stopped in front of the two of them. After lowering the window, a beautiful woman with delicate makeup appeared, about 26 or 27 years old. Although she was wearing large sunglasses, it can still be seen that her eyebrows are somewhat similar to Qian Yayan. She also has an oval face and facial features that are well controlled. Although her appearance is slightly inferior, she has a more mature style. Get in the car. Qian Yakian took off her sunglasses and looked Wang Yi up and down, showing him a polite smile, and then waved to Qian Yayan. After Qian Yayan put some gifts in the car, she pulled Wang Yi to sit in the back seat. As the car started, Qian Yayan said to Qian Yakian, "Sister, where is my brother-in-law? Have you talked to him about Wang Yi? He has a lot of things to do in the company recently, and he is very busy. But I still told him about your matter. Don't worry. He promised to come back and persuade my parents together. I think it will be the same if we drive slower." Qian Yakian thought Qian Yayan meant to ask her husband to help persuade her. So she comforted Qian Yayan and asked her to relax. This made Qian Yayan's face reveal an awkward forced smile. This was not what she meant. After finally getting permission to show her face at home, she was not recognized. This is the same as carrying an LV bag and showing the brand to your best friend. But the other party never paid attention. It's not good to just pick up the topic casually. How do you know I bought an LV bag? Hey, my brother-in-law is the sales director of CSSC, and he has a broad vision. Qian Yayan turned around and said to Wang Yi, which also made Wang Yi understand what Qian Yayan meant before. She probably thought that the sales director's brother-in-law would come to his senses after hearing this introduction. But it seems that he misunderstood. Wang Yi is very clear about CSSC, which is a large shipbuilding plant, because Umbrella has also placed a lot of orders here, probably placing orders of more than $10 billion with CSSC, which is definitely the top order for this company. Maybe he has been busy with this recently. Don't brag. This guy has recently negotiated several big deals and is so proud of it. It seems that there are more than $10 billion in business. Qian Yaqian said casually while driving with a nonchalant attitude. This familiar style of the senior sister made Wang Yi feel a little nostalgic and interesting. They are really a family. No wonder the senior sister said that before. Wow. That's really amazing. $1 billion business? Shipbuilding. It should be Umbrella's order. Right? Qian Yayan was really amazed. Although she has been reorganizing World Company recently, she has negotiated a lot of business and even integrated online ticket sales. But even so, $1 billion business is still enough to make her look sideways. At present, Minecraft and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which can be said to be the veterans of World Company, have not created so much value. Qian Yayan can still associate such a large business with friendly companies at the first time. After all, everyone knows that World Company and Umbrella have a good relationship. Ah? Is it Umbrella? I really didn't notice it. I don't have time to care about it. Not bad. Xiaoyan, your World Company is worthy of having TT business. All kinds of consultations are clear. I didn't know it yet. Qian Yaqian really didn't know. Sister, are you still busy with company affairs recently? Not much. But since your brother-in-law invested this money, I can't let it go. Right? I still have to be careful, Qian Yaqian said casually. And then Qian Yayan translated it to Wang Yi. It was her brother-in-law who funded a sum of money to let Qian Yaqian open a clothing design company. In addition to having a very good status and income, Qian Yayan's brother-in-law's family is also a genuine native of Shanghai. There are 3 apartments and 4 shops in Pu District. To be honest, these are quite outstanding conditions in Shanghai. But for Qian Yaqian's appearance, it is normal. No wonder Qian Yayan said that her parents had sold a daughter. But looking at Qian Yaqian's expression and demeanor, she did not object to this marriage. We chatted all the way, and it took about 2 hours to get to Qian Yayan's parents' home. In a relatively new community, we already knew on the way that this was also bought by her brother-in-law for her parents. Going to the underground parking lot, Qian Yaqian also saw the person getting off the Mercedes-Benz in front of her, and then lowered the window and shouted, "Husband, here." Following her slightly cute voice, the man who got off the car also looked back, and then walked over with a smile. The time is so accurate. It's really a telepathic connection. This is Xiaoyan's target. Xiaoyan. As expected, he is a handsome man. Xiaoyan's vision is really accurate. Qian Yayan's brother-in-law is called Gu Nan. He looks about 33 or 34 years old. He is in his prime. Although he is 7 or 8 years older than Qian Yaqian, there is nothing strange in Shanghai. It is already a normal range. Although he looks ordinary, he is very energetic. Hello. Wang Yi smiled politely. Although Gu Nan's aura was quite strong, and he was a little arrogant, his overall degree was not over the line. It was normal to be a little arrogant after such an achievement. Not to mention that he had just finished negotiating a deal worth more than $1 billion. Gu Nan didn't care when he heard Wang Yi's greeting. It was normal for young people to be a little shy. Although he didn't look outstanding, he was still good looking. He looked honest, which was okay. Let's go. I took the time to come back. I have to go back to the company after dinner. Don't worry. I have experience dealing with my father-in-law and mother-in-law. I will definitely help at the dinner table. But the young man has to be more discerning. Gu Nan smiled and comforted, which made Qian Yaqian unhappy again. Why do you have to go again? How long have you been working overtime these days? Can you handle it? Your health is important. Maybe there were material and other factors involved in the original marriage. But since they are already husband and wife, Qian Yaqian certainly knows what she should pay attention to and care about. Haha. Men can't say no. Don't worry. It's a good thing. After the last big order, the Norwegian shipping king gave us another super large order that can last for 5 years. After this busy period, we can almost lie down and rest for a long time. The production capacity is full. Then I will take you to travel around the world. Gu Nan laughed out loud, looking very happy. After getting her husband's promise, Qian Yaqian was relieved and looked very happy. But at this moment, Wang Yi's headset rang, and Lin Shurqin's voice came. Boss, the little licker's brother-in-law may be in trouble. Wang Yi was a little surprised to hear this suddenly. And then, he concentrated his mind and moved his ears. It was nothing. There was another car that had just arrived in the underground parking lot far away. But he parked and went home normally. and there were no people following him or strange guys. It's not the trouble of reality, but the trouble of the order he took. Lin Shirqin is a standard voyeur. It is estimated that when Qian Yayan and her sister were chatting on the road, she began to dig out a lot of information. Norwegian Shipping King? Wang Yi reached out and pressed the headset to vibrate. Anyway, there must be no problem with his own order. That is the big order that the other party said was enough to eat for 5 years. Yes, they want to set a trap for CSSC, because the order is large enough. They only ask for a 10% deposit. CSSC has made a lot of concessions for this deal. When Wang Yi heard Lin Shirqin say this, he was speechless. For such a large order, they dared to make a 10% deposit? This is too trusting of others. When Wang Yi heard about the deposit, he roughly knew what the other party wanted to do. The bulk transaction of ships is different from other industries, because most of them are purchased on demand. If the original buyer suddenly doesn't want it, it will be difficult to find a buyer. Even if you find one, the price will definitely drop sharply, and it is unknown how long you will have to hold it. Such a big thing will take up space even if it is placed. But think about it. The current Norwegian shipping king John Fredrickson is still very famous. He is also ranked in the top 100 of the global rich list, and is a legendary businessman with a net worth of nearly $10 billion. There has been no reputation problem for the time being. So it seems normal for this shipping king to want to eat a big one in one go and exchange his reputation for money. Chapter 263 Returnees. The Norwegian shipping magnate John Fredrickson has the jewel in his crown, which is Zoll Shipyard. Since he is a shipping magnate and has entered the world's top 100 richest people, he is naturally not an ordinary person. Zoll Shipyard not only has many shipping trades, but also owns many oil exploration platforms, and is involved in the resource field. Being able to afford such a thing as oil, you can imagine how wild his path is. And at present, this shipping magnate is still at his peak. So his reputation is naturally good, because it was not expected from the beginning that the other party was going to break the contract. The CSSE side can be said to be completely unprepared, and even failed to take effective precautions in the contract. Let Zoll Shipyard specify the jurisdiction when the two parties have a conflict. That is to say, if there is a conflict between the two sides, it is necessary to go to Norway for arbitration. When it comes to Norway, many people's first impression may be salmon. But in fact, Norway has another very famous thing. That is, the Nobel Peace Prize. Think about those Peace Prize winners who make people's scalps numb. And you will naturally know what Norway is like. I checked and found that Daewoo Shipbuilding in South Korea was also deceived and took over his order worth $1 billion. Obviously, this is what the ship king wants to do in one go. Since he is overdrawing his reputation to exchange for money, he will maximize his benefits. As for why Lin Shirqin directly judged the purpose of the Norwegian ship king, it was because she noticed that the other party had transferred his property in advance. And he also arranged for his subordinates to establish some related subsidiaries. After combining these data and information, it is actually very easy to understand his steps and purpose. First of all, both sides have long orders for several years, but he only paid a 10% deposit and required a one-time delivery. When both sides are almost done, the card cancels the order before delivery. In this way, the two factories that have paid a lot of money in advance and even manufactured with debt will immediately be heavily in debt. At that time, he will go bankrupt and reorganize to avoid the penalty, and then use his subsidiaries to buy at the bottom price. No matter how he operates, he can get huge profits. They can even rely on the advantage of designated jurisdiction in the contract to continue fighting in Norway and consume the energy of the two heavily indebted factories. If they can drag it to bankruptcy, it will be even better. They can also sue them, saying that they did not deliver on time and cause them to suffer huge losses, and then demand compensation for breach of contract. Yes, this is the Western contract spirit. In fact, it has always been played like this. A very famous thing in the past was to fool Irma to dismantle the aircraft carrier and sell scrap steel, which was directly fooled. But Irma actually didn't seem to be very smart, and he only remembered to eat but not to be beaten. It can be said that they are even too lazy to change this routine. Just copy the template. But they can still succeed frequently. After all, it's still too simple. While thinking about his own thoughts, Wang Yi followed a few people to get on the elevator in the underground parking lot and went directly to Qian Yayan's parents' home. 2-story duplex. 200 or 300 square meters. This is definitely a luxury house in a 3rd or 4th-tier small city. Let alone in the Magic City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. There are very few communities with such large apartments in Shanghai, because small apartments are usually easier to sell, and it is really difficult for ordinary people to come up with so much money at once. It can be seen that the residents of this community are still well-funded. The door was not closed, but opened directly. As soon as Gu Nan appeared, he immediately received a warm welcome. Xiao Gu is here. I heard from Qian that you are very busy recently, so I specially stewed old hen abalone soup for you. The native chickens from the countryside are rare. You don't need to change your shoes. Just come in directly. Then Wang Yi also saw Qian Yayan's mother. She was well-maintained. She looked like she was in her early 40s, except for a few crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. She didn't look old. Mom, there is no need to be so polite. Xiaoyan also brought Xiao Wang here today. This is her first visit. Gu Nan was also very righteous. At this time, Qian Yayan also came in with a gift. But she was stopped by her mother just as she entered the room and was about to put down the gift. Stop. Who let you in? Well, you have been raised so big, but you didn't tell your family anything. I am so angry. This made Qian Yayan roll her eyes and said unhappily, Mom, it's okay to be ignorant, but don't embarrass yourself. Wang Yi has worked so hard. But Qian Yayan was interrupted by another voice before she finished her words. Oh, Ah Yan is getting more and more handsome. I haven't seen you for a few years. This is your brother Lu Ming. He just came back from abroad. The speaker was an old man. But he should not be Qian Yayan's father. He was dressed meticulously and pointed to a young man in a casual suit on the sofa in the living room with a smile on his face. The young man was also amazed when he saw Qian Yayan and stood up and greeted her with a smile. Xiaoyan, I haven't seen you for almost 10 years. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Uncle Lu, brother Lu Ming. Hey. Qian Yayan also felt a little helpless at this time, when she looked back and saw Wang Yi eating melons with relish. She was speechless. Perhaps she understood what was going on. Uncle Lu was an old classmate of his father. Her family had mentioned the situation of Uncle Lu's family several times, but she didn't really care much. Uncle Lu's family was also a native of Shanghai, but it was definitely not comparable to his brother-in-law Gu Nan's family. It was better than his own family, but not much better. And his son Lu Ming seemed to be studying abroad at Pennsylvania State University. State University is a public university. Although it is also a top university, it is still a little worse than the Ivy League University of Pennsylvania as a whole. But it is considered quite capable to be admitted. But Qian Yayan knew her parents' personalities. If that was the case, they wouldn't have called someone to slap her in the face when she said she would go home today. Something must have happened again. Don't mind. Xiao Wang, come in and sit down. And Xiao Yan too. Gu Nan pulled Wang Yi very righteously. And then Qian Yaqian also pushed her sister. Obviously they still stood on the side of Xiao Wang brought back by Qian Yayan herself. Given Gu Nan's status in the Qian family, Qian's mother would definitely not be able to say anything. She didn't specifically tease Wang Yi, and even found him a pair of shoes. But she was scolding Qian Yayan. Look at you. You little girl. You don't study hard. Lu Ming made tens of millions of dollars when he was studying. But you only know how to spend money, and always say that your living expenses are not enough. This made Wang Yi a little embarrassed. He remembered that when they were dating, Qian Yayan paid for the hotel room. And she also paid for breakfast and other things on weekdays. She also bought clothes for him. It seems normal that it is not enough. But can you earn tens of millions of dollars when you are studying? This is quite capable. Beating 99.9% of your peers. Many big guys now can't make so much money when they are studying. It is obvious that the power of his family can't help him, who is studying into Pyongyang. It's just that he looks a little impetuous and a little bit different. After hearing what Qian's mother said, Lu Ming was obviously still a little proud. But he still pretended to be reserved and humble and said, Actually, it's nothing. It's just a good chance. A coincidence. A little accurate vision. And a little good luck that I can earn so little. The words mixed with a few English words made people even more rare. In fact, even Gu Nan was quite surprised. His family was well off and his income was high. But after tax, he only made over $10 million a year, which was really a big difference. Earning tens of millions of dollars at such a young age was really quite capable, which made him surprised. You can earn tens of millions of dollars while studying, which is a very outstanding achievement. It is not something that can be achieved by luck. Okay, can you tell me more about it? Gu Nan asked curiously while sitting on the sofa, and at the same time felt a little sorry for Wang Yi in his heart. He knew the character of his father-in-law and mother-in-law very well. If Lu Ming was just generally good, he could help to block it. But if he was better than himself, then his words would have limited effect. Hey, Brother Gu, you are polite. There is nothing I can't say. It's just some investment in Bitcoin. As long as you have a good vision and enter the market early, there are still many chances. Now I have some spare money, and I am going to take out some of it to make some real investment. Lu Ming talked slowly, which made Wang Yi beside him feel a little bit of enlightenment. No wonder. It turned out to be Bitcoin. Indeed, in the wild period of Bitcoin, it should be one of the best ways for him to make money quickly with little startup capital. Wang Yi also considered it when he just returned, but gave up after understanding the situation at that time. Bitcoin was at its highest level in recent years last year. After various statements came out at the end of last year, the Bitcoin market suffered a big blow. Due to the influence of various countries' policies, it will actually fall for a while from now to next year, unless there is capital intervention to pull it up. This guy's short-term vision and analysis are good, and he knows to take out part of it to invest in real estate. And it is rare to be able to get out of it without being involved in money laundering and other things. It is the kind of person who sees the opportunity. Chapter 264. I'll do it. Cryptocurrency. I've heard about it before. Is that how you make money? Gu Nan was a little surprised. He had invested a lot in stocks, and occasionally he could make a little money with some insider information. Not much, but higher than the bank interest rate. It's really like picking up money. If Brother Gu needs it, you can find me. I still have some channels. Lu Ming was pointing out Jian Shan here with high spirits. Forget it. I can't make any windfall. Gu Nan simply pondered for a moment and smiled. He invested money in the stock market because he had reached a certain status and could often hear some gossip in advance. Although the stable income was not much, at least he would not lose money. Cryptocurrency. In fact, he felt it was unreliable when he first learned about it. Maybe some speculators can make money, but places without any transparent information are too easy to be manipulated, and most of them are leaks. Looking at the current cryptocurrency, it seems to be booming, but this kind of zero-sum game needs someone to take over and make money from others. It can't appear out of thin air. The current price is only the price of the highest valued one currency. Just like when a major shareholder of a stock starts to sell and cash out. Once no one takes over, the price plummets instantly. Once a large number of currency holders of this cryptocurrency take action and knock down the highest one, there will be no one who takes over, and it will be a bloodbath. And it is far more serious than the stock market. It is not impossible for places without a limit-down mechanism to be cleared overnight. The risk is too great and is not proportional to the return. Gamblers with no foundation can try it, but it is really unnecessary for him, Gu Nan, to be in such a condition now. This kind of money is too floating. It's okay. If you need it, you can find me. I also want Brother Gu's steady way of making money, so I really pay attention to shipping. It's just right to ask Brother Gu, Lu Ming said modestly. For a while, the conversation between the two seemed to become more lofty, and Qian's mother and Lu Bo beside them laughed. Qian Yeqian could only sigh awkwardly at this time. It depends on whether her husband can suppress the other party. Otherwise, there will be no play at all. Shipping? It's really potential. What are you going to do? Gu Nan is in the shipbuilding industry. He is very familiar with the closely related industries. He even has some channels for other transportation channels. Not just ships. I actually have two projects. The first one is to buy a private jet worth about 20 million yuan, which is dedicated to private customized flight services. He paused after saying this, and it really attracted the praise of Qian's mother. Oh, a private jet? This is really grand. You can sit on it when you don't need it. Of course, if Am wants to sit, you can sit at any time. Lu Ming laughed. Of course, the 20 million he mentioned is yuan, not US dollars. It is indeed feasible. After all, there are not many people who are willing to buy a private jet for themselves, and there are some people who need it. However, the maintenance consumption of private jets is still very large, and there are more procedures to handle it. Gu Nan did not reject the other party's proposal, but he still pointed out the problem. This industry can be done, but why do you want to do this with 20 million yuan? It's not good to buy a store, isn't it? But he didn't say it, because the housing prices have reached a peak and entered a state of fatigue, and the incentives for monetization of shantytown renovation have not yet been launched. This person makes money too fast, although he wants to settle down and enter the real economy to stabilize. He seems to look down on buying a store. Maybe he is still thinking about starting with an airplane and slowly building his own airline to become a future aviation giant. What Brother Gu said is exactly what I am thinking about. So I have a second project, which is a cargo ship. I have investigated the price of cargo ships. It is about 1.5 million yuan per 1,000 tons. Two 10,000-ton cargo ships plus some related expenses for ocean trade should be fine, Lu Ming said confidently. Sea transportation is the mainstream of bulk goods at present. The price of cargo ships does not seem to be expensive. It seems that there is no problem to recover the cost in 1 year, and the subsequent ones are all profitable. Ocean shipping is possible, but there are many problems involved. If you rush in without any experience, you can try one ship first, and then get familiar with all the procedures and processes before you go for the second ship. This one, in Gu Nan's opinion, is at least more reliable than the first one, because he is more familiar with cargo ships. Although the other party may also dream of being a ship king, at least it is more feasible. Of course, the risks of ocean shipping itself are also very high. Otherwise, where would there be so much profit? Extreme weather and pirates are all things that need to be considered. It can be said that there will be various problems in practice. He is an outsider who rushes in. If the captain and sailors are hired, he probably won't know if he is cheated by others. If it is really so easy to make money, why not make money with so much capital? Haha. Brother Gu and I have the same idea. I will have to ask Brother Gu for more help when the time comes. I also see that Umbrella seems to be entering it, so I think there is great potential here. Lu Mingshan nodded in agreement. Umbrella should not be a transportation company. They have ordered a lot from us. It is more like a platform. Gu Nan's tone was very calm when he said this, but he could hear a little pride. This order is the reason why he has been busy recently, and he feels very accomplished. Ah, isn't it freight? But now it seems that it takes a lot of time to order and deliver the cargo ship directly. The topic of high-end continued, which made the other people around him learn more. Indeed, and after the production capacity was squeezed by Umbrella, to be honest, the price of new cargo ships will increase, and you have to queue up. Gu Nan told some inside information. In fact, the production capacity of the shipbuilding industry is also here. Umbrella asked for so much at once, so there will naturally be a lot of crowding out. It is not surprising that the second-hand ships are sold at a higher price than when they were first bought. This industry has a total amount and demand. In some extreme cases, containers may be more expensive than you know. If you really plan to buy it, you have to do it as soon as possible. And if you want to get it early, you have to buy a second-hand ship. Ship King Zhou Yun knows it. Right? Gu Nan said lightly. This made Lu Ming's expression serious. I've heard of it. Because of Umbrella's impact on the shipbuilding industry. In order to avoid risks, he has recently considered selling some of his ships. If you have considered it, I can help you contact them. But you have to be mentally prepared. The market price of second-hand ships is high now, and it is more expensive than the new ships I bought before. This immediately raised Gu Nan's status a lot, and he easily suppressed Lu Ming. In fact, this is also a difference in background. Although Gu Nan also relies on his family, he has made his own way in many cases. Compared with Lu Ming, who made his fortune with virtual currency, he has a much more solid foundation. He ended the whole scene with one sentence. After all, money itself is only a kind of ability. I'll think about it again. If there is a need, I will definitely find Brother Gu. When the time came, Lu Ming was a little hesitant. Second-hand ships are more expensive than new ships. No matter how you listen, you will lose money. But Wang Yi knew that this was actually Gu Nan taking care of him, because the production capacity is now largely occupied by Umbrella. Before Umbrella's orders are digested, new freighters will only become fewer and fewer. If you buy a second-hand freighter now, you may be able to sell it for more after running a few laps and selling it back. When Lu Bo saw that his son was suppressed, he kicked him and said, "Didn't you have dinner with Mr. Qin Xiang last time? Does he have any reliable investment?" "Oh, you know Mr. Qin? Prince Hengwan?" Qian's mother's eyes lit up. Even she knew the identity of that young master. That was the real top young master. To be honest, even she didn't dare to hope that her daughter could hook up with him. In fact, Qian's mother was snobbish, but she was still clear-headed. That kind of status only liked her daughter for her beauty. It was completely unreliable. Otherwise, even if she became a concubine, it would be a huge profit. Haha. No, I just had a meal with him. Just got to know him. It's hard to get rich from him, but asking him should be possible. Lu Ming picked up the phone and looked like he was going to dial, but soon put it away and smiled. I guess he's having a meal now. Call him later. It's just a meal. What's wrong with calling him? Qian Yayan, who couldn't hold it in any longer, spoke bluntly. Stinky girl. You're disrespectful. Mother Qian was about to scold, but Qian Yayan picked up the phone. She had contacted Qin Xiang about Ma Dong's agent company before, and Qin Xiang was very polite to her. If you don't call me, I will. Then Qian Yayan dialed the phone in the dazed and speechless expressions of everyone. Chapter 265 The Gap. Qin Xiang is a typical rich kid, and he is still having fun outside. Generally speaking, his cell phone is carried by his younger brother, but he has a whitelist cell phone with important contacts, which usually doesn't ring, but he must answer it when it rings. After he raised his hand, the originally dynamic music and dance in this small club stopped. Qin Xiang is the absolute core here. After seeing the incoming call clearly, Qin Xiang was stunned for a moment, and then he forced a smile and answered it. Mr. Qian, do you have any instructions? In fact, as the Prince of Hengwan, he has never been so humble. If he talks too much, it will be tears. He is the one who will curse if he disagrees with something, but he dare not disobey the old man's advice. Enjoying the resources of the family requires corresponding restraint. Nothing. Just some personal matters. There is no need for Mr. Qin to be so polite. Qian Yayan's words made Qin Xiang's attitude relax a lot. It turned out to be your own business, which is much better. However, it was also very good to be able to handle the relationship with Mr. Wang, the boss. So he still smiled and said, There is no such thing as private matters. Just tell me what Mr. Qian wants. But before he finished speaking, he vaguely heard a slightly questioning voice on the other end of the phone. What are you doing? Little girl, can you be more reliable when you find someone to act? Is Mr. Qin the kind of person who would say such a thing? As soon as he heard this voice, Qin Xiang immediately understood what was going on. Good guy. This is to show off in front of people. I know this. Mr. Qian, the signal is not very good. Do you want to video chat? Qin Xiang said directly. Sorry. My man is here too. I'm afraid he will misunderstand. This sentence made Qin Xiang's expression stiff again. What the hell? Mr. Wang is here too. Mr. Wang is asking me to show off. I can't show it. On the other side, a group of people in the living room of Qian Yayan's house listened to what Qian Yayan said before, and they were really a little scared when they saw her dial the phone. But then the completely wrong tone of Mr. Qin on the other side made them put their minds at ease again. Oh, I thought it was true at first, but it turned out to be a false alarm. An actor who was found from nowhere played a cameo. Even Qian Yaqian was wondering if Qian Yayan knew it would be difficult to deal with her family, so she made preparations in advance. But it was completely out of control. Mr. Qin's mobile phone is taken by his followers. It's impossible to answer it so quickly. Lu Ming, who was also shocked, said a little ostentatiously at this time, There are many scammers these days. Xiaoyan, don't be fooled by them. As he finished speaking, he also glanced at Wang Yi. To be honest, he was very satisfied with Qian Yayan. Her family conditions were actually not bad. She was beautiful, and her brother-in-law had a lot of power, which was really helpful to him. She was beautiful and helpful. Of course, she couldn't give up. Thinking back to when he just came back, his husband actually asked him to go on a blind date with other female international students, which made him speechless. He didn't know what they had in common, but after studying abroad, he definitely wouldn't choose a female international student as his partner. Now this one is just right. Then let me expose your disguise. Then he ignored Qian Yayan, who was on the phone, turned around and took the initiative to talk to Wang Yi for the first time. This brother looks quite young. Just graduated, right? Do you want to start a business now? Wang Yi casually crossed his legs and drank tea with a teacup in his hand. He smiled when he heard it above his head. Yes, I started a business, but I have my own company after graduating for a few years. How many years have you graduated? I can't tell. Company? What kind of business are you preparing recently? Maybe we can cooperate. You know, I am preparing to make some investments. Lu Ming looked at Wang Yi with a scrutinizing look. Companies are not something high-end these days. They can be founded casually. It still depends on the money in hand. I learned quickly, so I graduated early. Recently, I really don't have any special plans. I just invest in movies and 2 girl groups. By the way, isn't Brother Gu familiar with the Shipping King? I don't have his phone number. Can you help me contact him? I just want to buy a yacht recently. Wang Yi put down the teacup in his hand, and I showed my cards. Although Wang Yi spoke softly, the message conveyed in this calm voice was even louder than Qian Yayan's tone. Gunan didn't know how to deal with it. He did have the contact information of Zhou Yun, the shipping king, and it was true that he could help buy a ship. But that was a normal connection. The relationship was not good enough to just call him to discuss this kind of business. To put it bluntly, he couldn't reach him yet. Wang Yi probably saw it too, turned his head and looked at Qian Yayan and said, "Senior sister, talk to Qin Xiang. He should know you." Qian Yayan had just finished talking to Qin Xiang about a fool named Lu Ming said he knew you. And when she turned around and heard Wang Yi's words, she nodded. "Does Mr. Qin know Zhou Yun, the shipping king? Can you please ask him to contact me?" "Of course, no problem. I will also find out about the other Lu Ming. You know, I have many friends. And sometimes, I always bring some dubious people here." Qin Xiang quickly made a promise. In fact, the shipping king Zhou Yun is of the same generation as his father, although his wealth is definitely much less than his father's. Qin Xiang, a junior, obviously cannot order others around at will. But it's different now. Now it's that Mr. Wang who wants to buy something from you, and asked me to pass it on, which is equivalent to a middleman. I believe this elder can also understand the weight of Mr. Wang. Those who can be called shipping kings are definitely good at both black and white, and can play freely at home and abroad. This is not just a matter of wealth, and their power must be great. But the more powerful they are, the more they can understand the influence of the World Company and Wang Yi. But when Qin Xiang was in a hurry to contact them, the atmosphere in the Qian family's living room seemed a little strange. Even Gu Nen felt a little embarrassed, and didn't know how to smooth things over now. Lu Ming laughed and clapped his hands. This brother is really arrogant. He ordered young Master Qin to notify the shipping king to contact him with just one sentence. I guess the shipping king will really contact me later. Wang Yi looked at the other party and smiled faintly. It's not an order, just asking him to do a favor. Besides, I am really arrogant, and you can't call me brother. These words made Gu Nan and Qian Yaqian and his wife shocked. What a harsh remark. Lu Ming still gave the Qian family some face, although he spoke in a sarcastic tone. At least, he didn't tear his face apart. He just said something like, "Who do you think you are?" Qian's mother was stunned for a moment, and didn't know what to say. At this time, Qian's father, who was busy in the kitchen, also came out. He was a little surprised to see that the atmosphere was a bit solemn. He started to work in the kitchen, and didn't know what happened. What's going on? Why don't you talk? Come on. The dishes are ready, and we can start right away. At this time, Lu Ming, who was directly humiliated by Wang Yi in person, also stood up and said, "Uncle Qian, this..." But before he finished speaking, Qian Yayan's phone rang, and Wang Yi raised his hand to signal her to take it and speak for herself. "Hello, Mr. Qian." A voice with a hint of Cantonese came from the other side, and Wang Yi interrupted the other party. "I am Wang Yi. Mr. Wang? Haha. I didn't expect it to be you. Sorry. If Qin Xiang hadn't contacted him, Zhou Yun would not have thought of it for a while. After all, the business of the two parties was too different, and it can be said that they were not related at all. But after Qin Xiang took the initiative to contact him, he naturally knew who this person was. Wow, I didn't expect to contact the real owner directly. It seems that Mr. Qian should also pay attention to the way of dealing with people. And Gu Nan here is really a little suspicious, because it seems that the voice is really a bit like that of the ship king. To be honest, even if Gu Nan is the sales director, he is considered a senior executive of the large shipbuilding industry. But he is still far behind the identity of the ship king. He just had the opportunity to contact him because of work. Of course, it is possible to find a channel, but it is highly likely that he is not in direct contact with the ship king. Now the voice sounds like, "Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. I should have contacted you first. It is a bit rude to ask Mr. Qin to relay the contact information without your contact information." Wang Yi smiled and spoke in a gentle tone. Of course, he should also respect the face given by others. In terms of earning ability, potential and even influence, the world company that currently holds TT and uses half of the income of Star World to help leukemia patients is a kind of unbreakable golden status in China. The older the big guys are, the more they can understand the impact and significance of this. But when others give face, Wang Yi will certainly return the favor. No. It's normal to contact customers first when doing business. Opportunities need to be found. The ending tone of the ship King Zhou, which is slightly in Cantonese, also seems very generous. I heard from Gu Nan of Dachuan Heavy Industry that you want to sell some of your ships. I don't know if it's true. After understanding the difference in status between the two parties through Gu Nan's previous reaction, Wang Yi still reported Gu Nan's affiliation, so as to avoid the embarrassment that the other party would not be able to remember it for a while. That's true. Oh, you mean Xiao Gu, the marketing director of Dachuan? He's the sales director. Wang Yi added silently in his heart. As expected, he's not familiar with him. At first, he said that he asked him first to help Gu Nan gain face. This brother-in-law is actually a good person. At least Zhou Yun will definitely take care of him in the future if he contacts him directly. Wang Yi still has this face. For now, he just mentioned it. Well, do you have a suitable yacht for Cheongzhou? Wang Yi's impulse was not sudden. He had already bought the beach villa in Cheongzhou, and had also completed the preliminary construction of the underground mage tower. Occasionally, he would take Qian Yayan and Lu Xiuke there to play. There was a yacht that was quite useful, and he had planned to go there to catch whales. The preparations for the sea city had already begun. If conditions permit, it would be better to get some bodyguards. Whales are quite good targets for spellcasting. Now that it can be done by the way, then it will be done naturally. Yes, of course. If Mr. Wang wants it, I will definitely help you pick the best ones. I will first pick a batch of fine products and drive them over. When Mr. Wang is free to go over and try them out, just pick them directly. Gu Nan also swallowed his saliva at this time. The more he listened, the more it sounded like it. Could it be true just now? Is it really Mr. Zhou Yun? Gu Nan asked cautiously. Gu Nan admires the shipping king. Do you want to say a few words to him? Wang Yi's words made Zhou Yun feel quite comfortable. He had been called the shipping king many times, but the feeling was of course different depending on the person who called him. There is no doubt that this person is the kind of person who can bring out new feelings. Hearing Wang Yi's words, he probably understood that he wanted him to take care of him. In the shipping industry, he still has some influence. After speaking, Wang Yi handed the phone to Gu Nan. On the other side, Lu Ming, who was still about to say something, received the call himself. Seeing the caller, Lu Ming's face changed, and then he answered the phone with a slightly flattering smile and said, Brother Lin, contact me. I'm Qin Xiang. This sentence directly blocked Lu Ming's second half of the sentence. He really had dinner with Qin Xiang. He was brought there by a big brother he had always flattered. But he was just the atmosphere group throughout the whole process. And it was not his turn to serve tea and water. Now suddenly hearing that it was Qin Xiang who called him personally, he immediately felt a little bad. Is Mr. Wang on your side? Are you still a little unhappy with him? The tone was very calm, but it suddenly made Lu Ming's scalp numb. Oh my god. I feel like I'm going to die. Whatever the cost, whatever the means, make him happy. Understand? Qin Xiang can only clean up his mess when his younger brother makes him unhappy. Who can he blame for the pain? As for what his younger brother thinks, it's none of his business. This is not a problem he cares about. He just wants the result. Chapter 266 Reminder. Sir, please enjoy your meal. I will take my leave now. Lu Ming's arrogant and respectful appearance really refreshed many people's understanding of him. He started to talk to Gu Nan in high spirits, speaking Chinese and English, and making plans one after another. But at this time, he suddenly became like a clown, crying and begging for mercy. Wang Yi was naturally too lazy to pay attention, so Lu Ming and his father left in disgrace with flattery. But for everyone, the impact of Lu Ming's change before and after was still not as great as the impact brought by Wang Yi. The shipping king took the initiative to call, and Qin Xiang scolded Lu Ming. This identity is really incomprehensible. In fact, Gu Nan was still a little confused after hanging up the phone. It was indeed the shipping king Zhou Yun, and his attitude was quite kind. You have to know that this is also a big boss, and it is also an important customer for the shipyard. The father of the party Gu Nan has never heard of his friendly attitude. On the other side, Xian's father and mother were also at a loss. They did not suddenly show the same enthusiasm as they did to Gu Nan and Lu Ming before, nor did they suddenly reverse their attitude. Instead, they became nervous and reserved. The status difference was too big. Gu Nan and Lu Ming before were the kind that they could reach if they jumped up, so they could be enthusiastic. But now, they could only feel a huge pressure. Didn't they speak too loudly just now? Is there not too much salt in this food? What should I do? How should I talk? How to greet? Should I look into the other person's eyes when talking? Is it impolite to look at him? Will I be considered as not paying attention if I don't look at him? Should I raise my left hand or my right hand first? Is he used to being enthusiastic? Should I help pick up the food? Will it be annoying? I don't know if the slippers fit. Not to mention the mess and reservation of Qian's father and mother in the wind. Qian Yiqian didn't know what to say at this time. Sitting aside in a daze, Qian Yayan said calmly, "Isn't dinner ready? If you don't eat now, the food will get cold." Qian Yayan was still clear about her parents' personalities. They were snobbish. But they were also self-aware. It can be said that Wang Yi's status was too high. So high that they felt it was a little unreal. Just like some fairies who may talk about how much dowry they want. But in fact, if they really go fishing, they will still know their own weight. Why do those second-generation rich people with supercars like you? If they like you, they are just playing around. The real target is the middle class with higher incomes. Now suddenly there is a domineering CEO, which is a bit out of the ordinary. However, after Qian Yayan broke the atmosphere, the whole family still sat at the table in an orderly manner. Wang Yi was also a little surprised when he looked at the ingredients in front of him. Qian Yayan's father's cooking skills are really good, and he may not be much worse than himself. The old hen abalone soup was cooked very well, and the heat was well controlled. Qian Yayan also smiled and winked at Gu Nan and said, "Brother-in-law still can't recognize Wang Yi's identity." This made Gu Nan quite embarrassed. Damn. He really can't recognize him. The status and career direction of both parties are too different. If he finishes his work in a while, he will definitely recognize him immediately because of the big order from Umbrella and learns about the world. But there is really no such opportunity now. I've said it before. I work in the world. They all call me Qianzong. Ah. Right. Right. Girl. Didn't you say you were a secretary? Mother Qian nodded like a chick pecking at rice, as if she had found a breakthrough. This was what Qian Yayan said before Wang Yi agreed to come. And she didn't want to annoy him. But in fact she was not wrong. Mainly because Wang Yi's secretary. It is indeed a secretary. So I am his secretary. His mastery? Gu Nan must have reacted immediately even after realizing it. Damn! It turned out to be this great god? Indeed. There is a wordie in the name. I may even have seen it everywhere. But I didn't remember it specifically because it was not relevant information. If so, everything makes sense. Who is Mastery? He just received the Fields Medal, the first winner of the nationality of his motherland. Although the scene was a bit awkward at the time due to the Ebola epidemic, it has slowly fermented again recently. In fact, this news has been on the news, but after it was on the internet, which has a wider distribution channel, many headlines have changed back to the easy-to-understand Mastery. In addition to academic achievements, World Company is also one of the fastest-growing companies. If it weren't for Umbrella, you could remove the one. Although most of them are light assets related to the internet, they can't stand the good foundation. Games, movies, and the most important TT, and even the current shared battery cars. Star World is popular all over the internet, and even half of the income will be used to subsidize leukemia patients. With Umbrella's hematopoietic stem cell cultivation technology, it almost directly overcomes all the difficulties in the treatment of leukemia patients. And thousands of families are blessed. Even their employees in Dachshund heavy industry receive this subsidy. It turned out that this great god. Oh, it's really my mistake. I just negotiated a deal with Umbrella Company. But I didn't recognize you. Umbrella's partner. At the first time, Gu Nan's face was full of emotion. He really didn't realize that the other party was still so young. Sometimes, there is a big gap between reading the news and seeing the person in person. When other people also understood who it was, they felt their scalps tingling at the same time. No wonder. No wonder he could do this. Qian Yayan finally felt that some of the unhappiness in her heart was completely unblocked. Yes. Yes. That's the attitude and expression. Really. It was all in vain to show off the bag before. And it's great that someone recognized it now. It's normal. Maybe the name is too ordinary. Wang Yi didn't care much, but pondered for a moment and said, "But I heard you talk about the deal between you and the Norwegian shipping king. I just happened to know something recently. So I personally suggest that you should pay more attention to the contract." Wang Yi would not directly say that the Norwegian shipping king had a problem. There was no need. Just remind him a little, and he would notice it. Reminding others that there was a pit in front of them is often not very useful. However, since Wang Yi already knew about this matter, of course he would not let that disgusting guy mess around. But that was just him and the Norwegian shipping king alone. Gunnan and his team were just a byproduct. Wang Yi's words really gave Gunnan a shock. This is the company's biggest business at the moment, and it can earn him 5 years of profit. Originally, Gunnan certainly trusted the reputation of the Norwegian shipping king, who is well known all over the world. His weight and reputation in the world are much stronger than the shipping king Zhou Yun, who was contacted before. There may be many people in the world with the title of ship king, but the Norwegian shipping king is definitely one of the top ones. A net worth of 10 billion and being in the top 100 of the rich list are enough to illustrate his status. But now that Wang Yi has reminded him personally, he believes that he will not be aimless. I wonder if Professor Wang has any advice? Gunnan asked cautiously, appearing very humble. Although he is much older, the gap in status between the two sides is too large, and the gap in the channels of information they can obtain is also very large. It's not a guide. I'm an outsider, and don't know much about your shipbuilding industry. But you know that I have a good relationship with Umbrella. When I was quarantined in Seoul, I talked with President Jean of Umbrella for a while. Umbrella seems to have ordered a lot of things from Daewoo Shipbuilding. Since the other party asked, Wang Yi might as well remind him more. This also made Gunnan nod and say, it's like this. Umbrella has placed a lot of orders in almost all shipyards, even in Gaul. At present, the shipbuilding industry is still high in East Asia, but the traditional old developed countries are not bad either. It seems that the Norwegian shipping magnate has also ordered some from Daewoo Shipbuilding, grabbing some of Umbrella's order capacity. And their agreement is quite strange. It seems that the jurisdiction must be specified, and a one-time delivery is required. The deposit is also pitifully small. Because the capacity was taken away, President Jean arranged for someone to check. The Norwegian shipping magnate seems to be transferring assets, Wang Yi said casually while drinking soup. Seeing Gunnan's face turn pale, he smiled and said, I am an outsider, so I just said that. But there is nothing new under the sun. The credibility and reputation of Westerners are just waiting for enough chips. If the chips are enough, they may even pull the network cable temporarily. They keep their promises. But the price is not enough. If the price is enough, anything can be sold. Reputation? For those capitals. The purpose of reputation is not to make profits. Purdue Pharma's previous examples are just there. The so-called rules and restrictions are just different prices. Chapter 267 Decadent Life. Wang Yi did not stay for long. He just came with Qian Yayan to express his attitude, so that her family would not keep urging her. In Qian Yayan's words, her parents actually know their own weight, and will not think about some things that are not there. After this time, they will definitely not urge her again. As for Gunnan, since the reminder has been in place, Wang Yi is too lazy to think about what he will do. However, the Norwegian shipping king can indeed operate it. It is profitable, and may get some ready-made things. After leaving the Magic City, Wang Yi took Qian Yayan directly to Cheongjo to play in the beach villa there for a few days, just in time to choose a suitable yacht to go out to sea to catch whales. And while the two of them were traveling here, the map business of the World Company, World Map, also began trial operation. The reason for the trial operation is to release tasks on TT and rely on positioning and photos to carry out a large-scale patchwork. Through a large number of street view pictures, a more convenient and comfortable environment is provided. With the help of intelligent algorithms to combine pictures, Lin Shurchin's supervision, and TT's wide coverage, it is easy to form a real-life street view. In fact, a certain song map is also working on some similar functions, but it can only locate some places. However, the world map is different. As long as it is spread out, almost all places can be updated in real time. With TT, plus a little task mechanism and an algorithm that effectively prevents the Cobra effect, these problems can be solved naturally. The only regret is that the positioning is somewhat lacking, and the main thing is to use the GPS positioning capability in the mobile phone. However, as a civilian map, it is more than enough, and it is of great help to take away running errands, express delivery, and other businesses. It can quickly help newcomers get familiar with the environment and lower the threshold. World Map. TT has updated some daily tasks, and I can earn some pocket money again. I think it may be the introduction of Red Queen's algorithm, which can complete the synthesis of some pictures. The few pictures released so far are quite awesome. Real-time street view. A certain song is also working on this, but the current effect is really incomparable to the world map. After all, it may be the use of Red Queen, which is normal. Speaking of Red Queen, have you grabbed a Red Queen phone? I can't even get one with Plus. Haha. Anyway, other mobile phones now have smart systems. And Red Queen phones are just SOSO. Sour. It's great to have money. I can only use wheat. And the running score is really high. Of course the running score of Fire Dragon is high. After all, it is 64-bit. But to be honest, the price is here. I accept it. Anyway, I can run Star World, and it can be used as a hand warmer when the weather gets cold soon. I also want to support Umbrella. But my wallet does not allow it. Anyway, I have paid taxes to him when I bought other mobile phones. So I will regard it as support. The new business of World Company is non-exclusive. But the performance is better than that of its peers. So the movement it has caused for the time being is not too exaggerated. After all, this is a company that can even develop Star World. Compared to the world map. I just want to know when Star World will be updated to cancel the Zerg invasion. Now I dare not go offline in the wild. For fear that it will crash when I go online. Offline in the wild? Maybe yours is not a bug. LOL. What a tiger. In fact, you can also use your mobile phone to remotely control the return. Are you a newbie? It was under this kind of discussion that the trial version of the world map began to spread gradually. Now navigation has become more and more popular and more accustomed. Not to mention that Kangaroo Takeaway and Moo Taxi have also come out. And there is a rigid demand for this aspect. The major navigation systems are also fighting each other. And all parties want to seize the market. It is not a big deal to have more world companies. But as soon as the world map appeared, the Ollie system immediately aroused vigilance. There is TT's traffic, the distribution of shared battery cars, and now add its own map. It can be said that it is easy for the world company to enter the takeaway and online car hailing services now. Although the Ollie system has a great first mover advantage. And Ollie can burn money. These two fields are favored by investors. This is already a leading opportunity for the internet industry. But Ollie also knows that the world company cannot be viewed with a traditional perspective. TT's viral spread model is really frustrating. Although Ari also has slow hands. Not to mention the differences in content, push and other aspects. The difference in traffic consumption alone is incomparable. In fact, compared to now, Ari's live broadcast, video, and short video modes have been completely defeated on the mobile side. Only now that Wi-Fi is widely used. It can still survive for a while. And the use of traffic is completely in a different dimension. Obviously, Ari has never stopped burning money and popularity. But it is found that the growth of the world system is very stable. From the beginning, the Ari system has occupied the traffic advantage to now. The two sides have been on an equal footing. You know, the world system does not burn money like this. When the potential of the relevant market is developed, it is probably only a matter of time before it is overtaken. Now Ari is constantly lobbying relevant communication service providers to provide unlimited packages, and has begun to cooperate to launch special cards to allow Alibaba's related business traffic to be used unlimitedly. It can be said that they have tried a lot and used various methods to stabilize their basic market. But even so, they still cannot make up for the technical advantages brought by the world system, and can only watch them catch up steadily without doing anything. Even now, Ollie's e-commerce has shown a trend of slowing growth for the first time. Although it is only the speed of making money that has slowed down, it is still expanding. But this has sounded the alarm for Ollie. Can't sit and wait for death. Therefore, Ollie attaches great importance to Kangaroo Takeaway and Moo Taxi, and also involves shared bicycles. Soon, the Ollie system responded by spending $1.3 billion to acquire AutoNavi maps. In fact, Ollie had this idea last year, but he spent money on live broadcasts and videos at that time. So he temporarily slowed down. Now that he has started online car hailing and takeaway, he has to use an existing mature map to fight against the world company. The large-scale acquisition of $1.3 billion or AutoNavi's map with a good reputation, naturally caused a wave of heat and response. It even became a hot topic as good news. Unfortunately, Mastery still has the familiar style. Through some dynamics, we can know that he went to the sea to play with yachts when the new function was launched. And it seems that there are also dynamics of several girl groups there. There are beautiful women on the yacht over there. And here we are working overtime on various plans. This really makes people understand how bad the mentality of Suwon, the boss of Shark Baby Live, was at the beginning. The sadness under his thumbs up expressions at the beginning. As expected of the ship king. He knows how to do business. and is more real than the Norwegian ship King. Wang Yi drove a luxury medium-sized yacht to break through the sea, blowing the sea breeze, letting the South Korean succubi behind him play music and play in indescribable swimsuits. Xian Yayan was applying sunscreen on the sun lounger, and a girl group member was helping her. It must be said that Xian Yayan is actually quite capable. Although she bowed down in front of Lu Xiuke, she completely grasped the temperament of the big sister in front of this group of girl group members, and was tamed and obedient. However, this is only possible if Xian Yayan is brought here, and these female group members can be brought here. If Lu Xiuke is also here, Wang Yi may not be able to handle everything. Now, on this luxurious medium-sized yacht, except for Wang Yi, there are only beauties, which is very corrupt. And the ship King selected the best yachts of all models and specifications for Wang Yi to choose. In the end, in addition to this one that is convenient for traveling at any time, a large luxury yacht was also selected. And then he directly found the club under the ship King to sign a long-term maintenance agreement. Anyway, the ship will go according to Wang Yi's requirements at that time, and coastal ports can arrange following. The ship King has a wide range of connections, and as long as he has enough money, he can enjoy the intimate service. The world of capital is really corrupt. Wang Yi chuckled, with a deep blue light flashing in his eyes. Lucky, the whale carcass was found. The boat was parked directly on the sea surface. As the blue waves rose and fell, the yacht shook slightly. However, the weather and area chosen for going out to sea were originally suitable for sailing, as the frames on both sides of the yacht automatically spread out. It was even possible to go to the sea for a while. However, swimming in the wild and unknown waters is still dangerous, but with Wang Yi's protection, it doesn't matter. Chapter 268 Summoning. The King of Ships has the title of King of Ships, so his abilities are naturally beyond doubt, and he has all kinds of equipment. However, because Wang Yi's yacht is only a medium-sized yacht, although it is very luxurious, it still belongs to the category of Class 2, so the navigation area is limited to 200 nautical miles. But even with the limit of 200 nautical miles, the range of activities is quite large. You should know that the range of activities of Class 3 is only 20 nautical miles. The other one handed over to the club is a large luxury yacht of Class 1 with unlimited navigation area. And Wang Yi's current world also took advantage of the vast navigation area of Class 2 to find suitable fresh whale carcasses. The environment here is good. Those who can swim can go in the water to play. Wang Yi raised his hand and greeted, and in return received a group of happy thanks. However, Xian Yayan had no intention of going into the water. After applying sunscreen, she quietly looked at the group of girl group members on the boat, with a feeling of inspection. This attitude made Wang Yi feel a little weird. The satellite signal has been connected with the development team. I will tell you if there is any situation. I will go into the water to see. Wang Yi picked up the scuba and changed his clothes on the spot without any worries. Xian Yayan looked around and said with some doubts, "When did you get the diving certificate? And it's dangerous to be alone. Otherwise, forget it this time. Next time we will bring some professionals, and someone will take care of it." Xian Yayan was a little worried about Wang Yi's safety. Diving is actually a sport with a high risk factor. It is not okay to hold an oxygen tank in your mouth. If people who don't know how to dive mess around, things like exploding lungs may happen. Don't worry. I know my limits. Wang Yi smiled casually, then released 4 grass-headed gods, gave them protection instructions, and then jumped directly into the water and quickly swam towards the captured dense corpse gas. In fact, for Wang Yi, putting on underwater breathing, swimming downstream, and other buffs are much more convenient than scuba and diving suits. After a whale dies, it will slowly float on the sea surface due to the swelling caused by the fermentation of its blubber and internal organs. Many of them may even cause explosions. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. After a whale dies, it is enough to bring about a small ecosystem. When the whale's body is severely eaten, it will naturally sink slowly into the sea. The direction Wang Yi felt was the sea. There are many predators and dangers in the ocean. The kings on land are all younger brothers in the sea. But it is obvious that for Wang Yi, he is the top predator on this planet. With a faint blue glow in his eyes, Wang Yi rushed towards the target area like a sharp arrow. As the water depth increased, the sea water became darker and darker, and the light above became less and less. But these could not block Wang Yi's sight. He could even rely on sonic magic to continuously detect back and forth, which was much more accurate than sonar. In front, a huge dark shadow appeared in front of Wang Yi. Found it. Bad luck. Huh? Wang Yi successfully found the whale carcass. But his attention was quickly attracted by the carcass in front of him. This is the body of a humpback whale, about 15 meters long. It brought an invisible sense of oppression in the dark sea water. The whale's skin was rough and covered with many barnacles. However, there was a huge bite wound on the abdomen of the corpse, as if most of the humpback whale's abdomen was torn off in one bite. Quickly coming to the front of the corpse, looking at the edge of the bite, looking at the tooth marks and bite marks, Wang Yi could be sure that it was indeed bitten off in one bite. How big is this mouth? If calculated according to the normal fish proportion, it must be a fish of 50 to 70 meters. This is already a creature that exceeds the largest known size. In comparison, whales are like seals and killer whales in front of this size. It's not been long since it died, but no other fish came to share the food. Is this the residual breath deterrence of the predator? Wang Yi spit bubbles in the water and felt a little interested. Obviously, the size of that thing in terms of pure strength even exceeded Wang Yi's own heart-strengthened knight physique. But, I am a mage. The blue light in his eyes looked around, but he still didn't catch any unique breath. However, such a large body has never been discovered by humans. There must be a reason, and it is not ruled out that there are magic factors in it. It is normal for natural magic arrays to appear when the seabed currents are washed away, and there are many seabed volcanoes. Thinking about the environment in Neon, we can actually deduce something. Maybe there are some unknown treasures. Wang Yi came here for the whale carcass. If he can't find the thing that attacked, then he can't find it. It doesn't matter. Let's see if there is fate in the future. Raising his hand, the magic crystal in the personal space surged, and the silver deposited also turned into lines and began to interweave in the water. The next moment, a three-dimensional magic array of several meters broke out, and the rich magic light that was invisible to the naked eye wrapped the entire whale carcass. The remaining flesh and blood quickly rotted, decayed, and decomposed. All the essence rushed to the bones. Some other marine creatures nearby also died instantly, and their life essence was extracted. Silver turned into two long snakes, which were constantly entwined and woven with the whale bones like a DNA spiral. Crack, crack. Various sounds appeared, and slowly a giant skeleton similar to Kun appeared in Wang Yi's eyes, which made him feel quite satisfied. Not bad. The vitality is strong enough, and the material is also up to standard. If the body is bigger and more complete, you can try to assemble a bone dragon. Wang Yi took out a grass head god and directly injected it into the body of the bone Kun to form a center and increase spirituality. And he accompanied the bone Kun and quickly returned to the direction of the yacht. The ocean that humans can detect is only a small part, and this is a natural hiding place. Wang Yi is not worried about this thing being discovered, even if the low probability event is really discovered. It doesn't matter if it pretends to be dead and disguised as a whale skeleton. While swimming back, Wang Yi continued to add array patterns on this bone Kun. Natural magic is too lazy, and it really takes some effort to keep this thing going. Fortunately, it is big enough to make room. 4 more magic power were added for absorption, and 2 more for storage. The rest are the enhanced semi-permanent magic patterns. Strong bones, huge force, flowing with the current, and biting, when the magic power storage is sufficient. An active torrent cutting and a vortex with a larger range are added. In addition, when there is magic power reserve, a little more acceleration, burst and other state blessings are added. That's almost enough. Grasshead God. It's actually not bad. When Wang Yi was about to return to the yacht, he had already finished the work and was quite satisfied with his handiwork. These magic patterns and arrays are all improved versions that he brainstormed with the mathematical harem he saved after his mathematical breakthrough. They are more suitable for this lazy magic environment. The first pursuit is not power, but cost performance. By analogy, it is a bit like the difference between x86 architecture and ARM architecture on chips. Although the alien world is a low magic world, the overall magic activity is much better than here. Relying on the existence of natural magic, the main pursuit is effect and performance, and to enhance the power as much as possible. As for Hyundai, the main considerations are power consumption and cost performance. Wang Yi is quite satisfied with the current preliminary tests, and using the grass-headed god as the core at least doubles the power of this bone Kun, making it more flexible and more convenient to receive commands. It really makes Wang Yi feel that the dozens of grass-headed gods that Neon looted have a new place to use. Perhaps, it would be good for Neon to sweep the country. Even if there are grass-headed gods in half of the 80,000 shrines, it would be a huge profit. I didn't care before because I didn't find a suitable way to use it. It's just that it takes some time to distribute it in various parts of Neon. Coming up from the sea and climbing onto the yacht. Qian Yayan's relieved expression can be clearly seen. Although Wang Yi is very fast in the water and tries to hurry as much as possible. Qian Yayan, who is waiting on the yacht, still feels like a year. I said. You also saw my ability when I went to Hong Kong. Don't worry. Wang Yi scratched Qian Yayan's nose. Knowing is knowing. Worrying is worrying. These are two different things. But we just received a maritime notice that there will be a storm. Let's return. Okay. At this time, the South Korean succubi have also returned to the boat after playing. Swimming is very physically demanding. But although they are a little tired, they are still very excited. When they were sold here, they were also nervous. But now the new boss is really super good. And the figure is so good. Super! It can make people's hearts bloom. Beautiful to death. He will also take them out to sea to play. And they can be idols when they go back. With traffic. It is simply a dream life. For the internal circulation of South Korea, it is simply a fairy life. Chapter 269 Interception. At sea, radio stations are vital equipment, which need to receive various relevant maritime information, such as natural disasters such as typhoons. And sometimes there will be some rescue information, such as which coordinates have a shipwreck and need to go to rescue, etc. For a medium-sized yacht like the World, although it has extremely high wave resistance parameters due to the price, and various data are quite luxurious. After all, the tonnage is here, and it is still necessary to pay attention to the storm at sea. With a volume of dozens of tons, it is easy to be hit into the water with a little wave. However, the performance and parameters of this yacht itself are still good. Even if it is hit into the water, it can float up and maintain balance without capsizing. However, no one wants to feel the turbulence of the waves on a boat of this tonnage. You can feel the good performance by spending money. This World has excellent stability and can run at a maximum speed of 50 knots. This speed is the speed of a car on an ordinary highway on the road. But it is quite comfortable on the sea with the splashing of water on both sides. With the salty and humid sea breeze blowing, it is completely impossible to see that a storm is coming. However, the climate at sea is like this, and it can change dramatically in an instant. When the yacht can already see the coastline, the dark sky can be vaguely seen from the back. It looks good from a distance, with a sense of oppression, but no one should want to experience it. The yacht entered the port. This private dock was originally owned by the ship King Zhou Yun. It is not far from Wang Yi's villa. On weekdays, as long as the management fee is paid, someone will take care of his yacht. There are many yachts of various models parked nearby. However, although there are often beauties in this place, it is quite rare for Wang Yi to bring such a high-quality group of people off the boat. Looking at the envious eyes around him, Wang Yi didn't care. In fact, if he brought a few umbrella bodyguards with him, it would be more impressive and save a lot of possible troubles. However, Wang Yi went to the sea to have fun by himself. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to bring a few light bulbs? Anyway, his individual ability is clear. So it doesn't matter. Brother, there are so many beauties. The quality is so high. How can I contact them? Any business introduction? A man in flowered shorts came over and asked in a low voice. It was really that Wang Yi's side was too eye-catching. He was the only one who came out with such a group of beauties. It was likely that he would be regarded as a business similar to Wen Yu's before. This was not a strange misjudgment. Even if it was the second generation, it would not be possible for one person to go out to sea with so many beauties. Right? Do you want to die? It's normal to have a yacht. Maybe it's doing this kind of business. A relatively high-end yacht rental. However, Wang Yi was too lazy to care. He waved directly to the dock supervisor, who was already jogging over. The latter didn't even wait for the security guard, who was running to chase him. He drove the man away by himself, and kept apologizing. Sorry. Mr. Wang, please go ahead. This guy is a little confused. The man who was directly dragged away also looked a little pale. He wanted to apologize, but was covered by the supervisor. Why waste your words? Why would someone care about your apology? Just don't waste their time. Do you want to hire a few female bodyguards? And you can bring more professionals when you go sailing. There are many female practitioners. Qian Yayan made another okay suggestion at this time. She didn't want Wang Yi to go sailing alone frequently. But she didn't want to intervene directly and make him dislike her. She could only hire more professionals. Anyway, she didn't lack money. Okay. You decide. After encountering this episode, Wang Yi didn't refuse. In fact, he has Chao Tu God as a bodyguard. So he is not afraid of not having enough manpower. For example, there is one in the necklace given to Lu Xiaoke, with the buff blessing and some characteristics of Chao Tu God itself. The protection mission is more than enough. But Chao Tu God is only used as a precaution. Some troubles that may be encountered on the surface can indeed be avoided. In fact, the strongest female bodyguards are still the ones among his own employees. But there is a shortage of manpower. So it is impossible to waste them here. And what he wants is just for show. Let Qian Yayan do it. It can be said that there is still a big gap between men and women in the bodyguard industry. But because of the needs like the current one, there is still a certain proportion of female bodyguards. And the same is true for Umbrella. Even bodyguards can be handled. Diving instructors and lifeguards are even easier. Moreover, Qian Yayan also thought that Wang Yi had just got a yacht. And he would drive it all the time when he was fresh. And when he got tired of playing, the driver would be better. The proportion of female seafarers in China is also very high. Up to 15%. Everything is easy when the money is in place. And the rest is selection, ability, appearance, personality, etc. all need to be considered. However, Qian Yayan, who has already established a foothold in the world company, has also improved a lot in business ability, bringing a group of beautiful women back to the beach villa. The sky outside also seemed a little dark, and the sea breeze was obviously stronger, which should be the influence of the reported storm. This is the environment here, and the situation at sea must be even worse. While the group of girls were cleaning, making tea and cooking like maids, Wang Yi stood in front of the window and looked at the no longer calm sea in front of him, and a trace of emotion appeared on his face. Human beings are still so insignificant in front of the power of nature. Magic is actually a key and opportunity to pry the power of nature to a certain extent. Wang Yi could also vaguely feel the fluctuations of the Bon Kun wandering in the nearby sea. With the implantation of the grass head god, Wang Yi's control range of the Bon Kun can be said to be greatly increased, which is a bit like the transmission and reception of long-range radio waves. However, for the sake of convenience, Wang Yi is still preparing to design a dedicated communication chip, which can be connected to Lin Shurqin at that time. With the intervention of magic, communication within the range of the Mage Tower is not a big problem. Boss, the Norwegian shipping king's interception was very successful, and he is quite frustrated now. The voice from Lin Shurqin made Wang Yi feel better. After knowing the disgusting actions of the Norwegian shipping king, Wang Yi, who happened to have related needs, was ready to intervene directly. At present, Umbrella's first autonomous control area has been determined to be a sea city. Tens of millions of tons of orders are scattered, relying on 3 million-ton core platforms to assemble, which is enough to complete the prototype of the sea city. In fact, if two 10,000-ton cargo ships are too close to each other on the sea, they may be in danger under the impact of the waves. The total number of platforms exceeding 10 million tons is assembled, and the strength of the connecting materials is crucial. After all, the sea is not calm, and the large cargo ships built can rush into typhoons when necessary. It is necessary to ensure that the connecting materials are not torn. However, Wang Yi can rely on magic patterns for protection, which can easily solve this problem. When the prototype is built, and the entire platform becomes a private land, some of the black technologies combined with deep magic on it can be really moved out. If you just use it for yourself without considering mass production, you can refer to the battery gap that Wang Yi has tinkered with before. If you give Wang Yi time, even a real cold fusion reactor can be knocked out to become the power of the sea city. In this case of placing the base camp on the sea, the demand for ships is naturally the more the better. It doesn't matter if it's not suitable. You can modify it. Many of the previously ordered ones have their own engineering facilities and are quite powerful. For example, the 100,000-ton floating dock can even be used to repair aircraft carriers to a certain extent. If some more are purchased, it will be enough for Wang Yi to complete the subsequent modification and expansion. So the Norwegian shipping king is indeed a delicious piece of fat meat for Wang Yi. What Lin Shurqin said was intercepted when the Norwegian shipping king was transferring his assets and preparing for the subsequent bankruptcy reorganization, and was snapped up by Umbrella. The Norwegian shipping king's transfer of assets, of course, cannot be too open and above board. Otherwise it may really arouse vigilance and inconvenience his subsequent plans. He mainly relies on bank loans and pledges, and uses auctions to transfer. Originally, in this case, it is difficult for him to win over his left hand and right hand. But obviously this does not include Umbrella. At the beginning, everything was planned well. But Umbrella's sudden intervention really disrupted the Norwegian shipping king's plan. He also wanted to persuade the remote control company to keep raising the price to persuade him to withdraw. But in the bank's auction, Umbrella directly asked for the other party's qualifications to be identified, suspecting that it was the auctioneer's agent. Then they took some photos of relevant evidence themselves, which immediately drove the Norwegian shipping king's remote control company out of the game, turning the transfer into a real fire sale. Chapter 270. This deal is okay. In fact, some businesses in the maritime field are not something that ordinary people dare to take over casually. Are you afraid of pirates? Are you afraid of an accident on the ship? The Norwegian shipping king can get such a big name now, with all kinds of titles. It is impossible for him to be a good man. If he really takes it, it will be more difficult to deal with than those houses that have been rented for 20 years. But Umbrella can really. Who is it? What a big guts. Who gave them the courage to challenge me in my field? John Fredrickson smashed his beloved teacup directly after receiving the call in his study. I thought it was just a formality, and the greetings that should be made were in place. And he, the Norwegian shipping king, also had this face. But I didn't expect that he was intercepted. It was obvious that he had been waiting for a long time to get his remote control company out of the game. This led to the high-quality assets worth more than $1 billion in his hands being sold at a low price. Because of his efforts, no other competitors came to compete, which directly led to no selling price at all. Only 30% of them were sold. Moreover, these are high-quality assets. He is unwilling to sell them at par or even at a premium. Many of them are things that are hard to buy with money. He was really angry. But when he heard that it was Umbrella, he calmed down immediately. The original series of real business war plans were immediately extinguished in his heart. Pirates dare not take this kind of work, even if they can be invited. The cost is too high. The live broadcast of Umbrella at that time is still vivid. Just stole a battery and killed through it directly. That kind of individual quality and equipment. That kind of zero-loss clearance. Movies dare not shoot like this. Too exaggerated. Although the previous record was not broadcast live, just hearing some text descriptions is enough. Sweeping across the 12 cities of Bagua in 7 days. The financial backer behind the congressman died mysteriously, and the CEO of Wano and many participants turned over a new leaf. This is a very reasonable person who is not provoked, and very unreasonable if provoked. Although he is known as the Norwegian shipping king, he is really no match. No matter which road, whether it is a normal channel or a real channel, it is the same. Do you have money? Yes. But they are richer. The cash flow is more than your total assets. How can this be compared? This huge loss almost made him want to cry. They are all his high-quality assets. Various new ships and offshore drilling platforms, and some crucial port shares. It can be said that even if the things he has been planning for the past few years are successful, it may not be able to make up for this loss. Money is not omnipotent. The high-quality assets he lost are related to his right to speak. Damn it! Isn't Umbrella not involved in this? The Norwegian shipping king also felt quite a headache at this time. Umbrella's investment in the shipbuilding industry is so large that he was certainly shocked. However, through inquiring through channels, most of what Umbrella manufactures are engineering platforms. It is more like a supply platform, an industrial platform, a maintenance and rescue platform, and some floating docks. Although there is no commercial value at all, this kind of thing cannot escape logistics and has little impact on him. There are several exploration platforms, but they don't seem to be competing with us. It's really hard to suddenly intercept like this now. Contact Umbrella and discuss with them to see if they are interested in exchange. John Fredrickson could only sigh in the end, and took all the losses by himself. Now we have to find a way to exchange the port shares back. Umbrella itself should mainly want ships and platforms, which they have a lot of, and can be exchanged. He's hooked. There was a strong wind outside the villa, and the villa was warm and blooming inside. Wang Yi lazily enjoyed the massage of these South Korean succubi, and ate the fruits fed to his mouth, which was too corrupt. The days of the South Korean chaebols really made people feel decadent. On the other side, Xian Yayan was also directing several people in the kitchen. If the cooking skills are not good, the ingredients will make up. Although it was a storm outside, merchants also sent the freshest ingredients and some semi-processed finished products in the storm. A large butter crab with a price of 2,000 or 3,000 per pound, and freshly cut tuna. Butter crabs are a rare mutant among blue crabs. Adult crabs have an accident during their last molting, which can cause the claws of these crabs to be full of crab roe and taste delicious. Simply steam them, and you can start eating. Add some elf fruit wine to help. It is really comfortable. Now I have heard the good news from Lin Shichin, which is naturally more comfortable. Tell him how he treats you. Tell him that we agree to replace him. But he must also agree to our requirements and complete the relevant modifications of his ships. Now we have contacted all the production capacity we can contact. So let him use his own channels. Understood? Anyway, we will pay the deposit. Lin Shichin naturally understood what Wang Yi meant. At most, the deposit would not be paid. Let's see who you can sell your ships to after the modification. Transform? John Fredrickson heard the information from his subordinates and looked at some related contract samples. And he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The legal department has confirmed that there is no problem with the contract. And they are also sincere in paying the deposit first. Now, due to Umbrella's orders at the shipyard, there are not many factories with production capacity. Most of the remaining ones are old shipyards in Europe. It is normal that Umbrella cannot reach them. And the prices are relatively expensive. Perhaps this is their original purpose. Because John Fredrickson was ready to cheat people. He was quite cautious and vigilant about this cooperation. He also discussed it with his team several times. Combined with the orders that Umbrella is currently completing at the shipyard, it was finally determined that this is what Umbrella wants. The deposit they paid in advance at the shipyard reached 60%, which almost solved all the worries of the shipyard. There is no financial pressure at all. So they work overtime and work hard. We are only willing to pay 10%. Can it be increased? John Fredrickson asked one of his staff members, who was specialized in analyzing and researching Umbrella. After hearing this, the staff slowly shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's difficult. After all, he only asked us to modify it, not to build it. The ship itself is our property. Paying 10% already shows sincerity. And from what we know so far, Umbrella's previous auction was mainly for the ships in the supporting package. Wouldn't they give them to us first this time so that we can modify them together? They bear greater costs and risks. After all, they have no interest in the port's equity. According to the information they have learned, they do not participate in some of the port's meetings, but just take dividends. John Fredrickson was relieved when he heard this, and then nodded with satisfaction. Yes, they also want to make money. If they tear up the agreement, both sides will suffer, and they may even lose more. No one will go against money. For now, Umbrella's reputation is still quite good, and it has strong financial resources. It has directly ordered so many new platforms before, so it is not surprising that they would pay attention to the transformation of old platforms. Chapter 271 Ship Factory joins hands. The negotiation between the Norwegian shipping magnate and Umbrella went quite smoothly. Umbrella even temporarily gave the rights to represent the equity of the port that it bought in a package to John Fredrickson. That is, the equity itself is still in Umbrella. But John Fredrickson is given the power to exercise power and participate in the decision-making of the port. This will temporarily prevent John Fredrickson's influence from being reduced. After the modification is completed and fulfilled, it will be officially delivered. Of course, Umbrella also has conditions. That is, the modification must meet their requirements, cannot be fooled, and must accept their inspection. For this, of course, it is a normal requirement. Inspection? Of course, Party A has the qualifications. John Fredrickson even calculated that if the modification is carried out according to Umbrella's requirements this time, he can not only redeem the assets, but also make up for the loss of the difference in the low price, and even make a small profit. This made him sigh that Umbrella is rich and powerful, and made him, a shipping magnate who ranks among the top 100 richest people, feel a sense of money slapping in the face. But we need to be quick. We can't wait until Daewoo and DSHI have problems with their plans. John Fredrickson assigned tasks to his subordinates and mobilized those old European shipyards to work overtime for the modification. Money is not a problem. It's all in place. But DSHI asked if our contract can be modified. John Fredrickson frowned when he heard his subordinates report. What did they notice? They said that they have difficulty in cash flow recently. They wanted to take out a loan, but it was stuck and not approved. They are afraid of delaying the construction period, so they want to increase the deposit by 10%. This made John Fredrickson's eyes light up. And then he said, Okay, but you must write down the content of this negotiation in writing. It happens that Umbrella has given us some of money, so just give it to them temporarily. Everyone lacks cash flow. Originally, even if the other party had something to say, John Fredrickson would not pay so readily. However, it just so happened that one of his high-quality assets was sold at a low price, and he had extra cash, and then Umbrella paid him a deposit for the modification. In this case, it's okay to add 10% to the CSSC, because this order is still enough to drag them down. And once this negotiation is written and recognized by both parties, then he can sue in return, saying that the CSSC delayed the delivery time due to financial pressure, and he should pay him back, as long as they are delayed until bankruptcy and liquidation. The debt can be exchanged for their assets. Double happiness. On the other side, CSSC, seeing the reply from the Norwegian shipping king, they were relieved. And then someone smiled at Gu Nan at the meeting and said, "Director Gu, it's a good thing to have safety awareness, but you can't judge a gentleman by your own standards. The Norwegian shipping king is generous enough. Look, isn't he willing to pay an extra 10% deposit?" At this time, the old man in the main meeting also smiled and said, "Director Gu's original intention was good. He reduced the trouble of the group and saved us the pressure of funds. This is a merit. Everyone should learn more in the future." Gu Nan was also slightly relieved at this time. He was really scared when he heard Wang Yi's words before. If something went wrong, it might directly lead to bankruptcy. But now it's much better. Of course, he couldn't blame Wang Yi for talking nonsense. It was definitely a favor for him to mention his news. And looking back, the behavior over there was very strange. Now that he can get 10% more deposit, it is already a victory. When Wang Yi was on vacation at the beach, because of the reduction in production of Snapdragon 810, a lot of production capacity vacated by the round wafer factory was directly eaten by Umbrella's White Queen. The performance of the White Queen has been directly confirmed by the product and has been tested. Although they are both ARM 64-bit public version architecture quad-core chips with 20nm process, they are not at the same level compared to Qualcomm's Snapdragon 810. It can almost be regarded as the gap between the upper and lower limits. The power consumption and performance are almost at the extreme of the same level. Even BaiHo's design has now been brought to engineers from major chip factories and used as a textbook case. There is definitely something wrong with their design software. All current EDA software cannot achieve this effect, although they use AMR's public version architecture. There are also many of their own things in it. I checked it before. They have applied for many patents. Patents are fine. They also use ours. They can cross-exchange them at that time. But what about software design? If they can keep this efficiency, no one will be able to compete with them in the field of mobile phone chips in the future. There are 2 billion transistors on a 20nm process chip, and the design must rely on software assistance. This is also why the chip needs to be taped out for testing, because it is normal to have problems. Umbrella is a special case. Although EDA software is powerful enough, it has opened up the upstream and downstream and has first-hand information. But software is software, and there will always be places that cannot be achieved. Anyway, I took BaiHo's chip and tested it continuously, and studied it continuously. The more I studied, the more speechless I found that this chip was terrible. It can almost be said that the performance of all aspects of the chip has been brought to the extreme, and the optimal solution has been selected. In fact, the total number of transistors has not exceeded that of other chips with the same 20nm process, but it has reached a certain limit. In comparison, the Snapdragon 810, which is also a 64-bit ARM public version architecture quad-core chip, was directly crushed, even if there is a breakthrough in the process. With the 14nm process that several wafer factories are talking about now, it is probably impossible to surpass this effect. It has surpassed the process by relying on the advantages of chip design. In fact, the EDA manufacturers are also anxious. But there is no way. Umbrella has purchased their software normally, and has not sold engineering software to the outside world. With Umbrella's strength, do you ask them to check? An engineer also expressed his helplessness. In fact, the three major EDA manufacturers are on the strong side. The effect and market are here. As the basic industrial software, they can make many demands. But some requests also have to be addressed to different people. Umbrella has bought your software services and paid for them. You are still complaining to them, and even using some crooked means. To be honest, I dare not. Or it is not worth it for them to take this risk. As the software party, they can actually see that the White Queen is not something that can be designed by their tools. But as long as Umbrella does not sell their own EDA software to the outside world and pays for theirs, the loss of their interests will be limited. In fact, most people can see that the reason why Umbrella does not sell its own software is probably that it uses a lot of things from other people's software. At the same time, because of the perfection of this design, it also reminds them of the Red Queen. if artificial intelligence is involved. It seems to be a bit understandable. We still have to call the people from those three companies. Let's discuss it. Can we pay for it? Finding other chip manufacturers to pay together is equivalent to helping the three companies buy Umbrella's upgrade services and Red Queen's auxiliary functions. They are willing to sell to other mobile phone manufacturers. As long as the price is right. They are actually easy to deal with. In fact, this is a reference to the method of the fruit side. Fruit reacts quickly. Just spend money to avoid disaster. Most mobile phone manufacturers have chosen to follow suit. So they are on the same track again with Umbrella. At present, Umbrella's performance is to follow the donkey. If you pay money and talk to him in a friendly manner, he can really discuss everything. And he is willing to share his core competitive capabilities. Chips. Can we do the same? Isn't your current problem because the three major EDA manufacturers are hiding their patents and data issues? Come on. Don't hide it. We just spend money to buy services. It's okay. In addition to money, we can also cross-exchange patents here. And you Umbrella will make a lot of money. This time, it forced our chip manufacturers to join forces. This can be regarded as an unprecedented alliance. Well, joining forces to spend money to give away patents. Chapter 272 Momentum. Technological innovation is the real productivity. I admire it. The representative of Siemens, who came to sign the contract, was full of emotion after signing the corresponding agreement. As the only non-Pyongyang enterprise among the three EDA giants, he could deeply feel how strong Pyongyang's control over these fields is. Although Umbrella also has a base in Pyongyang, it is still outside the old capital of Pyongyang because it is not listed. But it is this young company that has torn a huge crack in this tough barrier. The global EDA market is only about $10 billion, which is relatively small compared with other semiconductor fields. But there is no doubt that the status of EDA is quite important. The three giants occupy 70% of the global market share, and their own accumulation is strong enough. Talent reserves, patent reserves, technology reserves, and even data reserves are all here. They maintain close ties with the upstream and downstream industries of semiconductors and can obtain first-hand data. Relying on these, they can sit firmly in the top position of the current EDA market. It can be said that if you want to challenge and catch up with them, it will definitely be a long-term project. However, Umbrella is different. Relying on the advantages of artificial intelligence and supercomputers, it directly launched a dimensionality reduction attack and crushed them to the ground in an instant. All the accumulation seemed to vanish overnight. Fortunately, their foundation is solid enough. And various data are also used by Umbrella. Relying on the constraints of the rules of the game, they have the qualifications to bargain in front of them. Because it is not convenient to sell what Umbrella has made. The three major EDA manufacturers have obtained the current deal with the funding of several chip factories. EDA Factory 3 purchased optimization and upgrade services, and the connection function of Red Queen from Umbrella. And the money was paid by chip manufacturers and EDA Factory 3. At the same time, various chip manufacturers also completed the cross-exchange of patents with Umbrella, which formed the current situation. That is, Umbrella obtained the right to use many practical chip patents including the Qualcomm tax patent, and at the same time obtained a large amount of cash flow. But the price was to strengthen the design capabilities of friendly companies. At the same time, it also avoids the risk of Umbrella's monopoly. Just one move is equivalent to directly letting Umbrella tear off an important piece in the semiconductor field. Just one design has allowed Umbrella to gain a firm foothold in the field of chip design. It is equivalent to other companies using money and patents to buy a qualification to compete on the same stage from Umbrella. After the software optimization, not to mention that all manufacturers will be able to match Umbrella's chips in the future. But at least there is a possibility of catching up and sharing. Instead of the previous White Queen in front of the engineers of major manufacturers. Similar to mobile phone manufacturers, paying money as protection fees in exchange for a chance to survive. Today, the global booming development after the 2008 crisis and the new engine of economic growth can be said to have a huge connection with the mobile internet. To a certain extent, the popularity of smartphones is equivalent to half an innovation. And Umbrella's several moves have also established his position as the mainstay of this wave. If it goes public, it will surpass Apple, a unicorn company that has seized the opportunity to take off. The company that has taken away most of the profits from the smartphone wave. After the EDA negotiations were completed and Umbrella received funding and patents, CNN and other media also focused on reporting Umbrella's deeds. CNN had clearly published related reports some time ago. But now it immediately changed its tone without any hesitation. And there was no sense of shame for spitting in its own face. Shame? What is that? All kinds of gorgeous words. All kinds of high-pitched words. Blowing the sky and the earth. It seems that in the new field, all manufacturers are vulnerable to umbrella. But there is no doubt that this is definitely a means of flattery. Although it is bragging, it is not well-intentioned. It's just that many of the things these media said are indeed true. Now umbrella can be said to have just entered the mobile phone field. At the beginning, it attracted attention by relying on the super battery life. However, what no one expected was that umbrella, which was just a test, would become a big hit once it entered the mobile phone field. As strong as fruits. For stars can only bow down to umbrella and make corresponding compromises. Because of the shipment volume, umbrella has not occupied much of the global mobile phone market share yet. But the hardware of batteries, screens, and cameras, integrated technology, artificial intelligence software enhancement, and the emerging chip field, even if they have just started to work hard, can make people see umbrella's massive money-making ability in the future. These negotiations, compromises, and cooperation are just a beginning. A beginning to open umbrella's money-making ability. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the previous biochemical incident at Seoul University, and umbrella's extremely strong response of "I really have it," plus umbrella's terrifying individual capabilities, and special operations capabilities. Umbrella, which has not been listed, and has not let the Wall Street tycoons eat this profit, is enough to die 10 times. Various targeted bills have appeared. Various executives have been trapped. Various sanctions have been imposed. Various real business wars have been launched. And even unfounded charges may be imposed. Super performance batteries represent new energy and the future. Smartphones have opened up a new trend and will be the core of the next few years. Artificial intelligence has also begun to show its strength. Holding these two major interests at the same time is enough to start a war. A real war. But now this situation has been stabilized by umbrella. In addition to the ultimate trump card of super special operations and biochemical cooperation that may appear at any time around the world and break through various defenses, umbrella's knowledge can also be said to be the top priority. Artificial intelligence external authorization, integrated authorization, chip design authorization, battery sales, opening factories in multiple places, and even the direct sale of electrode materials that are being considered. Although umbrella has made a lot of profits, it has also successfully completed a redistribution, which is within the scope that all parties can barely accept. But even so, Lin Shurqin reminded Wang Yijin, that's enough. Now all parties are constantly increasing their vigilance and fear of umbrella. After all, umbrella appeared too short a time ago. So short that before anyone could react, it became a behemoth that was a little hard to understand. Now many voices such as alien spies, real umbrella, the mastermind, and so on have appeared. It is hard to say whether it was formed naturally or deliberately leaked. Money is really different from money. Wang Yi was also a little emotional after hearing some of the information reported by Lin Shurqin. Umbrella has actually never stopped its impact investment, and is still acquiring shares of some companies, and getting some seats. But it is subject to corresponding restrictions everywhere. It seems that both sides of the melee have resistance to umbrella. In fact, there is also a shadow of the organization behind the Sackler family behind this. It is obviously US dollars. But the effects of US dollars and US dollars are different. Which is really ironic. But it is also true. If it is really the same, then the huge foreign exchange reserves in the country will buy, and everything will have caught up. After reaching a certain level, money itself is just a voucher for exchanging goods. Nothing more. The Norwegian shipping magnate was held at the mercy of umbrella because his losses could not be measured simply by money. That's enough. Now we should focus on recruiting more research talents. The channels for making money are enough for the time being. We will continue to share the fruits from Purdue Pharmaceuticals. We will also send 2 new immunoglobulins to attract attention. We will continue to increase investment in ship platforms. With the extra money, we will start to order more precision machine tools. I understand. In fact, the boss can try to tackle some lifespan technologies. This should be enough to win over a group of guys who are afraid of death. Lin Shurqin suggested with a smile. Heh. Do they deserve it? Wang Yi stood in front of the window and looked down at the sea in front of him, with a cold blue glow in his eyes. He didn't care about the short-term compromise in business. But he had to develop a few technologies that could not be popularized specifically for those things. These things reminded Wang Yi of some bad memories. the capital that was raised by his undead army at the beginning. The begging faces of the nobles and royal family in the end were really disgusting. Chapter 273 Physical Magic. After using the magic tower under the beach villa and the magic crystal to deal with 3 skulls and a skull dragon, Wang Yi ended his vacation in Cheongju. The 3 skulls are about 15 meters long, and the skull dragon is made of a blue whale corpse that is nearly 30 meters long. Although it does not have the natural dragon power, the craftsmanship of the skull dragon is not bad because of the integration with the infusion of the grass head god and some dragon language magic engraved after the day after. It is a work that Wang Yi is quite satisfied with. It is almost equivalent to the pinnacle of his improvement after the collision of the knowledge of the 2 civilizations on Earth. Well, but this thing is also thrown into the sea to catch fish, mostly in the nature of experiments. At the same time, it is also the initial bodyguard when the sea city is just rising and the weapons are not yet fully armed. However, it is a bit regrettable that the thing that can bite off half of the whale's body in one bite has never been found. Which is a bit regrettable. The ocean is still too vast, and it even took a lot of time to find these corpses, especially the rare blue whale corpse. There are probably only a few hundred blue whales in the world, and most of them live near Antarctica. It is considered lucky to find a fresh corpse. After knocking out some psychic chips in the number 2 mage tower, Lin Shiqing can now command to a certain extent with the help of some transmitting and receiving devices built in Wang Yi's mage tower. However, there are also disadvantages. If there is no launch platform nearby, there is no way to deal with the specific details. At present, they are mainly buried in the seabed and pretending to be dead, or patrolling in the sea near the beach villa. Flying back to Shugyan from the warm Cheongju, you can clearly feel a damp and cold chill when you get off the plane. Qian Yayan and the members of the girl group, who were dressed coolly, quickly put on their coats and got into the car of Su Feng, who was chanting Buddha. Currently, the response to the world map is very good. Relying on the artificial intelligence service purchased by Umbrella, it has completely crushed all similar products. After returning, Qian Yayan still told Wang Yi about some recent situations. I know. You can do it. Wang Yi saw that Qian Yayan did it in an orderly manner and handed it over to her. I can find time to go to Neon again. Gu Qianqian is still fighting with that rookie ghost. At present, she is indeed much stronger than ordinary ghosts. If she can reach the current strength of Song Jinyan, it will be good. The weakened version of Dihua can be strengthened again, which has a certain acceleration effect on the integration of the bloated umbrella. Moreover, Neon's grass-headed gods and the proportion of ghosts are indeed worth Wang Yi's careful search. This time, I will not notify companies such as Panasonic and Toshiba first, but go there for a good tour. I will talk to them after I have done what I want to do. I went to Lushiaka to visit the set again, and after letting the director take a few days off, Wang Yi entered the experiment again. However, just when he was about to enter the experimental state, his alma mater secretly contacted him and asked him to help calculate a set of data. Wang Yi often does this kind of thing, so he naturally agreed readily and prepared to set off after the calculation. However, when Wang Yi saw a pancake stall owner secretly stuffing a strange hard drive into his pocket, he realized that the measured data might be related to the umbrella technology he provided. When Wang Yi saw the data, he felt like he was in a playful mood. No way. Did they make it? Wang Yi stared at the data in front of him. The data didn't contain anything else, mostly mathematical formulas. But Wang Yi could naturally see a lot of his own technical traces in it. It was about some parameters of Liege alloy. In fact, Wang Yi often helped to calculate some things. For example, Wang Yi provided extremely detailed data on the laser lens cultivation method provided at the beginning, almost feeding it to his mouth. With the purchased culture medium and resin, Rabbit had more than enough for military use. But this time, the Liege alloy made Wang Yi a little speechless. This thing doesn't have the culture medium on the magic side to help. Then through these data, he roughly understood what method Rabbit used. One is a centrifuge, and the other is a strong magnetic field. The former is used to purify nuclear materials, and the latter is used to bind nuclear fusion. After constantly adjusting the centrifuge power and magnetic field changes, and using all kinds of ratios, they barely found a production channel. In this way, regardless of cost, about 30% of the Liege alloy can be close to a specific atomic arrangement, and after separation, a battery close to 80% of the level of Umbrella's production electrodes can be made. They asked Wang Yi to help with the calculation, just to find a better solution to improve efficiency and ratio. Wang Yi felt a little emotional and silent when he saw this set of data. To be honest, He himself did not expect that someone could really use pure physical means to make it. Although the power consumption is extremely large, and the cost is extremely high. In the extreme case of being cut off, a batch of basic military use can still be made regardless of cost. I use magic to take a shortcut, and you use physics to knock it out. It's amazing. Rabbit. Wang Yi smiled. Then connected Lin Shurqin to help, and calculated these data in detail. Since you want it, I will give you the best data. Wang Yi gave a very detailed calculation process and results for a series of parameters such as centrifuge power, magnetic field strength, direction, entry point, metal mixing ratio, etc. Ensure that the original 30% shipment rate is increased to 90% at any cost. The performance after further purification is almost infinitely close to the products produced by Umbrella. The commercial competitiveness is almost zero, but it can make people feel at ease. After handing the hard drive to the pancake stall owner, Wang Yi smiled and turned back and waved his hand. It's giving me a headache to calculate this. Don't bother me during this period. Let me clean my brain. The pancake stall owner wanted to salute as usual, but he still smiled awkwardly and withdrew his hand. He took the towel on his shoulder and wiped the sweat. Then he handed the stall directly to his companions and hurriedly left under the escort of several people who suddenly appeared from nowhere. The first magic material knocked out by pure physical means. I didn't expect it was not made by me. After Wang Yi changed his clothes and boarded the first-class cabin of the plane flying from Southeast Asia to Neon, he looked at the clouds outside the ship and felt a little emotional. Now I have taken out quite a few things that have been integrated with magic. But even for one's contact lenses, I still need to rely on magic culture medium and silver array patterns to activate them. But there are a group of guys who have achieved the same effect by purely physical means without any magic intervention, which really has a certain impact on Wang Yi. Yes, magic is just a kind of dark energy. It can't be found on weekdays, because human observation methods are based on electromagnetic force. But after the law of interaction between silver and magic appeared, it can indeed be knocked out by exhaustive method. It's like the data calculated by Wang Yi with supercomputers was calculated by them with abacus. I have to admit. Chapter 274, Newbies Fighting. Wang Yi did not use Lu Hua's vest this time. After all, Umbrella Corporation is receiving more attention now. And Lu Hua's vest has been covered with the identity of Lu Hua, the representative of Umbrella. Wandering around in neon is still very eye-catching. This time, it is a new identity that Cheng Shui mailed to Jin Yanxian and then handed over to him. It is one of the new vests made by Cheng Shui, a Korean named Quan Yanjin, who used their plastic surgery and magic SHL, is a standard South Korean handsome guy. The kind of flight attendants leave their contact information on the plane. After getting off the plane, he also has a pretty good rate of turning heads at the airport. At the airport pickup place, Wang Yi saw Gu Qianqian, the little one, standing on tiptoe in the crowd and holding up a big board with Master, I'm here, written on it. The whole person was almost blocked by other people, and only the raised sign could be seen. The board was too big, and it felt like she was shaking when the wind blew, which was ridiculous. There were many people holding their phones and taking photos of her, which made her glare back. As a result, more people took photos of her. After TTE became popular, this became a habit. Wang Yi also smiled and walked in front of her and said, Let's go! Gu Qianqian suddenly heard a voice and thought that the teacher had arrived. But when she looked up at Wang Yi's face, she couldn't help but be stunned. Then she shook her head quickly and said, You found the wrong person. I'm not here to pick you up. After that, Wang Yi hit her on the head. It's me. Idiot. After feeling a familiar wave of magic power, Gu Qianqian was a little dazed, and then quickly pressed down the board and clamped it under her armpit, and her short legs trotted up and lowered her voice. Wow. No way. Teacher, you are so handsome? You didn't tell me before. Her eyes were sparkling as she spoke. A girl of her age really has no resistance to the peak-looking Nam Goryeo Appa. It's just a magic SHL. So you don't study hard. That's great. Can I do this? Can I grow taller? Gu Qianqian seemed to have a flame of struggle in her eyes, and she was full of motivation in an instant. Sorry. I can't do it. Wang Yi poured a basin of cold water, which directly turned Gu Qianqian into a deflated eggplant. It's been so long since dawn, and there is still a little breath left on you. It seems that the thing is really fierce. What preparations have you made during this period? Wang Yi asked Gu Qianqian. Then Gu Qianqian also talked about all the information she knew. Because of some reminders from Wang Yi, She investigated some people who died in the well in recent years, and finally locked on a long-haired woman. While talking, Gu Qianqian also took out a photo she got. Wang Yi took a look and saw that it was a Japanese girl who looked ordinary, with a pretty face and bangs that almost covered her eyes. Just looking at the photo, you can see a sense of introversion and unsociability. Not bad. You got all the photos? I hired a private detective. Their professional ability is quite strong in Japan. Gu Qianqian's family is well off. Although they are not a wealthy family, they are middle class enough to study in Japan. In addition, she occasionally helps to carry goods on weekdays, so her wallet is still quite solid. Her name is Murakami Yuriko. An orphan. Because she is introverted, there is little information about her. But from people who know her, we know that she is extremely unsociable and has been diagnosed with depression. So it was determined to be a normal suicide. Gu Qianqian took out the information obtained by the private detective. Because he suffers from depression, Wang Yi was not sure whether it was suicide for a while. After all, the dry well is a magic depression. As long as this woman has the relevant talent, it is normal for her to commit suicide. I just don't know what this super unsociable guy is obsessed with. Well, does she come every night? Well, at first, yes. I couldn't sleep well, but later I beat her, and she became every other day. Gu Qianqian said solemnly, and Wang Yi nodded when he heard it. It's better to deal with Gu Qianqian first. However, when Wang Yi followed Gu Qianqian back to the apartment building she rented, he felt a little speechless. That ghost lives in the bathroom next to Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian's ability was still very poor, and her range of perception was limited. She only knew that her home was very cold, and the reason should be caused by the thing that often came here. But she didn't know it was next door. Wang Yi couldn't get too far without using detection magic under this lazy magic. But this was too close. So naturally he couldn't hide it. It would not be bound by the land of death. And it was already a climate from the breath. It was not as good as Lin Shurqin and the others, but it was much stronger than ordinary ghosts. It had completed the transformation and could move freely. Moreover, Wang Yi found that after she heard Gu Qianqian's voice and felt that she had returned, she quietly peeked over the wall and looked inside. After seeing Wang Yi follow Gu Qianqian in, a fierce expression was clearly revealed on her originally pretty face. Her hands were tucked into her long white sleeves as if she wanted to rush out. But it was still daytime after all, and the sunlight coming in from the window prevented this. And she silently shrank back. Wang Yi's expression became subtle. This thing may not be like what Gu Qianqian said, that it is inseparable from her every day. Maybe it just came to play with her. Wang Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Orphanage. Introverted. Lonely. Depressed. No friends. The obsession is to make friends? This made Wang Yi look back at Gu Qianqian, who was chattering and telling her heroic deeds, and felt a little weird. It's really interesting to tease such a thing. The kind that can cry for a long time after a punch. When she appeared, I felt a chill, and immediately knew that it was not good. The teacher taught me how to deal with this situation. I calmed down immediately, very calmly, and then chose the best plan, using the evil spirit to disperse, and shook her away. Gu Qianqian said while holding a talisman, dancing and telling her great achievements. Wang Yi cooperated and kept nodding his head. Sodies. As the sky gradually darkened, Gu Qianqian took a defensive posture and said, as if facing a great enemy, although she is now scared of me, and has changed from coming every day to coming every other day, she is still very punctual every time she shows up. Teacher, be careful. Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Gu Qianqian, who looked so small even when stepping on the bed. Most likely, she came here because she disturbed your rest every night. Looking at Gu Qianqian's current appearance, it is likely that the heroic deeds she described are a bit exaggerated. Gu Qianqian was born with yin and yang eyes, so she should be used to this kind of thing. Wang Yi trusted her words from a distance at first. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. I really want to see what her real combat situation is like. She will be beaten to tears. Wang Yi was eager to move, and felt like he was about to pee. But the next moment, he felt the breath of being targeted by the evil spirit. Soon, the black hair passed through the ceiling and entangled with him. Good guy. He attacked him without saying a word. And if this strength was used to deal with Gu Qianqian at the beginning, she would definitely be in a mess. I guess she would have to rely on the passive protection props he gave her to save her life. It's not a wise choice to attack me directly. Wang Yi reached out and grabbed the hair, pulled it off, and dragged Yuriko's entire spirit out and threw it at Gu Qianqian's feet. scaring her so much that she almost screamed. She closed her eyes and held the bracelet over there, waving her hands and making knocking gestures. Wani almost laughed to death. Chapter 275 Murder. Okay. She actually has no ill will towards you. Wani smiled and stopped Gu Qianqian's actions, which made her stunned for a moment. And then she looked at Yuriko, who was holding her hands in her sleeves in front of her, and was a little dazed. Why does she attack me every time if she has no ill will? It's just because you can see her, and she comes to play with you. Later, she probably saw that you didn't rest well, so she came every other day to let you rest well. Otherwise, do you think you, a fool, can react to her sudden change of time? Wani was a little powerless to complain. However, Yuriko didn't speak all the time, but was floating in the sky nervously. But she couldn't do without Wang Yi's force field. Okay. The person you see is my disciple. If you want to make friends, I may be able to help you. Wang Yi started to sell Gu Qianqian without hesitation. In fact, Yuriko is more difficult to deal with than Song Jinyan's previous request in Seoul. Because it's just revenge. It's actually very simple. Even if Song Jinyan played cat and mouse for a while, it's actually quite simple. Come on. For Wang Yi, any revenge against an individual is a matter of no consequence. An individual is an individual. As long as the individual's influence is limited to the individual's scope and not escalated to the whole, then even if he is the boss, it's fine. Just like Umbrella's several actions did not expand the impact. Because it was just a warning, not a massacre, and did not rise to the opposite of all capital. And it was moderate. But Yuriko's strange request is much more troublesome. Fortunately, Gu Qianqian is his disciple, and he can still control her. And there are other big brothers and big sisters who can be friends. Otherwise, he might have to choose forced slavery. Panasonic, Toshiba, and some industrial machine tool companies in Neon can have good value. When the time comes, let her do a good job in Dihua here. The recruitment went smoothly. Yuriko actually seemed very happy after Wang Yi made a silver body that could move freely in the sun. Although she didn't speak, she always followed Gu Qianqian's ass and hung her. It made Gu Qianqian very annoyed. What are you doing? If you come this close, I'll beat you up. Damn it. I'll beat you up. Teacher. Look. She's always following me. Yuriko rarely smiled, as if she was very happy to see Gu Qianqian like this. And she hung on her back. It's hard to say, but it's also easy to say. Isn't it good to have a friend? A friend that only you can see. Wang Yi smiled at Gu Qianqian. From his current observation, this girl is generally qualified. She can be formally absorbed into Umbrella after graduation. I don't want it. Gu Qianqian turned around and glared at Yuriko, making the latter's eyes smile. By the way, teacher, I found some new places and marked them all. I'll take you there. Not bad. You know how to share your teacher's worries. You're too slow. Give me the location and I'll handle it. Wang Yi patted Gu Qianqian's head. Wang Yi was of course very satisfied with his disciple's efforts. As for the fact that this guy was studying here and not doing his job properly, Wang Yi didn't care much about it. With his wealth, how could he let his apprentice starve? They were all learning skills, and it was obviously more promising to learn from him. After getting the map marked by Gu Qianqian, Wang Yi turned around and went out. Because Gu Qianqian went to look for it on her own initiative this time, and followed some urban legends. There were more than a dozen places. Gu Qianqian herself was born with yin and yang eyes, and her mental power was highly active. After Wang Yi taught her to meditate, she was able to gather her spirit, and her spiritual perception was naturally higher. She might not be able to find the vengeful spirits at the first time, but it was no problem to judge whether there were any. So the probability of the existence of these dozen places was much greater than that of traditional urban legends. In addition, Wang Yi planned the route again, and also went to tinker with some shrines that he could visit on the way, and caught all the grass-headed gods. Muri Ryuichi felt uncomfortable all over when walking on the crowded streets, and he couldn't help but lower the brim of his hat. Carrying a large backpack, wearing a baseball cap, wearing loose sportswear, plus a fat body of more than 200 pounds and the wrinkles of the clothes. He looks a bit sloppy. If it weren't for Shion-chan, I wouldn't want to come out. Maori Ryuichi muttered in his heart. He is a standard otaku in Japan, but he is a top student and a technical otaku. He has a good attainment in accounting, finance, and even some related laws and regulations. He also has a good hacking level and can take some orders on the internet to complete the business, because it is only a part-time job. As long as he takes a few days at the end of each month to complete the work, The income is still considerable. After becoming financially independent, he began to continuously invest money in what he likes. Anime, figurines, games, plus some bad discs and so on. He does what he likes every day. So although it looks a bit strange in the eyes of outsiders, he lives a very fulfilling life. On weekdays, he may go out for some comic exhibitions or some sales meetings. But today, he was there for another reason. A bad teacher he liked very much was holding an offline event today. The winners had the opportunity to participate in the production process of the Thanksgiving festival, which made Maoli Ryuichi very excited. He went there early before dawn to wait. And because he had a full set of all the genuine discs, he was also lucky to be selected and was verbally rewarded on the spot. When the Thanksgiving festival was filmed, he would be notified in advance, and he might even come directly to his apartment to shoot. This made Maoli Ryuichi feel light and fluttery. Thinking of the previous experience and the hotness of Teacher Cheyenne, Maoli Ryuichi couldn't help but fall into aftertaste and expectation while walking on the road. And he became a little distracted. Bang! The distracted Maoli Ryuichi was bumped at the door of his apartment, which made him sober up and couldn't help but bow his head and apologize repeatedly. It's okay. Be more careful next time. A gentle voice came, and Maoli Ryuichi looked up and saw that it was a very handsome guy, with a feeling of an idol from South Korea. The slight smile on that face made even Maoli Ryuichi feel as if he was electrocuted. And at the same time he became even more cowardly. And he kept bowing as if he had bumped into the other person and made him dirty. But soon, the handsome guy left. Seeing that he came out of the apartment building, Maoli also felt a little confused. When did the idol move into the apartment? I don't remember. But he is so handsome. If he is like this, he should always be very popular. Maoli showed an envious look. He also wanted to be such a person. But every time he decided to lose weight, he wanted to postpone it to tomorrow, and then slowly gave up. After being dazed for a while, he stepped into the door of this slightly old apartment building again. Apartment buildings are different from residential buildings. There are many residents on each floor, and the number of elevators is relatively small. It often takes a while to wait for the elevator. Standing at the door and listening to the occasional elevator creaking sound, Maoli couldn't help but think of the filming of the Thanksgiving festival later. It's really exciting. But I don't know if it will make a lot of noise when I come in. Will Qianqian next door think I'm a pervert? Maoli became worried again. My neighbor is a super cute little sister, who should still be studying. Maybe a junior high school student or elementary school student. She is kind-hearted. She will greet me with a smile even when I go out in a sloppy manner. She looks like an angel when she smiles. I feel good every time I see her. Sometimes she will make some handmade cakes to share with neighbors. I have eaten them myself, and they are delicious. Ding. The elevator opened. Maoli Ryuichi walked in and pressed the 14th floor. However, just when the elevator door was about to close, a leather jacket man wearing a baseball cap and a mask trotted over, as if he was going to get on the elevator. So Maoli Ryuichi quickly pressed the door opening button again. The man also glanced at Maoli Ryuichi after he came in, but he didn't say anything and looked a little gloomy. After taking a look at the floors on the elevator, the man pressed the 15th floor, and the elevator door slowly closed. At this moment, a news clip suddenly popped up on an advertisement window hanging in the apartment building outside the closed elevator door. Serial murders have reappeared. The Metropolitan Police Department said it was a copycat crime. The murderer of the last serial murder committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Now we are soliciting clues from the public. It is known that the murderer has disguised many cases as suicides. Chapter 276 Abnormal. Gu Qianqian was lying on the bed, flipping through a book and eating cookies. You know what? My memory has improved after meditation, so I can really get into the University of Tokyo. Yuriko next to her continued to be silent, just floating around Gu Qianqian. After Wang Yi helped her make a silver body, she was much happier than before. Now that she could move freely without fear of the sun, she just didn't talk much. But at this moment, Gu Qianqian's cell phone rang suddenly, and she was a little surprised when she saw a strange number. Excuse me, is this classmate Gu Qianqian? This is the XX police station. If it was a few years later, it would probably be considered a telecom fraud immediately. But there are not many such routines now. So Gu Qianqian said a little nervously, "It's me." During this period, in order to find the traces of the vengeful spirit, Gu Qianqian was not honest, and often climbed over the wall secretly at night to confirm something. She thought something had happened. If it was really a telecom fraud at this time, it would be possible to cheat her bulging little purse. Excuse me. Where are you now? We have something to confirm with you. Gu Qianqian quickly gave her address, and then asked again. Excuse me. What can I do for you? Can you tell me first? After a moment of silence, the other side explained the situation. It's like this. Did you entrust Detective Jin Tian with some business some time ago? Yes. Our school went on a school trip and saw a strange place and was very curious. So I asked him to find out about it. Gu Qianqian quickly explained. Although it is rare for a curious little girl like her to have such an idea, it is not impossible to understand. Right? Yes. That's it. We want to come here to find out more and make a record. Detective Jin Tian is dead. The sudden information made Gu Qianqian's scalp tingle. Detective Jin Tian is dead? However, it is obvious that the detective is just doing routine work and does not suspect Gu Qianqian of anything. It is more just to collect clues. From the fact that they came to ask at the door and called in advance to notify, we can know the general attitude. She hung up the phone a little dazedly, until the sound of the door opening next door came to her mind. She didn't expect Detective Kaneda to die. Did you do it? Gu Qianqian asked Yuriko hurriedly, causing Yuriko to shake her head with a blank look on her face. She obviously didn't have this idea. And this was the first time Yuriko spoke. Maybe it was my murderer who found out that a detective was investigating and killed him. This made Gu Qianqian a little confused and then said, You can talk? And? Didn't you commit suicide? Depression? The teacher didn't say anything special. No. I was killed. And that pervert did something very excessive to my body. Yuriko talked about how she died with a serious expression, causing Gu Qianqian to swallow. She had indeed seen these things since she was a child. But hearing this now still made her feel a little creepy. At this moment, there was another harsh creaking sound from the corridor outside, which was the sound of the door at the staircase being pushed open. Because few people walk up the stairs on the upper floors, the door is always closed. The sound of opening is very unique and harsh. Someone came in from the stairs? Strange. Not taking the elevator. On the other side, Maoli Ryuichi, who had just returned to the room, had just put down his clothes and recalled the verbal reward for today's fan meeting. His expression gradually became salty. Thanksgiving will come to my place to shoot. I'm really looking forward to it. Then the harsh creaking sound also woke him up from his sweet dream. Strange. Who walks here? But the next moment Maoli Ryuichi's mind appeared the leather jacket man who chose to go to the first floor, wearing a baseball cap and a mask. His face could not be seen clearly. When he entered the elevator, he obviously paused and pressed the button. Did he go up to the 15th floor first and then came down? Why? Maoli Ryuichi is a technical geek who can make himself live a comfortable life by working a few days a month. Although he is socially anxious and doesn't like to go out, his brain is definitely good. With the current clues, it is almost unnecessary to think about it. Judging from the time, it is that guy. But what is he doing? Why doesn't he come out with me? Avoid me? He is so sneaky. There is no doubt that he is up to no good. This made Maoli Ryuichi a little nervous. After rummaging around at home, he found the oversized metal kettle on his table, held the handle and carefully moved towards the door, looking at the corridor outside through the cat's eye. Sure enough, not long after, the leather jacket man appeared in the cat's eye range, and it was obvious that he paused and looked up at me. For a moment, Maoli Ryuichi thought that the other party saw him, and he took a step back. But then he found that the other party should be looking at the house number. Then he watched him slowly take out a dagger from his arms and walk towards the next door. Maoli Ryuichi's heart suddenly rose to his throat. His target was actually Qian Xinjiang. It was that little angel. In an instant, Mao Lilongjie thought of the recent serial murders. The victims were all women, and they were linked to the cases a few years ago. Damn. Didn't the murderer commit suicide before? What should I do? The other party has a murder weapon. Should I? However, the next moment, the leather jacket man quickly took a step back, his eyes glued to the cat's eye, and he could even clearly see the other party's pupils and feel the cruelty. Was it the noise made by the other party looking back at the door just now that scared him back? Did the other party notice it? Then he saw the murderer making a throat-cutting gesture at this side at the door. Although the mask covered his face, he could still feel a threatening and fierce aura. What should I do? Should I call the police? Will he hate me? Will he retaliate against me if he is not caught? While struggling in his heart, he saw the other party coldly coming to the next door. Not long after, There was a knock on the door next door. Indistinctly, he also felt the movement of someone jogging over to open the door. Hey, they're here. So fast. Gu Qianqian put on her slippers and trotted over. But before she opened the door, she suddenly heard a roar from the fat neighbor. Don't open the door. There's a murderer outside. I've called the police. Help! Help! The sudden voice scared Gu Qianqian. And the next moment, her door was kicked hard. The force was so strong that the entire door frame shook. However, Gu Qianqian was alone outside, so she still had some basic defenses. The door was very strong and could not be kicked open easily. But this action also confirmed what the fat uncle next door said. He clearly felt the sound of running outside, and it seemed that he ran to the next door and kicked the door hard. Gu Qianqian stood on tiptoe and looked through the cat's eye, and could vaguely see the figure of a man in a leather jacket. Oh! It's the man who killed me. Yuriko floated on the side and said coldly. Ah? The murderer? Then go catch him. Gu Qianqian also became nervous. It shouldn't be necessary. Ding. The sound of the elevator arriving sounded, and a handsome figure appeared as the elevator door opened. The leather jacket man also rushed directly to the elevator at this time. It would definitely be faster to take the elevator for more than 10 floors. At this time, the fat man next door was still making pig-killing screams. Murder? Help! The police have been called. Really? Wang Yi couldn't help but smile at the guy in front of him, who rushed over with a dagger in his hand. It's fate. Gotcha. The hand bone was broken. The dagger fell off. And then, the whole person was thrown heavily to the ground by Wang Yi's shoulder. Puff. The mask was instantly dyed red, and the internal organs seemed to have been hit hard at the same time. Huh? After the blow, Wang Yi's eyes were obviously raised. Originally, he roughly calculated the force, and this was enough to shock the person to death. Even if he survived temporarily, he would definitely die after multiple internal organs were broken. After all, Japan's execution speed was too slow. Although serial murders of more than 3 people are usually executed, the process is so complicated that it is normal to drag on for more than 10 years. This kind of thing. Wang Yi just did it casually. However, after the fall, he discovered that this guy's recovery ability and vitality were a bit abnormal. He actually withstood the blow just now. Chapter 277 The Impact of the New Drug. The medical staff carried the leather jacket man, who had lost his ability to move away on a stretcher, while Wang Yi and Gu Qianqian were taking notes with the agents who came over. Although the self-defense clauses in Neon are relatively more relaxed, Wang Yi did not intend to make another move after the fall. There is no need, since he has changed his identity and came here. He does not want to waste too much energy and time on other things. I don't know when I will finish searching the 81,000 shrines in Neon. It's almost enough. Let them deal with the rest. Besides, this person has some physical problems. I don't know if I can find some clues by keeping him alive. Wang Yi was surprised before, mainly because of his extraordinary vitality. This feeling is somewhat similar to the sublimation potion that the Sackler family and their organization had organized. There is a possibility that it was acquired. He has arranged Yuriko to follow the murderer. If it is really a special product, then this person was caught by the Japanese authorities, and he is still a serial killer, and he is not dead. So there may be some follow-up actions. Wang Yi remembered that Lin Shirqin said that someone brought the K-virus sample from Seoul University to Japan, and there may be some relationship. Umbrella didn't create the virus, or we didn't cause it to spread, so others can't do it. Since we are here, if the investigation is found, we must deal with it. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And thank Mr. Quan for your assistance. We have a psychological counseling service here, which is free. If you need it, you can go directly. Several cooperative doctors are fine. A female agent politely completed the record, and did not mean to take them away. In addition, please keep the communication open recently. We may have some follow-up questions to ask. No problem. But I'm here to travel. So it's okay to go around? Wang Yi smiled. Of course. After the agents left, Gu Qianqian quickly jumped up and said to Wang Yi, Teacher, you were so cool just now. Can you teach me? Wang Yi looked at Gu Qianqian's little appearance. What's the point of teaching you? Gangster excitement punch? Maori Ryuichi next to him also knew at this time that this handsome guy, who he had met once before, was actually Gu Qianqian's teacher. But he didn't know what he taught. He was from South Korea. Taekwondo? But he was originally socially anxious. And now he just stood aside and didn't say anything. Fat uncle. Thank you. If you hadn't reminded me, I might have opened the door. Gu Qianqian thanked Maoli Ryuichi. Although the latter wanted to say that he was only 28 years old, he could only say you're welcome awkwardly. But in fact, Yuriko was next to Gu Qianqian, plus the passive protection props given by Wang Yi. It was not dangerous at all. But his reminder did save a lot of trouble. By the way, teacher, why are you here again? Did you forget to take something? Yes, I left something behind. Be careful not to walk around. In fact, Wang Yi was passing by a pachinko shop when he saw the news that suddenly broken outside. Although the murderer's face was not on the news, there were several disguised images under surveillance. Even though they were not dressed like the leather jacket man now, Wang Yi immediately recognized them as the ones he had passed by before. In fact, Wang Yi just thought of Junichiro, the wrongly accused pervert, and looked for him casually. He didn't expect that the other party was looking for Gu Qianqian. So he also judged that it was likely that Yuriko was killed by the other party. And then Gu Qianqian hired a detective to investigate Yuriko's affairs, which may have aroused his vigilance. It was just a matter of catching the murderer. But he didn't expect that there would be some clues pointing to the research of unknown creatures. Wang Yi went downstairs again and shook his head in self-mockery. But it's true. The sublimation potion of the Sackler family before would cause mental problems. And mental problems gave birth to serial killers. Serial killers created vengeful spirits. And I chased vengeful spirits. It's normal to be able to connect them. Originally, Junichiro had already taken the blame. If he didn't commit it again, he might be able to get away with it. But it should be that his mental problems were very serious, and he couldn't help it. I hope that I can find some clues by squatting over Yuriko. Things that Lin Shurqin couldn't find can only be found by some stupid physical methods. It doesn't seem to be very physical. While Wang Yi was sweeping the new employees marked by Gu Qianqian, and continued to search for some shrines in Tokyo, Umbrellas reorganized Purdue Pharmaceuticals. The painkiller Ankangding also passed the FDA and domestic review, becoming a new OTC painkiller. This drug is not just a painkiller. Because of the regulatory effect of serotonin, it has a very significant effect on depression, and can also treat insomnia. Although the restrictions on advertising for OTC drugs are far lower than prescription drugs, they can be advertised under certain conditions. But Umbrella did not advertise it immediately, but made multiple submissions in The Lancet, Nature, and Cell respectively. The drug principle, production process, and pharmacological effects of this Ankangding were fully announced, including the molecular formula of the drug, the results of mouse tests, and all the data of Hengsan's multi-phase clinical trials. Although many pharmaceutical companies will also apply for patents, they often publish some papers in academic journals. But it is almost impossible to make the production process completely public, because Hengsan's imitation drugs do not recognize drug patents. The only way to prevent them from imitating is by technology. But Umbrella is not afraid, because these technologies themselves require the use of Umbrella's special culture medium. Because the mess of Purdue Pharmaceuticals before can be said to be naturally hot, there are still many patients harmed by Purdue Pharmaceuticals. Now Umbrella reorganized Purdue Pharmaceuticals and came up with a new painkiller, which can be said to be dancing on the edge of a knife. Yes, this can save a lot of publicity and promotion, and make the new drug the focus at the first time. But the price is that everything will be put in the spotlight. As long as there is any flaw, it will inevitably be brought out and criticized. Therefore, the appearance of these consecutive papers can be said to be a means for Umbrella to show its confidence. The data are all public. Just come and test it at will. In fact, although Umbrella gave up a lot of shares and profits after Purdue Pharmaceuticals was reorganized, all parties had expectations for Umbrella's new products. But they originally regarded Umbrella's boasting as a normal business means. For their own products, they must keep talking about the good side, to increase the confidence of friendly competitors. Not bragging in front of investors? How is it possible? Anyway, everyone makes money together. So of course they all have the same caliber. In short, it is impossible for this group of investors to test the drug themselves. Naturally, they play music together, dance together, and then work together to quickly get Ankangding through FDA review. But now Umbrella has directly published a large number of papers, various data, and directly published them in academic journals to express its acceptance of all challenges. This attitude has made the other shareholders of Purdue Pharmaceuticals react a little. No way. Are you serious? Chapter 278, Universal. After some papers related to Ankangding were published, many pharmaceutical companies quickly began to understand and study it in depth. even including replicating it, because even the production process has been laid out. An Umbrella will sell the special culture medium, so it is not a difficult problem to completely replicate it. It's just that mass production will be a problem. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm afraid that all depression-related drugs and sleeping pills will be swept into the garbage dump in the future. In Juanua's laboratory, a researcher was holding the data in front of him, as well as some related experimental results, with his eyes full of disbelief. What Umbrella said is true. It's not an advertisement, nor is it a propaganda technique. They are just stating their drug efficacy description. Not only sleeping pills. Most cold medicines and painkillers are probably like this. Except for a few banned drugs. Traditional painkillers cannot compare with them. The effect has exceeded DO. Another researcher couldn't help but sigh at this time. DO is a type of opiate painkiller, although its painkilling effect is only about 1/8 of that of oxaliplatin. It also belongs to the category of exorphins, and has a high degree of addictiveness. It is a drug that can only be used under specific conditions. But now an OTC drug, an ordinary oral drug with no side effects and no addiction, can actually be more effective than DO? This can be said to be a miracle among painkillers. DO can only relieve pain for 2 to 4 hours, but its metabolism time is as long as 15 hours. It also has huge side effects and addictiveness, and it can only be injected. For ordinary people, before the emergence of stone-removing drugs, kidney stones were the most likely to be exposed to this type of painkiller. But now an oral OTC drug can actually suppress this level of pain. You can imagine how strong its effect is. In the past, duck slices were regarded as a panacea by the West. In fact, to some extent, it was because of the pain-killing effect. The symptoms that ibuprofen can relieve can be directly relieved by this kind of thing. To put it bluntly, cancer pain can be temporarily suppressed. If there is no reaction, can it be regarded as cured? There are also some folk remedies that have been circulated in the past, such as boiling water to cure toothache and stomachache. Of course, this thing can suppress pain, but it is not a real cure for the body. And this Ankangning is a top product that has a pure pain-relieving effect but no side effects. This is the most ideal and perfect magic medicine. This can solve the pain of many patients. Although Juanua Group has some unpleasantness with Umbrella, the board members, the previous CEO, and many executors of the previous plan have disappeared. And the main product Gleevec has also been greatly impacted by the hematopoietic stem cell cultivation technology. But for frontline scientific researchers, they don't care too much about these. They have always been devoted to scientific research. And they are simply praising this kind of magical medicine. Not only is it non-addictive, but the metabolites are substances produced by the human body itself. As for the so-called drug toxicity, it is not as serious as drinking more water. For patients with depression and insomnia, it can be taken for a long time, which can be regarded as a cure in disguise. It can also be used to relieve pain for patients with colds and other diseases. And the side effects are far lower than those of conventional cold medicines such as ibuprofen. It is a perfect substitute. The senior executives of Juanua came here to listen to some suggestions, but they heard their own technicians talking nonsense, which made them speechless. How many drugs will be affected? Is there a way to develop a competitor? Can the patent be circumvented? Don't even think about developing a competitor. This drug is a miracle in our eyes. We didn't even dare to think about it before. As for the impact, it can be seen as painkillers, cold medicines, antipyretics in all fields, all depression drugs and insomnia-related drugs. After hearing this, Juanua also felt an unusual headache. Juanua's annual sales profit of prescription drugs is as high as tens of billions. And the investment in research and development funds is nearly $10 billion US. But among these drugs, in addition to those high-priced targeted drugs for cancer, there are also many conventional drugs. This time, Purdue Pharmaceuticals Juanua failed to get a share of the pie, but instead had to bear the loss. The key is that this time Umbrella has tied up a lot of capital to the car, which is their common interest. Similar scenes actually appeared in major pharmaceutical companies, even in some groups that Purdue Pharmaceuticals has profited from. After various evaluations, various studies, and various experiments, it can be confirmed that in the future, this Ankangning may become the world's best-selling and most commonly used drug. No. Yes. 1. Because of the extremely low side effects. It can even be prescribed without thinking. However, because of its excellent efficacy, this drug also has other side effects. First, if you have to work during the day, taking the drug may cause drowsiness. If you are doing some special jobs or driving, It is not recommended to take it, or take it at night, and reduce the daytime dose. Second, if you encounter abdominal pain, please do not take the drug immediately. Go to the hospital first to determine the cause of the pain. Ankanging itself has no real healing effect except for depression and insomnia. It only relieves symptoms. It is necessary to avoid ignoring some diseases, because the drug suppresses the pain. Damn dysmenorrhea. Why do I have to suffer this? In the travel agency. By being lay on the table. And the whole person was sick. The special days of women's menstrual period will lead to a large amount of Q-like secretion, which will also lead to an increase in physical pain. Even many pains that were not noticed at other times may appear during menstruation and be noticed. And because of fatigue and work and rest problems, a large number of women will experience dysmenorrhea. So ibuprofen is indispensable for some women every month. It's just that By Bing originally had a special reserve. Today, when she opened the drawer, she remembered that she had just used it up last month. And now she can only lie here and lie there. What's wrong with Xiaoping? The boss looked at Bai Bing and asked with concern. He couldn't bear to see his employees slacking off. But he would also be very troubled if something happened to his employees at work. Boss, I'm not feeling well. Can I go buy some medicine? It's very quick. Bai Bing took the opportunity to say that her pale face was really not a disguise. You did a good job last time. I'll give you a day off. Go back and have a good rest. Come back tomorrow to make up the leave slip. Thank you, boss. Bai Bing was somewhat touched in her heart. In the eyes of many bosses, they can't bear to see their employees take a break. As long as they are free, they will arrange some work for them. But this is actually a very stupid approach, which will only cause employees to slack off and delay things that can be done quickly, seriously affecting efficiency. This kind of small travel agency actually wants unity from top to bottom. So although it is not large in scale, it is also booming. Being able to take a day off. Bai Bing felt that his pain was reduced a lot when going downstairs to the pharmacy next door to ask for ibuprofen. The salesperson of the pharmacy took a look and probably understood what was going on, and recommended with a smile. Umbrella has launched a new painkiller. Do you want to try it? The side effects are much smaller than ibuprofen, and there is no liver toxicity. Originally, when pharmacists promote drugs, most people probably know that they are recharged, and generally promote things that cost dozens of yuan or a few yuan and have similar effects. Bai Bing wanted to refuse subconsciously, but when she heard the company promoting the drug, she was a little confused and said, Umbrella's new drug? Are they selling painkillers? Not everyone is always concerned about the information on the internet, and Bai Bing is no exception. She just completed a big order a few days ago, so she didn't pay attention. Ibuprofen, as a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, has a high liver toxicity, because she often uses it. Bai Bing has paid attention to this. She used to be a hepatitis B virus carrier, and it was cured by Umbrella's immunoglobulin. The doctor also said that although the hepatitis B virus has been completely killed, it still causes some damage to the liver, and liver function should be checked regularly in the future. Now there is a drug with less side effects. So of course she is also very tempted. How much is it? Bring it to see. Hepatitis B was cured by Umbrella's medicine, and last time she saw the price comparison with hepatitis C drugs, she has a natural liking for Umbrella. 30 pills for 318. Thank you. Give me ibuprofen. It's 10 times more expensive. Boss, even Goodwill has to bow to money. Hey, listen to me. The drug effect lasts for more than 12 hours. And because the side effects are small, there is no problem with continuous use. It can also treat insomnia without side effects. The clerk quickly started to explain and illustrate. It can also treat insomnia? Is it true? Bai Bing was a little confused. Is there any medicine that can take into account so many functions? It seems that the principle is like this. There is a special publication. You can check it online. There are also 10 pills here. 122. Bai Bing glanced at the clerk speechlessly. He pushed me more than 300 yuan when he opened his mouth. Why didn't you say it earlier? Give me a box. You can use the medical insurance card here. Sure. Chapter 279 Significant Effect. Early in the morning of the next day, Bai Bing woke up full of energy, and she was a little confused when she saw the darkness outside. Shit! It's finally a day off. My TV series. My happy days. Can you really cure insomnia? Many people have sleep disorders. In fact, some young people are not unable to sleep at the beginning, but they are reluctant to fall asleep so quickly when they finally have time to spend freely. Playing games, watching TV series, reading novels, etc. will be delayed until very late. And it may be pushed later and later, slowly forming bad habits. Bing was actually one of them, which led to her poor sleep quality. Sometimes she went to bed at 1 o'clock in the morning, but she couldn't fall asleep because she was too excited to watch TV before going to bed. Especially now that TT short videos are simply addictive. She can't let go of them at all, which has delayed her bedtime to 2 o'clock in the morning. In addition to the time it takes to fall asleep, she sleeps less than 5 hours a day on weekdays. In fact, she had considered taking medication, but ordinary sleeping pills have side effects and are addictive. So she had been holding on. This time, she bought it to try because she heard that it could help her sleep without side effects. The result was really good. The pain-relieving effect was also very significant. After the drug took effect, she instantly felt no discomfort, making her feel like she could watch TV all night. But in fact, at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, she suddenly felt so sleepy that she couldn't even lift her eyelids. In the end, she went to bed without taking a shower, and then woke up full of energy before 4 in the morning, looking at the sky outside and the time on her phone. Bing couldn't help but feel speechless. The effect was too good. But, so energetic. How long has it been since I felt this way? Bing was a little absent-minded for a while, although she would sleep in on her days off. She couldn't make up for the sleep she lost on weekdays. She would get a headache if she slept too long. This feeling of being clear-headed, active in thinking, and refreshed was really super comfortable. Moreover, she took one pill yesterday, and now she doesn't feel any pain anymore. But then she lifted the quilt and saw that the veins on her forehead suddenly started throbbing. Damn! I forgot to change to the night use version. Then Bing got up early at 4 o'clock and started to busy herself with the tidying up work. And took a bath, by the way. You must remember to let him take the medicine on time. Depression is a physical disease, not just a mental one. After taking the medicine on time, he looks no different from ordinary people. But once you stop taking the medicine, this kind of thing is easy to happen. Fortunately, it didn't cause any big disaster. In a tertiary hospital, the attending doctor said to the couple in their 50s and 60s in front of him earnestly, their son has never been able to get over being cheated in a broken relationship and has suffered from depression. It was discovered when he came for a checkup because of insomnia. And then some medicine for depression was prescribed. Originally, the patient was normal because he had been taking medicine. His family even found a job for him. However, due to some side effects of the medicine and occasional dizziness and nausea, the patient stopped taking the medicine without permission. After his parents found out, they did not stop him in time, thinking that their son seemed to have recovered. But today, his son suddenly jumped from his workplace. Although it was only the 3rd floor, and he was blocked by the railing below. He was not in danger of death, but he also broke several bones, and is now groaning on the hospital bed. After treatment and taking antidepressant drugs, his son actually looks very normal now. He was surprised when asked why he wanted to jump off the building. At that time, I felt that there was nothing interesting, and everything was meaningless. In addition, I couldn't sleep well and felt a little weird and irritable and wanted to find excitement. Yes, he just wanted to find some excitement to bring some reaction to his emotions. He also said that he was not afraid at all when he jumped off the building. Now he feels scared when he thinks about it after taking the medicine. And he said that he will not do it again in the future. It hurts. Mom, I want to drink the chicken soup you made. The young man on the bed had his feet in plaster hanging up, and his face was a little pale, but it was a good thing that he wanted to eat. His mother almost cried, but she turned back to prepare soup for her son. The father wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to, fearing that he would irritate his son. So he could only sigh. At this time, the attending doctor came over and said, "Oh, by the way, Umbrella has a new drug now. Do you want to try it? It can also relieve pain." The attending doctor has not used this drug yet, although he has read some relevant reports. He is a doctor, not an expert in pharmacology research. Anyway, he feels that the efficacy is a bit unreliable. To supermodel, now I feel that since there are few side effects, and it can also relieve pain, let's give it a try. Umbrella? The stone medicine? The father was stunned when he heard this. He had gallstones for many years, and almost had to undergo surgery. It was all thanks to Umbrella's medicine that he saved his gallbladder. The leukemia of the child of a colleague at work was also cured by the technology of this company. Yes, their technology is still impeccable. But it's a new drug. Why not try it? I used their new drug at the beginning. Sometimes the old man likes to apply all his experiences. Anyway, the new drug he used last time was also good. Maybe it can be of great help to his son. And the medicine is not expensive. If it is taken twice a day to treat depression according to the instructions, it will cost about 600 yuan a month. Huh? It really doesn't hurt anymore. As the drug gradually took effect, the young man on the bed was a little surprised. That's right. You are actually mainly suffering from ligament and muscle sprain pain. And the pain-relieving effect of this drug is very exaggerated. The doctor smiled beside him. And there was another surprise in his heart. He has seen many patients with depression. Even after taking the medicine, they will still feel a little different. This young man was like this before. But now, he always feels that he seems to be more lively and more spiritual. Where is my mobile phone? It's boring. I'll watch a movie. Sure enough, he was not wrong. He is indeed a little different. This shows that the effect of the drug is very obvious in the treatment of depression. The attending physician suddenly had an idea and had thought of the topic for his new paper. Whether he could get the title depended on this one gamble. No. I must be one step faster than others. Uncle, your renal function index is abnormal. And some medicines cannot be prescribed randomly. A doctor looked at the patient in front of him, who was constantly wailing because of gout. And he also felt a little tricky. The pain of gout is unbearable. But the physical condition found by the other party made them feel very cautious when using medicine. Many patients need to do a lot of related examinations before being hospitalized. In fact, to a certain extent, the hospital is afraid of taking responsibility. In case there are any problems with the liver and kidneys, some medicines cannot be used. But at this time, a colleague from the psychiatry department came in and said, "Come on, try the drug Encangding, which has few side effects and significant effects." This made the doctor from the rheumatology and immunology department speechless. "Please, your psychiatry department is good. Really, it has analgesic effect. Produced by Umbrella. Don't worry. I came to see the situation because the patient there used it with significant effect before." Dr. Huang, who was eager to write a paper, looked at everyone like a guinea pig at this time. And even he opened a box himself and prepared to go home to test the sleep-aiding effect. Over-the-counter medicine. You can buy it at a big pharmacy. Just use it according to the instructions. I saw it said that it can effectively relieve the pain of gout. In the end, the rheumatologist really prescribed this one. Because at least it has little side effects. There will be no problems with the prescription. According to the drug toxicity report, it is safer than normal saline. Result? Why didn't it work? It still hurts. The patient was still crying. How can it be so fast? Wait a minute. After a while, when the drug effect began to take effect, it was obvious that the patient's face, which was groaning, was visibly relieved and no longer tense. Don't mention it. Hey, it really doesn't hurt anymore. What medicine is it? Can it be bought at a big pharmacy? If there is such a thing, you must prepare a few boxes. You can use it next time it attacks. You don't have to be hospitalized every time. As he finished speaking, he yawned. He didn't sleep well last night and was in so much pain. Now he really wants to sleep. Not long after, the snoring sound appeared, and the two doctors looked at each other in bewilderment. No way. Is it that amazing? Will you take me on the project? Okay. Let's go to the neurosurgery department. I checked the system before and found that there is a patient with trigeminal neuralgia who needs neuroendoscopic surgery. Save him before the surgery. Let's go! Trigeminal neuralgia is one of the most unbearable pains in the human body. Ordinary occasional trigeminal neuralgia may be induced once by factors such as fatigue and exhaustion. But sometimes there will be long-term pain caused by factors such as vascular compression. At this time, surgical treatment needs to be considered. Use a neuroendoscope to implant a gasket between the responsible blood vessel and the trigeminal nerve. The effect of the operation is quite obvious. However, since it is an operation, there are also risks of surgery. And other problems may arise after recovery. So if there is really a drug that can stabilize it for a long time, it is definitely better to choose the drug. The pain in the trigeminal nerve cannot be suppressed by non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs such as ibuprofen. Some steroidal hormone drugs and more advanced opiate painkillers can be effective. But the side effects of long-term use are obviously too much for the human body to bear. Even if a drug like ibuprofen is taken continuously for a long time, It will damage the liver and kidney function. In this case, surgery is the best solution. TSK. Aren't you destroying my income generation? The neurosurgeon joked, but notified the preparations in the operating room. He was going to explain the situation to the patient and let the patient and his family make their own choice. Umbrella is a company that is still trustworthy. I brought all the medicines with me. I use them myself. You can let them try them first. Dr. Huang took out his own medicine again. I am at great risk. What if there is a problem with this medicine? So I have to add my name. There was no accident. The pain was suppressed on the spot after the drug took effect. If there were other options, who would choose surgery? It's nerve and blood vessels. And it's creepy to hear. It's because the pain is too severe that we have to make a choice. Now that there is a better one, let's vote with our feet. The patient was discharged on the spot and left the hospital overnight. Chapter 280 Controlled Experiment. The miracle drug is born. The real panacea? Umbrella's biological heritage is revealed again. And the effect of Ankangding is amazing. It can be said that Ankangding came out with many halos. Continuous papers in related journals are directly sold as Purdue Pharmaceuticals' reorganization. Additionally, other interested parties are pushing it. It can be said that it got the biggest promotion at the first time. Cold and fever? Take an Ankangding. Can't sleep? Take an Ankangding. Pain is unbearable? Take an Ankangding. Following it, some experimental videos and some papers in top journals began to emerge one by one, and were translated and posted. There are also many more on TT short videos. An overseas TT blogger, who studies medicine in Switzerland, was the first to send out relevant test videos. Hello everyone. I am a master's student in pharmacology. This topic was also inspired suddenly. After all, Ankangding is an OTC drug, and it is easy to get it, which is very convenient for me to do experiments. However, I don't have the conditions to do double-blind tests, so I still use traditional mice to conduct experiments. The purpose is to detect addiction and pharmacological toxicity. I don't have very advanced analytical equipment, so I use the basic method of the control group. Then he started experiments and recordings every day, posting videos while writing papers and reviews at the same time. His experimental method is quite simple. So simple that people feel a little speechless. A total of 24 mice were divided into 3 groups. Each group of 8 mice. Group A's daily food is white sugar. Group B's daily food is a normal diet. And Group C's daily food is Ankangding. When his experimental process came out, it almost made people laugh. Many people left messages on his TT account. No way. You eat medicine as food? Hey, isn't it too much? A moment of silence for the mice in Group C. For this reason, the video host of Studying Medicine in Switzerland also specially released a clarification video to explain okay. Everyone. In fact, most of the ingredients in the pills are starch, which can meet the needs of mice. If Ankangding is really as described by Umbrella, then there is absolutely no problem with the experiment. After this explanation, many doubts were suppressed. In fact, it is common to use mice for pharmacological experiments. Because of their small size, it is easy to have obvious reactions, which is equivalent to being regarded as an accelerator and amplifier. But even so, other pharmacological experiments usually use fixed doses. This kind of direct eating can only be said to be novel. However, for a young medical student, an unfettered mind can make him think of this fantastic experimental method. Then everyone began to find that after a few days, these mice that ate Ankangding every day did not have any problems. It's just that the sleeping time is a little more than the other 2 control groups of mice. And I don't know if it's because of the good sleep. It feels that the group of mice that eat Ankangding as a meal are obviously more energetic than the other 2 groups. Hey, you are so excited. Is there a problem? It's not that I'm high in spirits. I sleep like a dead pig. But it's more energetic. Some opiates can also cause high in spirits, but not as healthy as these. Are they addicted? Didn't you say that you would do an addiction test? Why didn't you do it together? Faced with subsequent questions and doubts, the video host responded again in the next day's video. In fact, the addiction test is being done now. I plan to observe their dependence on the drug Ankangding in a week. They have taken so much. If they can get addicted, you don't think they haven't gotten addicted yet, right? Indeed. They ate it all as a meal. The dosage is great. Then on the 7th day, they also saw how to test for addiction. Simple, rough, and clear. Just put sugar, Ankangding, grains, and animal fats in front of the food. Then I was speechless to find that the mice were more interested in sugar and grains. And ankangding, which had no fragrance, was not popular with mice. The temptation is not as good as sugar? It's embarrassing. Really not addictive? This is amazing. Check the health of the mice. Yes. It's almost time to check the health. The video is not long. But the effect is obvious. Because the video itself is just accelerated throughout. Without editing. The daily packaging of ankangding is unopened. And there is no fraud. Later, the video host pinched the mice to death one by one and started various inspections. It was found that the mice that took ankangding as their staple food had the best body functions. Even slightly exceeded the mice with a normal diet. The mice that only ate white sugar had some different degrees of blood lipids, blood sugar and liver problems. In fact, it is obvious that ankangding is mainly starch. The best state of mice is probably related to better rest. So this drug is really strong. Umbrella is really strong. I admit it. The video host himself did not expect that his experiment would produce such a result. Are you kidding me? Mice are good at eating. In theory, the effect of this drug should change after the dosage is increased. Right? For example, mice fell asleep directly after eating too much? But the experiment showed that it didn't happen. It is true that the sleep time is longer, but it is normal and even healthier. However, this doubt was solved by a related paper issued by Johnson & Johnson's laboratory. The human body's own metabolic mechanism will metabolize the excess components in ankangding, and the decomposition products are amino acids. The paper used various high-precision instruments for testing and observation throughout the paper, and it was numb after it was concluded that the decomposition products are amino acids. This is a nutrient, a product of protein hydrolysis. Moreover, the paper also mentioned that among the excess decomposed amino acids, there are essential amino acids that the human body cannot synthesize. In layman's terms, this is a highly nutritious food. When this paper was translated by professionals in easy-to-understand language, it immediately caused a shock at home and abroad. What the HL? The drug directly became food? It's worthy of being umbrella. Does the drug become a fake drug if it becomes food? I'll buy it and eat it as a meal. If someone dies from it, you'll have to pay for it. Wake up. Have you seen how much the guy who did the mouse experiment spent? You probably can't afford it. On average, one pill costs 10 yuan. If you eat it as a meal, you're really rich. Isn't it crazy to sell it as a health product? But Umbrella is really conscientious. The price of the new drug is really not expensive. Please, look at how many people are in the audience. This can be taken continuously. There are 300 million people with sleep disorders in China. Not to mention that everyone will use this medicine. But as long as 10% of people insist on taking it every day, it will also be a profit of 300 million yuan a day. In reality, the number of people willing to take it every day may be even higher. Many people with sleep problems are unwilling to take medicine because they are actually worried about side effects and dependence. What are you afraid of now? Then spread this number to the world. For a while, the sales volume made people's scalps numb. As long as the production capacity can keep up, it will be an absolute blood profit. Purdue Pharmaceuticals, which was bankrupt and reorganized, took off instantly, soaring into the sky. Moreover, Purdue Pharmaceuticals is a stock company specially separated by Umbrella, and it is possible to ring the bell for listing. To be frank, even with this kind of drug, once it is listed, it can immediately suppress the stock prices of other pharmaceutical companies. The profits of top pharmaceutical companies such as Huanua, Johnson & Johnson, and Pfizer, and the annual sales profits of prescription drugs are only tens of billions of US dollars. After discarding the data of costs and various expenses, the net profit may barely exceed 10 billion for the whole year. If this is not intuitive enough, the net profit of Fruit Company last year was less than 40 billion US dollars. This time, Umbrella reorganized Purdue Pharmaceuticals, although many shares were sold at a high price. According to the market potential of the drug, those invested companies can get their money back in less than a year. And it is not by selling stocks, but by dividends. This is too Timaha. The old hen that can really lay golden eggs makes the group of capital that got a share of the pie bubble with joy, under the huge interests. Although they will not become allies of Umbrella immediately, they are at least friends with common interests, which is enough to strengthen their momentum. And at least with the support of Purdue Pharma, they can get some resources from related interest companies. When ankangding became popular because of several public experimental videos, some related journal articles, and some self-erations of patience. Wangi is still recruiting employees in Tokyo.